The other world is a meat grinder, goblins gnash their teeth, the air reeks of blood, and survival is a dice roll with death. So what do? I cheat. Thanks to my on-hook system, I flip between hell and my cozy modern apartment like it's a damn revolving door. Can't handle a goblin horde? Alt plus F4, baby. Back to reality, where the biggest threat is my Wi-Fi cutting out during a stream. But don't get it twisted, I'm not just running. I'm farming. Every near-death scream in that nightmare realm fuels my rise in this one. Magic? Smuggled out in my pockets. Monsters? Skinned for black market cash. And when reality gets boring? Time to log back in and wreck shit. They call me Linyi the Obedient in the other world because I play meek, bide my time, and vanish before the slaughter starts. Back home? I'm the guy who gets lucky with ancient artifacts, unexplained wealth, and a very specific set of skills. The other world thinks it's brutal? Reality's about to learn the meaning of hard strike. Linyi, get up and change quickly. Change clothes? I mumbled, rubbing my sleepy eyes. For a moment, I was confused, but then I saw the yellow clothes handed to me by the person in front, and I instantly woke up. They wiped it out again, didn't they? Isn't it said that the head is the #1 master in Nanjiang? Someone remarked. Fart, Nanjiang's #1 master. I thought it was Nanjiang Prefecture, but it turns out it's Nanjiang Town in Sanha County under Kanglin County in Nanjiang Prefecture, another sneered. Don't be inked. Now that the new sect has summoned us servants to the main hall, I'm off. I have a good impression, maybe I can get promoted, the man said as he handed me the simple clothes, then turned and left the house. I stared after him, opened my mouth to speak, but no words came out. Isn't this the changing king's banner at the head of the city? Time panel, I murmured to myself, and soon a panel appeared before my eyes displaying 13 days and 13 hours left in the countdown to return. I can go back in 13 days, so I must stay steady. I sighed inwardly. I wasn't from this world I had crossed over while squatting in a tuba. If it weren't for the few remaining tiles here, I might have solved my health problems long ago. I discovered an extra time panel before, one that could be summoned at any moment. Its content was simple and clear: countdown to comeback, 99 days, 23 hours, and 57 minutes. Relieved at the thought of returning in 100 days, I considered it a trip. After about an hour's walk, at the foot of a mountain, I encountered a sect recruiting people, food and shelter included. As soon as I heard that, I immediately signed up along with a dozen other applicants. The sect's headquarters was atop the mountain, bearing the domineering name, 5 Tigers Broken Swords. I felt my heart leap with excitement. Since childhood, I had dreamed of martial arts. On my way to school, whenever I held a branch, I would imagine it as a sword slicing through flowers by the roadside. If not for the old man who planted rapeseed fields near my home and the occasional scolding from my parents, I might have achieved my childhood fantasy of 1,000 flowers slashing. Now, my martial arts dream was finally on the verge of coming true. I looked forward to mastering my sword skills, descending the mountain, and roaming the rivers and lakes, enjoying the opera and embracing both kindness and hatred. But, as is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme the case with dreams, beauty can be deceiving. After ascending the mountain, I realized I had been cheated. We were recruited to work as handymen. The sect primarily established itself on the mountain, and those who needed odd jobs had to sign a contract beforehand. Failure to perform meant nothing. Of course, the sect master promised that those who worked diligently could become outer sect disciples and even learn martial arts. I didn't feel discouraged upon hearing this, and I worked hard every day. Being an environmental art major, I had plenty of ideas for designing and planning the mountain gate, which quickly caught the sect master's attention. As the construction neared completion, it seemed he might even accept me as an outer disciple, taking the first step toward my martial arts dream. Then, on the night before dawn, everything shattered. That night, a foreign enemy invaded the mountain gate, and in a single night, the sect master's inner disciples, 6 of them, and outer disciples, 20 of them, were wiped out from the 5 Tigers Broken Sword sect, which was expelled overnight. We, the handyman disciples, escaped unharmed. The force that wiped out the Wahuman was called the Taikiangmen, who inherited the Shanmen, along with the contracts of mine and the other handyman disciples. A promise had been made: those who performed well could become outer disciples. I continued to perform brilliantly as a temporary worker. Although I had little connection with Wuhuman, it would be a blessing if I could learn marksmanship from the Taiki Yangman. After all, an inch is long and an inch is strong. Those who wield knives cannot outmatch those with guns. The example of the 5 tigers' broken swords was proof enough. After I submitted the blueprints for the second phase of the Iron Gun Sect construction project, the master of the Iron Gun School was delighted. He elevated me to the status of a big disciple among the handyman disciples, urging me to complete the project as soon as possible. Once finished, I would be accepted as an outer disciple. Alas, I hadn't waited for the second phase to be completed before the Iron Spear sect was destroyed. 24 days ago, a middle-aged man wielding a double axe arrived at the mountain. The Iron Gun sect fell from top to bottom. No one could withstand his axe. Naturally, my fellow handyman disciples and I shifted our allegiance from the Iron Spear sect to the Axe Gang. At the same time, I learned from the Axe Gang disciples that their gang leader was the #1 expert in Nanzhang. Hiss! I was shocked. The #1 master in Nanzhang was no small matter. After spending some time in this world, I gleaned a bit of its geography from the other handyman disciples. The village I now lived in was called Luoxia Village, which belonged to Luoxia Town. Luoxia Town comprised 16 villages, and above it lay Sanha County, which in turn had 16 towns, and then there were counties, with 16 counties under Nanzhang Prefecture. Nanzhang State's first master. It was truly terrifying. With such a powerful gang leader, the Axe Gang would never be wiped out again. Driven by my martial arts dream, I once again showcased my talents by proposing a 3-year development plan for the Axe Gang. The leader approved my plan and even promoted me to deputy team member of the Axe Gang's 3-year development project, a title that carried significant weight. Naturally, the gang leader was the main team leader, and the other deputy gang leaders were also deputy team leaders of the project. Go to hell with the 3-year development plan, it died in just 24 days, someone jeered. Go to him, the #1 master in Nanzhang. I will continue as his handyman disciple, and when I return to the real world after 100 days, I'll vanish forever. I muttered as I changed my clothes, cursing under my breath as I walked toward the main hall of the mountain gate. We handyman disciples were condemned to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme on the mountainside, while the main hall itself stood at the very top of the mountain. When I arrived at the entrance, many servants were already there. A bloody smell wafted into my nostrils. I glanced at the main hall. Several servants were busy cleaning the blood from the floor with mops and buckets, while 2 handymen dragged a dead body outside. An axe was lodged in the corpse's chest. It was the #1 expert in Nanzhang, the leader of the Axe Gang. Lowering my head and holding my breath, I stepped back among the handyman disciples. Soon, footsteps approached from the hall's rear entrance, and a young man appeared at the center. I am the chief disciple of the inner sect of the Shangqing sect. I am in charge of retreating and practicing. Today, I represent the Shangqing sect here, he announced. Clad in a green shirt and exuding a refined aura, he seemed to have risen above the muck. Who is Lin Yi? He demanded, glancing at the assembled handymen. My heart skipped a beat. What was going on? What would this big brother do to me, a mere handyman disciple? Had my appointment as deputy leader of the 3-year development project of the Axe Gang betrayed me somehow? The other handymen didn't wait for me to speak. They immediately distanced themselves from me, ensuring that his gaze fell upon me. You are Lin Yi, he pressed. I stuttered, I am not. But then admitted, knowing I couldn't hide my role in the design and construction of the mountain gate. It's very good. You will continue to be in charge of the mountain gate's construction, the elder brother said with approval. Yes, a disciple must do his best, I replied, exhaling in relief as I returned to my seat. The other handyman disciples approached me one after another, now flattering me, convinced that their status as top handyman disciples was secure. The eldest then turned to the servants with a stern expression, declaring, My Shangqing sect has strict rules. After Su time, you are not permitted to leave the servants' quarters. Violators will be punished severely. The servants trembled inwardly and hurriedly responded, Go away. Shangqing Gate. The days of working as a handyman in Shangqingmen were very ordinary. There are not many disciples in the Shangqing sect, and there are only a dozen people in the inner sect and the outer sect, and each of them is a madman who stays on the top of the mountain and doesn't move around much. Except for the big brother. With fewer people, there will be no intrigue, and naturally there will be fewer forced things. Lin Yi, the big disciple of the handyman and the general project designer of the construction and development of the Shankingman Mountain Gate, is tantamount to the most powerful. Every day is responsible for supervision. Brother Lin, how about this pavilion? Brother Lin, do you want some water? In order to please Lin Yi, the other handyman disciples called Lin Yi their seniors one by one. Lin Yi's reputation as a big handyman disciple was well established. The third day of the countdown to come back. Lin Yi was also happy to see the senior brother resting under the shady tree. From the head of the Shangqing sect to the disciples of the outer sect, everyone was a cultivator, but the senior brother was fishing all day long. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme staring at the clouds in a daze on the boulder on the top of the mountain, or sleeping under the shade of a tree, and sometimes even watching their handyman disciples build houses. It can take an hour to see. When Lin Yi was walking towards the elder brother, there was a figure approaching quickly on the mountain road. Before Lin Yi reached the elder brother in one step, Lin Yi could only stop. Eldest brother, it's not good. The figure stopped in front of the elder brother, and Lin Yi recognized him from the blue clothes on his body. He was an outer disciple of the Shangqing sect. Why are you so panicked? The elder brother opened his eyes. The Yinghu gang in the Quoto mountain next door is too bullying and started a dispute with us. The elder brother frowned, and said, before the master went into seclusion, he specifically explained that before he left the seclusion, don't provoke grievances in the Jianghu. Has anyone been injured? No. The outer disciple answered truthfully. Since no one is injured, let's let it go. Let the members of the Eagle Tiger gang be arrogant for a while, and we will talk about everything after the master comes out. The elder brother's expression was calm, and Lin Yi's expectations for the Shangqing sect were a little higher when he heard the conversation between the two. Going down the mountain every day to cause trouble, it would be strange not to be wiped out. The elder brother's behavior is right, let's wait and develop slowly. The outer disciple hesitated, and said weakly, brother, those despicable people from the Yinghu gang robbed our resources. What? The elder brother, who was still leaning on the old tree, stood up in an instant. How dare the Eagle Tiger gang do this? How dare they do this? Wait for me to inform all the juniors to ask the Eagle Tiger gang for an explanation. The figure of the elder brother went directly to the hall on the top of the mountain. When the outer disciples realized it, the elder brother had disappeared. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. He had phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme so many novels, so he naturally knew what resources meant to a sect. There was going to be a big battle. A quarter of an hour later, 7 figures came down from the top of the mountain, including the elder brother who had gone and returned. These were the 7 inner disciples of the Shangqing sect, and 8 outer disciples followed behind the 7 inner disciples. One by one, murderous. 7 swords descending to Tianshan Mountain. Lin Yi murmured, unconsciously thinking of this sentence in his mind. I'm afraid, blood will flow like a river. An hour later, when the elder brother and the others came back, Lin Yi walked over immediately and found that everyone looked exhausted. Except for the elder brother and a female inner disciple, the other 5 inner disciples even lost their prizes. Hiss! Lin Yi gasped. One can imagine how tragic this battle was. Out of curiosity, Lin Yi stopped an outer disciple who was lagging behind, and asked, Senior brother, did you go to fight the Eagle Tiger gang just now? A fight? The outer disciple was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, it's a fight with the Yinghu gang. Before Lin Yi could continue to ask, the outer disciple seemed to be excited and wanted to find someone to narrate, and said, those bastards from the Yinghu gang, when harvesting rice today, actually harvested it in our rice field. Senior brother, when they brought everyone over, these guys refused to admit it, so the elder brother got angry and asked everyone to cut the rice fields of the Eagle Tiger gang. The members of the Eagle Tiger gang didn't expect us to react so quickly. They didn't have as many people as we did, and they didn't mow as fast as we did. In the end, it was equivalent to us mowing an extra 3 acres of their land. What a joy! Lin Yi, it seems to be different from what he imagined. Is this a resource contention? The injuries on those senior brothers? Eldest brother and their inner disciples have entered the rank, and the speed of cutting rice is very fast. The people of the Yinghu gang are in a hurry, and their inner disciples also rush to cut the rice. Eldest brother saw this won't work. We have more outer disciples than them, so let the other senior brothers entangle the inner disciples of the Eagle Tiger gang, while we outer disciples are desperately harvesting rice, and finally made a profit. The outer disciples laughed happily, while Lin Yi remained silent. This world is so different from what he imagined. First, in 100 days, the sects were wiped out several times, but now the two sects had a conflict over the rice issue, and they resolved it with this unimaginable method. Is the rivers and lakes of this world real to this extent? In such a world of rivers and lakes, would he go downhill? Jianghu chasing order, Tianbo Guan, the flower picker, stole 1,000 caddies of rape seeds today, and the whole Jianghu will punish him. Heroine of the Jianghu, thief, how dare you steal rice from, households in a row. Thinking about it felt like a chill. Lin Yi quickly shook his head to dispel these thoughts. Countdown to the last hour, night. Lin Yi walked out of the handyman's house lightly. He came to another world for 100 days and suffered for 100 days. How could he not get some benefits for himself? After coming here, there is no reason to return empty-handed. He wants to bring back some things from this world. At first glance, this is an ancient world, and if he brings some porcelain back, it will be an antique. However, Lin Yi didn't like ordinary things. Thanks to watching a few episodes of antique shows, he understood a truth that not all ancient things were valuable. The reason why antiques are valuable is because they were valuable items in ancient times. Take porcelain as an example. Even if a bowl used by ordinary people in the Tang dynasty was well preserved until modern times, it would be worth a few $1,000s at most, and even in modern times, high-quality goods from official kilns could sell for a few dollars. 100,000. As early as a few days ago, Lin Yi had noticed that there were two beautifully carved porcelain vases in the main hall of Shankingman. It looked like they were made by everyone. If they were brought back to modern times, they would definitely be invaluable. It was Lin Yi's decision to wait until the last hour to act. If he was discovered, he only needed to delay for a while. The mountain gate is quiet. The rule of the Shangqing sect is that the servants are not allowed to leave the servant's house at night. Lin Yi walked lightly from the small path built towards the top of the mountain, but when he was about to reach the top of the mountain, Lin Yi suddenly shrank and hid in a small room. In the side grass. On another mountain road that has been built, there is a team of horse-drawn carriages heading up the mountain at this moment. In the middle of the night, these people did not hold up torches, and just walked by the moonlight like this, which was very scary. It was almost discovered. Lin Yi patted his chest in shock. He would find that the oncoming team was not because of his good eyesight, but because someone in that team coughed a few times, and he happened to hear it. It's so late at night, where did this carriage team come from? There was no moon tonight, only a few scattered stars. Lin Yi could only vaguely look at some carriages carrying goods, but he couldn't tell what they were carrying. Soon, the team marched in front of him. The next moment, Lin Yi heard a scream from the team. Ouch! Someone accidentally twisted his foot, and the cry startled the horse, and the sack it was carrying fell to the ground. Crotch! The sound of metal colliding. Under the sparse moonlight, Lin Yi watched cold lights appear, which were swords and spears. What tricks are you doing? Do you want to shock people and expose them? I just stepped on a toad, I'm a little embarrassed. Lin Yi heard the voice of the scolding person. It was an inner disciple of the Shangqing sect. This voice had some characteristics. In modern times, no one who had smoked for 20 years would have such a voice. Therefore, Lin Yi remembered it at night. Lin Yi felt a little chilly. There were only a few disciples in the Shangqing sect. If they wanted to practice martial arts, the previous sects had left some weapons on the mountain, so there was no need to go down to buy them. Even if you want to buy it, you don't need to be so sneaky. You don't even carry a torch at night. Thinking of the Shankingmen's regulations that the disciples of handymen were not allowed to go out at night, Lin Yi made a judgment in his heart that the Shankingman was going to do something big. Hidden weapons. If you haven't eaten pork, can you never see a pig running? Lin Yi has phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme a lot of history books. In many rebellion incidents in history, the rebels would build weapons in advance and secretly transport them to hide them. None of this has anything to do with me. I'll just wait an hour to go back. Lin Yi no longer had the intention to take something back home. If he was caught stealing something, he could still delay time by talking. Will be murdered. Lying in the grass, Lin Yi couldn't even breathe quietly at this moment, and he didn't dare to pat his body with mosquito bites. After a quarter of an hour, he didn't stand up until the carriage team completely disappeared. His body was already soaked. Following the path, Lin Yi was about to return the same way, but just as he reached the door of the handyman's house, the corner of Lin Yi's mouth twitched. At the door of the house, two disciples from the outer sect were holding torches and staring at him fiercely, and the elder brother was also there. Eldest brother, you guys haven't slept so late. I have some diarrhea today. I just came out to solve it. Lin Yi tried his best to calm himself down. The panel showed that there was still half an hour left, and it was too late to escape, so he could only stabilize temporarily. Eldest brother smiled, "Oh, where did you solve it?" "Back mountain. A remote small yard." "Eldest brother is kind, I spare your life. Be honest, if you dare to escape, you will die." Boom. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the door and lock the door. The original panic and fear on Lin Yi's face disappeared immediately, and he even pooed towards the door. There are 5 minutes left in the countdown. I am about to leave soon, and the 100 days tour in another world is over. Thinking that after he disappeared, Shankingman suddenly found that he was gone, and he must have been terrified, and it could be regarded as revenge for being pushed and threatened just now. It's a pity that the dream of returning to modern times to get rich by relying on antiques has been shattered. Boring around the yard, Lin Yi sat under the bluestone steps, counting the number of broken stones on the steps, waiting for the return. 3, 2, 1. Return. When the time panel returned to 0, Lin Yi only felt a sense of fainting in his head, and everything around him began to distort, and the next moment his eyes went dark, and he couldn't see anything. Recovering his sight again, Lin Yi immediately looked around. The familiar bathroom, the familiar toilet, and even the sitting posture are the same. He is back. Everything remained the same as it was before the crossing. Lin Yi lowered his head and took a look. It's still fresh, and time really hasn't changed. During the 100 days he traveled in a different world, time in the real world was suspended. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. When he was in another world, he thought about finding an excuse to explain to his relatives and friends, but he couldn't find a perfect excuse. He was even more worried that his relatives and friends contacted the police instead of calling the police. In modern society, a living person just disappeared so suddenly. After I came back, the police would definitely question me, and I couldn't justify myself. The time pause in the real world saved him from explaining. Lin Yi took a look at his clothes in the mirror of the bathroom. He was wearing Shankingman's handyman clothes, which showed that he could bring things from other worlds to modern times. Just when Lin Yi regretted missing an opportunity to make a fortune, the panel popped up again. This time the panel had many changes compared to before. Character, Lin Yi, this world time, 8032 different world time, 100, paused. In addition, there was a gear-like icon in the upper right corner of the panel. Lin Yi focused on the gear icon, and immediately there was an additional operation message in his mind. This gear can turn with his mind. However, Lin Yi was not in a hurry to turn, and he would not operate it until he figured out what the effect of turning would be. Panel, can you explain? Lin Yi asked politely, but unfortunately the panel didn't respond. After thinking about it for a long time, Lin Yi found a pen and paper. When he was thinking about some problems, he liked to write on paper, because when he only relied on his brain to think, sometimes it was not so comprehensive. If he borrowed a pen, he would phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme it several times. Overlooked details may come to mind. Two worlds, one is this world and the other is a different world. This is easy to understand. It should refer to the real world and the different world that I traveled through. The two numbers can be deduced from the 100 days I have stayed in the different world. This 8032 refers to the number of days I have stayed in the different world. Then, dash, is the number of days I have stayed in the real world. From the moment I was born to now, the time is right too. What does pause mean? When I travel back, the real world remains at the moment before I travel, which means that when I was in a different world, the time in the real world was suspended. Now that I have traveled back, does it mean that the time in the other world has been suspended? After writing this article, Lin Yi drew a horizontal line below and added, "The possibility is very high." The panel did not disappear, and the number of days appeared again. Does this mean that I am not a one-time traveler, and it is very likely that I can still enter another world? Is it a thought, or a shout, or does it require special triggering conditions? Also, if you can enter the different world, do you want to go in? If it is the same as before, it will take days to go there. Based on your current situation in the different world, it is very likely that you will be in danger. Lin Ye's pen froze. He was wearing a body instead of a soul. If he died in another world, would it mean that he would also die in the real world? Many issues require him to think carefully. After thinking for a long time, Lin Ye's head got a little big. Gone. Forget about it. Lin Yi threw the pen on the table, walked to the computer, and opened a certain website. Paid question: I am a newcomer author. I recently conceived a novel in which the protagonist can travel between two worlds. I will briefly describe the previous chapters. Let's see how it goes. Can you understand my setting? I don't think the setting is a bit too mysterious. The wisdom of the masses is infinite. This was what a certain celebrity said, and now Lin Yi wanted to use the wisdom of the crowd to solve his problem. He briefly mentioned the situation in the different world, focusing on the panel. Under the heavy gold, there must be a wise man. In just 10 minutes, there were many replies to the post. After reading the landlord's question, based on my many years of experience in novels, this book is a must. Today's readers are impatient, a system is still mysterious, and it is still stuck in the era of internet literature 10 years ago. 10 years ago, to get a golden finger through a journey, you had to write a chapter or two describing the cause and effect, but now you come at random calls, simple and clear. Actually, the original poster came here to find inspiration. This kind of double-wearing essay is easy to write. Relying on reselling items from the two worlds, being a trader, and easily reaching the pinnacle of life is not so troublesome. You all don't understand, the newcomer author is just stupid, he wants to make the system mysterious, and he doesn't want to let the protagonist's IQ drop. Now that Khan is gone, the protagonist can't find a reason to go to another world. The situation in the other world is very dangerous. Eldest brother probably wants to rebel, so join them. With modern agricultural technology, he must be able to accomplish a lot. If you don't rebel through time travel, what's the point? Upstairs makes sense. Accumulate food widely and become king slowly. First, bring modern agricultural and industrial technology to it, so that it can grow and grow. Fuck, that's the Workers and Peasants Alliance. The Alliance of Workers and Peasants, the Alliance of Steel, Davari, please cultivate this red spark that started a prairie fire in another world. When workers and peasants unite, the red current of steel will be invincible. Haha, decades later, dear Davari, if you want to chase that red star, go to another world. Through the panel, through the world barrier, in the land of another world, sparks are still burning. Wrong, the different world at that time was not a spark, but a prairie fire. Mysterious birds in different worlds have inherited the will of Red. Lin Yi looked at it and found that the screen suddenly turned red. Refresh the page and a new answer appears. I am at the starting point, just finished typing, and saw the question of the subject. As an old author, I would like to share some of my own opinions. First of all, the setting of the subject is doubleware, which is not a novel setting. There are too many such books, and the most common mistake for newcomers is that the wealth and power systems of the two worlds have collapsed. If you don't pursue IQ and logic, this kind of book is very cool to write, but if you pursue logic online and dual story offline, this kind of book will be very tiring to write. After looking at the answer above, if the subject of the question is really stuck and doesn't want to change it, I can give you a suggestion. The protagonist must go back. He may encounter some troubles in reality and urgently need to go to another world to solve them. Of course, in order to show that the protagonist will not lose his intelligence, he should make complete preparations before going there, and prepare for his own survival. If the big brother really wants to rebel, the protagonist, as a witness, can only choose to join if he wants to avoid being killed. He can master some forging skills, and the rebellion will definitely require a blacksmith. This is just one aspect. It can also be medicine, food seeds, or even a method of training soldiers. In short, there is only one purpose: to let the big brother know that the protagonist is valuable. Finally, let's talk about the panel mentioned by the subject, which is the system. The number of days on the panel is very simple. It is the number of days the protagonist has existed in the real world and another world. I will blindly guess the role of the cheating finger of the subject. The protagonist returns to the real world, and the different world is suspended, but this suspension is not forever, but only 100 days at most, because the protagonist has stayed in the different world for days. If the protagonist still has not gone to the different world after days, the time in the other world will return to normal. The real world is the same, but because the protagonist has lived in the real world for 22 years, the time in the real world has at least 22 years of suspension. That is, the protagonist stays in a different world for 22 years, and the real world is also suspended. Lin Ye's eyes lit up when he saw this, because he also vaguely had a judgment in this regard. Gear, this should be the point. Traveling between two worlds is the chance of the protagonist, but it is not counted as a golden finger. The golden finger is a gear. I don't know how the subject will set it up, but if it were me, I would create a time comparison between the real world and the other world. Gears are likely to speed up or slow down the passage of time in both worlds. Of course, it may be more complicated, it depends on how the topic is set. From the perspective of the protagonist, the first guess is easy to verify. Just stay in the real world for a day and see if the number of days in the real world has increased by 1 day, and the time in the other world has decreased by 1 day. Let's make a conclusion at the end. I barely passed the beginning. As for the follow-up writing, it depends on how the subject writes later. The subject can add me as a friend. If there is something to discuss. Lin Yi looked at the number sent in the private message, and glanced at the other party's WeChat name, Zhou Denghe Shan, but after thinking about it for a while, he still didn't add the other party as a friend. This is what happened to me, not a so-called fiction. How much help a broken author can give himself. Craftsmanship next day. When Lin Yi got up, he checked the panel immediately. The panel has changed. The number of days in this world has increased by 1 day, while the number of days in the other world has become 99 days. The author's guess is correct. There was light in Lin Ye's eyes, and after a brief wash, he went out. Modern traffic, high-rise buildings. In Lin Ye's eyes, there was a feeling of a world away. Half an hour later, Lin Yi returned home with a bag of medicine, and then went to the decoration market to buy some small ceramic bottles and jars. After reading a lot of novels, Lin Yi knew very well that the different world was his chance to reach the pinnacle of his life, and he must enter again. He wants to prepare himself for entering another world. Last night, he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red phoneme a lot of time travel classics, such as making ice, brewing wine, making colored glaze, and other skills, but in the end he found that these skills were too cumbersome. Taking the simplest ice making as an example, he knew from reading some historical novels that all he needed was saltpeter. But what's the use of making ice? The mountains are not hot at all, and the ice thing is for dignitaries and nobles to enjoy during the scorching heat. In this remote place, the mountain phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine phoneme blows cooler than anything else, and the quilt is not thick enough at night. Not to mention the manufacture of colored glaze, those chemical formulas plus operation steps. Can he make it in a short time? What he wants is to quickly demonstrate his value. During the days in the different world, Lin Yi noticed that the handyman disciples were phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often phoneme injured while working, and several outer disciples also had wounds on their bodies, many of which were pus-filled. After much deliberation, Lin Yi felt that medicines were the most reliable, especially antibiotics, which worked quickly. He made some ointments for penicillin, erythromycin, antiseptic and antipruritic, and originally wanted to buy cephalosporin, but it is said that this stuff is more allergic. If you happen to meet someone who is allergic, the drug allergy will kill you, then he will also die. Squeeze out the ointment and pour it into a small ceramic bottle. Lin Yi changed into the handyman's clothes, stuffed the small bottle on the waistband of the clothes, and stuffed it into the sleeve. The picture was blurred, Lin Yi's eyes lit up, and he could really control it with his mind. When his vision returned to clarity, Lin Yi found himself back in the small courtyard, and when he looked up, there were still a few lonely stars. Medicine bottles are also brought. Go back. With a thought in his mind, Lin Yi quickly returned to the real world. Can go back and forth at any time, perfect. Lin Yi snapped his fingers so that he didn't have to worry about his safety, and he could return to the real world as soon as he encountered danger. But soon a new problem appeared in front of Lin Yi. The bed in ancient times is really good for sleeping. In the handyman's house, he can find some straw to spread under the mat, but the bed in this courtyard house only has a few hardwood boards, not even straw. In the past, he had no choice. Now that he can go back to sleep in the modern age, how could he wrong himself to sleep on such a hard wooden bed? The question before Lin Yi was that he could travel back to the real world, but the time in the other world was suspended. Even if he slept in the real world all day, the other world would still be at night. Lin Yi's gaze unconsciously focused on the gear on the panel. This thing must have some special function. But Lin Yi was not sure, because he was afraid that the gear was a Pandora's box. Now I can travel through the two realms at will, and reselling the resources of the two realms is enough for me to make a fortune, so hold back first. One night, it was difficult to sleep on the wooden bed, and Lin Yi traveled back and forth, and also learned about the items that could be carried when traveling. Modern technological products cannot be brought to another world. He has tried mobile phones, mice, and keyboards, but they are not acceptable, but some modern foods, including medicines and clothes, are still acceptable. Daily necessities are also acceptable, but electronic technology products are not. Is it because this is something like the ancient world? After working until late at night, Lin Yi couldn't bear it any longer. Wrapped in a modern quilt, he fell asleep on the hard plank bed. Crotch! Lin Yi was awakened by the sound of a basin falling from outside the house. With a thought, Lin Yi brought the quilt back to modern times, and then traveled back. Pushing open the door, Lin Yi saw that senior brother was at the door, staring at the wash basin under his feet. This was Lin Yi who found it from the yard and hung it on the door before going to bed last night. As long as someone pushed the door, the basin would fall to the ground and wake him up. Lin Yi looked at the elder brother. The most critical time has come. Whether he can gain a firm foothold in the different world depends on the next step. He took the initiative to say, "Eldest brother, I am willing to join you." Hearing Lin Yi's words, the elder brother was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "Lin Yi, you are very smart. Although you are a vagabond, you must have studied before you wandered." In one night, Lin Yi asked to join. This was not an insight that a country boy could have. Only educated people made self-protection choices after thinking about it in times of danger. Lin Yi nodded. He knew that the senior brother should have investigated his origin, and he suddenly appeared in this world. At that time, he told the outside world that his home was hit by a flood and he wandered here. "Are there any relatives at home?" "No, I'm the only one left." "Since you have phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme the book, what do you think of Zhuogong's matter?" "Mr. Zhua?" Lin Yi murmured in his heart, where did he know Zhuogong? If this is the ancient world of China, he can still think of a famous historical figure in his mind after searching, Lord Zhuozongtong. He has already determined that this is a parallel ancient world. He checked the internet last night, but there is no record about this dynasty. It is a parallel world. How could he know who Zhuogong is? Mr. Zhua is worthy of our admiration. Mr. Zhua's incident is worthy of our deep thinking and is very meaningful. Lin Yi gave an ambiguous answer. He could only be sure of one thing, since he was addressed with the word Gong, it was a kind of respectful title, which showed that the elder brother still respected this Zhuogong very much. Eldest brother took a deep look at Lin Yi. Your words are a bit insincere. It seems that you don't agree with Zhuagong's actions. I agree, I just don't know the specific situation, and I'm afraid I'm going to make too many mistakes. Brother, you slandered me. Lin Yi really wanted to explain, but the senior brother raised his hand to stop him from continuing. You can guess what we are going to do, but since you don't agree with Mr. Zhua's approach, there is no need to join us. But don't worry, I will not kill you to silence you. I will let you go down the mountain and leave before the action. Okay. Lin Yi didn't explain anymore. As long as he let himself go, it would be fine. There's no need to take out the ointment or anything else, otherwise the senior brother and the others will be too deeply involved, and it will be difficult to get out in the future. As for the success of the rebellion, how could it be so easy? Even the food had to be scrambled. To be honest, Lin Yi was not optimistic about the rebellion of the eldest brother and the others. Those sand sculptures on the internet filled him with red will in a different world, but he didn't have that much ambition. In his mind, the different world is used to get rich and to be stronger than the real world. Brother, you don't worry about me and let me stay in the yard. I am willing to cooperate, but it is inevitable that I will be bored in the yard by myself. To be honest, my ancestors were in the ceramics business and have a ceramic restoration skill. I wonder if I can get some ceramics to practice my hands, so that I can have a means of making a living when I go down the mountain in the future. Seeing that the elder brother was silent, Lin Yi continued, Eldest brother, wait for me. After finishing speaking, Lin Yi turned and walked back to the room, traveled back to the real world, went to the supermarket to buy a bottle of 502 glue, then went home and broke a porcelain bottle, and then covered it with 502 glue. Brother, this is my family's restoration technique. In the yard, Lin Yi came out with the bottle, and in front of the elder brother, he broke off the newly stained piece again. The elder brother's eyes flashed with wonder. The bottle was indeed intact when he saw it just now, but he didn't expect it to be damaged. This handicraft handed down from Lin Yi's family, if it is placed in the capital, it will definitely be loved by those dignitaries. The elder brother was even more certain in his heart that Lin Yi's previous words to join them were just to save his life. With this skill in hand, you won't be hungry wherever you go, so why would you rebel with them? I'll send someone over in a while. Eldest brother, it's better to be more exquisite. The more exquisite, the more detailed the pattern on it, and the more difficult it is to repair, so that I can improve my craftsmanship. The pair of vases in the Shincheng Gate Hall are good. Seeing the senior brother turn around to leave, Lin Yi quickly shouted behind him. The elder brother didn't keep Lin Yi waiting for long, and an outer disciple came in 15 minutes later with 2 vases in his arms. Eldest brother is indeed a kind person. Unfortunately, I can only bring things that I put on my body or hold in my hand. Otherwise, I can repay the elder brother by getting a few tons of steel and adding dozens of tons of grain. Brother's kindness. After taking the phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals VZ vase / phoneme, Lin Yi didn't care about the fierce eyes of the disciples of the unexpected sect. After all, not everyone is as kind as the big brother. In the real world, Lin Yi looked more and more satisfied with the 2 vases he brought back. This phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals VZ vase / phoneme is full of the smell of money. P.S. Please collect it, book friends. The Ming Dynasty Tanny Auction Appraisal House. Lin Yi carefully carried the suitcase, followed the address on the internet, and arrived at this company that integrated auction and appraisal. There was a beautiful receptionist in a cheongsam sitting at the front desk. Sir, what's the matter? The front desk showed a professional smile. Hello, I made an appointment online with an expert for appraisal. Okay, please come with me. The girl at the front desk was leading the way in high heels, and Lin Yi looked at the girl's beautiful figure wrapped in a cheongsam from behind, and he had only one feeling. Really moist. Ms. Yang has a seminar at the museum today. Mr. Zhang was invited to participate in a cultural exchange meeting abroad. I will arrange for you, Mr. Su. You can just go in. The girl at the front desk stopped in front of an appraisal room and introduced the situation to Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded and walked into the appraisal room. Sitting in the identification room is a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing a tang suit, with 108 wooden beads hanging around his neck, and his whole body reveals an artistic atmosphere. Hey, it's a young Tibetan friend, little friend, take out the collection. Lin Yi put down the suitcase, opened it carefully, and then took out the porcelain phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ vase / phoneme from a pile of clothes. He didn't bring both, but only one. A beautiful amphora ceramic phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ vase / phoneme. Little friend, how did this porcelain phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ vase / phoneme come about? It was uploaded by the ancestors. Lin Yi grinned. Put it on the table. Lin Yi wanted to hand over the ceramics, but Teacher Su didn't take it, but motioned Lin Yi to put the ceramic bottle on the table. Little friend probably doesn't know much about the antique party. I don't know much about this. This bottle has been kept at home for many years, so I wanted to have it appraised by experts. It's about the same as what I guessed. Teacher Su nodded, and while observing the porcelain phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ vase / phoneme with a magnifying glass, he explained, in the antique industry, things can't be handed over. This way, I'm afraid they won't be connected properly and they will break. In case something goes wrong, it's good to have a division of responsibility. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, and then he understood what Teacher Su meant. If the antique was broken when the two parties took over, whose responsibility should it be, whether it was not picked up or handed over? If it is placed on the table like this, if it is smashed, it will be the responsibility of the person who got started. In case of some evil intentions, let go of the hand in advance when deliberately handing it over, it will be even more unclear. Because antiques are not easy to price. Maybe they were only worth yuan, but they would cost yuan. After all, money is hard to buy and people like it. Thinking of this, Lin Yi's professional recognition of Teacher Su became a little higher. 10 minutes later, Teacher Su retracted the magnifying glass, looked up at Lin Yi and asked, how long has this phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ vase / phoneme been passed down? I'm not very clear. It has been in my grandfather's hands. It is said that my grandfather's great-grandfather bought it from someone else. Lin Yi nonsense. Well, then your great-grandfather bought the right one at the beginning. Although there is no engraving on the bottom of this porcelain bottle, there are still painters on the glaze, including the blue and white patterns on it, which are all in the style of the Ming dynasty. This is the blue and white dragon in Phoenix in the Ming dynasty. Although the bottle is not made in official kilns, it can be regarded as a masterpiece in folk songs. Lin Yi was a little apprehensive at first, because he knew that ancient official kiln porcelain was all inscribed and made in a certain dynasty, but the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ vase / phoneme he brought back did not exist, so he was afraid that experts would not be able to date it. It seems that Teacher Su has real skills. Mr. Su, how much is this worth? Lin Yi asked a concerned question. At an auction in Beijing a few years ago, a pair of blue and white dragon and phoenix amphorae from the Jiajing dynasty was sold for 1,640 million yuan. You are not an official kiln, so the value will be much lower, and there is only one. However, it is conservatively estimated that 200-300 million is no problem. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. One was only 2 or 3 million, and he had another one at home, and the price could rise a bit for a pair, at least 5 million. This kind of good object, if possible, I will continue to collect it, but if you want to sell it, our company will hold a porcelain auction next month, and you can hand it over to our company for auction. Are there any requirements for handing over to your company for auction? What my friend said, you handed over such a good thing to our company to help our company build a reputation, and the appraisal fee can be waived for you, but you have to sign an agreement to confirm that it will be handed over to our company auction, and then just pay a deposit of 5 yuan. I still have to pay 5 yuan? Lin Yi was a little hesitant. He didn't have that much money with him. Mr. Su, can't you wait until the porcelain phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ vase / phoneme is auctioned? This is the company's regulation. Some Tibetan friends suddenly regretted not taking the auction before the auction started, but the company has already publicized it to the outside world. Doing so will affect the company's reputation, so they need to pay a deposit. Teacher Su explained very carefully, and Lin Yi nodded. He didn't know much about the specific operation of the auction house, but what Teacher Su said was very reasonable. Mr. Su, I don't have that much money with me now. I'll go back and think about it. Go back and think about it? Teacher Su frowned and reminded, according to our company's regulations, if you don't make a decision now, my friend, you have to pay the appraisal fee. Even if you decide to hand it over to our company for photography later, this appraisal fees are not refundable. I can accept. 5 yuan can't be paid out, but Lin can still afford the 20,000 yuan appraisal fee. Besides, he will soon get several million yuan, so 20,000 yuan is nothing. Putting the bottle back into the box, Lin Yi carefully carried the box and walked out of the company. When he reached the elevator entrance, there was a man holding a wooden box standing at the elevator entrance. Lin Yi and the other party looked at each other, and the man smiled and said, "The little brother is also here to appraise antiques?" "Yeah, it's just a fake." Lin Yi showed an expression of annoyance on purpose, and he understood the reason why wealth should not be revealed. Although the society is relatively stable now, it is necessary to guard against others. That's really a pity, but in the collection business, besides eyesight, you need to have background and experience. I have been playing porcelain for more than 10 years, and I have drilled it many times. Until this time, I received a good object with my eyes. There was an uncontrollable joy on the man's face, and before Lin Yi could continue to ask, he said to himself, "I went to an antique stall some time ago and saw a piece of porcelain. The stall owner didn't know the goods, but I did. There is one in the Forbidden City that is exactly like this one, and I bought it for only 1,000 yuan." The man talked about how he fought wits and courage with the stall owner, but Lin Yi murmured in his heart, "How could you still meet antiques of the Forbidden City level at the stall? You don't believe me. Just now, Teacher Chen authenticated it for me. There is no doubt that it is authentic. He said that I am well informed. Of course, there is also an element of luck. Those experts who think it is a fake are not knowledgeable enough." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi became a little curious. Other experts identified it as a fake, but here it is identified as a real antique. This kind of slap in the face is very attractive. "Brother, can you tell me?" Of course. The man was obviously identified as a fake by other experts, and this time the identification was genuine, and he let out a sigh of relief, and he couldn't hold back his words long ago. When you want to collect, you have to go to various museums first to gain insight. Over the years, I have visited all the museums in the north and south of the Yangtze River, especially the collections of the Palace Museum. I can recall them even with my eyes closed. Once I was in an antique street, and I saw a porcelain bowl, which was exactly the same as the one in the Forbidden City. The ancients fired porcelain, and it was impossible to burn them one by one. They were all in batches, especially porcelain bowls. At that time, I suspected that this might have flowed out of the palace. Later, I bargained with the stall owner, and the stall owner sold it to me for 1,000 yuan. "Brother, since it's used by the royal family, it must be very exquisite. Hasn't the stall owner verified it himself?" The stall owner didn't know the goods. He saw the words on the base and decided it was a modern handicraft. Lin Yi became a little curious and asked, "What characters are engraved on the base?" "Microwave only." The corner of Lin Yi's mouth twitched. Microwave ovens are for special use. No wonder the stall owner thought it was a modern handicraft. Oh no, it was a modern handicraft. Could it be that this base was added by later generations? In fact, the real base is covered? Lin Yi thought of some precious and famous paintings hidden in fake paintings in the novel See phoneme alphabet equals IPA-PH equals red read / phoneme before. If you want to say this big brother really missed a big mistake. How can there be such a mysterious thing? The base is those words. Teacher Chen said just now that this is the royal porcelain bowl of Wei Gaozong in Ming Dynasty. Those experts don't know it because Wei Gaozong doesn't like to be emperor. On the second day after he succeeded to the throne, he chose the position of Zen and became a monk, and his dharma name is Bolu. Think about it, the emperor's renunciation must not be rumored. There are examples in the Qing dynasty. Isn't Emperor Xuanji a renunciation? There is no record in the history books, and this batch of porcelain was secretly fired by JDZ for Wei Gaozong at that time. Look, under normal official kills, the engraved annual system of a certain emperor is engraved, but Emperor Gaozong wants to keep it a secret. You can't use the annual system, so you can only engrave it for microwave ovens. This matter is not found in the history books. Teacher Chen only knew about these things after reading an ancient book from the Ming Dynasty by chance. Lin Yi. Can you still play like this? Even if he didn't understand history, Lin Yi knew that this old man had been fooled. Damn, I met a liar. Lin Yi also realized that Teacher Su actually had many flaws in his truth, and the biggest flaw was the categorical dating. What I was holding was a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ vase / phoneme from a parallel world. How could it match up with the Ming Dynasty? But I was blinded by the huge benefits and ignored this point. Introspect. Mountain building safety stairway. After Lin Yi called the police, he waited here for the police to arrive. He didn't stand in the aisle, because he was afraid that those crooks would come out and see him alert and run away. A few minutes later, Lin Yi heard footsteps and conversation outside. Old Chen, how are you? How many orders did you place today? 3 bills. That's not bad, I only have 2 orders today. You are so foolish. I met a fool today. He came to me for appraisal with a porcelain bowl engraved with a microwave oven. I was fooled by it. I really thought it was an antique. I paid 5 yuan and waited for the auction. There are such fools. I also met a young man today. I guess he watched a few episodes of Appreciating Treasures. He wanted to buy antiques to get rich, but he was fooled by someone who sold fakes. He bought a modern double. The ear bottle came to me for identification. Listening to the conversation outside, Lin Yi knew it was the 2 liar appraisers. I didn't expect so many people to be cheated besides myself and that old brother. I saw that thing is new, the surface is not oxidized, but the craftsmanship is good, it should be made by a professional antique team. That kid also told me nonsense that it was passed down from his ancestors. What's the matter? His great-grandfather was reincarnated and bought such a porcelain phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ vase / phoneme and passed it on to him. I told him that this was a porcelain phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ vase / phoneme from the Jiajing period of the Ming Dynasty. The young man was overjoyed, but it looked like it had been washed by the counterfeit seller. He didn't have much money on him, so he could only submit it for appraisal. Fee. Lin Yi, who was hiding in the safe passage, was stunned for a moment. At first he thought that there were other young people like him who were also holding a pair of ear porcelain vases for identification, and the feelings were talking about him. Lin Yi was struck by lightning. But compared to encountering a liar, what he suffers more at this moment is that his dream of getting rich quickly has been shattered. The reason why antiques are antiques is because of the word ancient. I brought it from a different world, it was transported instantly, without the baptism and oxidation of time. No matter how exquisite it is, in the eyes of experts, it is still an antique item with super high craftsmanship. Old Su, let me teach you a trick. You can ask him to take out a loan on the sidelines, and go online to check all those openings. You can get together 5 yuan. It's a good idea. I'll ask Xiaoqi to call him tomorrow. Well, hurry up, we have been here for half a month, and we are about to change places. Still want to change places? Lin Yi gritted his teeth angrily, and he will take all of you together in a short while. The elevator door rang at this time. Through the crack of the door, Lin Yi saw several policemen coming out of the elevator. He immediately opened the door and shouted, "Comrade policeman, these 2 are defrauding the company." In the police station, after Lin Yi finished recording his statement, he was given an ideological lesson not to get something for nothing or get rich overnight by the police. He walked out of the police station listlessly like a beaten eggplant. Little brother, wait a minute. Just as Lin Yi was about to leave, the man with the antique porcelain bowl specially designed for microwave ovens also came out. Lin Yi turned around and saw that it was this person, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. When the police yelled this out just now, this man couldn't believe that he was cheated until the police let him listen to the liar's words in person, and then he was unwilling to accept the result. Little brother, let's take a step to discuss. The man wanted to pull Lin Yi's clothes, but Lin Yi glared at him, and the other party stopped angrily. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. Little brother, even though the expert is a liar, it doesn't mean that my porcelain bowl is fake. Who can guarantee that there will be no Wei Gaozong in history? Lin Yi was a little speechless. How could there be such a person in this world? Are you stunned? Whether it's true or not has nothing to do with me, and I won't buy your porcelain bowl. No need to buy, no need to buy. The man waved his hand quickly, but Lin Yi was very upset by that look. What kind of look is this? I despise myself and can't afford it. As far as your microwave oven is dedicated, you may not be able to afford a car, but it is not a problem to buy a box. The little brother also thinks it might be true, so that's fine, huh? The man seemed to be waiting for Lin Yi's words, then hugged the wooden box tightly, and left contentedly. Lin Yi couldn't laugh or cry when he saw the man leaving. Should this kind of person sympathize with him or laugh at him? Back home, Lin Yi solemnly walked to the table, picked up a pen and wrote a line, "In the face of the temptation of huge benefits, think calmly." After finishing writing, Lin Yi tore off the paper and pasted it on the ceiling above the bedroom. Lin Yi has a habit. Every time he encounters something, he will write down his experience and understanding, and then stick it on the ceiling, so that he can see it every day when he wakes up, and remind himself all the time. Zheng Zi introspected himself 3 times a day, asking himself whether he was loyal to his friends, whether he was honest with others, and whether he remembered what he learned every day. Lin Yi couldn't achieve this kind of state, but he knew the truth of eating a pad to gain wisdom. In order to prevent himself from forgetting, he wrote it down to remind himself. Looking at the dozen or so notes on the ceiling, Lin Yi slowly calmed down. He found that he was a little impetuous these days. Probably from the 10th day of the countdown to the other world, his mentality has changed a little. This mentality is not good. Even if he can make a fortune by reselling items from the 2 worlds, he has ignored many details. A source of antiques, a source of wealth. Now is the era of big phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme. If an organization with a heart wants to check, its information will be transparent. The first step is to understand the different world clearly, and then make long-term plans. There was a change in his mental journey, and when he entered the different world again, Lin Yi's mentality improved a lot. He asked his senior brother for a lot of books, and after reading them, he had a general understanding of the different world. The background of the different world is roughly the same as that of ancient times, and even the culture is similar, but what those historical celebrities did in ancient times has been done by other people in this world. The dynasty he is in now is called the Dogon dynasty, and it has been 300 years now. Most of the books given by the elder brother are kept by the extinct sects. They are all small story books, similar to in modern novels. There are many little lube mixed in. After all, it's not about studying and taking the imperial examinations. They are all warriors. Who will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme those serious books. But it is precisely these small stories that can better reflect the real situation of this world. From the stories in these small stories, Lin Yi can feel the corruption of the Dajing dynasty and the suffering of the people. Because most of these short story books are stories about martial arts masters killing corrupt officials, robbing the rich and helping the poor. The small stories are closely related to the needs of the people. People like to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme this, which shows that the people hate bureaucrats. Biography of Zhuogong? On this day, Lin Yexin picked up a book and was a little surprised when he saw the title of the book. After a quarter of an hour, after reading the contents of the book, his expression was a little complicated. He finally understood what the big brother asked about Mr. Zhua. Zhuogong is a young man, and Gong is a respectful title for him. Zhuogong is the son of an official family, and he is not an ordinary family, but a famous family. The dynasty was corrupt and the people were in dire straits. Originally, it had no effect on officials like Zhuogong, but Zhuogong wrote to the court many times, requesting severe punishment of corrupt officials. Unfortunately, there was no response from the court. Seeing the corruption of the imperial court, Zhuogong made an astonishing move. He took advantage of the opportunity of studying abroad and met many like-minded people. After that, he beheaded a county magistrate and led the oppressed people to revolt directly. It's a pity that Zhuogong is just a scholar after all, and he is not good at leading troops to fight. Moreover, this is his own private action, which has nothing to do with the family behind him, without the support of famous families, without the support of the army. Ordinary people were suppressed within 7 days. Rebellion was supposed to be beheaded. However, the Dacian dynasty was corrupt, the treacherous ministers were in power, and the emperor only cared about enjoying himself. The Zhou family sent a lot of money to the treacherous minister at that time, leaving Zhuogong a chance to survive. As long as Mr. Zhou didn't admit to rebellion, and said to the outside world that the county magistrate was corrupt and perverted the law, taking advantage of the common people, Mr. Zhou really couldn't stand it, so he killed the county magistrate out of righteous indignation. This excuse is outrageous, but the officials who have been corrupted to the root can accept such an excuse, and even the treacherous prime minister promised to speak good words for Zhuogong in front of the emperor, and Zhuogong would be rewarded by the emperor. The emperor hates corrupt officials. It's not that the emperor loves the people like a son, but that in the eyes of the emperor, the whole world belongs to their royal family, and what corrupt officials corrupt is their royal family's money. Faced with the family's private persuasion, everyone thought Zhuogong would agree, and even many people who were like-minded with Zhuogong secretly persuaded Zhuogong to keep the Green Hills without worrying about firewood. But to everyone's surprise, Zhuogong didn't change his words and flatly refused. And in other words, if I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme like this, then wouldn't I become the beneficiary of this corrupt court? The royal family is immoral and the court is corrupt, so it should be overthrown. This has been the case in ancient times, and it is the same today. The big work starts with me. Lin Yi understood Zhuogong, because in the history of the real world, there was such a person who lived through the ages. Although they failed, they used their own death to awaken future generations. The death of Zhuogong has already had an impact in this world. It is written in the book that Zhuogong died in the year of the Dacian calendar, and now it is the th year of the Dacian calendar. Eldest brother, they are a group of people influenced by Mr. Zhou. The autumn phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme chilled a little more. The day after Lin Yi finished reading all the books, the elder brother came to the backyard again, holding a package in his hand. Today, you can go down the mountain. You have been sleepy for many days, and there are some troubles here, so let's take it as compensation. Lin Yi was stunned and let himself go down the mountain. Senior brother, are they going to act? Remember, go down from the south of the mountain. There are 2 roads going down the mountain, one to the south and the other to the north. The south is the territory of Xinyang County, and the north is Sanhe County. Lin Yi opened his mouth, but stopped talking. Don't say anything about joining, even if you are sincere, I won't want you. Seeing Lin Yi's expression, the eldest brother smiled. You are the only male left in your family, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme well bar. Lin Yi took a deep look at the eldest brother, just wait for me. Turning around and returning to the house, Lin Yi immediately traveled back to the real world. He took the bottles and jars containing the ointment that he brought back to the other world, pasted a note on the outside, and wrote the function, and then brought them to the other world again. Eldest brother, in addition to ceramic repairing skills, my family also runs a pharmacy. These are ointments developed by my family, which have a miraculous effect on wound healing. Lin Yi knew there was a flaw in his words. Even though he had ancestral pharmaceutical skills, he didn't bring anything with him when he came into the yard, and he couldn't explain where these ointments came from. He believed that the elder brother could also see it. But the two seemed to have a tacit understanding. The elder brother didn't ask, nor did he explain. Chapter 7 At the foot of Shannon. Lin Yi stopped in his tracks and glanced back at the top of the mountain. He couldn't express his mood at the moment. There is the excitement of being a bird flying high in the future, but also a sense of sadness. The moment the elder brother said that there was money in the baggage, he was a little emotional at that time. When he returned to the real world, he thought about the urge to spend all the money on his body to buy medicines, but finally calmed down. It's still a bit rash. Lin Yi reflected again. The recklessness was not due to the impulsiveness to spend all the money on medicines, but the recklessness to hand the ointment to the elder brother face to face. What if the elder brother heard the efficacy of the ointment, tried it on the spot, and insisted on staying? Lin Yi still believed in the senior brother's character, but if other people knew about the miraculous effect of the ointment, would they force him to hand over the prescription and force him to stay in the team? The best way is to put the ointment in the room, hint to the senior brother with words, and say that he repaired some porcelain vases in the yard, and keep it as a souvenir for the senior brother. After the senior brother finds these ointments and uses them for testing, I have gone a long way. After introspecting, Lin Yi opened the bag. There were 2 sets of clothes. Under the clothes was a purse, which contained some broken silver. Lin Yi estimated that there were about 10 taels. In addition, Lin Yi also found a book and a letter. Lin Yi opened the letter was left to him by the elder brother. When he was locked in the yard, the elder brother asked from other handyman disciples that he had a martial arts stream, so in addition to giving himself some troubles I also gave myself a martial arts book. Lin Yi couldn't help laughing. He was very excited when he traveled to a different world for the first few days. He phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme chatted with the handyman disciples and said that his dream was to become a hero in the future. That's why he tried his best to express that he wanted to become a disciple of the outer sect. But since seeing the rapid destruction of several sects, and seeing martial arts masters like the big brothers fighting for some food, the mind of practicing martial arts has faded a lot, and all they think about is how to make money. Lin Yi didn't rush to look through the martial arts cheats. He changed out of his handyman's clothes and threw them in the grass by the side of the road. He didn't head south towards Xinyang County, but chose to go west, towards Shenyang away from the county. 2 hours later, Lin Yi was tired and thirsty. In front, between the ridges of the field, there is a house. There are Tianlong, which means that there are villages nearby. Lin Yi stood outside the waist-high fence wall, and at a glance, he had a panoramic view of the entire yard. On one side of the yard, there was a cowshed built with thatch, and an old scalper was lying there quietly. Hearing the movement, he looked over with eyes like copper bells. Lin Yi shouted loudly, "Is anyone there?" Squeak! The wooden door of the house was pushed open, and an old man looked puzzled when he saw Lin Yi standing outside the fence. Lin Yi explained, "I came from Xinyang County, and I went to Shenyang County to visit relatives, and I went the wrong way. I want to ask for a bowl of water to quench my thirst." "Brother, come in, I'll pour it for you right now." The old man opened the gate of the fenced yard, and Lin Yi stood in the yard waiting. After a while, the old man came out with a porcelain bowl filled with water. After drinking it in one sip, Lin Yi felt refreshed. "My brother is going to Shenyang County. The old man wants to ask my brother for help." The old man glanced at the cattle and the cowshed and said, "Help me deliver the cattle to Qingfeng Temple in the county and hand them over to Taoist Ding Xian." Lin Yi hadn't responded yet, but the scalper, who was lying peacefully in the cowshed, suddenly went crazy, stood up abruptly, raised its hind hoof, and rushed towards Lin Yi. "Day!" Looking at the pair of huge horns of the scalper, Lin Yi turned around and ran away in fright. At this moment, his human potential was brought into play. He just stepped over the chest-high fence and courtyard wall, but then he also stumbled. The ox didn't rush out of the fence, and the bull's eyes were red with copper bells, and it roared at Lin Yi. "Old man, don't mess around." The old man hurried forward and patted the scalper's neck with his hand. The scalper turned his head and rubbed the old man's hand, enjoying it very much. "Brother, don't be afraid. My old man has a good temper and won't hurt you." Lin Yi. "Brother, you will know by touching it." The old man led the ox out of the courtyard gate. Lin Yi hesitated for a while before reaching out to the ox's back. The ox shook and lowered its head and neighed, but it did not attack as before. "Just trouble, brother." The old man handed the ox rope to Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't know why the old man trusted him so much. You must know that cattle were a huge fortune in ancient times, so the old man wasn't afraid to take the cattle to the county and sell them? However, after taking another look at the scalper, Lin Yi reckoned that if he thought about it, before he could sell it, he would have to be gutted by the scalper's horns. Leading the scalper, Lin Yi was on the road again. The old man waved from behind. The scalper walked very slowly at first, and after taking a few steps to look back, Lin Yi didn't dare to pull the rope, for fear of making the scalper go crazy again. The scalper didn't turn back until he passed the corner and the old man was no longer in sight, but a new problem arose. Whenever there was grass on the road, the scalper would stop and eat a couple of bites. Lin Yi pulled the rope slightly, and the scalper Tongling's big eyes showed signs of redness, and Lin Yi quickly apologized. It took another hour and a half to serve this Uncle Neo all the way, and Lin Yi finally saw the city wall of Shenyang County. It was getting late at this moment, but the gate of the city was very lively. Many carriages drove out of the city and headed towards the official road to the west. Apart from the carriages, there were also many people carrying large bags and small bags. All of them were heading towards go west on the official road. Listening to the noisy words of these people, Lin Yi knew what was going on. Eldest brother and the others entered Sanha County, killed the magistrate of Sanha County, and rebelled. The news spread to Shenyang County. These dignitaries in the county are going to escape. Sanha County is not far from Shenyang County. Who knows if the rebel team will march this way? I heard that the people who rebelled were a group of lowly poor people, but it was recorded in the history books that this kind of poor people rebelled, and they liked to rob them, the gentry and noble families, of their money and even kill people wherever they went. To the west, that is Kanglan County, guarded by officers and soldiers, it is safer than the county seat. Lin Yi entered the city among the panicked crowd, found a passerby and asked the way to Qingfeng Temple, and led the scalper to Qingfeng Temple. The Qingfeng Temple is in the east of the city. Lin Yi walked through a few streets, and then saw the Taoist temple with the Qingfeng Temple plaque hanging on it. The viewing door of King Fengwen was open, and just as Lin Yi led the scalper in, he met an old Taoist priest head-on, wearing a blue scarf in his bun, with thin cheeks but bright eyes. Fuxing is the supreme heavenly venerable. The old Taoist is the Taoist Dingxian you are looking for. The old Taoist made a head start, and Lin Yi was shocked. Did Taoist Dingxian count himself as the one who came to find him? As early as an hour ago, the old Taoist saw the old manly come to the door and begged the old Taoist to take care of the cattle, and said that there would be a layman coming here to phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals lead slash phoneme the cattle. Hearing Taoist Dingshuan's explanation, Lin Yi was even more surprised. Since the old man came in person, why did he have to phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals lead slash phoneme the scalper by himself? Isn't it superfluous? I know the layman's doubts. Old Manly came here from a ghost. He died 5 days ago. Taoist Dingxian explained. Lin Yi was struck by lightning. He died 5 days ago, so what ghost can he see? The scalper is psychic, and I can see the ghost of Old Manly, and he doesn't want to leave. Old Manly is worried about the scalper. He didn't let go of his obsession until he met the layman. Old Manly asked me to thank the layman. Taoist Dingxian turned towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi quickly waved his hand, thanking the ghost. Let's forget it. P.S. Happy National Day everyone. I hope you will phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals read slash phoneme more of the new book, 2 chapters per day. But Taoist, since Old Manly can't let go of the scalper, why didn't he come earlier instead of waiting until now? Lin Yi asked suspiciously. In a place of Taoism, how can ghosts get phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals clause close slash phoneme? Taoist Dingxian looked at Lin Yi with a strange look in his eyes, and continued. The layman borrowed a bowl of water from Old Manly, and gave Old Manly a mouthful of yang energy. With this yang energy, you can appear in the Taoist temple. Lin Yi. When did I give Old Manly yang qi? Why don't I know it myself? Poor or fine, the powerful are buried in front of the King Fengwen gate. The scalper lowered his head and gnawed at the weeds in the cracks between the bluestone slabs at the gate, without even looking at Lin Yi. With a solemn expression, Lin Yi bowed to the old Taoist priest. I also asked the Taoist priest to solve the confusion in my heart. Taoist Dingxian explained, there are differences between yin and yang. If you do good deeds between yang and the lonely, respect the old and pity the poor, recommend good people, give porridge to rescue disasters, even if you are not rewarded by the good deeds will be accompanied by merit. The offspring of fuse, but ghosts are different. If they get help from ghosts, ghosts can get rewards. There is no need for Yangren's consent. This is recognized by the way of heaven. If the reward is appropriate, it's fine. But people rarely ask for ghosts. Generally, ghosts get this opportunity and ask for several times as much reward. Therefore, it is difficult for people to deal with ghosts for a long time. It is generally difficult to end well. Old Manly borrowed a breath of young energy from the layman, which is more than a bowl of water. This is why Old Manly asked the old Taoist to thank the layman on his behalf. Lin Yi opened his mouth slightly, not knowing what to say. As for why the Old Manly only asks the layman for entrustment, it is because the Old Manly is only a wandering soul and cannot show himself in front of others. Only people with special cultivation or physique can see it. Hearing this, there was a color in Lin Yi's eyes. With a special physique, it is possible that his protagonist halo appeared. The old Taoist has never seen a person with an unstable soul like a layman. The 3 souls are depressed, and the 7 souls are not visible. They are only slightly stronger than those who have lost their souls. They are also the easiest to see ghosts. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth twitched. He still knew something about the 3 souls and 7 souls. The novels in the TV series mentioned it every day. Doesn't the instability of the soul mean that the body is weak? Should not be. I am not a jerk. After staying in a different world for so long, especially in the first 100 days, when he had to do chores every day, Lin Yi felt that his body was much stronger now than before, and at least he could climb the 3rd floor in one breath without panting. The instability of the soul is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme due to a congenital disease, weak and sickly, or depleted by alcohol and lust. The layman doesn't think so. It's really strange. Taoist Dingxian stared at Lin Yi in amazement, but Lin Yi's heart was numb. This is just like in the hospital, where a group of doctors stood in front of the bed, pointing and pointing. Even if they were not sick, they would be scared to death. Master, will I be in danger? It's dangerous, but it's okay. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what Taoist Dingxian said, but just as he relaxed, what Taoist Dingxian said next made his heart ache again. The soul is unstable, and it is easy to see ghosts. Try to go out as little as possible at sunset, and go to remote places in the mountains and fields on weekdays. Never set foot in Yizhuang cemeteries, so as not to be entangled by ghosts, and try to stay in places with sufficient yang energy. In a place full of yang energy, Lin Yi looked inside the Taoist temple. What place could be safer than the Taoist temple? Taoist, to be honest, I came to Shenyang County to seek refuge with a distant relative. I only found out after I arrived that my relative had passed away a few years ago, and my family had also moved out of the county. Now I have no place to stay. Do you know if you can stay overnight at the Taoist temple? Taoist Dingxian frowned, shook his head, and said, Qingfeng Temple has rules. Laymen are not allowed to stay overnight. Laymen can go to inns to stay. There are several inns not far away. If you don't let me stay, what can I do? Lin Yi rolled his eyes a few times, and said with a smile, Of course the rules cannot be broken. My family is also a believer, and I have long known that the Qingfeng Guanfu talisman is effective, and I want to go to the main hall to burn incense and worship, and hope that the Taoist priest will complete it. It's getting late now. If it wasn't for the layman, the Qingfeng temple would have been closed long ago. The layman can come back tomorrow morning. Taoist Dingxian was unmoved, obviously seeing through Lin Yi's purpose. The Taoist priest is merciful, the boy is sincerely worshipping, and he also knows that it is a bit rude late at night. To express his apology, he is willing to donate incense merit money. Lin Yi raised his sleeves, revealing the broken silver. Elder Ding Xiandao squinted his eyes, stroked his beard with one hand, and said, Fu Sheng is supreme, my son is sincere, that's all, let's make an exception, and the patriarch will not blame me if I think about it. The Taoist priest is merciful. Lin Yi returned the salute. The two walked into the Taoist temple together. What's your name, son? My surname is Lin, and the single name is Yi. It turned out to be young Master Lin. The Taoist priest has an immortal style, and I think he is also an important position in the Taoist temple. I am ashamed of being a poor Taoist. I have practiced Taoism for many years and my qualifications are mediocre. I can only handle some chores in Taoist temples and serve as the master of the temple. Lin Yi. After entering the Taoist temple, Taoist Dingxian led Lin Yi to the Sanqing Hall. Lin Yi lit incense and worshipped, then walked to the merit incense placed on the side, and in front of Taoist Dingxian, took the 5 taels of silver, put it in the box. Half of the 10 taels of silver given by the elder brother was spent at once, but Lin Yi didn't feel bad at all. The price of silver is not high in the real world, so he can go back and buy some silverware, find a store and bring them to another world. Master Taoist, I want to pray for my family and light an everlasting lamp. Lin Yi glanced at the ever-bright lighthouse on the side of the main hall. Taoist Dingxian was a little confused. To light the ever-bright lamp, you need to chant scriptures and pray for blessings, but... Without saying a word, Lin Yi threw another 3 taels of silver into the merit box. Fortunate life is supreme, Lord Lin is filial, and Pindao was deeply moved, so Pindao personally recited scriptures for Mr. Lin's family overnight, praying for God's protection. Young Master Lin is awake. In the early morning, Lin Yi got up from the bunk in King Fengwen's guest house. When he went out, he found a well. After washing his face with water, a little Taoist priest led him to have a fast meal. Last night, after all, he spent the night at Qingfeng Temple. Where is Taoist Dingxian? Master is taking a rest today. Let me tell Mr. Lin that the Qingfeng Temple will be closed for a day today. The corner of Lin Ye's mouth twitched. To be honest, he didn't expect that Taoist Dingxian was really an honest person, and he actually phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red phoneme the scriptures all night yesterday. He couldn't bear it in the middle of the night, and in the end Taoist Dingxian had no choice but to let him go to the Tongben in the Taoist temple for the layman to rest temporarily. After eating the vegetarian meal, Lin Yi also left the Taoist temple, not because he didn't want to stay, but because he learned something about the Taoist temple from the Taoist priest. Taoist Dingxian did not lie. King Fengwen has rules, never keeps guests, and does not receive pilgrims after sunset. Yesterday was an exception. Why Taoist Dingxian made an exception last night? He also learned the reason from the little Taoist priest. I'm anxious because I'm partial to the palace. Dao, is Mr. Lin gone? The Taoist temple closed, and Taoist Dingxian appeared with a tired look on his face with dark circles under his eyes. It's already gone. I gave the Requiem talisman to Mr. Lin as my master said. That's good. Taoist Dingxian nodded, and the little Taoist asked a little puzzled, Master, Mr. Lin looks very nice, and he donated so much incense money to our Taoist temple, why not let him phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live phoneme in the Taoist temple? Mr. Lin has no physical illness, nor is he haunted by evil spirits, but his 3 souls are unstable, and his 7 souls are not revealed. This kind of person has a big secret in him. Let's not get involved in it. Do you remember what my teacher told you? I know. Master, you said that I still have a few uncles. They just meddle in their own business and lost their own lives in the end. Your uncles are all superior to your master and me, but what happened in the end is not your master. I have become the master of the temple and live to this day. If you want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live phoneme for a long time, you should stop meddling in some nosy things. The little Taoist hesitated a little, and said weakly, But master, you said that our Qingfeng temple used to have a lot of incense, and many nobles in the city donated incense money, but now even the side hall has collapsed and has no money to repair it. Taoist Dingxian glared, and scolded, What do you know? It's because I, your master, only take on the work of ordinary people. What can ordinary people do? Some troubles are nothing more than that the soul of the deceased is reluctant to leave, or has provoked lonely ghosts, so burn some paper money to scare a few words, and naturally there is not much money. Those rich and big families have dark hearts. There are countless bones buried in the dry well in the garden. It's good if there is no accident. Once there is an accident, it will be murderous souls and ghosts' revenge. Can we deal with this? You also remember, stay away from these rich and powerful families in the future. The money is hot, and you can easily lose your life if you are not careful. Calm down. Calm down. Today's Shenyang County is still very chaotic. After Lin Yi left the Taoist temple, there were still many people on the street, dragging their families, pulling a carriage and carrying their burdens towards the gate of the city. Lin Yi looked down at the talisman in his sleeve. It was a yellow talisman. Lin Yi didn't recognize the pattern drawn on it, but it felt similar to the talismans drawn by Taoist priests in the real world. Requiem. This is what Dawd little Taoist told him. The function of this talisman is to calm the soul, and there is no need to stick it on the body, as long as it is carried with you. After asking passers-by to ask for directions, Lin Yi came to Yaxing. Dental shop, in ancient times, was not a dental shop, but a commercial intermediary. However, this commercial intermediary is relatively good. It not only matches various buyers and sellers, but even servants can buy it. Lin Yi went to the tooth shop to find a girl, and told him that he wanted to buy a house. The other party gave him a map. To Lin Yi's surprise, more than half of the houses in the city were listed for sale. Mr. Lin, if you want to pick up the leaks, then buy the biggest house. The big house of the Ning family should be kept in normal times. It is worth at least 20,000 taels. The Ning family will not sell it. Now it only costs 800 taels. If the rebels don't kill if you go to Shangyang County, you will earn money. Let's take a step back. Even if those rebels enter the city, we just need to hide and wait until the government sends troops to encircle and suppress the rebels. You have the title deed and the house will be yours. Lin Yi understands that I have misunderstood the purpose of buying a house, and I also know why so many houses are put up for sale. Some dignitaries in the city ran away yesterday, and there are still many who escaped today. Murdered and seized money, not only fled with his family, but also sold the house in a tooth shop. Why don't people run away and keep the house until the officers and soldiers suppress the rebels and then come back to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, because they are afraid that the rebels will not rob the property, and they will burn down the house in a big fire in anger. Lin Yi was really moved. The purchasing power of 1 tael of silver in the different world was equivalent to about 3,000 yuan in the real world. 800 taels would be a mansion worth more than 200 million yuan. If it was the original price, it would be more than 600 million yuan. In a small county, such a mansion can indeed be built by the wealthiest group of people. Lin Yi checked the price of silver in the real world, and 1 tael was only more than 40 yuan, which meant that he only needed to spend tens of thousands of yuan to buy a luxury house worth several million. It's a pity that he doesn't have tens of thousands of dollars now. In addition, even if he was really rich, he would not buy such a mansion, it was too conspicuous. He is an outsider with no roots. He bought such a luxury house, so it would be a ghost if he didn't be watched by others. Finally, after looking at the map for a while, he selected 3 houses. The 3 houses are neither big nor small, and the most important thing is that they all rely on the view of the breeze. The Yaran took Lin Yi to the on-site inspection of the house, and Lin Yi finally chose a house on the right side of the breeze view. This is a 3-entry house, divided into front and back yards, and there are pavilions and rockeries in the backyard. At first glance, the former owner is an elegant person. Mr. Lin has a good eye. Although the size of this house is not very large, it is also unique. The original owner is a gentleman, and all the furniture is available. It only costs 150 taels. That's it. Lin Yi was very satisfied. Seeing the joy on Yaran's face, he coughed and said, I can buy this house right now, but I escaped from Sanha County, and I didn't bring my ID card with me. Sanha County is now you know the situation. If you want to buy a house and transfer ownership, you must have an identity certificate. Lin Yi is a black man, but he is not in a hurry. The boy is doing the work of an intermediary, and he has great powers. He believes that the other party can handle it. What's more, this Dakian dynasty is corrupt. Since it is corrupt, many systems in the Yamen are just decorations. However, Yaran's next sentence made Lin Yi a little embarrassed. Mr. Lin escaped from Sanha County, so he must have suffered. But this house sale does not require your ID card, Mr. Lin. The seller has entrusted us to sell it. Then, the Yaran explained it, and Lin Yi finally understood that the ancient house deed did not require the name of the buyer, but only the name of the seller, a middleman and witnesses, and then the area and location of the house, including the price. The deed is the proof of ownership of the house. No wonder in costume dramas, it is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often /phoneme said that bullies occupy other people's houses. It turns out that this is the case. As long as you snatch the house deed and let the middlemen and witnesses shut up, you can occupy the magpie's nest. Mr. Lin, you want to go to the Yamen to exchange it for an official deed, and let the Yamen keep the money, right? That's really a status badge. Yes, that's what I mean, it's safer this way. The boy looked at Lin Yi with some doubts. There were very few people who went to the Yamen to exchange for official leases. Although the house deeds were brought to the Yamen, the tolerance would handle it, but these days, if you don't check it out, the tolerance can delay you for 3 to 5 years. The second is to pay the deed tax, which is not a small sum of money. This house costs 150 taels, I will add another, taels, and you will go and make up an identity card for me, and get the official deed done. Lin Yi offered a price, and the Yaren was also planning in his heart. He went to find the Yamen's tolerance to clear it up. It would be enough to spend 3 or 5 taels, and he could still earn 5 taels. Don't look at the sale of this house for 150 taels, but he is just a jerk from the dental shop, and the majority of the rake was taken away by the dental shop. He only earned 3 taels, so it's better to get a tooth card to earn more. Mr. Lin is in trouble. It's reasonable to think of the Yamen's servant. You leave this matter to me, and I promise to handle it for you today. Lin Yi wasn't surprised at all. No matter in the different world or the real world, some principles of life were the same. Some things cannot be done if they do not comply with the rules, but if you find a professional intermediary and a scalper, things can be done. Let Yaren go to the dental office to get the deed, while Lin Yi traveled back to the modern world. He had to get 20 caddies of silver out. Like in some novels, he would not do this for the time being, taking some glass or modern handicrafts back to ancient times and selling them as rare treasures. Every man is innocent of his guilt. He has no roots in another world. If he returns to another world with a few marbles, he will probably be arrested the next day, and an official document will be posted. There is a Jiangyang thief, Lin, who stole a pair of Yi Mingzhu from a rich man in the city. All are here, the case is clear, and the sentence is beheaded. Back in modern times, Lin Yi looked at his balance of 6,000 yuan, and he couldn't laugh or cry. He originally thought that he would bring things from another world to modern times to resell, but he didn't make any money, and all his money was about to be lost. It's over. The other world can't make money in the short term, so I have to make more money in the real world. How to make money? As usual, Lin Yi logged on to the website and began to ask questions, using the wisdom of the masses. Continuing from the last question, the protagonist can travel back and forth. How to make money? Stimulated by money, netizens began to show their wisdom. If antiques are not enough, then collect ancient medicinal materials and jade, which should be more valuable in modern times. Don't talk about the upstairs, the ancient mining technology is not as good as the modern one, and the jade depends on where it is produced. If it is in the place where the jade is produced, it can be resold, otherwise the transportation cost in ancient times will be more expensive than the current one. I agree with the one above, taking golden nanmu as an example, the price in ancient times was actually higher than in modern times, because it was very inconvenient to transport in ancient times. Of course, the protagonist said otherwise. The landlord asked another question, and just finished typing, so let me say something more. Lin Yi saw that the author named Zhoudong Hashan answered again, his eyes lit up, waiting for the other party's analysis. Let's analyze the background of the different world first. From the current point of view, there are Taoist temples and ghosts, coupled with warriors and rebellion. The different world is not stable. For the sake of safety, the main character can't arrange the protagonist to go around, so go to the jade mining place or the medicinal material production place. It is temporarily impossible. The way to make money with a lot of money is gone. At present, the most suitable thing for the protagonist is to buy antiques. Of course, the antiques in the different world the antiques in the different world have experienced the baptism of time, and they are naturally antiques in modern times. However, this method also takes time. In fact, the main question is to let the protagonist make money quickly. I have an idea. Now is the era of self-media. Be a magician. Lin Ye's eyes lit up when he saw this. This is indeed a good way. The next moment, Lin Yi gave the author the best answer, and then immediately deleted this question, including the previous question. He really wants to be a magician. After he becomes popular, he is afraid that some netizens will see the question and think of it together, although the possibility of this is very small. As for the author, this son. Society ruled by law, calm down. Leaving the computer, Lin Yi turned on the camera of his mobile phone, which was fixed on the table and pressed to shoot, while he himself walked to the range of the camera, returned to another world with a thought, broke off a branch and held it in his hand, then back to reality. Picking up the phone, Lin Yi watched the video and frowned. Things were not as simple as he imagined. Just before the teleportation, he was standing with his hands on his waist, but now he is teleporting back with the branch. His posture changed instantly, and became the action posture of the other world before the teleportation. Judging from the video effect, it seems that a few seconds are missing and have been edited. He didn't pay much attention to this detail before, but now this detail broke his dream of becoming a magician. No, I've fallen into a misunderstanding. Since holding an object will change my posture, I don't have to hold it. I can perform the magic of disappearing objects. This is better than suddenly making up objects, and it won't be suspected. Lin Yi slapped his head. If he conjured something out of thin air and showed no flaws, it would definitely cause an uproar. But if he showed something first, then covered it with a cardboard box, took it to a different world, put it down, and came back when the things on display disappeared, the audience was amazed, but they could only guess what mechanism this box had. Collect, keep an eye on the poker cards in my hand. This deck is very messy. Now you draw a card. 7 of clubs. We put this card in the middle. Now I snap my fingers. 7 of clubs jumps to the first card. What's even more amazing is that looking at this deck now, all of them have turned into 7s of clubs. Long and short cards, without any technical content. Chen Xin only watched it for 10 seconds before crossing out the video in disappointment. She is a magic lover and likes to watch some magic shows on weekdays. There are also many magicians performing magic on the internet, but most magicians only perform magic that can be done with magic props. These so-called magicians are actually selling magic props. The magic on short videos is getting boring now. After brushing several simple magic tricks borrowed from magic props in a row, Chen Xin was about to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme the software when he accidentally clicked down, and a new short video popped up. Scare Miss Ben. Seeing the mysterious man with a black mask appearing on the screen, Chen Xin was frightened. In the video, a mysterious man with a black mask sits in front of a glass round table with a pot of prickly pears on it. Behind the man is a black wall cloth covered with clocks. There are electronic clocks with digital displays, analog wall clocks, and even chronographs that display milliseconds. The clocks are all set to the same time. So many clocks. Do you want to prove that your video is not cut? Chen Xin became interested, and looked at the title below, Classical Chiman Technique, Carrying Technique. Is it still a strange door technique moving company, pretending to be a ghost and relying on mystery to attract people? Chen Xin muttered, and saw the masked man in the video take out a piece of paper and press it on the prickly pear. Soon, the paper was punctured by the prickly pear, and the prickly prick was exposed. What is he going to do to prove that the prickly pear is real? The mysterious man took down the paper and began to knock on the glass with his hands. There was a crisp knocking sound on the tabletop, and the entire glass tabletop and the underside of the table could be clearly seen from the video. Knocking on the glass is to prove that the glass is real and intact. Chen Xin judged in his heart. After the mysterious man finished tapping, he put his hand on the previous key point, spread his palm upwards, put his whole arm on the table, and put the small prickly pear pot on the palm of his right hand with his left hand. Then, with his left hand, he picked up a fried chicken takeaway paper box from one side and covered it. The carton is not shown to the camera. It seems that the trick is in the carton. There are things hidden in the carton. After opening it for a while, there are more things on the prickly pear. When Chen Xin saw that the mysterious man didn't even show the cardboard box, he lost most of his interest in an instant, but he had already seen this, so he simply finished reading it, and then he could write a comment to expose it. After the mysterious man closed the box, he drew something in the air with his left hand, similar to those Taoist priests on TV. When the last stroke was finished, the left hand of the mysterious man suddenly slammed down on the paper box. What? Seeing this scene, Chen Xin couldn't help but screamed. There was a prickly pear under the paper box, and the palm was full of thorns when he slapped it. After screaming, looking at the picture in the video, Chen Xin had goosebumps all over his body. The carton was smashed flat. The man took away the flattened paper box, but it was still within the scope of the camera, revealing the intact right palm, then picked up the paper box with both hands, and directly tore the paper box into pieces. After 2 seconds, the video ends. It's impossible, how did he do it? Chen Xian's voice trembled a little. This magic was completely different from what she had imagined. On the internet, there is a magic trick of wrapping the glass with paper, and finally flattening the paper glass, but the magic is actually very simple. The glass falls under the table, and the paper retains the original shape of the glass because of its hardness. Other similar magic, the principle is the same. But this video is different. First of all, the man's entire arm is placed on the table, and the palm and prickly pear are in the center of the table. It is impossible to sneak to the edge of the table and fall. As for the mechanism in the middle of the glass table, it is impossible for the glass to crack when the center is pressed, because the camera shot was taken even at the bottom of the table, and the prickly pear did not fall to the bottom of the table. This is not magic. It is impossible to do it with magic. Chen Xian repeated this sentence repeatedly, and then said firmly, "It must be edited, only editing can achieve this effect." Thinking of this, Chen Xian clicked on the comments, and she noticed that when she opened the comments, there were only more than 100 comments when she just phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red/phoneme it, but now there are thousands of them. The comment with the highest likes, "I'm going crazy, I know everyone suspects that this is edited like me, so I deliberately slowed down to watch it frame by frame, and found no trace of editing. The existence of those clocks made me doubt is alive. Unless these clocks can be controlled by buttons to pause and start, they must be controlled by the same remote control, but the rotating pointer and digital stopwatch cannot be so accurate, and there will be errors. How did you do it? Is there any magic master who can crack it?" "Crack what? Didn't you see what the title said? Cheeman transport technique. This is magic, not magic, dog head. The transfer technique is definitely a fake. It's the main gimmick of the video, but I really didn't see any flaws in this magic trick. The only thing that's a bit imprecise is that we didn't show us the inside of the carton, but it has nothing to do with the magic effect. It's because the prickly pear has disappeared, and it's not that there are more things. People are numb. The glass table is transparent, the camera can see the tabletop and the bottom of the table, the clocks all over the wall can prove that it is not an edit. Who can tell me how it is done? All of you are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either /phoneme crazy or numb. Am I the only one who follows the video owner?" Seeing this, Chen Xian clicked on the homepage of the video host. Name, Kid Cheeman Introduction, the last descendant of Cheeman in China. There is only one work, which is a new number. Magic is magic. What kind of gimmick are you doing? I hate this kind of people the most. Muttering something, when Chen Xian exited the homepage, he clicked to follow. Have I been blasted? After uploading the video, Lin Yi went to the toilet. When he came back, his phone kept ringing. 10 seconds later, his phone froze. Turning on the phone again and opening the short video, Lin Yi finally knew the reason for his phone card. The video he posted went viral. In just 10 minutes, there were thousands of likes, hundreds of comments, and millions of views. Lin Yi clicked his tongue a little. What he didn't know was that his stats were against the sky. Excluding those who brush phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data/phoneme, in the case of real phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data/phoneme, the ratio of his playback volume, likes, attention and comments is extremely high. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data/phoneme has reached the standard so quickly, and you can apply for the original alliance. You can't get paid just by posting videos. Lin Yi also inquired about it before. You need to join the platform's original long-form video incentive plan. The conditions for applying to join must first have fans, and secondly, you must have published at least one original long-form video. In the video, he directly met the standard. Opening the back end of the software, Lin Yi glanced at the thousands of private messages, the contents of which were also varied, some asking for decryption, some asking for apprenticeship, and some claiming to be MSN organizations who wanted to sign him, and the signing fee was just mentioned. After setting Do Not Disturb for messages, Lin Yi opened the official application page, and after submitting the original long video incentive plan, exited the software and went to a certain metal company. Naturally, he went to the metal company to buy silver. With the current price of silver, if he went to buy sterling silver, he would not have enough money to buy 20 caddies. The industrial silver he wanted to buy, he had just called to make an appointment. The other party's industrial silver can be sold in bulk. Lin Yi was going out here. What he didn't know was that the video he posted on the short video platform had already caused waves. A worry media. How about it? Is the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme real? It's true, and the attention ratio is too high. According to the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme from the technical department, the number of readings and attention has reached an astonishing 8-to-1. 8-to-1. The company executives present gasped. As a large MCN organization, they knew what this meant. It means that a brand new account of top internet celebrities is about to appear. It's horrible. No other industry has such high phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme. iPhoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme, a novel a few days ago. The author said 500 favorites, and finally 100 subscribers, 12 dash. The angry author will be a eunuch. Novels are different. It costs money to subscribe. There are still many netizens in China who are used to whoring for free. It doesn't cost money to pay attention. In addition, the content of this video has aroused everyone's curiosity, so naturally the attention will be high. I just asked the person in charge of the platform, and the person in charge revealed that this is a new account, and it has not been signed with any organization. Let someone contact the other party privately to sign the contract. Boss, what level of contract will you sign with? Let's set a level temporarily. Magic is not easy. If this person knows such a magic, it will be short-lived. Another agency. Find him, offer him an S-level contract offer, and give him a signing fee of 100 million when signing the contract. In the later stage, the company promises no less than 500 million traffic promotion fees. Boss, is this too risky? What if this person knows such a magic trick? This is a gamble. Among the internet celebrities we signed, which ones were signed and packaged before they became popular, there are no real newcomers now. Before the release of the work, a team has already started packaging. Countless MCN organizations were moved by Lin Yi's short video, and at the moment, several employees in the original incentive department of the short video platform were complaining boredly. What kind of eye-catching content is this? I filmed my day-to-day life, slept until noon and woke up, then asked someone to massage, then went to a restaurant, and soaked my feet at night to sing. I dare to apply. Can this thing be promoted? You're pretty good. My side is even weirder. Can't you get an anti-shake device for shooting? The camera shakes like Parkinson's. I think our department will be cancelled sooner or later. Now there are no real newcomers. The so-called newcomers are also packaged by those agencies in advance, and a professional operation team is invited to write and shoot the script. The company started the original incentive department because all the top internet celebrities now belong to MCN organizations. Fearing that these MCN organizations will be too big, they decided to discover some potential newcomers who have not signed with MCN organizations. However, the department was established for a month, and few potential newcomers were found, and the video quality was not high. In fact, it is easy to understand. Except for some professional science explanation accounts, shooting accounts have very high requirements for photography, editing, copywriting, including radio. Generally, newcomers can't understand all these by themselves. The video effect they shoot naturally, it is not as good as a professional team. Hey, there is a new magic account, and it suddenly became popular, and a video became a trending search. It should be another newcomer who is about to be launched by some organization, and the traffic bot with money will be the hot search. Old Wang, don't talk nonsense. I just watched this video. The magic is amazing. Which organization launched this newcomer? Don't worry about which institution, it's impossible to be an amateur anyway, and it has nothing to do with us. Lao Wang sighed, and suddenly glanced at the computer screen of a young colleague, and asked with some doubts, Xiaowu, this magic is really amazing, but you don't have to shake, and we watch videos during work hours. Don't use the computer to flash, in case the leader sees it, you will be criticized again. Brother Wang, I am not a computer-generated video, but an application video that popped up automatically in the background. Xiao Wu zoomed out the video, and Lao Wang and the others immediately poked their heads over. When they saw the background page of the work, the whole office was eerily silent, only the sound of everyone's rapid breathing. It's really a separate creator, not an MCN organization. Shouldn't any MCN organization dare to apply for originality incentives so boldly? Original incentives are aimed at independent creators who are not MCN organizations. The platform will promote creators' video traffic, while MCN organizations can only spend money to buy traffic, and then rely on video quality to accept traffic algorithm testing. Next, flow pool. If the MCN organization dares to break this bottom line, it will wait to be completely blocked by the company. Quick, reported quickly, our department may have to feel proud this time. Give him traffic and see how popular his video can be. In Raochang, a small media company, only one boy and one girl were looking at another girl with a cute face, with worried expressions on their faces. "Wan AI, aren't we still here? We have such a large fan base, we can still do it. Yes, now as long as our content is good, we can still have traffic. I don't believe they can cover the sky with one hand." Hearing the words of comfort from her two partners, Zhang Nuanyuan managed to put on a smile on her face. After graduating from university a year ago, she started a self-media business, set up a studio, and took on local promotional activities. Mainly it is to explore the store to attract traffic to the store, and some stores hold activities to promote it. After a year, the account has reached more than 30 fans. For a local life account like her, 30 fans is already very powerful, and the studio can be supported by advertising fees. Several friends saw that she did a good job and wanted to do this, so they went to shoot, to increase their popularity, but she, who was not deeply involved in the world, never thought that human nature could not stand the test. Out of trust, she didn't sign a contract with these friends, but only verbally said about the dividends. She didn't expect that these people would all run away after accumulating some fans. The reason for running away is very simple. Wuyo Media opened a branch in this city. At first, they found her and asked her to sign with their company, but she refused. I didn't expect that the person in charge of the branch could not sign her. Contact her friends privately and poach those friends away. That's not enough. Relying on strong capital, the person in charge directly found those merchants and said to help them promote them for free, but they had to sign an exclusive agreement and not allow other companies to promote. The company's way out. Worry-free media can afford to lose in the early stage. As long as they are gone, you can find merchants to charge fees at that time. It is exactly the same as some internet companies burning money to subsidize and kill competitors. Moreover, worry-free media is not completely free. The store promotes group buying activity packages, and every time an order is sold, a commission is charged. Don't worry, I won't be knocked down so easily. In the afternoon, let's visit a few stores and ask them if they have any intention of cooperation. We will also publicize them for free and get a commission from the order. Zhang Nuanyuan encouraged herself. At the beginning, she had no fans, and now she has 30 fans. I don't believe it can be worse now. Nuan, a video in our local area went viral, with more than 100 million likes and more than 50 fans. Just when Zhang Nuanyuan packed up her emotions and was about to cheer up, her colleague suddenly exclaimed, picked up her mobile phone and showed her a video from the same city. It was a magic video. This magician is too powerful, he can't see any flaws at all, and he can't get so many followers. Compared with her colleagues who were amazed at the magic of magic, Zhang Nuanyuan was indeed a little curious about the magician himself. For some reason, although the other party was wearing a mask, she always felt a little familiar in figure, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Kind of like my cousin. But then Zhang Nuanyuan dispelled this idea, since his cousin doesn't know magic, so it can't be his cousin. Thinking of my cousin, it seems that I haven't contacted my cousin for a long time, so I can't blame myself. My mother is pressing me hard, and I follow my mother's order to introduce my cousin to a girlfriend, and my cousin treats her as a girlfriend a few times in a row. After losing the prehistoric beast, he stopped contacting him for nothing. Yesterday is still fresh old money and silver building. A gold and silver processing shop in an alley in the old city. Lin Yi was currently melting industrial silver for Master Qian. He bought silver plates from a metal company, but he wanted to bring them to ancient times, so he couldn't use silver plates, but had to smelt them into silver ingots. Lin Yi wasn't worried about private minting of official silver. When he was imprisoned in the courtyard, he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red /phoneme a small storybook, which mentioned the private minting of silver ingots. The bureaucrats of the Dogon dynasty were corrupt, and not much of the tax money collected went into the treasury, and it was embezzled layer by layer. At the beginning, the officials of the Dogon government had to smelt the official money to avoid bad influence when it was spent. But at the back, it was completely flat. In order to save trouble, the procedure of returning the tax silver to the furnace and recasting it with the official silver stamp was directly cancelled. This is also convenient for filling private pockets, and you can go out to spend directly with tax money, saving you having to find a place to smelt it privately. In your movie, the props are really thoughtful. They are really silver. Of course, we are a big investment, and every link strives to be realistic. Lin Yi and Master Qian chatted with a smile. The reason he came to smelt industrial silver was that he was an employee of a film and television company, and he wanted to shoot a costume drama to make some ancient silver ingots as props. Master Qian also has molds for silver ingots. Modern people play with flowers and make gold ingots and silver ingots a lot, but most of them use pure gold and silver, and there are few industrial silvers. The processing fee is 50 yuan per caddy. Master Qian, do you have a look at this bracelet? At the door of the store, a middle-aged woman and an old man walked in. The woman was holding a jewelry box, and after opening it was a gold bracelet. Lin Yi glanced at the gold bracelet, and saw that the style was more than 10 years ago. Old man, sit down. Looking at the old man following behind the middle-aged woman, Lin Yi stood up from the stool and offered his seat to the old man. It's just that after Lin Yi finished speaking, both Master Qian and the middle-aged woman looked at him. Both of them looked confused. Little brother, what are you talking about? Where did the old man come from? I almost lost the musket you said. Master Qian's words stunned Lin Yaru after being struck by lightning. He looked at the middle-aged woman's expression and confirmed that Master Qian was not joking with him. Neither Master Qian nor the middle-aged woman could see the old man in front of him. Hell again. For a moment, Lin Yi thought of that old manly, and thought of the words of Taoist Ding Xian. One's own soul is unstable and easy to see ghosts. It turns out that not only the other world, but also the real world can be seen by oneself. Haha, I'm just kidding. Lin Yi let out a ha and walked over, looking at the old man, and the old man also smiled at him at the moment. With this smile, his old face was all wrinkled, and Lin Yi felt a little nervous when he saw it. Young man, don't be afraid. I'm Aixiang's father. He just died yesterday. I didn't have time to say something to my daughter when I was with her. But now that I'm dead, my daughter can't hear anything. I want you to help me, young man. I relayed some words to my daughter. The corner of Lin Ye's mouth twitched. He just died yesterday. The old man said it as easily as eating. What's the matter? The corpse is still fresh. Ahem, Master Qian, you are busy first. I'm going out to take a breath. My butt hurts from sitting for too long. There was a rich master and the old man's daughter in the store. Lin Yi couldn't talk, so he said hello and walked out of the store, walking towards an alley beside him. 2 minutes later, Lin Yi knew what happened to the old man. Before his death, the old man worked as a lumber guard in a timber factory. He earned more than 20,000 yuan a month. He lived in the factory on weekdays, because the factory gave cash to him. The old man was afraid that the money would be stolen, so he put the money where it should be. In a jar, I found a place to bury it. Originally, the old man wanted to wait until he was too old to work, and then go home with money, but he didn't expect to come back from dinner at his daughter's house yesterday, and accidentally fell down in the dark, because it was night, and he was discovered after a few hours, is out of breath. As the saying goes, children are afraid of choking, and the elderly are afraid of falling. Even for an old man who looks strong and healthy on weekdays, once he falls and gets injured, various diseases will follow, and his body can easily be overwhelmed. Because he didn't disclose the hidden money to his daughter before his death, the old man's soul refused to leave after death, but people and ghosts have different paths, and the daughter couldn't see him, let alone hear him speak. Lin Yi was a little embarrassed. If he told the old man's family, wouldn't that be the same as telling them that he could see ghosts? At that time, the old man's younger generation will pester him again, wanting to see the old man or something, and make trouble for himself for no reason. Young man, I won't let you help for nothing. If you think it's troublesome, you can dig out the money and put it secretly at the door of my daughter's house. In order to express your gratitude for your help, you can take 3,000 yuan as a reward. Lin Yi was a little moved, but wouldn't it be a little immoral to earn money from dead people, and would shorten his life? Thinking of this, Lin Yi had a thought, and he traveled back to the different world again, opened the package on the ground, and changed into the clothes of the different world. Taoist Master Dingxian, open the door. Dao, little Taoist priest Dao, open the door quickly. Back in another world, Lin Yi walked out of the house he wanted to buy, walked to Qingfeng Wanmen, and started knocking on the door and shouting loudly. 3 minutes later, the gate opened, and Taoist Dingxian looked at him with a cold face with dark circles under his eyes. Taoist, I have something I want to consult. Lin Yi ignored Taoist Dingxian's unfriendly expression, and said with a chuckle, if there is a family. Will I be punished if I accept this money? Taoist Dingxian remained silent. Lin Yi thought for a while, then took out another small silver shard from his sleeve and handed it over. Taoist Dingxian looked better, and said, Young Master Lin, don't worry, taking this money will not bring any retribution to young Master Lin, let alone shortening your life. Why? When the old man comes home after drinking late at night, if the daughter and son-in-law are filial and send the old man home, the old man will not fall and die. If the children are not filial, the old man dies suddenly and fails to tell where the money is buried, so the old man will make a deal with Mr. Lin. This is their own financial ruin. If they are filial enough, how can they have Mr. Lin's share? As long as Mr. Lin is not a lion, it is fine to ask for more than half of the hidden money. Thank you for your guidance, I understand. Lin Yi clasped his fists and turned to leave. Taoist Dingxian said coldly, Young Master Lin, I would like to advise you not to deal with ghosts. Lin Yi was stunned. When he looked back, Taoist Dingxian had already closed the gate, so he could only smile helplessly. Taoist priest misunderstood him, it was the ghost who came to him on his own initiative. Behind the door, the little Taoist Da asked puzzledly, Master, what do you mean by your last sentence? In just 1 hour, the soul in his body became a little unstable again. He estimated that his money was earned from Inhun. Inhun's money is not so easy to earn. If this continues for 3 days, he will become a lost soul. Then Master, why don't you persuade Mr. Lin? Dao, you have to remember. Ding Xiandao said long and earnestly, it's hard to persuade a damned ghost, especially when it comes to money. This kind of people have tasted the sweetness of making money, and they can't be persuaded. Pestering you to solve it for him. But I feel that Mr. Lin is not such a person. How old are you, your master? I have traveled all over the world, and I have seen a lot of people. Don't talk to this kind of people, otherwise it will be easy to implicate yourself. Lin Yu went back to the house to change his clothes, teleported back to the modern age, looked at the old man standing in front of him, and said, I promise, I will give the money to your daughter, and I will only take 3,000. Young man, thank you. The old man hastily expressed his thanks. Lin Yu waved his hand, no, I'm paid too, it's just a deal. Walking out of the alley and returning to the store, the old man's daughter had already left. Lin Yi asked curiously, Master Qian, did that elder sister change the bracelet for you just now? What kind of money to change? It's for sale. It's also a miserable person. Yesterday, the old father at home fell to his death while walking, and my husband got cancer and took medicine all the year round. Now I don't have any money for the funeral of the old father. I want to pawn it. Bracelets for some money. Lin Yi was taken aback for a moment, then glanced at the old man on one side. Good guy, the son-in-law has no money for medical treatment, and you, the father-in-law, hide the money, aren't you the only child, you keep the money for your own retirement. The old man had a bitter expression on his face, and explained, my son-in-law's illness can't be cured. The son-in-law gave up on himself. She is stubborn, but she doesn't give up. The family money is spent on the son-in-law's treatment. The two children will study in the future. What about going to school? My money is reserved for the children. Lin Yi was silent. Maybe the old man's behavior was a little selfish, but from a certain point of view, it was the right choice. Too many families have been dragged down because of these incurable diseases, people have not survived, and they owe a lot of debts. The elderly can't be wrong when they think about the future of their grandchildren. Little brother, it's done. It's 30 caddies in total. I'll give you a discount. 1,030 caddies will be enough. Thank you, Master Qian. Lin Yi gave the money, put the silver ingots in his school bag, walked out of the shop with the school bag on his back, looked at the old man and said, "Take me to dig money." An hour later, Lin Yi was in the corner counting the money he took out of the jar, all of which were $100, a total of 67,000. After taking the money, Lin Yi followed the old man to his daughter's house. When passing by the door of a bank, Lin Yi stopped and walked towards the bank. "Young man, what is this?" The old man seemed a little afraid of the bank and didn't dare to follow him in. "I'll save the 3,000 yuan I should take." Lin Yi didn't turn his head, and his voice floated from the door of the bank. 15 minutes later, in an old community, Lin Yi came out of an apartment building. "You don't need to give it away. I also know from Master Qian that your family is not easy. It just so happens that our foundation has a donation activity for cancer patients recently. The money is not mine. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, so don't thank me." Under the grateful eyes of the woman, Lin Yi quickly walked out of the community. As soon as he walked out of the community, the smile on his face disappeared. Behind him, at the gate of the community, the old man was constantly bowing to him. Lin Yi didn't turn his head, and waved his hands impatiently to the back. He didn't want to look back at the old man, he was annoyed when he saw it. "I didn't make any money, so I paid, by myself." Service Xiuhu back home, Lin Yi looked at his balance, feeling a little helpless. "Going out for a trip, only 4,000 yuan is left when I come back." The protagonist of other people's novels, Goldfinger is always popular and hot, but he is lucky, and he will soon become a pauper. Am I going to be the first actor who has a golden finger and has to go to work to receive 996 blessings? I'm counting on you now. Taking out his mobile phone, Lin Yi opened the short video software, and immediately checked the background system messages. When he saw that the application was approved, he was relieved that his way to make money was finally here. Damn it, I have 100 million followers, is that an exaggeration? It has reached more than 50 likes and 4,000 million views. After seeing the background phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme, even though he knew that his magic video would definitely become popular, Lin Yi was still shocked. This is the popularity of the whole network. The most important thing is that he refreshed it, and the playback volume increased by hundreds of thousands. Is the traffic so high? After watching it for a while, Lin Yi understood the reason. He became the number one in the hot search on the platform, and netizens kept coming in through the hot search. Are all netizens this boring? And it's not just his hot search that is related to his video, there are several hot searches related to him on the entire list. Hot search item, where did the prickly pear go? Top, searches, what is Chiman transporting technique? Out of curiosity, Lin Yi clicked on some related videos, and found that most of them were analyzing his magic tricks. There were various speculations about where the prickly pear had gone, and the most analysis still felt that it had something to do with the paper box. Guess, you won't be able to figure out the reason even if you guess death. The carton was not displayed under the camera. This was done on purpose by Lin Yi. He wanted to give the netizens an object of suspicion. The design is exquisite, and then keep watching to find flaws. The 8th hot search was a bit serious, but after seeing the no. 14 hot search related videos, Lin Yi was a little speechless. These videos were all related to Chiman. Some are popular science about what is Chiman, and some introduce the technique of transporting, and all kinds of folk techniques have popped up. Some even swear that what they drew is the handprint of the Chiman transfer technique. They used to have it in their family, but it was lost later. Others said that their ancestors belonged to a strange family, and they began to take advantage of the heat to advertise for apprentices and sell talismans. I won't be banned for publicity. Lin Yi was in a cold sweat watching it. The reason why he was a strange boy was indeed a gimmick, but another reason was that he had seen such an expert as Taoist Ding Xian in a different world. There are different worlds, and maybe modern times woolen cloth. Even if it doesn't exist now, it should have existed in ancient times, and it's not considered something out of thin air if you build a strange door yourself. It doesn't matter, anyway. I don't expect to make money by becoming an internet celebrity, I just earn the initial capital. When the account is blocked, it will be blocked. Lin Yi didn't think about these things, and clicked on the income list in the background with a little excitement. The string of numbers displayed on the screen made his heart beat a little faster. 10 yuan. This video brought him 10 yuan in creative incentive income. It's no wonder everyone wants to be an internet celebrity. Once you become popular, the money will come in quickly. I can earn 10 yuan from a single video. This is because there is an upper limit for creative rewards, and the maximum is 10 yuan. Those internet celebrities accept advertisements for merchants themselves, and the advertising fee can't be in the millions. Lin Yi clicked his tongue. This original long video reward program for short videos was set up to support some independent creators. The normal 1,000 views are 100 yuan, 1,000 million is 1,000, and million views is million will be gone. The upper limit is here. Join the reward plan. The account cannot be entered into the MCN organization within 1 year. The copyright of the video belongs to the creator himself, but the platform is exclusive. The video is not allowed to be uploaded on other platforms, and the platform can use the video for third-party publicity and drainage. Lin Yi took a look at the cooperation agreement, and it was acceptable. After all, he took other people's money, so it would definitely not be good to upload it to other platforms, but he could choose to delete the video. Ding dong! Just as Lin Yi was still looking at the terms of the cooperation, there was a voice of news. I set up private messages to do not disturb, and it is impossible to send ordinary messages. Lin Yi returned to the message page and found that it was sent by the official. Master Chiman, hello, I am an employee of the original reward department. My name is Hu Tian. This is my phone number, dedicated to serve you. If you have any questions, you can send me a message, or call my telephone. Lin Yi didn't intend to communicate on the phone. He wanted to maintain a sense of mystery, so he typed and asked, is the upper limit of your creative rewards only 10 yuan? In less than 10 seconds, the other party replied to the message. Looking at the long string of words, Lin Yi admired the other party's typing speed. Shiman, it's like this, our creation rewards are only a maximum of, but you can increase your income by linking small programs or games under the video, as long as you activate the star map function, and you can also open a store function, put products on sale. Open the star map? It's not that Lin Yi doesn't understand short videos at all. When he decided to upload the video, he deliberately searched the internet for several ways to make money from short videos. In addition to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme streaming and brand customized advertisements, he went to the official star map to receive advertisements. But it was also said on the internet that the review time for an account to open a star map is 5 working days, which is 1 week to put it bluntly. I need money urgently now. It will take several days to review the opening of the star map, right? The opening of the star map is indeed subject to review, and I can help Chiman to give you a reminder. How long will it take to remind me? About an hour. If Mr. Chiman feels slow, I can report to the leader. Half an hour is enough. Lin Yi. For some reason, a boy wearing black-rimmed glasses and pimples appeared in Lin Yi's mind. He was staring at the picture on the screen in fear, fearing that he would be dissatisfied. Thinking about these things, Lin Yi felt a little funny, dispelled the thoughts in his mind, and typed, no, just give me a rush. Okay, Chiman is big. Seeing that the other party did not send any more messages, Hu Tian also breathed a sigh of relief. For ordinary creators, and even some well-known small internet celebrities, he doesn't have to be a bird, and even the other party has to curry favor with him. After all, they control promotion and review Quan, but in the face of Chiman Dede, he can only serve him cautiously. 4,000 million views is nothing if it is placed on people's livelihood or some hot social news, but a magic video is terrifying. The most important thing is stickiness. The 4,000 million broadcasts have increased by nearly 1 million fans, and they are still real fans. This is much more real than those so-called internet celebrities with tens of millions of fans, most of whom are zombie fans. Especially those anchors who bring goods, break through tens of millions of fans at every turn, and come to a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast to celebrate. They are all zombie fans for themselves, so that they can use this excuse to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast and sell goods. But Hu Tian is willing to serve them even if they have to be cautious, and their performance is also linked to the performance of the creators they serve. If it weren't for the fact that he was the first to see Chi Minda's application in the background, this opportunity would not have fallen to him. Lin Yi signed the contract online, and the 10 yuan will be credited to the account immediately. After choosing to withdraw cash to the account, he immediately ordered 1,000 caddies of industrial silver from the metal company, and asked the other party to deliver the goods to the door, including smelting industrial silver. All the gas torches and crucible equipment used were also sent up together. After placing the order, Lin Yi began to arrange the magic scene. My apartment is still a little inconvenient. I should change to a bigger house, so that I can directly use a room as a magic room. With the income from the short video, it is no problem for Lin Yi to rent a 3-bedroom and 1 living room, but he already has a golden finger, so how can he still rent a house? After the scene was set up, Lin Yi began to think about what kind of magic trick he was going to perform this time. Thinking of the comments made by those sand sculpture netizens on the internet, Lin Yi decided to make them completely doubt life this time. This time, instead of using prickly pears, he chose pomelo. The previous performance was the same as that of prickly pears, the difference is that this time he smeared out the business logo on the carton. After flattening the paper box, I stretched out my hand, and the grapefruit on the palm was also gone. Then I showed the inside of the flattened paper box to the camera with my left hand to confirm that there was nothing in the paper box, and then put the paper box back together again. Covered on the right hand. It was still a flying talisman, and Lin Yi didn't care if it was the same as the first time he drew it. After finishing the drawing, he opened the paper box with his left hand, and the grapefruit appeared again in the palm of his right hand. Throwing the carton aside, Lin Yi picked up the fruit knife on the table, and cut open the grapefruit in front of the camera, revealing the grapefruit flesh inside, proving that it was a real grapefruit, not an elastic prop. After the video was shot, Lin Yi opened the short video platform, logged into the star map, and selected among the many advertisements. Finally, his eyes lit up and he found a company selling grapefruit agricultural and sideline products, which were also agricultural products. The commission is 5%. This commission is not high, but it fits well with my video, and it's agricultural products, so let's do it. After hanging up the product link, Lin Yi chose to upload the video, and when the video was uploaded, the industrial silver seller over there also delivered the goods to the door. After checking and accepting the goods, Lin Yi began to smelt them according to the operation method of Master Yin Lu. And just as Lin Yi was smelting the silver, at this moment, on the short video platform, the video he posted went viral again. Ding dong! Chen Xian was playing with his mobile phone, when the short video software suddenly popped up an attention reminder. Then the magician posted a video again? Chen Xian quickly clicked on the video, and when he saw the same content as before, he couldn't help but have a look of disappointment on his face. This is what he was doing, but it just changed from a prickly pear to an orange. However, seeing the back, Chen Xian's expression ranged from disappointment to shock, and finally to goosebumps. How did he do it? How on earth did he do it? Is there really such a thing as a strange transport technique in this world? Don't worry about the media. Boss, Kid Shiman posted another video. It's too unwise to post the second video so soon. Now that the popularity of his first video has not been digested, if he posts a video at this time, if the content is not as exciting as the first one, it will affect the fans. 1 minute later. Damn it, no wonder you dare to post a video, must sign Shiman Kid. This situation is happening in many media organizations at the moment. People are numb again. How did he do it? This is an ordinary orange. The grapefruit peel and flesh cannot be faked. You can fake pomelo meat and pomelo peel, but I don't believe that you can fake pomelo juice. You idiots, you want to study pomelo. Didn't you see the link for pomelo? Just buy one and try it out for yourself. There really are grapefruit sellers, or agricultural products. I've placed an order. Chen Xin looked at these comments. Although she knew that it must have nothing to do with grapefruit, she subconsciously clicked on the link and placed an order. Anyway, it is agricultural products, so she should support the farmer uncle. Zuoxian Town. Changjin, I really want to agree to their conditions. This condition doesn't make any money at all. Why should these people make money? Now that more than half of the farmers in the town grow grapefruits, these grapefruits cannot be sold. Chang Xiao smiled wryly. She came to the town this year. Last year, the person in charge of the town started a pomelo plantation, and then took the way of e-commerce to help the sales of agricultural products. The people who planted pomelo made money. The person in charge was transferred this year, and the other people saw that growing grapefruits made money, so they also planted grapefruits. This year, the production of grapefruits in the town has increased by almost times compared to last year. The production has increased, but the market has disappeared. It sold well last year, because there were not many grapefruits, and the higher authorities gave support, but this year is different. Everywhere is promoting agricultural products, and the higher authorities have reduced their support, and the online platform does not pay much attention to them at all. She has contacted those e-commerce platforms, and what they reported was that there are a lot of agricultural products every year, and they can't push them, so they can only put them in the list of agricultural aid projects. But as other platforms said, so many agricultural products across the country are listed on the list, whether netizens can see it is a problem, let alone place an order to buy it. The internet celebrity responsible for bringing the goods this time was contacted by her acquaintances, but what she didn't expect was that this internet celebrity would lower the price so low that the common people hardly made any money. After a year of hard work, suffering can only save capital, but capital preservation is better than grapefruits that cannot be sold and end up losing money in the hands. They ask for such a high commission, and when they sell it in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib live/phoneme broadcast room, they have to let fans buy it under the name of helping farmers. Isn't he afraid that we will expose him? Hearing the indignation of his subordinates, Cheng Xiao sighed. He was just playing side by side in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib live/phoneme broadcast room, using netizens' sympathy for farmers to sell goods. As long as he didn't mention how much money he made, there would be no problem. As for exposing it, it's not that Cheng Xiao never thought of doing it, but they also hinted that there is a circle of internet celebrities who bring goods. As long as she exposes it, other internet celebrities will not come to help in the future bring goods. To put it bluntly, these internet celebrities are all the same, but the grapefruit trees cannot be pulled out by the common people just like this, and grapefruits still need to be planted. After this year's unprofitable production, next year's production will decrease, so it will be easy to sell. Changjin, can we sign the contract? After signing, we will contact Xiaojie and ask him to come and help farmers sell grapefruits. Cheng Xiao looked at the man who walked in, and made a look at his subordinates, seeing if they did, they were on guard. Instead of coming to sign the contract in person, they found a third-party company to sign the agreement. When the time comes, if the matter is settled, push everything to the third-party company responsible for product selection, then apologize, give some compensation, and the matter will pass. Can. Cheng Xiao signed his name on the contract. Seeing Cheng Xiao's signature, the man was overjoyed. Agricultural products are not easy to sell, but agricultural products under the banner of helping farmers are easy to sell. Especially for someone like Xiaojie who has many fans, he can sell at a high price and be praised by his fans. As for the price being higher than what they received from the farmers, isn't that normal? Manual packaging and shipping are also costly. Secretary Chang, don't worry, with Xiaojie's ability, he will be able to sell these grapefruits to farmers. The man took the pen and was about to sign the contract, but at this moment, a person rushed in from outside the door. Can't sign. When Cheng Xiao saw his colleague Li Ming rushing in suddenly, he was a little puzzled, and the man who was just about to sign with a pen was even more frightened by Li Ming's yelling, and the pen in his hand was scared away. Changjin, What's the matter with your subordinate? You must know that many merchants are scrambling to find Xiaojie to bring goods. This time, we came to the town because of Mr. Li's face. Mr. Li in the man's mouth is a friend of Chang Xiao, and Chang Xiao also contacted the other party through him. Anyone who likes to ask you to bring goods can go to you. We don't need you to sell our grapefruit. Li Ming choked directly, not saving face for the man at all. Changjin, is this what you mean? The man looked at Chang Xiao with a smirk. Chang Xiao didn't answer, but looked at Li Ming. Li Ming knew about the situation of grapefruit planting in the town, and he wouldn't say that without a reason. She waited for Li Ming to tell him she has a reasonable explanation. Changjin, we don't have to worry about selling the grapefruits in our town. Netizens have already placed 10,000 plus orders for the grapefruits we hang on the short video e-commerce platform. Li Ming was very excited. He almost yelled out these words. Chang Xiao's pretty face showed disbelief. How is this possible? She posted the link on the internet, but in fact, she was holding the idea that talking is better than nothing, and she didn't expect to sell many. It has been posted for more than 10 days, and 100 orders have not been sold. Sell 10,000 plus orders, who are you fooling? For the products you list online, the commission is only 5%. Which internet celebrity will link? That's because you don't want to. There are always people who are willing, and they are better than you. Li Ming nodded, then took out his mobile phone and clicked on a video. Changjin, look at this video, is the link linked to us? It has already sold 13 copies. Chang Xiao took the mobile phone and clicked on the product link. Looking at the sales displayed, he felt a little short of breath. The next moment he walked to the computer beside him and opened the sales background of the website. When he saw the 134,663 orders displayed on the background, really believe it. I'm sorry, I don't think we need to cooperate anymore. If you need to reimburse the fare, you can print the invoice and send it to us, and we will reimburse you within 30 days. Chang Xiao looked at the man, and when he said this, he felt his whole body all went much smoother. If it wasn't for the people in the town, with her temperament, she would have told this guy to go out. The man felt the sarcasm in Chang Xiao's words, and snorted coldly, the mountains don't change, let's wait and see. Seeing the man leaving with a sullen face, Chang Xiao's subordinate gave a poo towards the door, and said, seeing his sullen face, why do I feel so happy, and dare to threaten us, Changjin, why don't I find someone to give it to me? He does something. Don't mess around. Chang Xiao stopped her. After staying at the grassroots level for a year, she also knows some of the working styles of the grassroots. As long as she uses some tricks, she can definitely let these guys go in and stay for a few days. Chang Xiao looked at Li Ming and asked suspiciously, Li Ming, what's going on? Why does this person list our products? I'm not very clear about this. Maybe it's because the magic he performed happened to use grapefruit as a prop, so he chose ours. How is it possible that if you use pomelo, you can still sell it so well by linking us? Chang Xiao's subordinates felt a little inconceivable. Changjin, you will know after watching the video carefully. Just now, Chang Xiao was only looking at the sales volume, but Chang Xiao didn't watch the video carefully. After watching it now, the expression on her pretty face is a bit exciting. She doesn't know why this magician chose their products to link to, but the reason why netizens place orders, she understood the reason. I was shocked by the magical magic of the magician, and I thought about buying a grapefruit and trying it when I went back. Changjin, this magician really helped us a lot. In this way, many grapefruits grown by ordinary people can be sold, and the rest will be distributed to various counties for easy sale. I want to thank you. Chang Xiao knew that if she sent a private message to the other party now, they might not necessarily phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme it, but in the end she still had the mentality of giving it a try, and left a note explaining the situation and expressing her gratitude. Now that there is a market, I will report to the higher authorities and try to get some support. It is not an easy task to deliver so many express delivery. Netizens trust us. We must pick good grapefruits and tell the fruit growers that rotten ones and useless ones don't want any mature ones, and once you find out, you will immediately cancel the acquisition quota. Farmers are very simple, but because of this, their vision is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme limited. Some fruit farmers only care about their own interests and have no overall view. In order to make more money and reduce losses, they will package and mail some immature or rotten grapefruits. On the other side, it took more than an hour to smelt another caddies of silver ingots, put them in a sack together with the previous caddies of silver ingots, and carried them to another world. He wanted to let Taoist Ding Xian know what the power of money is. Unstable soul master, Mr. Lin is here. Why is he here again? Taoist Ding Xian looked disgusted. Mr. Lin bought the house next door to our Taoist temple. He came to give gifts as a neighbor. Gift? When Taoist Ding Xian heard these two words, his disgusted face turned pale instantly, and he walked out quickly to greet him. Mr. Lin is really polite, Dao. I still don't serve tea to Mr. Lin. Thank you, sir. After a while, Dao came over with tea. Taoist Ding Xian said with a smile, I don't have any good tea in this Taoist temple. Don't dislike a cup of rough tea, Mr. Lin. The Taoist priest is modest. Lin Yi sipped his tea imitating the ancients while being polite. The rest of the words were really rough and bitter. Taoist Ding Xian also took the teacup handed over by his apprentice, blew on it but didn't drink it, and looked at the wooden box Lin Yi put on the table. I took the opportunity to lift the lid of the wooden box. The next moment, Taoist Ding Xian straightened his eyes a little, retracted his sleeves, and said to the side with great enlightenment, Master, I remembered that last time a pilgrim from a tea shop left a few taels of good tea when he came to burn incense. Give it to Mr. Lin. The corner of Lin Ye's mouth twitched. How could the old Taoist have forgotten that he had no intention of entertaining him with good tea at all? It was only after seeing the silver taels in his wooden box that his attitude towards him changed. The wooden box was not big, and it contained only 10 taels of silver. This time he brought 500 taels. He bought the house for more than 100 taels, and there were more than 300 taels left. You can't just throw 100 taels as soon as you come up. Soon, Dao served 2 cups of tea again, and even changed the cups, which had beautiful patterns. Pick up the teacup, the tea smells tangy, take a sip, the fragrance stays in your mouth and teeth. The old Taoist is not a human being. Lin Yi cursed in his heart, and the old Taoist also drank this time. Lin Yi put down his teacup, and the old Taoist also put down his teacup. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Ahem, Mr. Lin bought a new house, and the old Taoist, as a neighbor, must also bring a gift. The old Taoist stood up and walked towards the Sanqing Hall of the Taoist temple. After a while, he came back with a talisman in his hand. Mr. Lin, this is a townhouse talisman. It is the old Taoist. Congratulations to Mr. Lin for buying a house. Thank you, sir. Lin Yi was not polite to the old Taoist. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme. After receiving the talisman, he said worriedly, Master Taoist, you said that my soul is unstable and I can easily see ghosts. Now that the world is chaotic, people die every day. I am really afraid in my heart. I don't know if the Taoist priest can save me. The old Taoist sighed, and said, Mr. Lin, the old Taoist will tell you a story. Lin Yi, all ears. 40 years ago, a pilgrim came to the Taoist temple to ask my master for advice. It was also because his soul was unstable, but my master didn't take action to solve it. Does Mr. Lin know the reason? That person has done a lot of evil? Lin Yi guessed. That's not true. This person was just an ordinary farmer a few years ago. In a few years, he suddenly became rich. He bought a house and married several wives. Although his wealth made people jealous, he never caused any trouble. Lin Yi frowned. Since he didn't do anything evil, why did the old Taoist master refuse to save him? I was also puzzled about this matter at the time. After the pilgrim left, I asked the master why, and the master told me that this person has no skills, no talents, but suddenly became rich. The source of the money is mysterious, and his soul is unstable. The two must be related. This kind of person is hard to save. Speaking of this, the old Taoist gave Lin Yi a meaningful look, and continued, the old Taoist didn't understand what the master said at the time, and it wasn't long before the pilgrim went to the Taoist temple again, and after the master explained the danger, he finally confessed his method of getting money. This person was a tenant a few years ago. When he was guarding the field at night, he saw a wild fox appearing. He followed the wild fox and found the cave where the wild foxes lived. He blocked all the wild foxes in the cave and prepared to when they caught them all in one catch. One of the old foxes came out with the money and begged for mercy. The old fox not only gave him silver, but also told him that in the future, as long as he brings poultry, he can trade gold, silver, and treasures with them. This person naturally agreed when he heard it. By trading with the wild fox, this person earned money in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a rich life. These wild foxes can't conjure gold and silver out of thin air. These gold and silver are all excavated from the coffins of the Inhouse in the deep mountains. Although he didn't steal the money that this person collected, those ghosts can't settle the account. In his head, but after all, he has a relationship, and the ghosts have been phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme for a long time, and the soul is unstable due to this influence. After my master heard what had happened, he told him the solution. First, burn incense and paper money to the ghosts whose graves have been dug up to apologize, and then cut off contact with those wild foxes. This person also complied, and did what my master said. He broke off contact with the wild fox, and he also burned paper money to apologize to those ghosts. In addition, my master took action to stabilize his soul. Half a year later, the old Taoist remembered this matter and thought my master asked about this person's current situation. Only then did I learn from my master that this person had lost his soul 3 months ago and passed away 2 months ago. This person went from frugality to extravagance. He couldn't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in poverty for a long time, and he didn't have any skills. After the family ran out of money, he went to find that wild fox again, thinking that he would do it once and then stop. If there is one, there will be two. Taoist Ding Xian said with emotion. Lin Yi understood, the old Taoist was pointing at himself. Seeing that he spent so much money, the old Taoist also suspected that he, like the people in the story, had paid him properly and would not be able to receive it later. But the quick money by himself is to take advantage of the price difference between the two worlds, and it has nothing to do with these goblins and ghosts. But what made Lin Yi a little troubled was that he couldn't tell the old man the truth. Obviously, if he didn't explain the source of the money, the old man wouldn't help him. Master Taoist, the origin of my money is clean and has nothing to do with goblins and ghosts. I can guarantee this. Lin Yi was very sincere, but the old Taoist priest just nodded with a smile, as if what you said was true and I wouldn't argue with you. Dare to ask, what are the ways to solve the instability of the soul? Lin Yi could only ask in another way. The old Taoist did not perfunctory this time, but said seriously, if the soul is unstable, it should be nourishing the soul and strengthening the soul. There are two kinds of nourishing the soul and strengthening the soul. Pills, the requiem talisman that the old Taoist gave to Mr. Lin before, are external things. Cultivation and martial arts? Lin Yi knew that Qingfeng Temple should be about cultivation, and practicing martial arts was like that of the elder brother. Thinking of this, he thought of the secret book of martial arts that the elder brother gave him. Is it enough to just practice martial arts? Mr. Lin's old way of thinking can guess one or two. People who practice martial arts have strong yang energy and their souls are naturally stable, but this requires a long process. In addition, it is difficult for people with unstable souls to practice martial arts with twice the effort. Dao Zhang, I am very interested in cultivation. No. Cultivate all the way, the fate of immortality is elusive, and the difficulties are more difficult than practicing martial arts. Mr. Lin lives a rich life, so why bother to suffer? Taoist Ding Xian interrupted Lin Yi, and the corner of Lin Yi's mouth twitched. He didn't want to suffer, but the key problem was that his soul was unstable now. Master Taoist, I think the statues of the gods in the Taoist temple are a bit dilapidated. I would like to pay for the rebuilding of the statues. Lin Yi decided to make a bigger move, but what he didn't expect was that Taoist Ding Xian, who had been very concerned about money before, didn't change his expression at all when he heard his words. Thank you, Mr. Lin, the patriarch is merciful. How can he care about these externals? If the heart is sincere, even rotten wood will have spirit. If the heart is not sincere, even the gold-plated elephant will have no divinity. Lin Yi was helpless. This old Taoist really didn't care, so he had to explain seriously, Master Dao, I have some unavoidable difficulties that I can't explain clearly, but I can guarantee that it has nothing to do with ghosts. Taoist Dingxian suddenly showed a sneer on his face, and said, "Since Mr. Lin said so, the old Taoist will not hide it anymore. Mr. Lin said that he has no dealings with ghosts and ghosts, so why did he go out for a while and silver tails appeared out of thin air, and the souls appeared again? How unstable is it?" Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously asked, "How unstable is my soul?" "That's right," the old man said firmly. "My soul was a little unstable again, but I didn't do anything in the other world, except buy a house." But buying a house can never. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme to instability of the soul. What else do you do besides buying a house? Back in the modern world. Snapped. Lin Yi patted himself on the head. He understood that the instability of his soul was related to time travel, and the back and forth travel between the two worlds caused his soul to become unstable. Then this problem is unsolvable. Unless you don't cross. Lin Yi looked at Taoist Dingxian and asked earnestly, "Prince Taoist, how much more unstable is my soul this time than before?" "Slightly worse, but not to the point of losing one's soul." After listening to Taoist Dingxian's answer, Lin Yi knew that every time he traveled, his soul would be unstable. "I have to reduce the number of crossings." "Thank you for the reminder, Taoist." Lin Yi cupped his fists, and instead of following the old Taoist ink, he turned around and walked outside the Taoist temple. "Master, are we really not going to help?" The little Taoist priest doll looked at Lin Yeli's back, a little unhappy. "Mr. Lin is so kind, he gave them so many things from the Taoist temple. Hey, the world is chaotic now, and it's hard for us Qingfeng temple to protect ourselves." Dingxian Dao let out a long sigh and walked into the Sanqing hall, and kowtowed to the statue of the patriarch. "Master Patriarch, it's not that the disciple doesn't want to change the statue for you, it's because I'm afraid that it will cause your old man's statue to be lost." Qingfeng looked at the house next door, and Lin Yi looked at the gear icon on the panel. If he wanted to solve the problem of unstable souls traveling back and forth, it seemed that he had to thoroughly understand this panel. This gear, even if it is Pandora's box, he must at least understand it first. The gears turn. A flash of light flashed from point to surface, and finally formed a light curtain. Just as Lin Yi was expecting something to appear on the light curtain, a suction force pulled him towards the light curtain. Lin Yi stared at the light curtain tightly, but did not resist, allowing the final suction to pull him into the light curtain. In the curtain, Lin Yi felt that he had passed through an invisible barrier, which was similar to the feeling of entering the water. After regaining clarity, Lin Yi saw two roulettes like clocks, and inside the roulettes were two roulettes. A smaller version of myself. At the same time, a message appeared in Lin Yi's mind. After receiving the message, Lin Yi finally understood what the gear was for. The gear is actually a time adjuster, to be precise, an on-hook timer. When starting the gear, if you are in the real world, then a self will appear in another world. I can give myself in another world what to do for a day, and then the self in another world will do it according to the tasks assigned by me. It's the same as the characters set in some games to hang up and do tasks automatically. And to turn on the hang up, it needs enough time. I have stayed in the other world for more than 100 days, and I can only hang up for 100 days at most, but I can take the thousands of days in the real world to the other world to hang up. How many days you move over, how many days you can hang up in another world. On the contrary, you can also use the time in the other world in the real world, so that you can hang up in the real world. However, this hang-up function is different from some novels in which the protagonist obtains a training space where the passage of time is slowed down. After the hang-up, time passes normally. After setting the number of days that need to hang up, after the hang-up is over, the world that hangs up is the real past. For so many days. If Lin Yi chose to hang up for himself in the other world for 4 days, and the time in the other world was January, then by the time Lin Yi went to the other world, it would already be April in the other world. It's just that hanging up in another world for 90 days can be completed in an instant. Somewhat similar to spring and autumn strokes, after a few months. The stars are moving. After understanding the function clearly, Lin Yi decided to try it out, retreated to his own courtyard in another world, and found out the martial arts secret book that his elder brother gave him. Tiger Roaring Strength. This is a martial arts secret book that is both internal and external. The creator has observed the tiger in the mountains for 10 years, and finally created a martial art based on the tiger's howling and vigorous posture, including fists, palms, and legs. The first step in practicing tiger roaring strength is to cultivate a special method of exerting force. The tiger's roar is not just a demonstration, the special roar will drive the body's energy. People who have done heavy work know that the amount of exertion is related to breathing. When carrying heavy objects, they will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme shout when they are on their shoulders. It is by adjusting breathing that the pressure on the chest and abdominal cavity of the body can be increased. The muscles of the whole body are therefore tensed, and the strength can be maximized. Breathing, body shape. Lin Yi tried more than a dozen times in a row before finally stabilizing his figure, but as he adjusted his breathing, his body became tense, and after a while he was sweating all over his body and couldn't hold on. This is simply more difficult than the Zama step. I'd better hang up the phone and see the effect. With a thought in Lin Yi's mind, the panel appeared, and the gear was turned, and the person appeared in front of the time wheel again. Because the other world itself has 100 days, there is no need to transfer the days from the real world, so it is directly in the wheel. It is set on the disk that the self in a different world will hang up for 3 days. The main content of hanging up is to eat, sleep, and practice martial arts. Lin Yi just set up a general idea, and doesn't need to set it up in detail. According to the information he knows, this self who hangs up has a certain amount of wisdom, which is a bit similar to artificial intelligence, and can think simply and even talk to people. After setting, Lin Yi chose to turn the time wheel, and then saw a reduced version of himself in the time wheel, appearing in the house, but then the picture became extremely fast, as if a movie was being released. Times faster, only a little blurry color can be seen. The roulette stopped spinning, and Lin Yi silently recited his return to the different world. The moment he returned to the different world, a lot of information appeared in his mind about his experiences in the past 3 days when he hung up the phone. The strange thing is that he accepted the information smoothly, as if he had really experienced it himself. I had a simple conversation with Uncle Su who bought to clean the house and Aunt Gu who was in charge of the kitchen. I learned from Aunt Gu that the price of vegetables in the city has doubled, especially the exaggeration of food has tripled. Hurry up early, if you go late, the rice shop will run out of rice. Of course, more is the change brought about by practicing tiger roaring strength. Lin Yi could clearly feel the increase in strength in his body, and his control over his body was like using his arms and fingers, without any discomfort. It is also very easy and proficient to adjust the posture of exerting force and stand upright. This cheating device is cool. Lin Yi was very satisfied with this on-hook function. He didn't have to suffer from martial arts training, but he could enjoy the fruits of martial arts training. Walking in front of the bronze mirror, Lin Yi took a closer look at his figure. He was a little thinner than before, and when he lifted his shirt, there was a line on his abdomen. In just 3 days, I actually had abdominal muscle lines. After going on like this for a few days, I can have 8-pack abs. It's explained in the book that practicing tiger roaring strength requires replenishment and consumption of flesh and blood. Now that the war is in chaos, meat is not easy to buy, but I can buy it in the real world and bring it here. Lin Yi had a plan to return to the real world to bring some meat, and then hang up the phone directly to Hu Xiaojin Xiaocheng, so that his soul could be more stable. Just when Lin Yi was about to set the phone to hang up again, there was a quarrel in the front yard. Uncle Su was arguing with someone. Our family doesn't get involved in this matter, you go to another family. This is also closely related to your family. Once the city is destroyed, those rebels will not let your family go. Sanha County is a living example. The few gentry who escaped from Sanha County said it themselves. The thieves are extremely cruel, slaughtering people, burning them, looting, and doing all kinds of evil. If you can't make the decision, let me see your master. No, our young master said that no one is allowed to come in. Uncle Su was very determined, and the scholar was anxious to force his way in. Seeing this, Uncle Su hurriedly stopped him. Lin Yi came out just in time to see the scene of the two arguing. Uncle Su, what's going on? Young master, this man is a mess. He insisted on seeing you, and said that he wanted you to pay money and food to reward the officers and soldiers so as to resist the rebels. Isn't this what the officers and soldiers should do to deal with the rebels? Hearing Uncle Su's words, the scholar looked at Lin Yi, saluted first, and then explained, "This young master must have phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red/phoneme books to understand things, but now the rebels are fierce, and the officers and soldiers, the situation of the officers and soldiers should be understand a little bit. If you don't allow usurious profits, I'm afraid, just like the other counties, the rebels will run away before they come. The bureaucracy is corrupt, the upper and lower are effective, and the local officers and soldiers are useless." Lin Yi naturally knew about this. During those days when he was locked up in the courtyard, he learned about the current situation in the government from the elder brother. The rebels have no humanity, they burn and loot wherever they go. This is also for the son's own consideration. Hearing the scholar's words, Lin Yi frowned and asked, "Who did you learn this from?" "The gentry who escaped from Sanha County and several other counties have experienced it firsthand. Several relatives were killed by the rebels." Lin Yi sneered. It turned out that he heard about it from the gentry, so it was normal. Knowing that the elder brother was going to rebel, Lin Yi understood the corruption of the world and the sufferings of the people, so he stood by the elder brother. For this reason, he specially reminded the elder brother of some of our party's original methods. Hit local tyrants and divide fields. Unite the poor and attack the rich. After all, there are many poor people in this world. The image of the anti-thief that the scholar learned came from those gentry who were attacked. If it were those poor people, it would describe another image. "What's your name?" Lin Yi asked. "N Zixing." So it was Brother Zixing. "Did the officers and soldiers ask you to do what Brother Zixing did?" And Zixing had a look of embarrassment on his face, but he quickly covered it up and replied, "I went to see the county lieutenant. The county lieutenant said that the officers and soldiers are not afraid of death, but they are afraid of losing their lives fighting the rebels. There is no one in the family. Take care, as long as we make up the pensions of the officers and soldiers, he will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme the officers and soldiers to resist the rebels to the death." Lin Yi looked at N Zixing meaningfully. He didn't miss N Zixing's embarrassing expression just now. It was obvious that the other party was not telling the truth. This N Zixing should have gone to see the county magistrate, but the county magistrate didn't pay much attention to him, annoyed by his pestering, so he made up excuses and dismissed him. All the gentry in the city ran away, who would be willing to give money. But if he is really moved by this guy, it won't be a matter of breaking the big brother. Thinking of Lin Yi's decision here, his expression became enthusiastic, and he asked, "Brother Zixing is a local, and his family is in the city? Did Brother Zixing initiate this matter alone?" "No." And Zixing shook his head and said, "My family is in Fengyang village outside the city, and I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in a school in the county town for studying. I initiated this matter, but I believe many gentry in the city will support it. It turns out that this is the case. Brother Zixing's behavior makes me admire. Why don't you go into the room and discuss it in detail?" "That's great, no. I mean, the young master is also a person who understands righteousness, and my way is not alone." Seeing that N Zixing was getting carried away with excitement, Lin Yi nodded his face to express his understanding. To put it bluntly, this is a hot-blooded young man, but it's a pity that his blood was used in the wrong direction. "Mr. Lin, what are you doing?" "Master Lin, why are you tying me up? Let go of me, are you an accomplice of the rebel? Shameless, if you have the ability, you kill me." A quarter of an hour later, Lin Yi came out from the backyard and saw Uncle Su standing at the gate with a puzzled expression on his face. He patted the hemp rope crumbs on his hands and explained, "Mr. N and I hit it off right away. Mr. N is going to stay at home for a while. In a few days, you will ask Aunt Gu to deliver 2 meals to the backyard." Lin Yi made rules for Uncle Su and Aunt Gu, and they were not allowed to enter the backyard without his permission. "I'll go and talk." Uncle Su didn't think too much, he went to the kitchen to look for Aunt Gu, and Lin Yi looked back at the study in the backyard. A young man who is lost needs to be guided in the right direction by himself. Chapter 17 Get Out of the Yard. When Lin Yi went out, he found that there were many people coming and going in the Qingfeng temple next door. Do you know that there is going to be a war and chaos, and ask the gods to bless you? Lin Yi walked towards the Qingfeng temple curiously, just as the little Taoist priest Dao hurried out from the entrance of the Taoist temple. Dao, your Taoist business, oh no, the incense is so good. Lin Yi stopped Dao. When Dao saw that it was Lin Yi, he stopped and explained, the rebels are about to attack, and many people from outside the city have poured into the city and have nowhere to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Master is these homeless people. The returnable people phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in Taoist temples. Let the people outside the city phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the Taoist temple? Lin Yi was a little surprised. With the virtue of the old Taoist who was greedy for money and afraid of trouble, can he have such an awareness? Didn't it mean that the rules of Qingfeng Temple do not allow pilgrims to stay overnight? The master said that these people have all come to the Taoist temple to donate incense money. Now they ask for it, and the Taoist temple cannot refuse. Dao explained. Lin Yi was a little speechless. These pilgrims had donated money, but he hadn't donated. This was a distinction. There are so many people in the Taoist temple, so why do you go out if you are not in the Taoist temple? Only your master can see it? The Taoist temple is out of rice. The master asked me to go to the rice store to buy some rice. Dao left in a hurry. Lin Yi thought for a while, and walked into Qingfeng temple. Compared with the deserted one last time, the current Qingfeng temple is very lively, with noisy voices everywhere. Lin Yi looked at many people with packages gathered together in twos and threes, spreading straw mats on the spot, with a confused look on his face. Since ancient times, war has hurt ordinary people the most. Xing, the people suffer. Dai, the people suffer. Soon, Lin Yi saw Taoist Dingxian. Taoist Dingxian was instructing several men to build a wooden shed, while some women were busy in the kitchen. The old Taoist also saw Lin Yi, but he ignored it, and Lin Yi didn't go up to make fun of himself. The old Taoist had too much prejudice against him. Seeing a man passing by in a hurry, Lin Yi held him back. After chatting for a while, he realized why these people wanted to enter the city. Most of these people are tenants outside the city, renting land for the landowners. Seeing that the rebels are about to attack, the landowners harvested all the grain that could be harvested in the fields and took them away before they fled. The ones that haven't matured yet were burned directly in a big fire. The tenants ran out of food, so they had to drag their families into the city to see if they could earn some food for the owner. But now there are too many people in the city, and the landlords have all fled, and there is no one to employ people. Many people brought food rations for a few days when they entered the city, and now the food is seriously insufficient. As for the money they brought, at the current price of rice, they could not even buy a liter of rice with their money. After Lin Yi finished asking, Dawu also came back with a bag of rice in his hand, but judging by the size of the bag, this amount of rice might not be enough for a Taoist to eat. Dao, why did you buy this little rice? Taoist Dingxian asked in a deep voice, looking at the bag of rice in his apprentice's hand. Master, now the price of rice has risen again, it has already risen to 1 liter and 5 taels. 1 liter and 5 taels. Lin Yi was shocked when he heard the price. On weekdays, a liter of rice was only 30 copper. This was hundreds of times higher at once, and it was too exaggerated. Taoist Dingxian also had a look of embarrassment on his face. This time there were more than 30 refugees pouring into the Taoist temple, so this little rice was not enough to eat. Ahem, Taoist priest, I remember there was a yellow ox in the Taoist temple. You can't kill it and eat the meat. Lin Yi said with a smile. He still remembered the yellow ox hitting him with its horns. Taoist Dingxian looked at Lin Yi and said, Old man Li entrusted the cattle to the Taoist temple, and they cannot be slaughtered. Then there's nothing I can do. I really want to help, but the Taoist seems to have a problem with me. Hey, I can only let it go. Lin Yi pretended to sigh. Taoist Dingxian's expression fluctuated, and Dao secretly glanced at Lin Yi, and after receiving the hint from Lin Yi's eyes, he chimed in and said, Master, our Taoist temple is in urgent need of food. If Mr. Lin, it's a good thing if we can get food. It's a good thing, this kid is like a human spirit, can he suffer? How can he not pay the price for taking his things? Taoist Dingxing muttered, and Da continued to persuade, but master, you also said that taking his things people's money and wealth can eliminate disasters for others, and it's right to pay the price. Taoist Dingxian was taken aback, pondered for a moment, looked at Lin Yi, and said, young master Lin, come with me. Lin Yi gave Da a thumbs up, and then followed the old Taoist into the Sanqing Hall, which is also the quietest place in the entire Qingfeng temple. Taoist Dingxian had ordered the refugees not to make noise in the hall, so the refugees, after coming to the Taoist temple and worshipping, he left. Taoist Dingxian went to the back of the statue and took out a scripture and said, this long tranquility meditation sutra can nourish the soul in exchange for 100 liters of rice. Make a deal. Lin Yi agreed without hesitation. 100 liters of rice is expensive in another world, but he can buy it from the real world without much money. I'll give you a lecture. In an hour, Lin Yi was satisfied and walked out of the Sanqing Hall with great emotion. No wonder people say that the truth is not passed on lightly. Without Taoist Dingxuan's explanation, and even teaching him breathing and meditation, even if he put this scripture in front of him, he wouldn't be able to understand it, let alone practice it. When Lin Yi returned to his house, Taoist Dingxian gave him 3 days. Although he could immediately take out 100 liters of rice, in order to hide the existence of the system, he decided to send the rice in 3 days. After explaining a few words to Uncle Su and Aunt Gu, Lin Yi put himself in another world on hook again, practicing the long tranquility meditation sutra in the morning and evening, and boxing during the day, and the time was set for 3 days. In the real world, Lin Yi returned to his room with 2 porcelain bottles. It was a real antique, left by the original owner of the house he had bought. Porcelain vases are easy to break, and the original owner left it when he fled in a hurry. He wants to change himself to a bigger house. Having never lived in a big mansion in another world, Lin Yi didn't think there was anything wrong with his apartment, but after living in an ancient mansion with sky and land, this apartment is not pleasing to the eye no matter how you look at it. It is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality, and the old saying is still correct. See how my video income is? Lin Yi picked up his phone and clicked on the short video. When he saw the video had tens of millions of views, his heart didn't fluctuate. This was what he expected. The backstage product commission income is 25, plus the video reward of 45, and the previous first video income, a total of dash. Earning 45 yuan from 2 videos is considered a huge profit, but it is still far from buying a house, and even a better house cannot afford a down payment. Still have to sell porcelain vases. But it was almost night now, and the antique city was closed, and the sale of porcelain vases would have to be done tomorrow. If you have nothing to do, let's practice. Lin Yi breathed according to the Long Jing Meditation Sutra, but the effect was only about 1/10 of that of the other world. The old Taoist said that the speed of practicing the method of breathing and breathing depends not only on one's own meditation state, but also on the richness and thinness of the surrounding aura. It seems that the aura in the real world is too thin. Is it the Dharma ending era in the novel? With such a thin aura, the meaning of cultivation is not great. Although martial arts training was fine, Lin Yi didn't do it. Because the hang-up is turned on, the self in the other world is already practicing martial arts, and continuing to practice martial arts now is tantamount to repeating. According to the information given by the on-hook gear, the 2 worlds are not interoperable in real time. That is to say, the results of my own on-hook training in another world will not change immediately in my real body, but I have to wait for myself to go to another world in order to accept the results of hanging up, and vice versa. With nothing to do, Lin Yi decided to go out to the supermarket, buy some meat and rice, and then move directly to another world. I didn't phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals red read / phoneme the almanac when I went out. Not long after he walked out of the community, Lin Yi cursed when he saw 2 figures in front of him, turned around and walked back without saying a word. Benefactor, wait. I'll wait for you, uncle. Last time I met you, it cost me money. Now I'm here again. Lin Yi quickened his pace, but soon he stopped because those 2 appeared in front of him. Benefactor, don't be angry, there is a reason why I brought this brother here. Of the 2 people standing in front of Lin Yi, one of them was the old man who asked Lin Yi to give his daughter the money he had hidden. Why, he hid his private money just like you, and forgot to tell his family before he died? Lin Yi looked at another middle-aged man in his 50s. Judging from his clothes, this one seemed to be rich. Benefactor, it's not that this brother has money and didn't tell his family, so let the brother speak for himself. Don't talk about it here, go to another place. People came and went on the street. In the eyes of outsiders, he was talking to himself alone. Lin Yi didn't want to be viewed in a different light. After a while, Lin Yi finally understood what was wrong with this middle-aged man. He guessed right, this man is indeed rich, Hishan, the chairman of Raochang Longxi Group. As a native of Raochang, Lin Yi had also heard of the name Longxi Group. Many real estate projects in the city were developed by this company. Wealthy people have a common problem, that is, they want to have offspring, and Hishan is the same. It is a pity that her wife only gave birth to a daughter in the first child. Although he loves his daughter very much, he thinks that he has worked so hard to bring it down. If the business is cheaper than a foreigner, he feels uncomfortable. So he secretly found a woman to help him give birth to a son, and then let the woman take care of him, and pay the couple monthly living expenses. But the doctor diagnosed him with lung cancer the year before last, so he wanted to claim his son back, and confessed the matter to his wife and daughter. Unexpectedly, he was strongly opposed by his wife and daughter, so he had no choice but to give up. However, in order to prevent himself from after the death, the mother and wife had no one to rely on, so he asked a lawyer to make a will, dividing the family property into 3, with his wife and daughter accounting for 2/3, and his son accounting for 1/3. 3 days ago, he died of lung cancer. Turned into a ghost, he wanted to visit his son, but when he arrived at the woman's house, he found that the woman had gotten involved with his driver, and from the conversation between the two, he knew that the child was not his son at all. Hishan thinks back carefully. At the beginning, he wanted to have a son. A large part of the reason was that the driver phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme talked about his son in his ear. The driver had been with him for more than 20 years. When he wanted a son, he asked the driver to find a woman for him. Later, after his son was born, he also asked the driver to take the hair for a paternity test. He didn't expect the driver to play tricks on him, and what he sent was the hair of the driver and the child. This discovery made Hishan furious. This pair of dogs and men conspired against his family property, but he is already a ghost. Even if he knew, there was nothing he could do about them. Until he met the old man who was also a ghost before. The old man took him to find Lin Yi when he learned what happened to him. Of course, there is another reason why the old man is so active, that is, Hishan agreed to the old man and exposed the dog man after the conspiracy. His son-in-law's treatment expenses, including the child's follow-up expenses, were all given by his family. You two have a good plan, but what does the matter between you two have to do with me? Lin Yi snorted coldly. The two ghosts had their own gains, but they didn't benefit themselves. This rich man's family has been full of dirty things since ancient times. Burning sweet potatoes, I don't do it. Lin Yi showed his attitude. Benefactor, you are a warm-hearted person, last time my daughter. The old man didn't understand. In his opinion, Lin Yi was a kind young man. After hearing this, he should be angry and would solve the trouble for Hishan. Donating money to your daughter is because your daughter is an ordinary person and has never done anything wrong in her life. This Mr. He is different. Hishan's experience sounds worthy of sympathy, but if Hishan hadn't thought of keeping an outside room, how could he have lured wolves into the house? What's more, as the boss of such a big real estate company, Hishan may not be so clean after doing business for so many years. Little brother, I don't ask you to help me in vain. You can ask for any conditions. Hishan saw that Lin Yi's attitude towards him was different from that of the old people around him. He hated the rich, and it was normal for young people to have this kind of thinking. Just mention it? Even if I mention it, how can you do it for me? You can't tell your wife and daughter. Even if you tell me, you are dead. What if they don't agree? The kinship of this wealthy family must be weaker than that of ordinary people, not to mention that Hishan cheated before. It is impossible for his wife and daughter to not have resentment in their hearts. Lin Yi sneered again and again, making a big deal for himself here, as expected of a capitalist. Hishan looked a little embarrassed, because what Lin Yi said was that he was already dead, and it was useless to promise himself. His wife and daughter had to agree. Little brother, this is 1/3 of the family property. My wife and daughter will definitely express it. Seeing that Lin Yi was unmoved, the old man on the side suddenly said, "Brother, didn't you say your daughter is very beautiful? I think the little brother is also a good-looking talent." The corner of Hishan's mouth twitched. In Hishan's father's eyes, his daughter is naturally the best, and ordinary boys are definitely not good enough. Although the young man in front of him looks good, what good is good looks? As for being able to see ghosts, it is a powerful skill, but this kind of skill is not suitable to be his son-in-law. He can make such a big career, and many things are farther than ordinary people. People with this kind of ability are doomed to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in peace in this life, but my daughter has a career of her own, so she doesn't have to worry about money for the rest of her life. It is the best for people who are so stable for a lifetime. That little brother naturally has nothing to say about it, but now it's free love, and parents can't force it, let alone I'm dead, it depends on my daughter's own wishes. Lin Yi curled his lips. This guy felt that he was not good enough for his daughter, but he didn't think about it phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either/phoneme. Modern women punch every time. How can there be women from another world? I can help you. I want a villa in the suburbs. Can you fix it? Lin Yi offered his own price. Hishan immediately replied, "Little brother, as long as you can help, let alone the suburbs, the city center is fine. It just so happened that I developed a property in the city center and left a few villas. You said don't draw cakes, you have to give me a guarantee that your wife and daughter can agree, otherwise I won't interfere." Lin Yi rolled his eyes. Hishan thought for a while, and said, "I'll tell you a secret about my daughter. You can go to my daughter and tell my daughter the situation. If my daughter agrees to your request, little brother, tell my daughter about that doggone man." Lin Yi thought about it for a while, and this is a feasible solution. "Okay, let's do this, go find your daughter tomorrow morning. Where should you go now?" After sending the two ghosts away, Lin Yi went to the supermarket to buy rice and meat. The meat was frozen in the refrigerator, and the rice was randomly thrown in the corner of the room. A good night's dream. Damn, you two are scary. In the early morning, as soon as Lin Yi opened his eyes, he saw Hishan and the old man's soul standing beside his bed, which shocked him greatly. "Little brother, there is nothing we can do. After the sun rises during the day, we can't walk around at will. We can only wait at the little brother's house before the sun rises." Hishan explained. It's nothing unusual for ghosts to be afraid of the sun. Lin Yi can accept it, but when Hishan opened his mouth like this, he was also a little curious about ghosts. "Where do you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme at night?" "We can wander around at night, but avoid some special places." "Then you don't go to the underworld? Don't you mean that people have to go to the underworld after death? Can't they stay in the world?" Lin Yi asked. "The first 7 days after death, the so-called first 7 days, we can all stay in the world. After the first 7 days, we have to leave. It's not the Qingming and Double Ninth Festival, so we are not allowed to come back. It seems that the folklore is true, not all superstition." Lin Yi nodded and then asked, "Aren't your ghosts aggressive? Can't hurt people?" In some folklore and TV dramas, ghosts are very powerful, but the two in front of him, he doesn't seem to be very powerful, at least Hishan can't, otherwise Hishan won't let that pair of dogs go. "We are all born, old, sick, and dying normally. There is no way to harm others. People with strong yang energy dare not approach them. The only thing that can affect people is the ghost energy on the body. It can create a little bit of yin energy, and the effect is not as good as the air conditioner works well." Hishan explained angrily. Lin Yi understood, these were 2 weak chickens. "Okay, you just wait for me outside the community, don't stay at my house, bad luck." Although these are 2 weak chickens, Lin Yi also knew from Taoist Ding Xian that if people and ghosts stay together for a long time, their luck will be affected by the ghost energy, and it will cause harm to the body in the long run. Lin Yi summed it up with modernization for a moment, it is quite radioactive pollution. Longxi Building, the headquarters of Longxi Group. Hishan's daughter is now the president of Longxi Group, the cold female president in the novel. Lin Yi has self-knowledge, this is not a novel. As a stranger, he can meet the president if he wants to, and the security guards hired by them are not the security guards in the community, all of them can't make up a mouthful of teeth, the security guards here all young lads. According to what Ishan said, these security guards are carefully selected by him. They are all up to the standard in height and appearance. He arranges to stand guard every time the real estate is pre-sold, and withdraws when the pre-sales are almost finished. It really is a black-hearted businessman. Lin Yu was standing in an empty parking space in the underground parking lot. After a while, a pink Porsche Panamera appeared at the entrance of the garage. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. I like to drive a pink Porsche. But before Lin Yu stepped forward, a group of people suddenly rushed out of the parking lot and surrounded the Porsche. Come down quickly, you black-hearted woman. Why don't you let your brother join the company? Your fathers will said after his death that your brother owns 1/3 of the company's shares. Lin Yi approached and listened to the words of these people knocking on the car window. When he saw the woman with exquisite makeup, Supa, vigorously knocking on the car window, he knew that this was the woman who gave Hisham the green hat. Hijia, you have the ability to get out of the car. What kind of ability is hiding in the car? Get off. Lin Yi had a sneer on his face when he heard this. Faced with so many people, the wise choice was to sit in the car and call the security guards to come over. What are you guys doing? Get out of the way quickly, Ms. Wu. How can you bring someone to stop the lady's car? Just as these people surrounded the car, a middle-aged man ran over quickly with a few security guards and pulled the crowd away. Only then did the driver's door open, and a tall, slender woman stepped out. A small white slim suit, big sunglasses covered half of her face, her fair and flawless skin combined with her glamorous red lips exuded the oppressive feeling of a strong urban woman. Hijia took off her sunglasses, and her delicate and three-dimensional facial features made her look full of confidence and made people dare not look at her. Uncle Lee, didn't I say that this mother and daughter are not allowed to appear in the building? Hijia asked the middle-aged man coldly. Miss, after all, he is also Mr. He's son, your younger brother. I don't have a younger brother, Uncle Lee. I see that you have been with my father for more than, years. Now that my father is gone, I let you be responsible for the security. If you can't do well, I can change at any time. Hijia, why are you so arrogant? My son also belongs to your He family. There is your father's will, and Longxi Building also has our share. If you don't give us an explanation today, don't even think about leaving. The woman was very domineering, and other people wanted to surround her again. Seeing this, Hijia said coldly, Uncle Lee, you really don't want to do it anymore, do you? Miss, Mr. He told me before he left that he asked me to take care of Ms. Wu and the young master for him. You are really embarrassing me. Why don't you discuss it? We are all a family. Li Zhongshu had an embarrassed expression on his face, and under his signal, the security guards also stood aside and did not step forward to make a rescue. Hijia, don't think that I don't know about the company. Now that the company is short of funds to develop a new property, you have to ask the bank for a loan. I will take your father's will to the lawsuit. When the time comes, the court will directly freeze the company's funds. There is a judicial lawsuit, and it is impossible for the bank to give you a loan. Hijia's pretty face turned cold when she heard this misogynist's words, and she looked at Li Zhongshu. The company's loan from the bank is a secret, and not many people know about it. These people have no relationship with this woman, and the only one who has a relationship is Li Zhongshu. Miss, I told Ms. Wu that I also don't want to see your brothers and sisters fighting each other. The young master doesn't know how to run a company. You can discount the shares into cash and real estate. In this way, the company belongs to you, young master, and the young master also has one. Guarantee, I have an explanation to Mr. He. Wu Zhongshu acted like a loyal minister, and Hijia was also a little shaken. She knew that Li Zhongshu was her father's confidant, and it was possible for her father to explain these things to him. Lawsuit. Real estate development is all about living without money. Even if the court does not freeze the company's funds, as long as there is a lawsuit, the bank will definitely not lend. Without the loan, the project cannot be delivered, which will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme to a series of risks. There may even be bankrupt the company. Wu Zhongshu saw Hijia's vacillation, and a flash of joy flashed in his eyes. He was betting that Hijia would not dare to file a lawsuit. As for the company's shares being exchanged for real estate and cash, it seemed that he was at a disadvantage, but in fact this was what he wanted the most. Desired result. Keeping the shares of the company. If something happens later and it is found that the son does not belong to Ishan, then the shares will not be kept, and with the money, he can take the woman and son away. If you don't agree today, I will immediately find a lawyer to sue in court. Anyway, it doesn't matter to me whether the company goes bankrupt or not. Wu Ru also said firmly under Li Zhongshu's eyes. Ms. Wu, don't, we are all a family, we just sit down and discuss things. Miss, why don't we go to the office first, there are many people here. Li Zhongshu persuaded deliberately. Don't, it's better to say it here, so I can watch such a good show. Lin Ye's joking voice came, and seeing that he finally understood what the other party was playing, his voice instantly made everyone present look at him. Little brother, this is our family business, you can leave if you have nothing to do. Leave, don't worry, I will leave, but someone asked me to give this beauty a word, and I will leave after I finish speaking. Lin Yi looked at Hejia, not to mention, Heshan's daughter is really good looking, but she is a little cold. What do you want to tell me? Hejia asked, frowning beautifully. Tell me in the car. Lin Yi stepped forward, opened the co-pilot's door and sat in. Seeing Hejia's puzzled eyes, he smiled and said, the person who asked me to come gave me a word, Kongming Lantern, burnt, sweet potato. P.S. I finally signed a contract today, and the National Day holiday is over. Think about it, is it painful? Roaring strength Kongming lanterns, burned, sweet potatoes. After Lin Yi said these three key words, he closed the car door, leaving a group of people outside at a loss, except for Hejia. Hejia's delicate and pretty face was full of shock. She understood the meaning of the man's words, but it was precisely because she understood that she was shocked. These three words formed an incident when she was a child, but apart from her, only her parents knew about this incident. When she was young, she went on a trip with her parents. There were Kongming lanterns in the tourist attractions, so she also wanted to put up Kongming lanterns. She also wrote the names of their family of 3 on it, but in the end the Kongming lanterns burned down before they could fly. At that time, she made a wish and hoped that her parents would be healthy forever. When she saw the Kongming lantern burnt out, she burst into tears. No matter how much her parents tried to persuade her, she couldn't persuade her until a vendor came over with a cart of roasted sweet potatoes. She smelled sweet potatoes. Her eyes kept looking there, and her father bought her a sweet potato. Later, my father phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme used this incident to laugh at her, saying that she was not firm in her thinking and was corroded by a sweet potato, so she did not care about her parents' health. When she thought of the picture of herself crying and drooling while watching the roasted sweet potato cart blushing, parents are not allowed to tell this matter to the outside world. Miss, this man gets into your car. I'll drive him out. Seeing Lin Yi getting into the car, Li Zhongshu had a bad feeling in his heart. Things are going according to his plan. He doesn't want this time what happened. No, I want to see what he has to say to me. But miss, in case he wants to hurt you, I think even if he wants to say it, let him come down and say it. Li Zhongshu felt uneasy and continued to persuade. I won't lock the car door. If he wants to do something, I will open the car door and get out as soon as possible. After Hejia finished speaking, she opened the car door and got in. Li Zhongshu gave the security guards he bought a look and asked them to stand on both sides of the door and open the car door immediately if something went wrong. When the beauty was seated, a gust of fragrant phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme hit him. From this angle, he could just see Hejia's perfect curve. Listen to what I have to say first, and then decide whether to lock the car door and continue listening. Lin Yi directly interrupted Hejia's attempt to speak, so Hejia raised her eyebrows and looked at him, and continued, I know very well about the family affairs. Someone asked me to help you solve the trouble. I can make your younger brother ineligible to share the family property with you, and I won't let your company get involved in a lawsuit. The condition is that I will be given a suburban villa in return. It doesn't take too long. This matter can be resolved within a day. If you agree, you lock the car door. If you don't agree, then I will get out of the car now. Hejia looked at the boy in front of her. If the other party didn't know her secret, she would just treat him as a liar, but the other party not only knew about her embarrassing secret, but also said that she would get paid after solving the problem. For a villa in the suburbs, the salary is not high. Hijia put her hand on the lock button of the driver's door, and then pressed the lock button, but her hand did not leave, and she could unlock it at any time. What can you do? The other party agreed to the conditions, and Lin Yi didn't hide anymore, and said directly, the child is not your father's son, but the child of the driver outside and the woman. When your father took the paternity test, the driver took away your dad's sample and handed over his own sample to the identification agency. Hijia's red lips parted slightly. The news of Lin Yi seemed to shock her a little, and it was hard to digest. Ever since her father confessed that she had a son outside, she had actually secretly investigated her half-brother. Although he was only in high school, his brother was uneducated and bullied his classmates at school. Just fight and skip class, and after committing a crime, it is my father who settles it. She didn't want to recognize such a brother at all. But her father left. Although she didn't recognize such a younger brother, it was her father's blood after all. Even if the woman didn't come to make trouble, she would give him a sum of money to ensure that his life would be worry-free. But now the man told himself that it was not his father's son, and his father was given a green hat by Li Zhongshu, and he raised his son for Li Zhongshu. This is too ridiculous. With father's wisdom, how could he be deceived by Li Zhongshu? What you said is true. Hijia asked in a deep voice after being shocked. Is what I said true? Don't you know by looking out the window? Hijia followed Lin Yi's gaze and looked out of the car window. Outside the car window, Li Zhongshu was slapping the window excitedly, talking non-stop. If there was no such person, Hijia would feel that Uncle Li was concerned about her, but this person's words gave her another interpretation of Li Zhongshu's actions. Thinking of Li Zhongshu's betrayal of himself, telling that woman the company's secrets, and then saying that he and that woman don't want company shares but only money. All these things made Hijia believe Lin Yi's words, or she was already certain in her heart, but with her temperament, if there was no evidence, no matter how certain she was, there would be some doubts. Let me give you a suggestion. You can call the police directly. This should be regarded as a fraud. The woman has type A blood, and your father has type O blood, but the child's real blood type is B blood type. Li Zhongshu made a medical report. Modified type O blood. Hijia's eyes froze. It is impossible for type A blood and type O blood to give birth to type B blood. She knows this medical common sense. The blood type test is very simple, and the results will come out soon. He replied immediately, I will deal with it. If what you said is true, I will honor my promise. Okay, tell me your WeChat ID, let's add a friend, and contact me when the matter is over. Before coming here, Lin Yi originally wanted to contact her through his mobile phone, but Ishan, an unreliable father, didn't know his daughter's WeChat account, only his mobile phone number. He searched with the mobile phone number, but found nothing. Account, which means that Hijia has turned off the function of searching for account by mobile phone number. Originally, Ishan suggested that Lin Yi log into his account and then contact his daughter, but Lin Yi directly rejected it. What a joke, he chatted on the account of a dead person. I am afraid that before he could explain clearly, his daughter would call the police. What's more, he didn't want to reveal that he could see ghosts. Hijia didn't hesitate, took out her phone and scanned Lin Yi's WeChat. After Lin Yi passed the friend verification, she put the phone back in her pocket. Hijia also unlocked the car door, and the two got out of the car almost at the same time. Miss He, then I'll go first. Lin Yi didn't care about other people's staring eyes, he smiled and waved to Hijia, and walked away swaggeringly. Miss, what did this man say to you in the car? Li Zhongshu's heart was itching like a cat scratching at the moment. If possible, he really wanted someone to stop this kid and ask him what he said to Hijia in the car. It's nothing, she's a friend of one of my girlfriends, and my girlfriend purposely played tricks on me. Hijia skipped the subject, glanced at the woman and the boy, and said calmly, Go to my office and ask her to tell you the truth. Once the matter is settled once, these irrelevant people should not go up. Hearing Hijia's words, Li Zhongshu was secretly delighted. His plan was about to succeed. Just now, this kid just ignored him and left it to the security guards to deal with. It's great that Miss thinks so. We are all a family, so we should sit down and discuss it. Li Zhongshu was very happy, and gave his two confidant security guards a look. The two security guards understood and left towards Lin Yi. Direction to chase. At the exit of the underground parking lot, Lin Yi looked at the two security guards blocking him, and asked calmly, "What are you two doing to block my way? What did you tell Mr. He in the car just now? Tell us in detail. If you dare to lie, you will be rewarded." The security guard had a ferocious look on his face. Before crossing into another world, Lin Yi would still feel a little apprehensive in the face of the size of these two big men, but after practicing martial arts in the different world for a few days, Lin Yi was confident in his own strength. Lin Yi didn't know if it was because the martial arts in another world were different from traditional martial arts, or if the tiger roaring strength given to him by his elder brother was not an ordinary martial arts skill. Although he only practiced for a few days, his strength had increased several times. "If you want to know, you can ask Mr. He." Lin Yi replied with a smile. "You kid, don't be ignorant of good and evil. If you don't say anything, I will beat you." The two security guards took advantage of Li Zhongshu, and it didn't matter if they lost the job. One of them even clenched his fist. Lin Yi smiled. This smile was a naked mockery in the eyes of the two security guards, and one of them directly punched him with his fist. Seeing the opponent make a move, Lin Yi bowed his body, his muscles tensed up for a moment, he took a breath in his mouth, and then punched out. Boom! Fists collided. Lin Yi stayed where he was, but Anbao staggered back 5 or 6 steps. Lin Yi caught up with him a few steps, and landed an elbow on Anbao's abdomen. This elbow made Anbao hold his stomach and couldn't stand up. Up! Another security guard saw that his companion was beaten down in the blink of an eye, and looked at Lin Yi again. He felt as if he saw a tiger, and his heart began to tremble. Forward! You, don't come here! Seeing the security guard's stern look, Lin Yi didn't continue to attack, but turned around and left slowly. This time, he only needed to prove the strength of tiger roaring strength, and his current strength was probably that of a weak adult. 3 times the security, twice the security. On the other side, He Jia used the excuse of going to the bathroom to send a message to her assistant, telling her to rush to Yihao's school immediately. No matter what method she used, she would get Yihao's blood for testing, and she herself was pretending to negotiate with Wu Ru to delay the time. He Jia, what do you mean? Are you wasting my time here? An hour later, Wu Ru couldn't bear it anymore. From the beginning, she asked 4 million yuan, and finally it became billion yuan, and now it is million yuan. But He Jia still disagreed, obviously because she didn't want to discuss it. Let me tell you, if you don't agree to my conditions today, I'll see you in court. He Jia looked at Wu Ru's panic-stricken look with cold eyes. At this moment, her mobile phone vibrated with a message, and it was from her assistant. Mr. He, the test results are back. Yihao's blood type is B. Seeing the news, He Jia's eyes lit up. She stood up from her seat and said coldly, I don't need to see you in court, we'll see you at the police station later. Male phoneme alphabet equals IP8 page equals lead slash phoneme, but Don and hashtag 039. T have the male phoneme alphabet equals IP8 page equals lead slash phoneme and hashtag 039. S disease but don't have the male phoneme alphabet equals IP8 ph equals lead slash phoneme S disease single apartment. When Lin Yi returned home, He Shan stared at him eagerly. Don't worry, I've already told your daughter will know as soon as she takes a blood test. Knowing that He Shan was in a hurry, Lin Yi didn't hold back anymore, and told about the situation of the underground parking lot. He Shan was so angry that his grimace became greener than before. This pair of dogs, how dare they do this, it's simply deceiving people too much. Old He, calm down, don't complain about turning into an evil spirit. Lin Yi looked a little startled. If this turned into an evil spirit, he would be the first to suffer. Brother Lin, I really can't calm down. I was already blown away when I heard what that dog and man said after they died. I didn't expect that they would dare to trouble Jijia. It's okay, don't you still have me here? With me here, I guarantee that your daughter will not suffer. Lin Yi assured, patting his chest. Hishan's expression changed when he heard Lin Ye's words, from ashen to puzzled, and finally showed a guarded look on his face, and said, "Brother Lin, you have already helped me, so don't dare to bother with the rest of the matter, is you?" "Old he, you're wrong. Who am I, Lin Yi? A passionate young man. I don't see unfair things happening right under my nose." "You are still a passionate young man. When you were not paid before, why weren't you a passionate young man?" Hishan slandered in his heart, seeing that his daughter was beautiful, her attitude was different, and she wanted to eat ass. "Forget it, you'll understand in the future." Seeing Hishan's expression, Lin Yi knew that Hishan had misunderstood him. "Brother Lin, you have helped me a lot. I am really grateful. My company has many villas in the suburbs. I will give you an account. You can go to our company's internal website and choose a villa you like." Hishan smiled and changed the subject. Lin Yi logged into the computer and entered the URL and account number given by Hishan. After opening it, he found that there were many listings in it. "Old he, haven't all these houses been sold? I think they all have the names of the owners. A few of them are internal staff of our company. Some people are not convenient to come forward to buy villas, and they will save taxes if they sell them at that time." Hishan explained in a general way, and gave Lin Yi a knowing look. Lin Yi really wanted to say that he didn't understand, but the reality was that he understood. "This set is not bad, it's still well decorated, and it's a certain distance from other villas." Lin Yi looked at it for a while, and finally settled on one of them. Hishan saw the set Lin Yi was pointing at, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "Take a look, this is the best villa under the company's name. Old he, I see that the other villas in your company have not been renovated. Why is this decoration done? Is there someone who wants to buy it? This set has been reserved before the development, and it is the king of the villa area. Why didn't that person phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme and later, did he change his mind?" Hishan said lightly, "Go in." "Go in?" Lin Ye's eyes became weird, and he understood again. Seeing that Lin Yi understood, Hishan nodded, saying that it's fine if you understand. "If you are not taboo, you can choose this set." Hearing Hishan's words, Lin Yi looked at him and said, "What am I jealous of? People are jealous of haunted houses where people have died. I can even meet you. I'm not afraid of haunted houses. I'm afraid that someone will enter before they even phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in it. People's house? Brother Lin, as long as you don't shy away from it." Hishan felt a little bloody in his heart. "The price of this villa is 600 million, and the interior decoration is no lower than this. In the words of modern young people, it is low-key luxury with connotations. Now that it's all renovated, prepare to move. I don't know when your daughter will call me. In the apartment, many things are inconvenient to do. He needs a larger space, and he can't go to his room or downstairs to practice martial arts every day." Hijia's call didn't keep Lin Yi waiting for too long. Just when Lin Yi finished packing up, Hijia's call came. Lin Yi was not polite, and directly said which villa he wanted, and the two made an appointment. "We'll meet in front of the villa later." At the other end, Hijia was sitting on a chair in the office, her feet and ankles were crossed, her round buttocks were fully exposed, but her pretty face was full of confusion. "The police station has already filed a case for investigation of fraud. Now Li Zhongshu and the others have been detained. For Li Zhongshu, Hijia is not worried. With the connections of Longxi Group, Li Zhongshu's end is already doomed." What she wondered was the origin of the mysterious boy. What is the origin of this man? Not only does he know his own secrets, but he also knows the company's affairs so clearly. To know the specifics of that villa, no more than 3 people in the whole company know about it. After all, this is not something glorious. Matter. I want to see who you are and who is standing behind you. Hijia whispered, picked up the key from the desk, turned around and left the office, got on the elevator and headed towards the underground parking lot. Longxi Yun Mansion. Lin Yi once passed by the high-end villa area built by Longxi Group. At that time, he thought that if he could afford a villa in his life, he would be satisfied. He didn't expect this dream to come true so soon. Sure enough, people still have dreams. Without a dream, there may not even be a golden finger. Old He, don't tell me, your villa project is really well developed. Lin Yi was very satisfied with the surrounding green environment. This time when he went out, He-shan came with him. Although it was broad daylight and the sun was shining, under He-shan's strong plea, Lin Yi got a black umbrella for He-shan's ghost to hide in. In the umbrella. This Longshiyan mansion is a benchmark villa project built by our company. It is top-notch in all aspects, but brother Lin, can we go in and talk? I can't stand standing under the sun. He-shan's proud tone was weak. Even with the protection of an umbrella, direct sunlight would do a lot of damage to a ghost like him. You think I don't want to? Look at the eyes of the security guard at the door. Staring at me is like staring at criminals. I won't be stopped and questioned if I get phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals clause close / phoneme. Lin Yi glanced at the security guards at the gate in front of him. They were all young and strong. When he got out of the car, he stared at him with guarded eyes. As expected of the villa area, the security guards are dedicated. He-shan didn't speak anymore, because he knew that what Lin Yi said was true. The security guards in the community were all carefully selected. They were all retired soldiers, and their salary was 3 times that of the general security guards in the community. However, the company did not pay for the money. It is deducted from the property fees of the community owners. You can say that you are here to see the house and wait for the sales to come. The security guards will not drive you away. Lin Yi curled his lips. Why bother? He had to see his wife and daughter. It would be fine for the soul to go home to see it at night. He insisted on coming out to suffer. However, he still walked towards the security booth at the gate as He-shan said, and saw several security guards scrutinizing their eyes, and said directly, I am here to see the house, and I will wait for someone to come and take me in later. Viewing? Several security guards looked at each other. Working here, they have also met many buyers who came to see the house. Those who can afford to buy a house here, the wealth is not bad, the age is generally not young, most of them are sales appointments. I brought it to the door. This young man is bragging. I have never seen a house inspection come to the door by myself, and I still came by taxi. But as security guards, their duty is to guard the community. Even if they believe that the boy in front of them is bragging, they can't drive him away if he doesn't go in. To see the room, which manager did you make an appointment with? Security A said in a routine. For the safety and privacy of the villa, the salesperson had to bring someone to see the house and get registration at the door, so the security guards and several salesmen were also familiar with it. It's manager He. Lin Yi replied. Manager He? I haven't heard of a sales manager named He, the new sales manager? Probably. Lin Yi rubbed his nose. He wanted to make a joke with these security guards at first, but the security guards would not believe him when he mentioned He Jie's name. Ridiculous, and finally when He Jie came, he was shocked, but now he thinks about the difference between his behavior and some male protagonists in some novels forcibly pretending to be slapped in the face. It is too embarrassing. I got the life of the hero of the novel, but I can't suffer from the pretentious disease of the protagonist of the novel. After staying in embarrassment for 10 minutes, a pink Porsche appeared in Lin Yi's field of vision. Lin Yi also noticed that the postures and expressions of the security guards at the door became more serious as the car arrived. The car stopped in front of Lin Yi. He Jia rolled down the window and looked at Lin Yi, who was standing under the sun holding an umbrella but not propping it up. She didn't know what to say, and the two looked at each other. After 3 seconds, he said calmly, Get in the car, I'll take you in. Hey, it's manager He. Before Lin Yi got into the car, he suddenly turned his head and smiled brightly at the security guards. Looking at the dumbfounded expressions of the security guards, he finally understood that sometimes it's not the men who pretend to be pigs and eat tigers, but this feeling of pretending. It's really cool. It's cool at one time, and it's cool all the time. Under the shocked gaze of the security guards, Lin Yi got into the car. He Jia looked at the dumbfounded looks of the security guards and honked the horn. The security guards reacted and quickly opened the door. You said you were entrusted by someone to come to me, and by whom? In the car, He Jia didn't beat around the bush, and directly asked the question she was most concerned about. I promised that person that I can't reveal his identity. Miss He doesn't need to ask. In short, the person who entrusted me to do things has no malice towards Miss He. Isn't that all right? Lin Yi didn't intend to reveal He Shan's existence. He Shan also requested the same. He Shan knew his daughter's temperament very well. Once he let his daughter know that he existed in the form of a ghost, he would definitely try his best to find out about the existence of ghosts. It is not a good thing for a living person to be interested in ghosts. He does not want to go home to see his wife and daughter because he is afraid that the ghost aura on his body will affect them. As for affecting Lin Yi, ahem. A dead fellow Taoist is not a poor Taoist, not to mention that this kid took such an expensive villa from his family. Chapter 21 In front of the single-family villa, the property manager was already standing there waiting, apparently informed by the security guard. Mr. He. After He Jia and Lin Yi got off the car, the property manager greeted them immediately. The property here is a property company affiliated to Longxi Group. He Jia came here as the biggest boss, so the property manager naturally had to accompany her carefully. At the same time, the property manager was also sneakily looking at Lin Yi. He was still shocked to learn that his boss had brought someone to see the house. What kind of client could the boss personally bring? At first, he guessed that it might be someone with a high status, but now it seems that his thinking is a bit wrong. So Young should be someone from the second generation, or is there any other relationship with the boss? He looks pretty handsome. He Jia didn't introduce Lin Ye's identity to the property manager, and she couldn't do so. She only knew Lin Ye's name when she was in the car. As for other information, she didn't know anything. The property manager opened the door and walked in with the two of them. Fuck. Lin Yi made the first damn sound, and for a moment He Jia and the property manager looked at him at the same time. The second sound came from He Shan, but He Jia and the property manager couldn't hear it. How did it turn into a ghost nest? He Shan couldn't believe that the best villa in the most proud villa complex he developed had turned into a haunted house. Is this what you call the best villa? In front of He Jia and the property manager, Lin Yi could only give He Shan a speechless look. Seeing the puzzled expressions of He Jia and the property manager, Lin Yi explained with some embarrassment, I was shocked by the design and decoration style of this villa, a big deal. It was so big that the whole room was full of ghosts, and when he looked at it, there were 5 or 6 people standing at the door, both old and young. Mr. Lin, this is the best villa in our community. Many buyers have inquired about it, but we always don't sell it. The property manager praised the villa, and then hinted that if he wants to buy this villa, more than if you have money, you can. Lin Yi didn't answer the question because he heard the ghosts talking about it. Hey, someone is here. This is to buy a house. We phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme well, but we can't let living people phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in. We'll scare them in a while. Go call Lao Chang, we can't, but Lao Chang can show up in front of people, and he can definitely scare the shit out of these people. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth twitched, and he gave He Shan a look, motioning for He Shan to get out of the umbrella and talk to those ghosts. Oh, this man has a ghost in his umbrella. What do you mean? What is the origin of this person? Seeing He Shan coming out of the umbrella, the ghosts at the door were dumbfounded, but He Shan could only bite the bullet and walked over, and asked with a smile, why are you guys staying here? No one lives in such a good house. Isn't it normal for us to come and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme here? But you, why did you get together with a living person? What's the situation with the living person? Tell the living man that he can't buy this house, otherwise we want him to look good. If we dare to buy it, we will dare to tease him to death. The ghosts were so aggressive, they thought Lin Yi couldn't hear them. Lin Yi's face darkened when he heard it. It's fine to stay in the world as a ghost, and they want to occupy the house, it's really deceiving. Then I would play with them, and immediately said to He Jia, Miss He, don't look at it, this is the house. He Jia nodded, okay, I will take care of the ownership transfer here, Manager Wang, you can go to work first. Manager Wang was very discerning, and upon hearing this, he knew that the boss had something to say to Mr. Lin, and it was inconvenient for him to listen aside, so he smiled and said, it just so happens that the sewer in a household is blocked, then I will go over and have a look, Mr. He. If you have anything to do, call me. After manager Wang left, He Jia stared at Lin Yi for a while, and was about to say something, but Lin Yi blocked him first. Don't ask that person's identity, I won't tell you, this is a deal between me and him, by the way, and he asked me to tell you something. There is a man named Wang Aixiang, whose husband has cancer, let you pay for her husband's medical treatment, and support her 2 children's education. Wang Aixiang? My husband has cancer, I know. He Ji nodded. She didn't care about the money, but Lin Yi's words made her reject all the people she had guessed in her mind. It is impossible for those few to make such a request. Thank you for Mr. Lin's help this time. I will arrange for someone to transfer the ownership of the villa to Mr. Lin. The transfer fee and property fee will be settled together, so don't bother Mr. Lin. He Jia didn't get to the bottom of it, and left very neatly. He Shan was communicating with those ghosts. Seeing the back of his daughter leaving, there was loneliness in his eyes. From today onwards, he might never see his daughter again. However, Lin Yi didn't pay attention to He Shan's lonely eyes. After He Jia left, he also followed out of the villa, walked to the willow tree he saw when he came, and broke a willow tree down. When Taoist Dingxian was teaching him his thoughts, he also asked about ghosts, and Taoist Dingxian told him that wicker sticks are enough to deal with ordinary ghosts. Wicker has a restraining effect on ghosts. As the saying goes, if a willow branch beats a ghost, the more you beat it, the smaller it gets. Ghosts are not entities, and ordinary physical attacks are ineffective against them, but wicker is useful, but wicker can't kill ghosts, they can only be beaten to death. As well as wicker, brooms made of bamboo sticks are equally effective. As soon as Lin Yi, who had gone back and forth, entered the villa, he saw Chang Wei. Oh, it wasn't that He Shan was surrounded by a group, and seeing Lin Yi coming back, all those ghosts stared at him. This kid is back? Old Chang, come on, expose your intestines and scare him to death. Just go and see how I scare this kid to death. The middle-aged ghost called Lao Chang stretched his hand into his abdomen and pulled out his intestines. He just floated towards Lin Yi like this, and said to his fellow ghost beside him, when I float in front of him, wait for him. Show up, I guess this kid will be scared to pee. Hearing this, Lin Yi raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and when the other party floated in front of him, he took out his right hand that was placed behind his back, and pulled out the willow stick in his hand. Hey, this kid doesn't talk about martial arts, but he even carries a weapon. The intestine ghost howled in pain when he was hit by the willow sticks. Lin Yi showed no mercy, so he pulled the willow sticks over again. Ghosts are ghosts, even the lowest level of wandering souls, no matter what they were like before they were alive. After becoming ghosts, their temperament will be affected by ghost energy to some extent, and their desires and demands before life will be magnified, becoming greedy, treacherous, repeatedly. Therefore, his first step was to establish his prestige, to make these ghosts terrified, and this one in front of him happened to be used by him to show his prestige. Kill me if you have the ability, if you can't. Oh, stop hitting. Stop hitting, it hurts. Brother, I was wrong, I was really wrong. The gut ghost kept screaming on the ground, and the already pale complexions of the ghosts at the gate of the villa turned a little paler. This young man doesn't follow the rules. How can I do it when I come up? Don't you always report to the family first, and then say, you are a lonely ghost, don't want to harm anyone, and leave quickly, but you can spare your life? If you stubbornly ignore it, your soul will be scattered. Stand with your head in your hands, stand with your head in your hands in the villa. The other ghosts were also alarmed, and they ran to the door one after another. Seeing the miserable appearance of the intestine ghost, they all trembled. So brutal. They are simply less human than ghosts. The twitching arm felt a little sore, so Lin Yi stopped. At this moment, the whole body of the intestine ghost was already translucent, and he was lying there muttering. Lin Yi didn't have any more intestine ghosts on the ground. He raised his willow sticks and pointed at these ghosts at the door. The ghosts standing at the door were pointed at with wicker sticks, and under Lin Yi's gaze, all of them showed flattering smiles. Stand in a row for me, don't move. Lin Yi scolded, and these ghosts quickly stood in a row, including the intestine ghost lying on the ground. There were 9 of them in total. Come out now if you're hiding in the villa, or wait until I go in and grab it out. Don't blame the wicker in my hand for being ruthless. Lin Yi yelled into the villa, and a ghost figure walked out of a painting imitating the Qingming mountains and rivers hanging on the wall of the hall. A female ghost crawled out of the huge TV screen. Lin Yi twitched as he watched. He really knew how to hide. Is there any? No, if you don't say anything, once I find out, you will also be punished. The 11 ghosts shook their heads in unison. Lin Yi sneered, raised the willow stick in his hand, and lashed at the howling intestine ghost on the ground. Snapped. The wicker made a sound, mixed with the wailing of the ghosts. The 11 ghosts trembled all over, and at the same time shrank their necks. The oldest among them said bravely, "Really, you're really gone." 3 minutes later. Including the intestine ghost, the 12 ghosts squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands. Lin Yi brought a chair and sat in front of him. The wicker would slap the ground from time to time, making the ghosts tremble. Hishan floated down from upstairs and shook his head towards Lin Yi, indicating that there were no ghosts hiding in the villa. Then Lin Yi said, "Tell me, why did you come to this villa?" "I just happened to pass by here. I always called over." "Stop." These ghosts were chattering and chattering for a while, and Lin Yi immediately stopped, pointing to the ghost whose intestines he pumped. "You tell me." The intestine ghost trembled, glanced at the willow stick in Lin Yi's hand, and said hastily, "I came here from wandering. I feel very comfortable staying here, and then I'll phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme here." Lin Yi asked several other ghosts, and the answers were similar. Speaking of which, these are also some poor ghosts. These ghosts were not rich and powerful people before they were alive, and they didn't want to stay in the cemetery, because they had never lived in a villa before, and they wanted to get addicted to living in a villa after death. As for why they chose this villa, it was also because other villas were phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either /phoneme there are people living in it, or the rough houses have not been renovated, and only this villa in the whole community has been renovated and no one lives there. Among these ghosts, the one who has lived the longest is the intestine ghost. This guy is different from other ghosts. The other ghosts all died of illness, but he was hacked to death. Before he died, he was a gangster. I learned from acting on TV in the street, asking people if the melon sellers are sure they are ripe, and provoking other vendors. In the end, they stabbed out their intestines and died on the spot due to excessive bleeding. Now this villa is mine. If you should go to the underworld, go to the underworld. There is no good end for you staying in the underworld. After figuring out that there was no problem with the villa's feng shui, Lin Yi was relieved, and naturally sent these ghosts away. These ghosts looked at each other in blank dismay, and finally they all looked at the intestine ghost. Can we not leave? Intestine ghost bit the bullet and opened his mouth. When he saw Lin Yi's eyes widening, he quickly explained, "We have nowhere to go." "There is nowhere to go, shouldn't you ghosts go to the underworld? How come there is nowhere to go, full of nonsense?" The intestinal ghost was very wronged. He was already a ghost, and what he said was just nonsense. "We have stayed in the villa for too long, and we have already missed the time to go to the underworld." Hearing the aggrieved explanation of intestine ghost, Lin Yi finally realized what was going on. It is right for ghosts to go to the underworld after death, but there is a time, in 7 or 749 days, ghosts will receive some kind of summon, telling them where to go. Once the 49 days are missed, the summon will disappear. You didn't know this? We were also ghosts for the first time, and no one told us. Looking at the miserable expressions of these ghosts, Lin Yi didn't know what to say. What he said really made sense. It was his first time being a ghost and he had no experience. It just so happened that Lao He died not long ago, so you can go to the underworld with him. Lin Yi pointed at Lao He. Lao He had not passed 49 days, and he could take these ghosts to the underworld. Unexpectedly, Hishan shook his head after hearing Lin Yi's words, and said, "No, although I can go to the underworld according to the summon, but every ghost walks in a different direction, and the old man Wang summoned him to go in another direction. I suspect that each of our ghosts has its own way to the underworld." Lin Yi frowned. This was different from the folklore he had learned about ghosts. Since the underworld really existed, there was no reason why he would make mistakes in it. You must know that this has been passed down for thousands of years. It is understandable that Taoist priests and monks do not have real skills, but ancient Taoist priests and monks should have real skills, and it is impossible to make mistakes. What went wrong? To be honest, Lin Yi can just drive these ghosts away. As for what these ghosts do after leaving the villa, it has nothing to do with him, but he knows very well that once these ghosts leave the villa, they can't go to the underworld. Harm other people in the world. Old he, take them to the backyard, you. Leave it to me. Lin Yi pointed to the intestine ghost. This guy could manifest himself and carry things. As for what to do with these ghosts, he decided to go back to another world and ask Priest Ding Xian before making a decision, but before that he had to move. But he didn't have much to move, just 2 boxes of clothes, plus those industrial silver. As for some home appliances he bought, they were all packaged and sold to the master at a low price. When the master mover drove to the villa to unload the goods, he looked at the luxurious villa with a strange expression on his face. He had moved people many times, and this was the first time he saw someone who rented a house and lived in a single apartment and moved to the villa all at once. He made a mistake. He knew that he should lower the price of those home appliances. For this kind of rich man, he can cut down a few hundred more casually. In the mind of the master, Lin Yi was already defined as a rich man. After unloading the goods, the master drove away in the car. As soon as he got in the car, he opened up their driver group and said, "I used to listen to novels written by those authors in the car, such as The Son-in-Law and The Dragon King. I still think the author is a bit weird." Nonsense, today I saw the real Dragon King in reality. After spending an hour putting everything away, Lin Yi lay comfortably on the big bed. Not to mention, this bed was more comfortable than the one in his apartment, and each bedroom was larger than the ordinary 3-bedroom and 1 living room. The life of the rich is really enjoyable. After enjoying it for a while, Lin Yi got up and walked to the back kitchen. He put the rice and meat he bought in the back kitchen's warehouse. Now, carrying several generations of rice and some meat, he traveled to another world. The second after he arrived in another world, Lin Yi looked a little surprised. So many things happened during the 3 days he hung up the phone. Zixing Shenyang County. Change the world. The rebel team finally broke in. As early as the day before, the county magistrate ran away, and a few hours before the rebel army was about to arrive in the city, those officers and soldiers turned into robbers and robbed the city wantonly. The property is out of town. It was easy for the rebel army to take over Shenyang County. Compared with the last frantic plunder of the officers and soldiers, these rebel troops did not plunder the wealth of the people after entering the city, but maintained the order of the county. After a day, the county finally settled down. Lin Yi walked out of the room, walked to the study, opened the door, and Zixing glared at him. Shameless, traitor, traitor. Lin Yi took the ball of paper from Zixing's mouth, and the guy immediately began to curse. The saliva was about to spray on Lin Yi's face. The rebels have entered the city, you can leave now. When Zixing heard Lin Yi's words, his whole body was like a discouraged ball, and his energy was gone. Rebellion. The rebel army has entered the city, and the people of Shenyang County will suffer. Zixing, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the books of sages, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the books of sages. Zixing murmured at first, but later he swears. He looked at Lin Yi with an even more cannibalistic look. Lin Yi felt that if he untied this guy now, this guy would jump up and bite him like a dog. One leaf blinds your eyes, you are indeed reading sage books in vain. Lin Yi slapped Zixing on the back of the head very unceremoniously. Zixing felt the pain and looked up angrily with grievances. You think what you know is true, let me tell you, it is the officers and soldiers in your eyes who robbed the shops in the county before the arrival of the rebels, robbed a lot of money and left regardless of the people's life or death, and in your eyes the same as the robbers the same rebels, but after entering the city, order was maintained. Zixing listened to Lin Yi's words and stared at him suspiciously. Obviously he didn't believe what Lin Yi said. I don't even bother to lie to you. You can go out and see for yourself, and ask the people in the city if what I said is true. Lin Yi untied Zixing from the rope, but Zixing did not rush towards Lin Yi, and said angrily, I will ask. If I know you lied to me, I will make you pay even if I die. Zixing walked out of the courtyard, but was confused by the scene on the street at a glance. He phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme books of sages and sages, books about the rise and fall of history, and whenever he mentioned rebellion, it described where the rebels went, the people suffered, and every house was closed. But on the street in front of you, the people didn't seem to be in the slightest panic, walking in twos and threes, talking and laughing. Did he lie to me that the rebels never broke in? Yes, it must be so. And Zixing felt that his judgment was correct. It is very likely that the rebels changed direction and did not come to Shangyang County, which is why the people are so relaxed. Thinking of this, and Zixing walked quickly to the street, stopped a passerby, and asked, "May I ask if the rebels have changed direction?" The people glanced at him, and said angrily, "What rebels? They came to rescue us. If they hadn't come, the city would have been in chaos long ago." Those green-skinned hooligans took advantage of the big officials and officers and soldiers to escape, and all of them took advantage of them to escape. They came out and robbed. The county magistrate fled. How is this possible? The county magistrate said that he would phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme and die with the county. And Zixing trembled all over. When he was studying in the school, the county magistrate came to the school to encourage these scholars and talk about the character of the literati. Later, when there was a rebellion in Sanha County, he went to the county government to ask to see the magistrate. Tell him in good words that as a local parent official, he will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme and die with Shangyang County. Coexistence and death are farts, reading is stupid, the county magistrate has already run away, and those officers and soldiers are worse than bandits, and they plundered all the shops in the city before they escaped. It is not a thing to make a set of one set. The passerby took a sip and left, leaving Zixing standing there with a dazed and helpless expression. Everything is different from what he imagined. No. It's not like that. And Zixing stopped another passerby. A few minutes later, he stood on the street in a daze. Do you know why? Because everything you know about the rebels comes from those gentry and dignitaries. For these people, the rebels are hateful, as inhuman as bandits, but for the poor and ordinary people said that the rebels came to rescue them from being exploited by the landed nobles. Lin Yi appeared behind Zixing, saw Zixing turned his head, and continued to ask, "Do you know why a dynasty can only last for 100 years or at most a few hundred years?" Because the emperor lost his morals and the bureaucrats were corrupt, the common people were in dire straits. People with lofty ideals rose up and rebelled, and everyone responded, gathering from all directions, and Zixing replied, "Wrong, the real reason is that no matter which dynasty or emperor came to power, they failed to manage the bottom. The imperial power does not go to the countryside, and the officials and lords stay in the county government. The official is the chief. Isn't this always the case in all dynasties? The people in the country haven't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme many books. It is most appropriate for the village chief and squire to take charge of the management." And Zixing retorted, "Because that's what the book said, fooling the people, telling them what is in the book. These people don't understand the truth, as long as the head of the village conveys the policy promulgated by the court. It is precisely because of this that no dynasty can last for a long time. It can only last for a few hundred years at most. The Jing dynasty existed for 400 years. When it was destroyed, Emperor Wanzong was called a rare, diligent and wise emperor. The Liang dynasty existed for 360 years. The last emperor Qingzong rectified the administration of officials, but he still failed to prevent the collapse of the dynasty. Regarding the history of the different world, Lin Yi also phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme many history books during the time he was imprisoned, and he knew some historical deeds of the previous dynasties. He cited these two dynasties and the last emperor. As a scholar, and Zixing naturally understand. Then can you tell me what caused it? And Zixing asked back. So many great Confucian scholars in the past dynasties failed to explain clearly, so he didn't believe that Lin Yi could explain clearly. Lin Yi smiled, "Xiao Mian, if it were me, I would not be able to explain it clearly, but I stood on the shoulders of giants. Because the imperial power does not go to the countryside, because every dynasty has never really cared about the people at the bottom." Lin Yi thought of the research of a certain scholar he had seen, and directly copied, "Every dynasty prospered at the beginning, then it is because the war is just gone through, the population is small, and the land is large. Everyone has land to divide, and the common people will not go hungry. In case of disaster or illness, in order to survive, they can only sell their land to gentry landlords, and then become tenants. From the royal family to officials, no one cares about the life and death of these tenants. Just like you scholars, you claim to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals read read / phoneme sage books every day, and you say that you are the people-oriented, but the people in your mouth are not the poor people, but the poor. Refers to those sages and gentry in the country. The reputation of an official is in the hands of the virtuous gentry of the village, because poor people have no access to officials, and the evaluation of officials by the imperial court is only at the first level, so the so-called parents and officials love the people like their own children. These sages and gentlemen from the countryside, the officials are always good to these sages and gentlemen for the sake of their reputation. The sages and gentry are desperately exploiting the low-level people and plundering their land, while praising the officials and the squires are very happy. No one will care about the life and death of the real bottom people. I want to refute me, but I think I'm wrong. Seeing Zixing opening his mouth to refute, Lin Yi sneered, and said, take you as an example, you are a scholar, and even if you haven't obtained any honors, your understanding of the rebels only listen to those gentry. If you have achieved fame and become an official, surrounded by officials and gentry, it is even more impossible to listen to the voices of the people at the bottom, revel in the rivers and seas woven by the squires and landlords, and think yourself good officer. It is because of officials like you who think they are benefiting the people, coupled with those corrupt officials, that all dynasties can only last for hundreds of years. And Zixing pouted, and wanted to say something a few times, but he found that he couldn't refute. He is a scholar, and he understood some truths as soon as he heard them. Scholars all over the world have never thought about it this way. Because when they were studying, even if they were poor scholars, they were kind when they came into contact with the squires, and they even donated silver taels to them. Take his school, every year the squires donated hundreds of taels of silver for given the expenses of buying the 4 treasures of the study. How could it be possible for them to think that these squires are bad? And Zixing knew that if there hadn't been this rebellion, if he really got the honor and went to work in a county, because of his good impression of the gentry and the sages, he would really be deceived by the gentry as the person in front of him said. Seeing Zixing doubting his life, Lin Yi was also happy. What he said was only the superficial reason. The actual reason was insufficient productivity. It's useless for an upright official to have peace in the world. Once the world is peaceful, the common people will desperately give birth to offspring. When the population is too large and the land is not enough, conflicts will still erupt. Thank you for teaching me. After a long time, Zixing suddenly saluted Lin Yi as a teacher, and said seriously, if it weren't for Mr. Lin, I, Zixing, would not have realized this truth even if I had phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals read / phoneme sage books all my life. Lin Yi accepted Zixing's gift sharply, then waved his hand and said, okay, now that you understand the truth, then do what you have to do, I still have things to do. And Zixing saluted again and turned to leave. Lin Yi looked at Zixing's back as he left. This scholar is indeed an interesting person. Brother Bree's view. After Lin Yi entered, he found that Qingfeng Temple had returned to its former tranquility, and all the refugees had disappeared. Young Master Lin. Dada was very happy to see Lin Yi. Lin Yi rubbed the little Taoist priest's hairpin and asked with a smile, where are the people in the Taoist temple? Mr. Lin, after those rebels entered the city, they arrested all the rice merchants, and then distributed all the grain hoarded by the rice merchants to the people who had no food. The people in the Taoist temple took the food and left. Distributing food to the people, it seems that the rebels are very conscientious. Who says it's not? It's not just about food distribution. I heard from people in the Taoist temple that they have distributed all the land that originally belonged to the landlords to them, so that they have land to plant. Many people want to join the family. Hearing Da's words, Lin Yi was a little delighted. It seemed that the elder brother had listened to what he said at the beginning, and followed the method of dividing the land and beating the landlords. Then do you know who the leader of this rebellion is? I heard from those people that his surname is Chao and he is very young. Lin Yi was sure it was the elder brother whose surname was Chao, and he was not very old, only in his 30s. Dao, in a while you go to my side to find Subo to get rice grains, and I will go to your master. Lin Yi patted Dao on the shoulder and walked towards the Taoist temple. Dao saw Lin Yi's back and muttered, but there are no people in the Taoist temple now, so it's useless to ask for so much rice. In the Great Hall of the Qing dynasty, Taoist Dingxian was doing daily lessons in front of the statue. Lin Yi didn't bother, watching Taoist Dingxian quietly. A quarter of an hour later, Taoist Dingxian finished his daily class and looked at Lin Yi. Are you here? Master Dao, I have delivered the food as agreed. Ah. Taoist Dingxian nodded and looked at Lin Yi. Yes, it seems that you have been meditating these days, and your soul is more stable than before. If you continue to persist for a while, your soul will return to normal. 1 year is neither long nor short, but for Lin Yi who has an on-hook system, 1 year is just a blink of an eye. Master Dao, I have a doubt and want to ask for advice. Oh, is it a matter of meditation? Just tell me. Taoist Dingxian thought that Lin Yi didn't understand something about meditation. Lin Yi looked a little embarrassed and said, It's not about meditation, it's about ghosts. Swish. Taoist Dingxuan's face sank all of a sudden. Lin Yi knew that this old man had misunderstood him again when he saw the old man's face. He felt that he was the same as the one his master met back then, so he quickly explained, Taoist, you also know that my soul is unstable and I tend to see ghosts. I saw a ghost lingering in the Yang world the day before yesterday. I asked him why he didn't go to the underworld. He said that he had stayed in the Yang world for more than 49 days, and now he wanted to go to the underworld. But he didn't know how to go to the underworld. He asked other ghosts, and found that the calling phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals /phoneme of the underworld felt by these ghosts was different from what he felt at the beginning. Listening to Lin Yi's explanation, Taoist Dingxian looked a little better. He stroked his beard and said, after a person dies, within 7 days, there will be a call from the underworld to guide them forward, and every ghost will go to the underworld. They are different, but if you miss this number of days, don't worry, you can go to the city gods, and the city gods will be responsible for sending them to the underworld. City god. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes and asked, Master Taoist, is there really a city god in this world? Of course there is. Every region has its own city god in division, which is responsible for the affairs of ghosts. This is the rule, and no dynasty can change it. Taoist Dingxian gave Lin Yi an example. In the Jing dynasty 600 years ago, Emperor Taizong of Jing at that time established the world for the first time, but he did not listen to the official's letter and made the officials of the Zhou dynasty the city gods. Those officers, soldiers and officials in the city were named city gods. With this edict, the ghosts of the world were in chaos. Firstly, these soldiers and officials who had just died could not suppress the ghosts at all, and secondly, the officials of the Zhou dynasty also began to disturb the world after their death. However, in just 2 years, Jing Taizong was forced, condemned his own imperial edict, and reappointed the city god of the world. It has always been a rule to use this dynasty to enshrine the officials of the previous dynasty as city gods. There are 3 reasons for this. The first is that the previous dynasty existed for hundreds of years. Merit added to the body can suppress ghosts. Secondly, after changing dynasties and going through wars, the soldiers who died in the previous dynasties were unwilling, and their colleagues from the same dynasty acted as the city gods. They can also comfort the souls of these soldiers and will not stay in the world and harm the people. The third is to stabilize the hearts of the people, and make the officials of the former dynasty city gods, so that those gentry families who have a phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals /phoneme relationship with the former dynasty will not have to worry about being settled by the new dynasty. After listening to Taoist Dingxuan's explanation, Lin Yi was also a little emotional. There are so many ways in a city god's imperial seal. There are city gods in different worlds, and there must have been city gods in the ancient world, but the problem now is that many cities in the real world have lost city god temples. Taoist, if there is no city god's temple in the local area, how will those ghosts go to the underworld? Can you go to other counties to find the city god? Taoist Dingxian said sternly, no. Why not? The city god has its own boundaries. It is not within the jurisdiction of the city god. The city god will not take care of it. In this case, the only way to wait until Qingming and Ghost Festival is when the gate of the underworld is opened, and ghosts can feel the entrance of the underworld and go to the underworld. Or you can find a practitioner and send it to the underworld. Daoist Dingxuan's face was slightly pale when he was answering the question. Lin Yi was a little puzzled about the old man's expression, but he probably understood after listening. Understood, the city god doesn't care about those outside the boundaries, it's just for the benefit of Taoist priests and others who practice. No wonder the old man felt a little embarrassed. But the problem now is that he can't find such people in the real world, and he's not sure if those Taoist monks are really capable, and it's impossible to really let these ghosts stay until Qingming. Daoist, is it easy to send the ghost to the underworld? It's hard to say, but easy to say. Daoist Ding Xian stroked his beard, saw Lin Yi's confused eyes, and explained, if you want to send ghosts to the underworld, you only need to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the scriptures of sending you to life. This scripture it's not difficult, but the chanter must practice the sense of exhalation in order to communicate with yin and yang. Lin Yi is no stranger to the sense of qi. He explained it when the old Taoist passed on his meditation sutra last time. The so-called sense of qi is actually the absorption of the aura of heaven and earth by a cultivator. Every time he meditates, he will absorb it between breathing and exhaling. The aura of heaven and earth is in the body, and after a long period of time, it will form a vortex in the body, which is called the sense of qi. To put it bluntly, it is not difficult at all for those who have cultivated the sense of venting, but it is impossible for those who have not. With your aptitude, you should be able to cultivate the sense of qi within 3 years. I see, thank you, Daoist, for your clarification. Lin Yi didn't care. For 3 years, it was a matter of hanging up the phone for a moment. When I went back this time, I hung up the phone and hung it up for 3 years. Are you also a member of the uprising? Just as Lin Yi was about to leave, Daoist Dingxian suddenly asked him something that stunned him. No outsider knew about the acquaintance between me and the elder brother. Before I came here, I had never met an acquaintance who came down from the mountain. How did the old Taoist know? Ahem, the old Taoist made a breakthrough in his cultivation of 5 senses yesterday, and heard the conversation between you and the scholar in the study. Daoist Dingxian explained lightly. Lin Yi just quietly looked at Daoist Dingxian, probably deliberately eavesdropping on the corner of the wall. When he thinks about it, he can think of the mental activities of the old man, the 5 senses have broken through, and his hearing is better than before. He just wanted to experiment, and then thought of himself living next door, eavesdropping on the conversation between himself and the scholar. I'm not a member of the rebellion. I just feel that in this world, people can't survive anymore. I think it's good for someone to rebel. Don't you think so? Daoist Dingxian was silent, and after a while he sighed, it's just that the people suffer in the end. At least no matter what the result is, the common people will have a period of recuperation. If it fails this time, the court officials will also kill a group of corrupt officials in order to appease the people. The life of the people will be better for a while. It will be even better if the rebellion succeeds. All production resources will be reshuffled, and the people can allot it to the field. Forget it, don't discuss right and wrong here. Do you have any understanding in practice? Half an hour later, when Lin Yi came out of the Taoist temple, he saw Uncle Su walking towards him. Master, I was just looking for you. The scholar who had left earlier came to the door again and brought someone with him. I led them to the side hall. It is good. Lin Yi nodded to show that he understood, and he was a little curious. And Zixing had just been beaten and left by himself, and he came back so soon, and brought someone back? Back in the courtyard, before Lin Yi stepped into the side hall, he saw a figure in Xingyi who was looking at the ink painting hanging on the wall with his back turned to him. His eyes lit up, he quickened his pace, and shouted, "Brother." Lin Yi never thought that what Zixing brought was the elder brother. Could it be that this guy ran to the elder brother after being hit by him? The elder brother also turned his head when he heard the voice, and seeing Lin Yi's excited expression, he also showed a warm smile on his face, and said, "I heard that you are now a landlord, so I came here specially to take a look." No way, I didn't take advantage of the low housing price to buy a house. I don't have an acre of land. Lin Yi chuckled and scratched his head. Facing the elder brother, he didn't know why he had a sense of intimacy with the elders. Brother, why are you with him? And Zixing felt the disdain in Lin Yi's tone, and he was not angry, but took the initiative to explain. I just went to the rebel army after hearing Mr. Lin's remarks, and found that the rebel army was indeed as Mr. Lin said. Having said that, I asked the uprising soldiers to see their leader, General Han. After General Han met me, I told General Qiao some of Mr. Lin's remarks. General Qiao asked Mr. Lin's name, and I came together. Lin Yi just looked straight at Zixing, and Zixing's eyes were slightly averted, not daring to meet his gaze. Lin Yi snorted coldly, how could it be so simple? In Zixing's heart, he felt that he must also be a member of the rebel army. After he was brainwashed by himself, oh no, after he was guided to the right path, if he wanted to join the rebel army, he probably ran to the rebel army to declare his name. No. See you, big brother. This expression was properly guessed by myself. Chapter 25 Study. Lin Yi served tea to the elder brother, while Zixing was left in the side hall of the front yard by Lin Yi. Brother, thank you very much, I want to. Thank me for what? With the little money I gave you, I can't buy this house. Besides, the things you left me are more valuable. Eldest brother interrupted Lin Yi's words, and replied meaningfully. Lin Yi smiled awkwardly, and said, that's my ancestral ointment. If elder brother needs it, I still have some. This ointment is very effective, but you are not a member of our rebel army, and I can't ask you for nothing. As for spending money to buy it, we are also very short of money and food now. Lack of money and food? Well, those gentry fled before we arrived, and the remaining food that could not be moved, all these gentry and landowners were burned. I have no money to buy ointment from you now. Lin Yi didn't expect that the gentry and landowners in other counties would do the same thing and burn all the grain. In this way, even if the senior brother and the others set up a territory to distribute the land to the poor people, the grain in the field would not grow overnight of. But after thinking about Lin Yi, he wanted to understand the reason. The elder brother listened to his words and attacked the gentry and landlords, so those gentry and landlords naturally hated the elder brother and they would rather burn it than leave the food. Give them to big brother. This trip is just to see you. After all, you also came out of Shankingman. Apart from you, I am the only one left in Shankingman. Eldest brother's tone was a little low at the end, and Lin Yi's heart trembled. He knew that war would definitely kill people, but he didn't expect that there would be only elder brother left in Shankingman. He didn't have a particularly deep affection for the inner and outer disciples of the Shangqing sect, including the handyman disciples, but after all, he had been together for a while, and there were vivid faces in his mind. Have you practiced martial arts? Sensing the low atmosphere, the elder brother suddenly smiled. Lin Yi nodded, and replied, I have practiced for a few days for the tiger roar strength you gave me, elder brother. Try me to see. Lin Yi knew that the elder brother was going to give him some advice, so he didn't hesitate, so he immediately set up his position and punched a set of punches. The rhythm of exerting force in some places is wrong, and the posture is also a bit wrong. Slow down. The elder brother walked up to Lin Yi and instructed Lin Yi step by step on how to exert strength, including the posture of punching and the adjustment of breathing. Okay, follow what I taught you and type again. With the guidance of the elder brother, Lin Yi found that this time it was smoother than before, and the strength he could exert was much stronger than before. Yes, your talent in martial arts is not bad, but it's a pity that you don't have enough time to practice martial arts. I have a prescription here, which is an auxiliary medicine for practicing tiger roaring strength. The elder brother took out a prescription from his cuff and handed it to Lin Yi, and explained, I didn't give it to you at the beginning, because the medicines in this prescription are relatively precious, and ordinary people can't afford to consume them. Lin Yi understood what eldest brother meant. Medicinal materials are so precious that most people can't afford them. If eldest brother gave them to me, it would be fine if I had no money. Practicing martial arts, in the end, maybe the tiger's roar is not perfect, and you will go bankrupt first. And now the senior brother gave himself this prescription because he saw that he was not short of silver taels. Since he was not short of silver taels, he could naturally buy medicinal materials to cooperate with the cultivation of tiger roaring strength. There are many things in the military, so let's stop here for the old stories. Lin Yi didn't ask senior brother to stay, because he knew that senior brother was really busy at this time, and it was time out of his busy schedule to be able to take time to meet him and teach him how to practice martial arts. After sending the elder brother to the door, seeing the backs of the elder brother and Zixing disappearing at the entrance of the street, Lin Yi told Uncle Su, "Don't open the door for these 2 days. Even if there is an insurgent army to maintain order, there will always be some green-skinned hooligans who will take advantage of the fire at this time." Lin Yi doesn't want to cause trouble, so he simply lives his little life behind closed doors. Because the city is unstable now, Lin Yi can't hang up the phone. After all, although he has some wisdom, he is only the most elementary. Once he encounters an emergency, he may not be so smooth in dealing with it. If he hangs up and dies, there will be consequences. He'd better not try it. Lin Yi meditated and practiced martial arts in the back house with peace of mind. On the 3rd day, someone knocked on the door. "Dao, what's the matter?" Lin Yi asked curiously after watching Uncle Su phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme Dawin, and stopped practicing martial arts. "Mr. Lin, I'm here to remind you, it's better to go out and hide for a while, or stay in our Taoist temple if you can't." "What happened? If he stays at home behind closed doors, is he still in trouble?" "A commoner who lived in our Taoist temple before joined the rebel army. Today he came to report to our Taoist temple, saying that the number of the rebel army is very large now, and many people who cannot survive will join the rebel army, but the rebel army is not so big at all. There is a lot of food. I heard that the generals of the rebel army proposed to go to the homes of those big families to see if there is any food, and if there is any food, they will all be confiscated." Lin Yi's face darkened. The worst happened. His suggestion to the big brother is to attack the landlords, but it is not to drive those landlords to a desperate situation, but to let them distribute the land to the poor people. The poor people are naturally willing to follow the rebel army when they have land, but the premise is that the army still has food in its hands, but now those gentry and landlords burned the food and ran away with their belongings. The poor people want to join the rebel army one after another, not really supporting the rebel army, but just to have a stutter. The so-called big households left in the city are just some middle class, most of them are craftsmen and merchants. How much food can the family have? Once these people are moved, the rebel army will lose the support of the people. "Is young Master Lin here?" Outside the door, and Zixing's voice came again. Before Lin Yi could respond, and Zixing hurried in. Seeing Lin Yi and Dao, he was stunned for a moment and said, "Mr. Big Trouble." After listening to Zixing's narration, Lin Yi realized why the rebel army encountered such a big trouble in a few days. Many poor people poured into Shenyang County. Some of them came here because they heard that joining the rebel army would give them land, and some were coaxed by landlords and gentry from other counties. Faced with so many poor people, there were also differences within the rebel army. Some think that there is not enough food and cannot receive it, while others think that they must receive it. Doesn't this just show that their rebellion is what the people want? As for the lack of food, they searched door to door in the city. There would always be people hiding food in their homes, and some thought it was inappropriate. Food. As for why they didn't take the people to attack other counties, that's because the terrain in this area is a bit special. There is a river in the north of Shenyang County, and the boats were all burned. It takes time for the army to cross the river. These poor people are all used by the opposite side. Sent by boat. On the east and west sides, there are mountains and mountains, but the south side is a plain. However, the rebel army and officers and soldiers have been fighting fiercely in the south for several days, and they have never been able to capture another city. Originally choosing such an area to rebel was because of the geographical advantages. As long as this area is taken down, the terrain can gain time for development. Unexpectedly, it has become a hindrance now. The other generals have different opinions now. General Qiao alone may not be able to convince everyone. Hearing Zixing's anxious words, Lin Yi's expression fluctuated. The next moment, a gleam of determination flashed across his eyes, and he asked Dao, "Dao, is your master in the Taoist temple?" "Here I am." "I'll go find your master." Lin Yi walked away, seeing Zixing's suspicious gaze, and said, "You wait here for me, I have something to tell you soon." Breeze View. When Lin Yi saw Taoist Ding Xian, he didn't hesitate and said straight to the point, "Master Taoist, there is a shortage of food in the city. I can get food to alleviate the crisis, but I need a way to stabilize my soul, otherwise I won't be able to get enough food. Taoist Dingxian listened to Lin Ye's words and looked at Lin Yi deeply for a while. He already knew that there was a shortage of food in the city. If there was no food, the city would be in chaos. Wait for me here. Taoist Dingxian turned and left. Lin Yi waited for a quarter of an hour before the figure of Taoist Dingxian reappeared. His originally ruddy complexion turned pale. Take this talisman and stick it on your body. Your soul will not be affected in any way within 12 hours. Thank you, Taoist. Lin Yi solemnly took over the silver talisman from Taoist Dingxian. He knew that Taoist Dingxian probably paid a high price for painting this talisman. Turn around and leave. Just as Lin Yi's footsteps reached the entrance of the Taoist temple, Taoist Dingxuan's voice suddenly came. My Qingfeng temple has received incense from the people, and I have hoarded a lot of food for many years. Today, seeing that there is a shortage of food in the city, I specially opened a warehouse to release the food. Lin Yi paused, and looked back at Taoist Dingxian. The two looked at each other, and a silent tacit understanding was conveyed. Thank you, sir. Lin Yi thanked him again. He understood the subtext in Taoist Dingxuan's words. With so much food, if I take it out by myself, I will inevitably be targeted. I believe that the senior brother will not betray me, so I can sneakily tell the senior brother where the food is hidden, but the Taoist leader does not know the temperament of the senior brother, so I think about it in the long run. In other words, if the big brother and the others fail in their uprising, the government will only look for King Fengwen to settle accounts after autumn. The Taoist priest has shouldered all possible consequences for himself. Chapter 26 Thank you, Masters. Manager Wang, please excuse me. Our property is for the owner. Mr. Lin, if you have any needs, just tell me directly. The property manager was very polite. Lin Yi knew that he was looking at He Jia's face. He had transported several truckloads of rice and meat this time, so it was easy to find a reason for the outside world. There is a refrigerator in the basement of the villa, so there is no need to worry about it breaking. Manager, isn't this too exaggerated? Even if the community is really closed at that time, there is no need to collect so many. Hearing what his subordinate said, Manager Wang curled his lips and said, You don't understand this. Rich people think differently from us. They think in the long run. We ordinary people can't afford these rice and meat, but for others, it may be just the money for a banquet and a meal. Although our Rao city is small, there are many rich people. Any household in this community will shake the whole Rao city. You have not been here for a long time. I remind you again today, here doing property can't be like other communities, here we are a real service industry. Refrigerator. Lin Yu was very satisfied with the rice, meat and vegetables that filled the room, and the next step was to carry them over, because each time he could only bring what he could carry, and he needed to carry it many times, which is why he asked the Taoist priest find a way to stabilize your soul. Otherwise, I'm afraid that before the rice and meat are delivered, I will lose my soul first. Once, twice. Lin Yi didn't know how many times he carried it. When the last bag of rice was moved, his whole body was going limp. Only an hour has passed in the other world. Lin Yi delivered the food directly to his backyard, filling up the entire backyard. And Zixing, tell the elder brother to go to Qingfeng Temple to get food early tomorrow morning. There is food in Qingfeng Temple. Is there any food in the Qingfeng Temple? Sure enough, these Taoist priests are really good at collecting money and food. And Zixing snorted coldly, and Dao beside him was puzzled. I won't do business with Mr. Lin anymore. Stop talking nonsense, report to my elder brother. Lin Yi looked at Zixing's cynical expression, and scratched the back of his head. He didn't know anything, so he learned to be a cynic, and in modern times he would be a keyboard warrior. After Zixing was blown away, Lin Yi went to the Taoist temple to meet Taoist Dingxian. Taoist Dingxian followed Lin Yi to the backyard and was shocked when he saw a backyard full of grain. Mr. Lin, so much grain has to be moved to the Taoist temple, I'm afraid it's easy to attract attention by going through the front door. After a while, Taoist Dingxian controlled his emotions. Lin Yi heard the same reasoning. If he wasn't afraid of being too conspicuous, he could have traveled back and forth directly in the backyard of the Taoist temple. The left side of your backyard is adjacent to my Taoist temple, you can open a passage here. Okay, let's do that. Lin Yi glanced at the wall on the left, he didn't care too much about a wall. After tearing down the wall, Lin Yi, Daoist Chang, and Daoist started to work as porters. They were busy until almost early morning, before they finally piled up the food in several miscellaneous rooms in the backyard of the Taoist temple. Moo! In the cowshed in the backyard, the scalper barked unhappily, as if blaming Lin Yi and the others for disturbing his good dreams all night. Master Dao, why don't you kill this cow and eat beef? Lin Yi suggested to the old Taoist. Taoism avoids meat. Many people have misunderstandings about meat. In fact, meat does not refer to meat, but some spices. Taoism avoids 5 kinds of meat, which refers to 5 seasoning dishes such as leeks and garlic. Meat is not taboo. Fuxing Wuliang Tianzuan, my Taoist school has 5 meats, 3 dislikes and 4 non-eating. This beef is one of the 4 non-eating. Seeing Daoist Dingshuan's serious explanation, Lin Yi didn't continue the topic, he just mentioned that he still knew the Taoisms for non-eating. The carrying task was completed, and Lin Yi couldn't rest yet. He had to put away the rice bags. These rice bags couldn't be made in another world. After cleaning up, the sky had already turned white, and before Lin Yi had time to go back to his house to take a shower to get rid of the smell of sweat, footsteps could already be heard from the front door of the Taoist temple. Big brother is here. Not only the elder brother came, but also several other generals in armor, each of them exuded a chilling aura, and the aura exuded made him feel a little uncomfortable to breathe. Among them, the elder brother was the strongest, like a furnace. Only then did Lin Yi realize that the elder brother was so peaceful in front of him, because he hadn't fully released his aura. The elder brother didn't say hello to Lin Yi, he didn't even look at Lin Yi, he just cupped his fists at Daoist Dingxian and said, "The kindness of Daoist today, we will remember it in our hearts." The old man's move is not for your rebel army, but for the people in the city. Daoist Dingshuan's expression was flat, his words made the 2 generals behind the elder brother a little embarrassed. These 2 proposed to rob the rich households of food. Don't worry, Daoist, the rebel army will not harm the people in the city. The elder brother made a strong reassurance, and at the same time glanced at the generals behind him, his eyes were a bit uglier than those of the 2 generals who had embarrassed expressions before. Daoist Dingxian didn't say anything more, and led the elder brother and the others to the backyard. When he saw the mountain of grain in the backyard, Lin Yi could feel that everyone's breathing became short, even the elder brother. But at this moment, the elder brother's gaze just happened to look over, and the 4 eyes met, and the elder brother nodded slightly towards him. Lin Yi understood that the reason why the elder brother didn't say hello to him was actually the same as Daoist Dingxian. Mr. Lin, you are living a comfortable life today. The next day, and Zixing came to the door, looking at Lin Yi who was basking in the sun under the deck chair, with envy in his eyes. Lin Yi replied with a smile, "I'm different from you guys. I don't have big ambitions. I hide in a small building to form a unified body. I don't care about spring, summer, autumn and winter." And Zixing was startled, and repeated Lin Yi's words. Hiding in the small building into a unified body, he cares about spring, summer and autumn and winter. What a poem! I didn't expect Mr. Lin to have such a brilliant literary talent. Yep, this one Qing has committed another illness. Lin Yi watched Zixing muttering there, knowing that this was a common problem among literati, and explained, "I didn't say that, it was said by a talented man named Lu Sun." Lu Sun? Why haven't I heard of it? I met him in other counties. Zhou Shurun of Zhejiang province is a great talent. He said many classic words. In his hometown, if you add a sentence that Mr. Lu Sun said, it is the truth. That should be a great confusion in the world. The world is big, and there are so many talented people. Compared with it, our Shangyang County is too small. And Zixing nodded in approval, and then excitedly said, "I am here this time. Farewell to you, the ship is ready, General Qiao is ready to take the rebel army across the river, and I will leave with the rebel army." Going away? Lin Yi knew that senior brother and the others wouldn't stay in Shenyang County for too long, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Yeah, uprisings are breaking out everywhere now, and General Qiao is going north to join another insurgent army. Okay, then I wish you all the best of luck and overthrow this corrupt dynasty as soon as possible. On the day when the rebel army left the city, Lin Yi walked out of the house for the first time, saw the city gate, and watched the elder brother straddling his horse and leading the army to the north, until he finally couldn't see the army, then turned back. Dao! In Qingfeng Temple, Lin Yi walked in and found that the little Taoist priest did not respond to him. After searching around, he did not find phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme the old Taoist priest or the little Taoist priest. Only the ox was left in the backyard. In the Sanqing Hall, there was a letter. After reading it, Lin Yi's expression became very exciting. This letter was left to him by the old Taoist. It said that he took his disciples out for a wandering, and the Taoist temple was temporarily closed. He asked him to arrange for someone to help clean the Taoist temple and take care of the scalpers when he was free. What you knew, this is running away. Lin Yi pooed. Thankfully he was moved by the behavior of the old man before. The old man of emotion is ready to run away. This is because he doesn't even want the patriarch. He didn't even say hello to himself, it was to guard against himself. That is to say, there were no fees for tourist attractions in ancient times, otherwise I would change your Taoist temple into an attraction fee, just like a Taoist priest in modern times. If you go out for a year, you have to pay for the entrance fee when you go home. The old Taoist ran away, and Lin Yi searched the Taoist temple and found a lot of scriptures and some miscellaneous books, which he packed up and took away. Outside the city. Master, we are really leaving like this. Didn't you say that Master has never taken you out on a cloud tour before, but today he will take you on a cloud tour to let you see the outside world? But we didn't say hello to Mr. Lin. Say hello to him, then we can still go. This kid is very evil. If we know, we must stick to him. Taoist Dingxian muttered in a low voice. Chapter 27 Xingju Pharmacy. Lin Yi took the prescription given by his elder brother to grab the medicine, and the price of a pair of medicine was 1 tael of silver. Expensive. The most important thing is that he needs to drink a decoction during the day, and a medicated bath before going to bed at night, which means at least 2 taels of daily expenses, which is more than a month's living expenses of ordinary people. That's not even counting the meat he eats every day. Poor culture and rich martial arts, this is true. There weren't many herbs in Qingju Pharmacy, and Lin Yi only bought 10 copies. According to the pharmacy shopkeeper, because of the war, many pharmacies didn't deliver the goods, and I'm afraid they will have to wait for a while. The medicinal materials in Lin Yi's prescription can be used for curing diseases, and the shopkeeper of the pharmacy does not intend to sell all of them to Lin Yi. This point made Lin Yi feel a little bit emotional. The shopkeeper still has a bit of conscience. Not to mention that the pharmacy really would rather the medicinal materials be dusted on the shelves so noble, but at least it won't be like a modern pharmacy that gives away a bag of eggs when you spend 88. Engage in promotional activities. If you can't buy it in another world, Lin Yi can go back to modern times to buy it and send it to another world, and you won't be short of medicinal materials. Back home, Lin Yi sorted out the scriptures he had collected from the Qingfeng Temple. There were quite a few good things, such as qi watching skills and 5 ghost transporting skills, but the requirement for cultivation was to have a sense of qi. He can only look at these spells now, but fortunately he finally found a book that he can use now. Taishang Merit Induction Sutra. This is a method of cultivation based on merit. It does not require a sense of qi, but through the acquisition of merit, the qi of merit is used to gather the sense of qi. The advantage of merit cultivation is that it has quick results in the early stage, but it is difficult in the later stage, which increases exponentially. If you do some good deeds in the early stage, your merits will be recorded in the account, but the amount of merits you need to be promoted later is very scary. But for Lin Yi, this scripture came in a timely manner. Cultivate first and enjoy first, and talk about later things later. This scripture has no requirements for the aura of heaven and earth. Lin Yi can take it back to practice in modern times, and he will no longer stay in another world now, and return to modern times with a thought. Old he, tell those ghosts to come to the backyard. Merit, influence ghosts can obtain in virtue, which is also a kind of merit. Lin Yi immediately thought of these ghosts in his family. Isn't this just ready-made experience points? When Ishan gathered all the ghosts together, Lin Yi began to recite the supernatural scriptures collected from the Taoist temple. However, after he recited it a few times, he found that the expressions of these ghosts were very numb, and the drowsy appearance, very much like his expression when he was in school. Cheer me up, you. Repeat to me what is the fifth sentence of scriptures I just phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme? Lin Yi pointed at one of the old ghosts. The old ghost seemed to have his eyes open, nodding from time to time, and he thought he could fool himself by listening carefully. The way is shallow. At the beginning, in order not to be noticed by the teacher, I not only nodded from time to time, but occasionally frowned to show a puzzled expression. In the end, I suddenly realized that I was fooling anyone with this expression. And you don't laugh. Tell me, what is the fifth sentence I recited? Death in the open, death, injustice in the dark. Choo choo, death. The ghost who was named answered tremblingly. After a roll call, no one came up who could give a complete answer. You guys are the worst class of ghosts I've ever seen. Lin Yi laughed angrily, and Ishan on the side explained, Brother Lin, those Taoist monks rely on their own strength and their own practice to influence those Taoist monks by reciting scriptures. The scriptures alone should be useless. That's right, I watched on TV, and those Taoist monks performed rituals, and they all radiated golden light. The other ghosts followed immediately. That's them. Influences by external forces are false. What I want is that you be influenced by me from your heart. It comes from your heart. After a while, each of you will write, words of your feelings to me after listening. Who if I write less, I will be confined in a small black room for 3 days and not allowed to come out. It's golden light, I haven't even cultivated the sense of energy, there is a fart golden light. The most powerful influence is to let the ghosts being influenced to influence themselves from the heart. Those Taoist monks are called bewitching. After giving these ghosts homework, Lin Yi went out. It was only after he reached the gate of the community that he realized that he should have a car. The area where he lived in the past was small, and it took only a few minutes to walk from the unit building to the entrance of the community, but now it took him half an hour to walk from his home to the entrance of the community, and he didn't see many people on the way. Those who walk and pass by are all luxury cars. You can go to the forest store to have a look later. Lin Yi went out this time to buy medicinal materials for himself. The medicinal materials and the prescription given by the elder brother are not so rare in modern times, and many Chinese pharmacies can get them together. There were some small episodes when buying medicine. Now pharmacies still divide prescription and over-the-counter medicines. Lin Yi's prescription has no label, and the pharmacy dare not fill it for him. Because Lin Yi asked for a large amount, the pharmacy specially invited a Chinese medicine doctor to show the prescription, but the Chinese medicine doctor had never seen this prescription before, but based on the characteristics of the medicinal materials, he judged that it was a nourishing prescription for nourishing qi and strengthening bones. Just went to pick the medicinal materials. After giving the delivery address to the pharmacy, Lin Yi took a taxi to the next destination, Motor City, where he wanted to buy a car. The plot of urban novels where the male protagonist is so poor that he can't escape, and buying a car pretends to be a slap in the face. I don't know if I can meet it. In the taxi, Lin Yi thought of the novels he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme before. When the male protagonists went to buy a car, they had to meet a new female salesman, who was looked down upon by the old salesman. Those who are beautiful may also turn over because of the protagonist. Think a little excited. However, the real process of buying a car made Lin Yi dull. He was greeted by a male salesman who was very enthusiastic. After he saw a car he wanted to buy, he took the initiative to apply for a discount from the manager and gave him a car film, mats, umbrellas, thermos cups. When driving the car out of the store, the staff in the store even came to a farewell ceremony with a cannon salute. When the salute is fired, 10,000 taels of gold. I wish Mr. Lin smooth sailing in the future, and God of wealth. Is the current economy so sluggish? Or has the industry changed, and the service enthusiasm is second only to Haidileo? After driving the car out of the auto city, Lin Yi was still a little emotional. He just bought a 10,000 plus car to have such a service. Those who bought $1 million luxury car, the service was unbelievable. Every man has thought about owning a car of his own. Driving this car, Lin Yi was still a little excited. He took out his phone and prepared to have dinner with a few friends, which was considered a celebration, but he had just taken out his phone to make contacts, when suddenly there was a bang from the front of the car, and Lin Yi's heart ached. When I got tight, I found that my car rear-ended someone else's car. What am I? Lin Yi stopped in a hurry. When he was looking at his phone, he deliberately glanced ahead. There was a traffic light ahead, and there was only one car in front of him. There was still a distance of one car between the two cars. The reason will hit. Unless the car in front suddenly brakes to a stop. But no matter what, it is a fact that you rear-end yourself. According to traffic rules, you are fully responsible for rear-end collisions. Lin Yi got out of the car, and a woman got out of the car in front of her. When she saw Lin Yi getting out of the car, she immediately cursed, "Why did you drive? You hit my car." "Sorry, I'm a novice. I just picked up this car, but I've already bought insurance. I'll notify the insurance company now. It's my responsibility, and I will definitely be responsible." Lin Yi quickly apologized. "Of course it's your responsibility, but it can also be my responsibility. What happened to the new car? It's your own business if the new car crashes." The woman was a bit unreasonable. Lin Yi glanced at the front of the woman's car and finally understood why he rear-ended her. The woman's car was 2 car bodies away from the traffic lights. She braked to stop on purpose, not to touch herself. After all, she didn't know that she would rear-end, but because the parking space happened to be under the shade of a tree. If you drive forward, the car will be under the sunlight. This is to hide from the sun. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth twitched, and he didn't say anything, just a slight bump, and there was insurance compensation, and not long after Lin Yi called the insurance number, the traffic police also arrived, after seeing the scene and taking pictures, to signal Lin Yi and the woman to move the car aside first, so as not to cause traffic jams. Comrade traffic policeman, he is the one who rear-ended this time, and he is fully responsible for the rear-end collision. When a woman sees the traffic police coming, she immediately divides the responsibilities. The main responsibility is indeed for the rear-end collision, but it is not entirely responsible and depends on the specific situation. Why didn't your car drive forward and stop at this position? When the traffic police asked, the woman faltered a few times and said, "I originally wanted to drive forward, but it wasn't because I was hit by him. Sister, I was the one who bumped into you after you stopped the car. There is surveillance here, and it will be clear when you check the surveillance." Lin Yi was speechless, because he wanted to blame himself. "Well, what is going on? We will call the surveillance to check clearly." When she heard that she would check the monitoring, the woman looked a little flustered, but she still insisted and said, "Check the monitoring and check the monitoring. It's my business to park my car, and the law doesn't stipulate that I can't park here. It's reasonable for you to rear-end you. Then let the law decide. I will take as much responsibility as I should." Lin Yi frowned. Originally, he wanted to take full responsibility, but the way this woman put all the responsibility on himself made him a little angry. "It's reasonable for you to stop when you are 3 cars away from the traffic light. Okay, both of you, stop arguing. The car is fine. Why don't you see if you can discuss the solution? If you can't, just drive with me to the traffic police team to deal with it, and notify your insurance to the traffic police team. Come. Just go. Anyway, I was out shopping for beauty treatment. I have plenty of time." From a woman's point of view, it's a working day, and a young man like Lin Yi must not be able to afford it, not to mention that after buying a new car, there may be relatives waiting to pick up the car and set up a banquet. It's really a coincidence. I don't have much else but time. Then go to the traffic police team. Lin Yi is not used to it. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals ir either slash phoneme. You spend a lot of time shopping and doing beauty treatments. Sorry, I'm a homeless person now, and I have more time than you. Traffic police team. Before Lin Yi could wait for the traffic police to deal with him, he first waited for someone from the insurance company. "Mr. Lin, this is the new car you just picked up." "Yes, it crashed within half an hour of mentioning it." Mr. Lin, I don't know if you have phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme the insurance policy in detail. The commercial insurance will take effect the next day, but fortunately, this accident is just a bump, and the compulsory insurance can pay for it. Lin Yi was taken aback for a moment, he really didn't notice this. In addition, I suggest that you directly discuss with the traffic police, and you will be judged to be fully responsible. The total cost of repairing the car is less than 1,000 yuan. This has to be divided into primary and secondary responsibilities, and it will be more troublesome to settle the claim. Seeing Lin Yi's puzzled expression, the insurer explained, if you are fully responsible, our insurance company will pay for the car repairs for both of you. Hand it in, it's time-consuming. Lin Yi was surprised. With such an operation, the insurance company is not willing to pay less money? It's not a big accident. If it's less than 5,000 yuan, if there is no third-party property damage, you just need to take a photo and send it to us, then take the car to the 4S shop for repairs, and just leave after repairs. After all, time is money now. If it's delayed like this, the traffic police probably won't be able to issue a letter of responsibility for the accident so soon, and they will have to find time to watch the monitoring. It will take a day or two. Isn't this a waste of your time? No, I don't have much else but time, so let her delay it. Lin Yi knew that the insurance company was kind, but he refused and just spent time with this woman. This time he really wanted to be more serious. The two of you confirmed that you don't want to discuss it. I need to issue a certificate of responsibility for the accident, right? The traffic policeman was a little amused to see Lin Yi and the woman. Both of them belonged to the top iron, and the loss did not exceed 1,000 yuan. This was the first time he had encountered both parties so seriously. Since you don't agree to negotiate, that's fine. I'll go to investigate and monitor when the case in hand is over. I'll stop the car here when you both come over tomorrow. The car is parked here. I still have a car at home. I will call my husband in a while and ask him to drive to pick me up. The woman threw the car keys on the table, glanced at Lin Yi triumphantly, took out her mobile phone and called her husband. Lin Yi ignored him, handed over the keys to the traffic police team and called the insurance officer. Greeting is also left. Hey, you're still young, such a thing is too real. The insurance officer looked at Lin Yi as leaving back and whispered, as an insurance officer, he had seen too many accidents dealt with, and generally speaking, they could be resolved quickly, and few would be willing to delay. At the door, Lin Yi was about to stop the car. An Audi S6 was driving towards him. When it passed by him, it stopped suddenly. The window rolled down, revealing the figure of manager Wang. Mr. Lin, it's really you. I thought I was mistaken. Are you? The car had a traffic accident, I threw the car in the traffic police, and now I'm going to take a taxi back. Meeting manager Wang here, Lin Yi was also a little surprised. When manager Wang heard that Lin Yi was going to take a taxi back to the community, he just wanted to say that he could give him a ride, but he thought he was here to pick up his wife. He heard his wife call, the kid who rear-ended the car still hasn't acknowledged his responsibility. It may take a while to deal with it by himself, and Mr. Lin is definitely not willing to wait. As Mr. Lin, if he is willing to wait, there will definitely be a car to answer a phone call. If someone takes a taxi by himself, he will not wait for something urgent, so don't make trouble for himself. Mr. Lin, I'll go in first, I have something to deal with. Go. Lin Yi nodded, saw the taxi coming in front of him, stopped the taxi and left. P.S. Brothers, word chapter, please phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme it during the new book period. Chapter 28 Husband, why did you arrive so soon? I wasn't in the community today, but I happened to be doing business nearby, so I came quickly. Wang Quan replied, looked around and asked, where is the person who hit our car? The man left. If he still wants to refuse to admit responsibility, I won't negotiate and just leave the car here. Anyway, it's the traffic police's responsibility in the end. Listening to his wife's words, Wang Quan knew what had happened and nodded his head. It's all right. The family doesn't have a car, so it doesn't matter if it's left alone for a few days. Get in the car. I met an owner of our community on the way just after I came in. Do you know who it is? It's what I told you last time. Mister, he brought it here himself. He bought the Building Kings. Encountered a traffic accident, take a taxi and go back to the community. Then why don't you give it to him? You're so stupid. Don't talk about flattering such a big shot. As long as you take care of him and show off a little bit of money, it's enough for us to spend the rest of our lives. Hearing his wife's complaints, Wang Quan smiled and explained, I think too, but I want to pick you up. I can't leave you alone. I'm afraid it will delay time. People will definitely choose to take a taxi because they don't want to delay, otherwise a driver will come with just one phone call. You're so dead. If you want to tell me to send that one off, I'd rather you leave me behind. It's no big deal if I take a taxi back home. I'm so stupid. The woman was a little offended. Wang Quan chuckled, he knew his wife too well. How could he be really angry? Whether a woman was angry could not be judged from her words, but from her facial expressions and actions. The one who rear-ended my car today was also a young man. Do you think it is the car of the one you said rear-ended me? The woman joked. How is it possible? What kind of car is the person chasing you driving? And what is the status of Mr. Lin? He must be driving a luxury car. That's right, but it's really a bit of a coincidence. The young man chasing me is also named Lin. Lin, what is Lin? Oh yes, it's called Lin Yi. Whoops, why are you suddenly braking suddenly? Wang Quan didn't care about his wife's anger, so he quickly took out his mobile phone and clicked on a photo, which was taken when he checked in with Mr. Lin. Do you think it's this person? Yes, it's him. Husband, why are you so young? The woman's voice stopped abruptly. She's not stupid. She thought of a possibility all of a sudden. Her voice became a little trembling. Then Lin Yi is the big shot you mentioned. What is going on? You tell me clearly. A few minutes later, Wang Quan got out of the car with his wife and went straight to the traffic police accident handling office. That comrade traffic policeman, I'm here to deal with the accident with my wife. The traffic policeman glanced at Wang Quan, then at his wife, and said, it's a small accident, since you don't negotiate, just come tomorrow to get the responsibility statement. Knowing that the traffic police had misunderstood him, Wang Quan quickly explained, there is no need to negotiate, this is my wife's responsibility. When she drives so far away from the traffic lights, this behavior is obviously wrong. Just judge my wife to take full responsibility, gone. The traffic policeman was stunned and looked at Wang Quan's wife. Wang Quan's wife said bitterly, it's my responsibility. I told my husband what happened just now. My husband has already educated me. I also realized my mistake. Just judge me to be fully responsible. Put. The insurance officer, who was dealing with other accidents and did not leave, couldn't help laughing. This plot, he had never seen it in his life. In most cases, even if many female drivers make mistakes in driving, they will not recognize their mistakes and still have to be stubborn. It is good if their husbands can persuade them not to speak, and even if they admit their mistakes, they will never admit their mistakes. In addition, although the woman was at fault in this accident, she was more responsible for the rear-end collision, so there is no need to take full responsibility. We will clearly define who is responsible. It's not that you accept full responsibility if you say you are fully responsible. If you have nothing to do, go back first. The traffic policeman kept a straight face. Wang Quan could only walk out of the treatment room with his wife. It's so rare today, I'm a little confused. The insurance officer said with a smile. What's wrong with you? It's estimated that your client's background is not simple. It's not easy, no way, it's just a scooter. What do you know, rich people are very low-key these days, especially even more low-key. The traffic policeman said meaningfully, some people are destined not to be too high-key. The owner of the Rolls-Royce would nod and bow when seeing the people who got off the hundreds of thousands of Hongqi cars. Honey, what do you think we should do now, or we'll pretend we don't know, and I won't go to your community in the future. What are you thinking? Wang Quan blared at his wife. Women only want to escape when encountering things. Is this something that can be used to escape? If Mr. Lin is serious, can he still not find out his identity information? It's not a big deal, I'll take you to apologize to Mr. Lin. Apologize? Wang Quan's wife couldn't accept it. She was very ostentatious before, but now she has to apologize to others, and she can't pass the test in her heart. What do you know? This matter is not a bad thing. I just took advantage of this matter to deepen my relationship with Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin is a big shot, so he won't hold on to such a small matter like you. Having worked as a property manager in the community for 6 or 7 years, Wang Quan also thinks he understands the temperament of rich people quite well. These rich people are not the type who care about every detail, and many things do not touch their bottom line, so they are easy to talk about. At the door of the house, Lin Yi watched Wang Quan bring his wife with him, and his expression was a bit exciting. Is this world so small? Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. My wife doesn't drive very much and has caused you trouble. I brought her here to apologize to you. Wang Quan first apologized to Lin Yi, and then glared at her wife. Don't apologize to Mr. Lin? No need, I am also mainly responsible for this matter. After all, I was the one who rear-ended. Mr. Lin, that's not what you said. If my wife didn't brake suddenly, you wouldn't rear-end. But since you handed it over to the traffic police, I will do as the traffic police say. I brought my wife here just because of my wife. I apologize for your attitude. Lin Yi was overjoyed. This manager Wang is really a talent. It made people feel comfortable listening to these words. He knew that he was not short of the money to repair the car, and he didn't take responsibility. He just apologized for his attitude. Lin Yi accepted the other party's apology, and even added WeChat with manager Wang. Seeing the couple leave, he smiled and shook his head. There is no shortage of good people these days, no wonder he can be a property manager. But he also knew in his heart that it was because of He Jia that this man brought his wife to come to apologize. If this manager Wang knew that he was just a freelancer, would he still do this? A small episode did not affect Lin Yi's mood. After the pharmacy delivered the medicinal materials, Lin Yi directly transported these medicinal materials to another world, and then turned on the hang-up mode for himself in the other world. On-hook tasks, meditation, martial arts, and scalping. Give the scalper a big bid every day. P.S. Tell me about the update time, it is updated every afternoon and evening. Chapter 29 Villa Backyard. How about it, have you written all your thoughts? Master Tianshi, we can't hold things, we can't write. These ghosts have bitter expressions on their faces. Except for the intestine ghost, the other ghosts are incorporeal, and they can't even hold a pen, so naturally they can't write their thoughts. If you can't write it, let this guy write it for you. Don't think too little about it. If you don't finish it tonight, I will lock it up in the dark room. The body of the intestine ghost who was pointed by Lin Yi trembled. He ghost-ridden these people. He had never written so many words in his life. If he was willing to write so many words when he was in school, he wouldn't have come out to mess around. He is familiar with holding a knife in this hand, but he is too unfamiliar with holding a pen. That. Master Tianshi, please forgive me, I really can't write so many words. I can't write so many words, it seems that I don't have a deep understanding. Lin Yi swept over coldly, with hesitation on the face of the intestine ghost, and he said after a while, Master Tianshi, I was indeed influenced by the scriptures you recited, and I came to my senses, knowing that to be a ghost is to be a good ghost. I report that there is an evil spirit in our community who wants to harm people. If you go and catch it, the merit will definitely be higher than the impact on us. Goblin? Snapped. Lin Yi pulled out the willow stick. This guy has no good intentions and wants to send himself to death. Can the evil spirit be dealt with by himself? Lord Tianshi, listen to me, the situation of that evil ghost is different. He is a water ghost, as long as he leaves the water, he can't harm anyone. The intestine ghost begged for mercy and explained repeatedly, only then did Lin Yi realize that he had really blamed the intestine ghost. It turned out that earlier, the intestine ghost saw a water ghost in the artificial lake in the community. This water ghost was a coward before his death, and with his face and sweet words, he defrauded women of money, especially those rich women. The reason why he drowned was because he and the rich woman were planning to have a good time at home, but the husband of the rich woman suddenly brought someone to look for him. This guy had nowhere to hide, and finally jumped into the artificial lake in the community. He thought he would not be afraid of water, but unexpectedly, the weather was too cold to cause leg cramps, and finally drowned like this. Drowning after death, the drowned will become a water ghost, and will be confined in this water area and cannot leave. The general lifespan is about 30 to 50 years. There is only one way to get out of trouble, and that is to find a substitute dead ghost to replace him. The water ghost didn't want to suffer in this icy lake, so he told the intestine ghost that he wanted to find a surrogate to die for him, so that he could get out of trouble. Old he, is this the case? Lin Yi didn't believe the intestine ghost's words. He looked at Ishan, who nodded, and said, "That's true. This kind of drowning ghost is extremely powerful in the water, but it can't be separated from that water area. If you don't have water around you, you're like a baby." With Ishan's words, Lin Yi looked at the intestine ghost and said, "Euphoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the way, take me to see that water ghost." The area of the artificial lake in the community is not particularly large, but it is indeed a lake. After all, it is a high-end villa area. Unlike the promotion of some communities, the first-line Riverview rooms really can only see the river through a gap. When Lin Yi brought the intestine ghost to the artificial lake, there were two children playing by the lake. Two children were kicking a ball on the lawn not far from the lake, and right by the lake, a man's head was sticking out of the water, staring at the two children evilly, like a crocodile waiting to be hunted. "Tianshur, this is the water ghost." The intestine ghost pointed to the exposed ghost head, and at this moment one of the children didn't kick well, and the ball rolled towards the lake. There was an evil smile on the water ghost's face. He finally got his chance. When the ball fell into the water and the two children came to catch the ball, he dragged them into the water. He can get out of the water by pulling a child, but he'll be even stronger if he kills two of them. If he harms someone, he cannot go to the underworld to be punished. He must stay in the underworld and become a powerful ghost. Come on, come on. The water ghost looked at the ball that was getting closer and closer, and his face was full of excitement. He blamed the damn property manager. Since he drowned in this lake, the property manager actually went door to door to inform the owners. For more than half a year, no one came to play by the lake. When he got out of trouble, the first thing he wanted to kill was the property manager, as well as the woman and her husband. The water ghost was already imagining the scene after he got out of trouble, but the next moment, he froze, and a pair of hands appeared in his line of sight, which directly held down the rolling ball. Just a little bit, who is this damn guy, and why did he harm me?" The water ghost became irritable. Just a little bit, he now has the desire to eat people. "Uncle, this is our ball." "What uncle? This is big brother, this is our ball, can you return it to us?" Lin Yi didn't like to listen to the little boy's words, but he was very satisfied with what the little girl with pink makeup and jade sculpted said. "That's a big loss. Okay, try to minimize it in the future." "Forget it, it's okay, you go over there and continue playing." Lin Yi returned the ball to the little girl, rubbed the little girl's head. By the way, the little girl smiled sweetly at Lin Yi, but the little boy glared at Lin Yi with hostile eyes, and then followed behind the little girl run away. "Coco, wait for me, didn't the teacher say that girls can't be touched casually? Then the teacher also told me not to play with students with poor academic performance. It will affect my studies." That's different, we are neighbors, and I haven't affected your study. That big brother is handsome." Lin Yi listened to the conversation between the little boy and the little girl, and looked at how sensible this little girl is, and this little boy. Forget it, just treat it as a good deed. And just when the figures of the little boy and the little girl were about to disappear, two streams of green smoke floated from their bodies, and the smoke curled up and finally converged into 2 points of light, which floated into Lin Yi's body. Lin Yi, who had practiced the Taishang Moral Induction Sutra, somehow sensed the changes in his body. "I saved the lives of these two children. This is the karmic merit and virtue given to me by the two children." At the same time, Lin Yi's body suddenly trembled, and he felt a ray of merit in his heart. Heavenly merit. This is the merit bestowed by heaven on him for doing good deeds and saving lives. It is recorded in the Taishang Merit and Virtue Induction Sutra that there are 3 kinds of merit and virtue. One is the virtue of heaven, the other is yang virtue, and the third is yin virtue. The merits of heaven are bestowed by heaven, which is extremely fair. Yangda is the merit of cause and effect. Everyone has Yangda from the moment they are born. This Yangda will give help and life-saving people. The greater the kindness, the more Yangda will be given. In ancient times, people phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme said that there is no way to repay a great kindness, so they would get a longevity card and put it at home to enshrine and bless the benefactor with a long life, which is Yangda. The Yin virtue is also very simple. It is related to the ghost, to save the dead soul, fulfill the wish for the ghost, and then you can get the merits of the ghost. Of the three kinds of merit, the merit of the way of heaven is the most precious, because the Yang and Yin virtues can be collected by oneself, but there is no definite conclusion on the acquisition of the merit of the way of heaven. There are those who save hundreds of people with positive virtues but no merits of the heavenly way, and those who kill a wicked person get the merits of the heavenly way. To use the original words in the scriptures, the way of heaven is immeasurable. Suppressing his excitement and joy, Linyi turned around and looked at the water ghost who was staring at him with his head exposed and gnashing his teeth, and said, "Why, are you not convinced?" The water ghost was startled by Linyi's words. He was stunned for 2 seconds before he realized, and subconsciously asked, "Can you see me?" "Nonsense, I can't see you, am I talking to a ghost?" "Also, you are a ghost, so stop talking nonsense, I'm here to persuade you not to do evil." The water ghost suddenly smiled. "Persuade me not to do evil, that's fine, then come down and accompany me." "So, you don't want to stop?" "Stop it? Even if it's all Jackie Chan outside, I won't stop." The water ghost laughed loudly, and Linyi frowned. This guy is really determined, and he has already made jokes with him. "If you don't stop, don't blame me, call out." Linyi abruptly pulled out the willow stick inserted into his back, and whipped it towards the water ghost's head. The whip directly left a red mark on the water ghost's face. The water ghost didn't expect that Linyi with the knight will suddenly strike. The whole person is stunned. "Don't you talk about Buddha so much?" Seeing the dazed expression of the water ghost, the intestinal ghost hiding aside suddenly felt a sense of comfort, and finally saw the second one being beaten, and he was no longer alone. After being dazed, the Shui Gui shrank his head back into the water, and when he stretched out again, the scars on his face had disappeared. "You son of a bitch, what kind of skill is sneak attack? You have to grow it." The water ghost snarled at Linyi angrily, and Linyi sneered, "I know you are extremely powerful in the water, and I'm not a fool. Do you think I'll go down? Cub, don't pretend to be a hero if you don't have the guts to come down. I don't believe you can stay here 24 hours a day. So it looks like you're being stubborn." "Why, I'm not convinced, I'm in this lake, what can you do to me?" The water ghost is very rampant. As long as he doesn't leave the water, no one can do anything to him, not to mention the guy in front of him has only a wicker. Even if he meets a real Taoist priest, he is not afraid. The lake is so big, he dives into the water, even the Taoist priests couldn't do anything to him. Ha ha. Linyi looked at the water ghost silently, and the water ghost became even more arrogant when he saw Linyi silent. "Although I can't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live phoneme without this place, I can transform into a flower in a while. Someone will come and plant it out of curiosity. If not, I will turn into a corpse floating on the water. When someone salvages me, I will die. Pull people to the bottom of the water and drown, can you stop them? Why, do you want to hit me? Come down, I am in this water, if you are a man, come down for me." Linyi took a deep look at the water ghost, turned around and left, but before leaving, he said to the intestine ghost hiding aside, "Look at him here, don't let him tempt people into the water." The water ghost and the intestine ghost looked at each other, and they were silent for 3 seconds. "It turns out that you bastard betrayed me and agreed to be sworn brothers. Is this how you treat brothers?" The intestine ghost was speechless, and replied after a while, "I'd rather learn from Tao Yuan and become sworn brothers than Wagong. P.S. Please follow up, new books are very important, please try not to keep them." In addition, Jiudong has launched a book review activity. Whether it is a book review, a chapter review or a paragraph review, once it is refined or highly liked, you can get rewards. I was wrong before, please recommend for collection. I was wrong before, please recommend for collection. The high-level conference room of Longxi Group. Jingle bell. When the mobile phone rang, the executives present were a little surprised and looked at each other. Mr. He hated being disturbed during the meeting the most. These executives usually mute their mobile phones during meetings. Who is so courageous to dare to keep their mobile phones unmuted? He frowned, and then found that the ringtone came from her own mobile phone. As a manager, she has always believed in leading by example, so she never answered the phone during the meeting. Just as she was about to press the lighted screen, he glanced at the name of the incoming call, but hesitated with his hand. Take a break for a few minutes. In the end, Hijia picked up her mobile phone and walked out of the meeting room, and pressed the answer button. 1 minute later, her pretty face had an indescribably weird expression. Lin Yi called and asked to drain the artificial lake in the community. If it were someone else, or other owners of the community who made such an unreasonable request, she would have hung up long ago, but facing Lin Yi, thinking of the secret hidden in the other party, she suppressed her temper and asked, "What is the reason?" It's hard to explain the specific reasons, but I can tell you that removing the artificial lake is a good thing for the community. Even if you are good at nourishing qi, Hijia is gnashing her teeth lightly at this moment. You don't even give a clear reason, and you are going to drain the artificial lake. It's true that other owners in the community will not have any objections. If you can afford a villa there, yes, which one has no status? Sensing the silence on the other end of the phone, Lin Yi also knew that he would drain the lake without giving a reason, and would not agree if he were Hijia. Someone drowned in the lake in the community some time ago. It wasn't the other owners or the property that told me about it. Lin Yi nodded. Hijia's eyes were fixed. The artificial lake in the community had indeed been killed. It was a cowherd who died. The matter was not very glorious. The person involved lost money and settled it. Naturally, the people in the community would not publicize it. If it weren't for the owner and the owner what the property says. Reminiscent of Lin Yi knowing her secret, Hijia suddenly had a bold guess in her mind. Okay, you can drain the artificial lake, and I will let the property management side cooperate with you in the work of other owners in the community. Hearing Hijia's promise, Lin Yi hung up the phone. She is really a smart woman, so she must have guessed something. You bastard, betray me, you will die badly, no wonder you will be stabbed to death. You treacherous bastard. You are a disgrace to the ghost world, you simply don't deserve to be a ghost. By the lake, the water ghost yelled at the intestine ghost, but the intestine ghost just watched him silently. He was still too young to have been beaten by the society. When Lin Yi returned to the lake, Wang Quan and a group of people were behind him carrying some machines. The water ghost became even more excited when he saw Lin Yi's return, and taunted him, "Why, you brought people here, come on, take them into the water, I beat all of you in the water one by one." Don't say anything, you have the guts to save someone and you have the guts to go into the water. The water ghost almost pointed at Lin Yi's nose and cursed, but Lin Yi remained unmoved, while manager Wang and other property management personnel who followed behind him walked around the lake, put down the machine they were carrying, and pulled out the water pipe. After assembling, put the water pipe into the lake. Then, start the machine, and the sound of the diesel engine resounding throughout the lake. The water ghost was a little dazed, as if he didn't realize what happened, but when he did, he was dumbfounded. Does it work? I just said a few words, you are going to drain the lake, the fishermen are not as cruel as you. Especially these water pipes are wrapped with a layer of red cloth, and the red cloth is wrapped, so ghosts can't touch them. Manager, what's going on with this guy? He suddenly wants to drain the lake. According to Lin Yi's operation, Wang Quan and others put the water pipe into the water and then left. As for the owners who want to drain the artificial lake, the most important thing is that the higher authorities have agreed. I heard that Mr. Lin dropped a valuable thing in this lake, so I have to drain it to find it. What is so precious, you have to drain a lake of water? Who knows, maybe it's a watch or some kind of jewelry. It's normal for a rich man to have a watch with millions of dollars. You can't imagine it. Since Mr. Lin said that he is not allowed to approach the lake, then everyone, don't go there. If Mr. Lin doesn't find the lost thing, it won't be blamed on us. Wang Quan left with the property staff, and he had to explain to other owners that after all, more than a dozen diesel engines were working together to pump water, and the sound was quite loud. Seeing the dazed look of the water ghost, the intestinal ghost was even more thankful. Fortunately, he didn't resist at the beginning. This guy is too good at doing things. Is it something that ordinary people can do to drain the lake? Brother, you have been planted. The intestinal ghost mourns silently for the water ghost in his heart. With this cruelty, when the water in the lake is drained, those who wait for the water ghost will not know what will happen. Lin Yi looked at the water ghost coldly. It would not be impossible to drain the lake in a short while, but he was not in a hurry. Anyway, he had nothing else but time, so he was wasting time with this guy. Time passed with the roar of the diesel engine rumbling, and soon it was night, and many ghosts in the villa also came out to watch the excitement. This idiot dares to fight Master Tianshi. I laughed so hard, standing there like a log. I guess I don't know how regretful I am. Master Tianshi must also be a fishing enthusiast. Oh, why do you say that? Fishermen are never used to the fish, and when they get annoyed, they go straight to the water pump. Fishing guy, I can't afford to mess with. In the lake, the water ghost only felt that his heart was colder than the lake water, standing there like a sculpture. Rang, if you can't, go back to the center of the lake. Lin Yi poked the water pipe belt towards the water ghost's feet, and the water ghost's eyes widened. This is such a bully. Brother, I was wrong before. I shouldn't be so aggressive. I apologize to you. I will definitely change my mind and become a ghost again. I won't hurt people anymore. At this moment, the water ghost suddenly missed the lake water that he hated so much. It was not the lake water, but the warm quilt covering his body. Lin Yi was unmoved. After putting down the water pipe, he walked to the other water pipes and placed the water pipe towards the lake. After doing this, he did not go back. He just sat cross-legged by the lake and began to practice the Taishang Induction Merit Sutra. During the day, he gained merit, and now he just started to practice. Lin Yi meditated and looked inside his body, and he could feel that there were 3 wisps of virtuous energy in his dantian, 2 blue and 1 purple, and the purple one was smaller than the 2 blue wisps, but the color was more intense. Is this the merit of heaven and virtue of humanity? After looking inside for a while, Lin Yi began to circulate the 3 strands of virtuous qi in his body according to the cultivation method of the Taishang Induction Kung Fu Sutra, only to find that the ray of celestial virtuousness remained motionless at his dantian, while the 2 strands of human virtuous energy were not. It began to circulate in his body, and finally rushed to his eyes. A cool breath filled his eyes. Lin Yi subconsciously closed his eyes, opened them a few seconds later, and the whole world was different in front of him. In the air, he could see some free auras, very few, but they did exist. I succeeded. Lin Yi had a look of joy on his face. According to what the old Taoist told him, the way to practice is to open up the qi sense first, but the initial opening of the qi sense is different for each person, unless it is a special practice method, like the one given by the old Taoist. The Long Jing Meditation Sutra is a popular one, and the opening position of the qi sensing is random. To be precise, different people's body parts have different sensitivity to Reiki. So it seems that my eyes are the most sensitive to aura. It's still the power of the Taishang Merit Induction Sutra. If you just practice the Long Jing Meditation Sutra, according to the old Taoist, it will take you 3 years to develop your qi sensation. With the sense of qi enabled, Lin Yi can practice spells, but the aura of heaven and earth in this world is not suitable, and he has to be in ancient times to practice. Brother He, please take them here to guard, and don't let him run away. Lin Yi asked He-shan, and He-shan complied. This villa was developed by him, and he naturally didn't want to see the water ghost harming people, which would affect the company. The premise that a water ghost cannot leave the drowning water area is that the water area is still there. If the water is drained, the water ghost will naturally be able to leave. With He-shan guarding him, Lin Yi was not afraid that the water ghost would run away when he was not around. The water ghost who left the water had the strength of a baby, so He-shan and the others could handle it easily. Lin Yi returned to the villa and entered his bedroom. Instead of directly entering the other world, he entered the world of time gears. He chose to hang up in the real world for a day. According to this pumping speed, he would almost be able to drain the water by tomorrow night. After setting to hang up, Lin Yi traveled to another world. The moment he arrived in the other world, Lin Ye's mind was full of 3 months' worth of hang-up information about the other world. The joyful look on his face disappeared after receiving the message. Chapter 31 Why, sitting here alone in a daze, missing your family? Go down the mountain in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme well. Since you are the only seedling in your family, don't cut off the incense when you go down the mountain and marry a daughter-in-law. In this move, she comes out from the dantian, and then transported to the left hand. The tiger's mouth must be downward, so that the force is strong. Bai Yun is long. Lin Yi sat blankly on the steps in the backyard. He had only hung up the phone for 3 months. He didn't expect to receive such news when he came back. This news came from 7 days ago. 7 days ago, the escaped county magistrate and officers and soldiers came back. The Yamen posted a notice saying that the rebel army had been suppressed. The people could report anyone in the city who had something to do with the rebel army. Once the report was verified, there must be a big reward. For a time, the entire county was panicked. Because many people joined the rebel army at the beginning, and some even sent food to the rebel army. In the past 3 days, those officers and soldiers have been arresting people all over the city, and the entire prison can no longer hold people. Lin Yi learned from Uncle Su that the government didn't really want Xiu Ho to settle accounts, but to make a profit. In the name of arresting the rebels' associates, they locked up some family members in prison cells. Send money. Lin Yi had a mocking look on his face. It was ridiculous when he thought about it. Before the senior brother and the others came, the officers and soldiers looted the money of the people in the city. Now that the senior brother and the others are gone, the officers and soldiers came back and looted the money of the people in the city again. The uprising failed. Maybe the eldest brother is not dead? Thinking of this, Lin Yi walked towards the door, looking at the ruined Qingfeng temple next door. His eyes narrowed slightly. King Fengwen was smashed by someone. The government smashed it. The scalper was taken away by the officers and soldiers. The reason is that King Fengwen subsidizes food for the rebels. Lin Yi felt a little chilly in his heart. Fortunately, the old Taoist and the elder brother picked him out to protect him, otherwise he might be the one who was arrested and put in prison now. Who betrayed King Fengwen? At the beginning, eldest brother brought people to carry the grain, and he purposely blocked all the nearby streets. Except for the rebels who carried the grain, the people in the city didn't know that the grain was transported from Qingfeng Temple. Could it be that after the elder brother and the others failed, some of the rebels who were present at the time were arrested and confessed to Qingfeng Temple? If you want to know the truth, you must find someone with good information. In Lin Ye's opinion, the people in the tooth shop are definitely the most well-informed. In a restaurant in the city, Lin Yi ordered a table of delicious food in a private seat by the window on the second floor, and the person sitting opposite him was the girl who introduced the house to him last time. Mr. Lin, why are you asking about Qingfeng Temple? I just phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme in King Fengwen. I'm afraid it will involve me. After all, people are being arrested every day in the city. No, Mr. Lin, your whole family was killed by the rebel army. You and the rebel army have a sworn feud, so they will never arrest you. Having said that, I'm still a little worried. I originally bought the house because its phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Qingfeng Temple, and I've dealt with Qingfeng Temple before, and I donated some incense money. Hush, Mr. Lin, be careful with your words. Yaren suddenly interrupted Lin Yi, and said in a low voice, I'm telling you quietly, the accomplices who arrested the rebels are fake, and the government is taking advantage of the opportunity to make money. Fortunately, Taoist Master Qingfeng Wanding took the incense and donated merit. Otherwise, the government will follow the list on the booklet and arrest people one by one to demand money. Lin Yi was a little startled. The old Taoist took away all the merit books. Was this expected in advance? Thank you for the reminder. Lin Ye's thoughts turned, but his face showed gratitude, and then he asked, what's the matter with Qingfeng Temple? How much food is there? There is a pile of grain as high as a hill, which fills the entire backyard. The boy's tone was a little excited, my good fellow, who knew that there was so much grain in King Fengwen, and this was all witnessed by County Captain Chow. Captain Chow? The new county lieutenant of our county turned out to be a general of the rebel army. The rebel army went to the north. This one stayed in our Shangyang County. When he learned that the rebel army was surrounded by officers and soldiers in the north, he surrendered to the court. Yes, the imperial court rewarded him and let him serve as the county lieutenant of our Shangyang County. Lin Yi understood. It turned out that the matter of King Fengwen was exposed in this way. This county Captain Chow presumably was one of the generals who followed the senior brother back then. Then what happened to the rebel army? Was it really wiped out? I don't know, that's what the government preaches, but that's what the government said. Who knows if it's true or not? Anyway, our Shangyang County is now the government's decision, so it should be taken as true. Yaren's last sentence was quite philosophical, and Lin Yi also had a little luck in his heart. Maybe the elder brother didn't die. Yo, what a coincidence, this is the newly appointed Chow County Lieutenant. Yaren stared at the street on the left front outside the window, and Lin Yi looked down. A middle-aged man in armor was walking towards the restaurant under the guard of several soldiers. Seeing the face of the armored man, Lin Yi was sure that his previous judgment was correct. This was one of the generals who had followed the senior brother back then. When these people entered the restaurant, they were sitting in the private seat next door by coincidence. In ancient times, there was no such thing as sound insulation. In addition, since Lin Yi practiced martial arts, his five senses were slightly more sensitive than before, and the voice from the private seat next door could be heard very clearly. In the ears. Congratulations, my lord. It's still your lord who was far-sighted and made the right choice in advance. This is called a good bird to choose a tree to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in. The rebel army is obviously weak, and if they don't surrender, they will be wiped out. What your lord said is true, but not everyone has the ability of your lord. After surrendering, you can still become a county lieutenant. You guys don't understand this. If County Magistrate Wan wants to arrest people to make money, there must be a reason. As the former general of the rebel army, whoever the county magistrate wants to arrest, as long as I say that this person has previously contacted the rebel army collusion is enough. So that's the case. No wonder County Magistrate Wang has such a good relationship with you, Your Excellency. This matter is because you are my confidants, so I told you this, and you must not spread it to outsiders. Don't worry, my lord, we will definitely not talk nonsense to the outside world. Yes, my lord, we offer you a toast, and wish you success in the future. With my lord's strength, I'm about to step into the Jingjia realm. By then, let alone a small county captain, even a county magistrate will not be a big problem. There's no such thing as a breakthrough. I've been stuck in the 100 Furnace realm for many years. It's so difficult to break through the Jingjia realm. My lord, why should you be humble? It will be a matter of time before you break through to the state of awakening just with your talent. In the private seat, Lin Yi was thoughtful when he heard Chao Xian's state. In this different world, the first three realms of the warrior realm are Iron Bone, 100 Furnaces, and Waking of Insects. The first three realms are the physical strength and vigor of the body. The so-called iron bones refer to copper-skinned iron bones. Lin Yi is in this state now. When this state is practiced to the extreme, the blood in his body will suddenly erupt, like a furnace. At this level, the body is like a furnace, the blood is like fire, and the blood is so strong that evil spirits dare not approach. 100 furnaces does not mean that the blood is so strong that there are 100 furnaces. The ancients always liked to use integers to describe it. This is why, in many ancient stories about encountering ghosts in barren mountains, the protagonists are weak scholars. Except that most of the people who phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read/phoneme books are scholars who have a sense of substitution. Another important reason is the strong blood on the warriors. Generally, ghosts dare not approach. Bailu cultivated to the extreme, and the blood energy in his body was incomparably majestic, and after breaking through to the extreme, the blood energy changed again, and he stepped into the state of Jingjia. Waking of Insects is a description of exuberant blood. In the season of awakening of insects, the spring thunder explodes, everything revives, and ghosts recede. A martial artist who has reached this level has a lot of blood, and a loud shout can easily injure a wandering soul. At the same time, warriors at this level have already surpassed the limit that ordinary human bodies can achieve. As for the next level, Lin Yi has no idea. Tiger roaring strength, cultivated to the 6th level, can reach the great perfection of 100 furnaces. According to what the elder brother said, if he has the support of elixir, he should be able to step into the realm of hundreds of furnaces in 10 years. Instead of listening to the news from the elegant seat next door, Lin Yi asked the boy, "By the way, there is a scalper in Qingfeng Temple. Where did that scalper go? When I went to the Taoist temple, I was beaten by that scalper." "Well, I want to take revenge." Seeing Yaren's puzzled expression, Lin Yi explained with a smile. "It turns out that, Mr. Lin, you may not be able to avenge your revenge. The government has ordered the people not to kill cattle at will, and the county magistrate Wang is also a cow, and he loves cattle even more. The scalper has been dragged to the county magistrate's office. Up. And this thing, it's really cheap for the scalper." Lin Yi originally thought that with the destruction of the Taoist temple, the cattle would be taken to slaughter by the officers and soldiers, but he didn't expect that he would even enter the county magistrate's mansion to enjoy his blessings. Sheep this beast. Gear world. Lin Yi was not in a hurry to return to the real world, but calculated all the current hang-up time in the two worlds. This world time, 7941 different world time, 215 days in the real world, he took 94 days to hang up, and there should be 7,938 days left, but he stayed in the real world for another 3 days, so the remaining days to hang up is 7,941 days. The person in the different world stayed on hook for 94 days, plus the 121 days of staying. Now there are a total of 215 days to hang up. In other words, the self in the real world can hang up for 215 days. However, Lin Yi didn't plan to hang up in the real world, at least not yet. He has lived in the real world for so many years. He has relatives and friends. It is different from the other world. In the other world, he is considered an orphan, more like a passerby. It doesn't matter if he hangs up. After watching the time on the 2 gears for a while, Lin Yi returned to the real world. At this moment, it was the second night in the real world. When Lin Yi walked to the lake, there was only a small pool of water in the center of the lake. The water ghost was standing there desperately, and the water could only cover his ankles. Because it was an artificial lake, after the excavation was completed, the construction team laid bluestone slabs on the bottom of the lake. There was no silt, so Lin Yi could easily walk to the center of the lake. Lin Yi dragged the water pipe to the center of the lake, and put the water pipe directly under the water ghost's feet. The water ghost looked at Lin Yi's actions blankly, watching the water under his feet getting shallower and shallower, until finally he couldn't even cover his toes. With such shallow water, the water pipe could no longer be pumped. Lin Yi put away the water pipe, went back to the villa again, and walked out with 2 machines on his shoulders. The water ghost saw the machine that Lin Yi was carrying clearly, and he showed a shocked expression. "Absolutely. It's all like this, and they still have to carry the electric fan and heater over. This is not leaving any room for myself." At this moment, the water ghost was full of deep regret. If he had known that this person was so terrible, why would he offend him with his cheap talk? Lin Yi didn't care about the water ghost's expression. He turned on the electric fan and turned on the heater at the same time. Half an hour later, the water ghost had no water stains from the beginning to the end, including the bluestone board standing under its feet, which was also dry. Very. That, big brother. I'm really convinced, you let me go, and I will never appear by your side in the future, and I will never do harm to anyone. The water ghost is about to collapse. Is there such a serious person? Don't keep a drop of water for yourself. Now that I know I was wrong, it's too late. Lin Yi sneered. Why did I go so early? I put so much effort into it. If it would be useful for you to admit your mistake now, then I still have to work so hard. Snapped. Lin Yi swung the willow stick away, unlike before he used the willow stick to beat the ghost with the intestines. Now he has cultivated a sense of aura and can perform some spells. He has cast a spirit spell on the willow stick, adding heaven and earth aura, and the damage to the ghost is equal to it was humans who encountered wicker coated in sulfuric acid. With one stroke, half of the water ghost's life was taken away. Tell me to speak so loudly to me. Call you arrogant. Didn't you say I dare not come down? It's Jackie Chan outside, you don't stop. Around the lake, many ghosts once again saw Lin Yi's ferocity. It wasn't until the water ghost curled up on the ground, as transparent as a drop of water that it would burst with a poke, and there was no more sound, that Lin Yi stopped. Although the water ghost was disgusting, he hadn't murdered anyone, so Lin Yi couldn't just blow the water ghost out of his wits. Bring this guy to the villa. Lin Yi gave instructions to the ghosts watching, and left with the willow sticks in his hand. Seeing Lin Yi's leaving back, these ghosts looked at the water ghost with sympathy. Why bother? Why do you have to think about it so hard to offend this one? The next morning, Lin Yi went out early, heading for the funeral street in Raochang. He has cultivated the sense of qi, and he is going to send these ghosts to the underworld. To send these ghosts to the underworld, he needs some props. Yellow watch, cinnabar, brush. Little brother, what do you want these things for? The shopkeeper was a little curious when they saw the things Lin Yi bought. These things are usually used for trivial matters, but even for trivial matters, most people don't need to buy them by themselves, because the Taoist priests they invite will bring these things themselves. Just pay for it. Do things. Lin Yi answered honestly. What to do? The shopkeeper was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, Little brother, stop joking. Why do you think I'm joking? Now, being a Taoist priest, you earn, yuan a day, you have cigarettes and red envelopes, and you just sit there every day, reciting scriptures and playing musical instruments. Isn't it better than going to work? Facing Lin Yi's rhetorical question, the shopkeeper became a little silent, let alone, it was really what the young man said. The only disadvantage is that it is difficult to find a partner, so many people in this industry enter the industry after they get married. Little brother, do you have a team leader? If not, I can introduce you to one. No, I'm going to do it myself. Lin Yi made a joke, and the store didn't say much. Lin Yi looked at the store and suddenly realized that the funeral industry was really advancing with the times. Lin Yi had heard of foldable home appliances. There were paper home appliances, paper cars, and paper mobile phones, but there were even the latest models. There are new cars, the new Fruit 14, Huawei P60, Mate 50, and even the XS2 with folding clamshell. How long has this product been released? Could it be that as soon as it was released over there, printing started here, and the speed can catch up with Huiqiangbai? While Lin Yi was admiring these paper objects, a middle-aged man walked in outside the store. His shirt was tucked into his waist, revealing a black leather trouser belt with a car key hanging on the belt buckle. As soon as he entered the store, he said, boldly, the whole 10,000 yuan set. Yuan set, which family has left, so willing? Which one else is it, that old lady from the Song family? That one, it's been 3 years, and it's time to go. Oldly, what are you talking about? Be careful not to be overheard, the Song family will trouble you. What trouble do you have for me? Old Mrs. Song's children probably couldn't take it anymore. The old lady has been lying in the hospital bed for 3 years. People are picky and have a poisonous mouth. Now that they are gone, these children are loose. Take a breath. Don't think I'm wrong. Mrs. Song's children's family is not rich, and it's all worth yuan, so there must be wailing and drum music. It must be 3 days of seniors instead of 3 days of juniors, plus the urn and the burial fee. It must have cost yuan. I guess I have been holding back for a long time and want to vent my anger, otherwise how could it be such a big deal? Listening to the conversation between the store owner and the middle-aged man, Lin Yi understood what was going on. This man was the boss who specialized in funeral affairs. These days, funeral affairs don't pay attention to working alone, but to a group. It's a bit like a chef hired for banquets in rural areas. In the past, a chef was invited to cook, and the table and bowls were borrowed from the neighbors. Therefore, at that time, the logo of each bowl and plate would be engraved on the bottom to avoid mistakes when returning the dishes after the banquet. But now they are all contracted. Generally, the chef brings a few assistant chefs who are responsible for cutting and passing the vegetables. Rich people even hand over the dishes to the chef to buy. It is calculated according to the price per table. Table bowls and pans, these are all brought by the chef. If you want to save a little, you can buy vegetables yourself according to the list given by the chef, which is also calculated by table. This is true for banquets, and it is also true for funeral affairs now. Modern people don't like trouble, and would rather spend more money and leave things to professional people. Although it costs money, it saves effort and worry, and you won't be cheated if you find a reliable one. The most important thing is that the process will not go wrong. If there is a mistake in the process of doing white things, it will be laughed at by neighbors and relatives. The middle-aged man in front of him is the head of the funeral service team, and he has been cooperating with the store owner for a long time. After a few orders from the other party, he left. Linyi asked curiously at the store owner, "Boss, is this long-term cooperation between you guys so important? You have to give them kickbacks. Rebates?" Hearing Linya's question, the boss replied with a smile, "Little brother, you are a newcomer. Since you want to do this line of work, you must know the rules of this line of work." "Yes, but you must clearly mark the price. If the insurance price is too expensive, it is the owner's business not to do it. This is a job for the dead, and you are not afraid of the ghosts of the dead coming to you if you get kickbacks. You have to abide by the rules in this line of work, and only by following the rules can you make no mistakes. Brother, if you really want to do this line of work, you still have a lot to learn. Boss, you have opened the shop for several years. Have you ever encountered any more evil affairs?" Linyi suddenly thought that if he wanted to quickly accumulate merit, he would have to catch ghosts, and the bosses who sold funeral supplies should know a lot about it. "Of course there is, let me tell you." Linyi listened to the boss telling the story, and after a while the middle-aged man left and returned. "Boss Xiao, why are you back? Things are a bit troublesome. Mrs. Song is unwilling to leave. I'm even willing to leave even though I've been offered a set of yuan. This old lady was picky and vicious when she was alive, and now she's still making trouble after she's dead. It's too much torture for her children. Who knows what to think? The eternal lamp has been lit several times and it won't turn on. Take all the strange things you have here, and go talk to the old lady." Linya's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he took the initiative to say, "Boss Zhao, do you think that old lady's ghost doesn't want to leave?" Zhao Gang turned his gaze to Linyi, a little confused, and the shop owner at the side explained, "Boss Zhao, this little brother said that he is also in your business, and he just bought some things from me." "We do this. Who is your master?" "Mr. Zhao, it doesn't matter who my master is, but I should be able to solve this trouble for you." "You?" Zhao Gang looked skeptical. He had worked for nothing for more than 10 years and encountered some troublesome things. In the past, when encountering such things, he would ask a master for help, but that master left last year. "There's nothing wrong with trying. If it doesn't work, I won't charge you." Linyi replied with a smile. Zhao Gang hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded, "All right then, follow me to have a look, abs. It's words, so let me tell you a few words." Many book friends have talked with Jiu Deng about a topic. Why not continue the feng shui theme they are good at? Some book friends even said that if people move dead trees in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, it's a big deal to write in another place. But being a deserter is not what Jiu Deng wants. Therefore, everyone has also seen that Jiu Deng tried several different types, but the results were not very good, and they all fell to the street. But it's not without gains. Every time I write a different type of novel, Jiu Deng has a deeper understanding of the plot. In addition, this year is also engaged. Yes, after so many years, Jiu Deng finally goes to the big healthcare every day without saying anything. Seeing the rumors that Jiu Deng went in on the internet and Jiu Deng was arrested, there will be no more rumors from now on. The fledgling young man has now become a mature and attractive man with 8-pack abs. I was planning to get married this year, but when I thought about writing a new book, I definitely didn't have the energy to deal with some marriage matters in the early stage, so I postponed the wedding until next year, and I will write this book this year. As for the theme, everyone has also seen it, the doubleware. Why write this theme? In fact, there are some reasons you have guessed, in order to prevent harmony. In fact, before the book was published, Jiu Deng had two beginnings. At that time, I discussed with an editor for a long time, and finally decided on this beginning. According to the editor's words, you may not be able to 404 this beginning. Ha ha. Finally, old rules. I wish the motherland prosperity and prosperity. Be an undercover agent song family. Ordinary residential buildings. At this moment, the white cloth was hanging high, and when Lin Yi followed Zhao Gang into Song's house, he didn't feel much sadness. The old lady Song passed away at the age of 86, which is considered an advanced age. The most important thing is that the old lady was bedridden 3 years ago. To say something unfilial, the old lady's children have been waiting for 3 years. The old lady's body was still in the room. When Lin Yi followed Zhao Gang into the bedroom, the old lady's 2 sons and 3 daughters were talking about something, and they stopped when they saw Zhao Gang approaching. Master Zhao, you are here. What should I do if the ever-burning lamp cannot be lit? The eldest son of the Song family had a look of embarrassment on his face. The old lady lived in his house. According to the local customs, after a person died, the lantern was lit, and then the funeral was held. After 3 days of funeral, the old lady was sent to the cremation. If there is a funeral, relatives will naturally come over. At that time, the relatives will bow and salute in front of the old lady's body. If the eternal lamp cannot be lit, then the relatives will not do it. The ever-burning lamp cannot be lit, which means that the dead are not reconciled to leaving, and their children will be stabbed in the back. Yes, Master Zhao, you know how to do it. You have to find a way. Does my mother have any unfulfilled wishes? My mother has been bedridden since she fell ill. For the past 3 years, we children have not ignored her. Usually, my sister-in-law takes care of me, and we will come here when I have time. If this spreads, others will think that we children are not filial. The sons and daughters of the Song family spoke to each other, but Zhao Gang quickly raised his hand to signal to stop, and then said after it became quiet, "Everyone, don't worry, I'll ask the old lady what she means first." After finishing speaking, Zhao Gang walked up to the old lady's body and said, "Old lady Song, you have lived to such an age, and your children are also filial, and you want to be blessed, so just stop, don't make things difficult for your children." While talking, Zhao Gang used a lighter to light the permanent lamp on the edge of the bed, but just after it was lit, the flame of the permanent lamp flickered and went out after a while. This scene made all the sons and daughters of the Song family panic. "Mom, if you have any unfulfilled wish, just tell us, and we will make it happen for you." "Mom, everyone has taken good care of you during the past few years of your illness, but you have not been wronged." "If you are really wronged, it has nothing to do with us." "Second auntie, what do you mean?" "It has nothing to do with you, but it has something to do with me. You only take care of her a few times a month. Usually, I feed Mom and go to the toilet. I don't neglect Mom. Whether I've neglected you or not, you know. Once when I came here, I smelled a smell of urine when I approached the bed. You can't blame me, Mom, she just wet the bed, and you came here before I had time to change the sheets. Who knows if it's true or not? We haven't seen it. Who knows if you took good care of our mother when we were away?" When the sons and daughters of the Song family were arguing, Lin Yi looked to the left of the long light. There was an old man standing there, who looked like the old lady of the Song family. The one who just blew out the lamp was the soul of Mrs. Song. There was no jealousy or hatred on the old man's face, but he smiled complacently when he heard the children's quarrel. Lin Yi thought about Zhao Gang telling him about the old lady of the Song family's hunger on the way here, and he knew it by heart. This is really an old lady who likes to make trouble. If her daughter-in-law had really abused her in the past 3 years, the old lady would have blown out candles shouting and complaining just after she died, but the old lady didn't. Thinking of the old lady's poisonous mouth, Lin Yi probably knew what happened. Something happened. The old lady probably wasn't the kind of person to get along with when she was alive. She had a bad temper after lying in bed for 3 years. Don't complain, maybe occasionally there have been disgusting behaviors, so the old lady is upset, and now she wants to make trouble even after she is dead. How is it? What can I do? Zhao Gang also looked at Lin Yi at this moment, and asked in a low voice. I'll take care of it, you tell them to go out first. After receiving Lin Yi's approval letter, Zhao Gang heaved a sigh of relief and called out the old lady's children from the bedroom. Only the souls of Lin Yi and old lady Song remained in the bedroom. Lin Yi walked up to the ever-burning lamp and lit it again. Old Mrs. Song, who was on the side, had a mocking expression on her face and walked over again to blow it out. If you dare to blow out this eternal lamp, then no one will take care of today's trivial matter. In the future, your neighbors will say that your sons and daughters are unfilial, and the reputation of the Song family will be ruined by then. Even your 2 grandsons will be ashamed. It's time to marry a wife, and when people inquire, no one dares to marry your grandson. Lin Yi didn't stop her, but just stated lightly, but Mrs. Song froze because of Lin Yi's words. She looked at the ever-burning lamp in front of her, neither blowing nor blowing. She would make trouble, and she was also somewhat dissatisfied with the attitude of her children. She had just died, and none of her children cried, especially her daughter-in-law, who even sang a song in private, thinking she couldn't hear her. But she was just a little dissatisfied. She didn't want to harm her children, and she didn't want her grandson to be unable to marry a wife. Everyone dies, and everything should be let go. Lin Yi could guess the heart of the old lady of the Song family. This kind of old lady was used to being strong during her lifetime. It is estimated that her children were scolded by her. After lying in the hospital bed for 3 years, it became worse. Now after she died, seeing her children's attitude, it made her very dissatisfied, and she wanted to be a demon again, but she still considered her children in her heart. After finishing off the old lady of the Song family, Lin Yi called Zhao Gang and others to come back in. Seeing that the long light was on, everyone who came in was relieved. Lin Yi felt in his body that the energy of merit had not increased. He was only puzzled for a moment, and then he burst out laughing, knowing the reason. Old Mrs. Song had no intention of harming her children. Even if she didn't do anything, when Zhao Gang said something nice, but the old lady's children cowed out and cried to express their attitude, the old lady would probably lose her temper. With self but without self, the result is the same. Naturally there will be no merit. Little brother, I understand the rules. I don't ask questions that shouldn't be asked. Here is 1,000 yuan, which is the appearance fee for this time. Let's add a contact number. If I encounter difficult things in the future, I will contact you. After leaving the Song family's door, Zhao Gang added Lin Yi's contact information and transferred 1,000 yuan to Lin Yi. As the team leader, he is in charge of picking up the work, and the host family only works with him. As for how many people he wants to invite and how much it will cost, he has to pay for it. The host family will cover everything for him. He will also give the host family an approximate bill. Labor costs, material costs. Lin Yi took it, he deserved it. Little brother, I have to trouble you to come to the funeral the day after tomorrow. I have to report the funeral now. It is good. Lin Yi nodded. It was only natural to use money to work. After most people left, they had to stop for 3 days before being buried. If you don't ask for funerals, don't send them. To inform relatives, you need to rely on other people's mouths, which is the funeral post. Generally, when a woman leaves, if the grandfather is present, report the funeral to the grandfather, and if the grandfather is not, then report the funeral to the uncle. The process of the funeral must be decided by the woman's natal family. In many places, when the mother died, the son had to kneel at the door to report the funeral to his uncle's family, and everything about the funeral had to be noted by someone from the uncle's family. There are 2 reasons for this. The first is that the family members of the natal family will come for an autopsy to confirm that there is nothing suspicious about the woman's death. The second point is the filial supervision of nephews and nieces. Without the nod of the uncle, the son cannot be buried when the mother dies. If the son was not filial in life and the children come to beg, the uncle can ignore it. This trouble will ruin the reputation of being a son and daughter. Some customs seem troublesome to young people nowadays, but in fact many customs have their reasons. After Lin Yi left the Song family, he returned to the villa, put the things he bought in the study, and began to draw talismans. Among the many scriptures left by the old Taoist in the Taoist temple, there is a complete collection of talismans and talismans, in which there is a kind of talisman called Tong Yu Fu. Tong Yu Fu Fu. Communicating with the underworld with the power of talismans, and then sending ghosts to the underworld, is a bit similar to superseding, but it is much simpler than superseding. Lin Yi mobilized the aura of heaven and earth in the cinnabar pen, but failed several times in a row. Is it the reason why the aura of heaven and earth is thin? Looking at the yellow watches that had been scrapped by himself, Lin Yi took these things and teleported to another world after thinking for a while. In the different world, Lin Yi found that his success rate of drawing talismans had indeed increased a lot, reaching 10%. After spending 2 hours, he finally finished drawing 11 talismans. After drawing the Tongyu talisman, Lin Yi returned to the villa and summoned all the ghosts. You 11 ghosts, take the talisman and go to the underworld. Tongyu talisman is the lowest level of talisman, it can only let wandering souls go to the underworld, and it is impossible to rely on the Tongyu talisman for those who have entities like intestine ghosts. Some of these 11 ghosts were happy, and some were unwilling, but under Lin Yi's watchful eyes, they could only receive the Yutong talisman, and then the Yutong talisman burned and turned into a ball of flames. The strange thing was that the flame was blue, giving people a cold feeling. The blue flames devoured the 11 ghosts, and in the end the figures of the ghosts were completely swallowed, and the flames dissipated abruptly. In the villa, there were only intestine ghosts, Lao He, and mud-like water ghosts left. Old He didn't need a ghost-linking talisman. He could go to the underworld by himself in 49 days. Lin Yi's eyes mainly fell on the water ghost and intestine ghost, and he opened the lids of the 2 pottery pots he bought, and said, "Go in by yourselves." The water ghost didn't respond. Ever since he was beaten by Lin Yi, he had such a dull expression. Lin Yi stepped forward and stuffed him into the clay pot. "Master Tianshi, you want to get rid of the evil spirits, so I can find out the news for you." Seeing Lin Yi looking at him, the intestine ghost quickly said that he didn't want to stay in that clay pot. "Wherever there are evil spirits in this city, I can find them." Lin Yi glanced at Guzigi. This seemed like a good suggestion, much better than looking for it by himself. Undercover, that's normal. Chapter 35 Burial. The sons and daughters of the Song family, especially the 3 daughters, couldn't cry when the old lady's body was still at home. Zhao Gang also brought a special crying spirit. Not to mention, this crying spirit is quite professional, and even the sons and daughters of the Song family choked up. Lin Yi was about to explode when he saw Mrs. Song's soul standing aside. If he hadn't stopped her, the old lady would probably have made trouble again. At the end of the 3-day pendulum, as the old lady's body was cremated and was about to be sent to the cemetery, the old lady's eldest daughter suddenly cried loudly. "Mom, I'll never see you again, I won't have a mother anymore. My mother's family. My mother's family, if you leave, Mom, I will have no family from now on." The old lady's other 2 daughters were also affected by the eldest daughter, and they all stopped the hearse and burst into tears. After all, it is a family relationship of flesh and blood, maybe it is because of the mother's painstaking efforts to raise them. Although the old lady has a poisonous mouth and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often /phoneme acts like a demon when she is old, she is also their mother. If the mother is gone, it means that the mother's family is gone. If you come home later, you will be the guest. Mrs. Song's 2 sons were also wiping away their tears, thinking that their father had left early because their mother worked so hard to bring them up. If the mother was alone, if she was not strong and aggressive, she would not know how much she would be bullied by the neighbors. Even if he was not dealing with his daughter-in-law with the old lady, he was holding his son's hand at this moment, with confusion in his eyes. The mother-in-law who had been resentful for many years finally left, and she was relieved but also more confused. With her mother-in-law in the past, she couldn't make decisions about many things, but now she is really allowed to make decisions, and she finds it difficult to deal with many things. Especially some elders, she feels that she can't agree to the request, but she is a junior who can't refuse if her mother-in-law is here. If the mother-in-law was around, those elders would not dare to make such a request with her temper and vicious mouth. Actually, your children are still very filial, so go away at ease. Lin Yi looked at Mrs. Song. The old lady was trembling slightly as she looked at the 3 daughters who were crying together and the 2 sons who were wiping away tears. That old bastard actually made such a request while I was dead, and my daughter-in-law was taken advantage of for being so useless. The old lady Song looked at an old woman standing on the side, and she was very dissatisfied in her words. The corner of Linya's mouth twitched, and she said, "Okay, this has nothing to do with you. Children have to grow up on their own. Children and grandchildren have to grow up on their own. There are children and grandchildren." Old Mrs. Song was still a little unwilling, muttering something there. Linyi stared, and then she fell silent. Linyi followed the funeral procession to the cemetery, but when he looked around, he found that many ghosts in the entire cemetery had come out to watch the excitement. "A newcomer is here. Hey, isn't this the old lady of the Song family? She is finally dead. You old man, can you speak? You deserve to die early, you are a short-lived ghost. It's over, Widow Song is here, we don't want to be quiet here in the future." Those who can be in this cemetery are all locals, and many of them knew Mrs. Song during their lifetime. The elderly of their generation are also getting old. Mrs. Song was worth 10 by herself, and those old ghosts couldn't even scold her. Linyi had finally seen what it meant to be vicious. Linyi was not surprised that there were so many ghosts in the cemetery. Graveyards are originally places where ghosts gather. Ordinary ghosts can return to the cemetery even if they go to the underworld if the descendants set up a grave. However, they cannot stay in the cemetery anytime and anywhere. Most of the time they still have to stay in the underworld. There are so many ghosts in the cemetery because the base of the grave is many. Thousands of tombs, dozens of ghosts come up and walk around today, and dozens of others tomorrow. However, these ghosts could only wander around the graveyard and could not leave their own graveyard too far. Linyi watched Mrs. Song's urn being placed and the tombstone installed. He greeted Zhao Gang and left. When I was there, I was attracted by a child kneeling in front of the cemetery. The child was carrying a school bag and muttering something in front of the tombstone, which caught Linya's attention because the child came alone. It's normal to come to the cemetery alone to worship relatives, but it's a little strange for children. The boy also seemed to sense that someone was looking at him, and looked up at Linyi. His eyes met. Linyi was a little surprised. He knew this little boy. The little boy who played football that I met at the lake. The little boy also recognized Linyi, turned his head in embarrassment, and wiped away his tears with his right hand. Linyi looked at the tombstone. There was a photo of a woman pasted on it. The woman in the photo looked beautiful and virtuous. Judging by the date, she had just passed away for more than 3 months. "Is this your mother?" Since it belonged to a community, Linyi asked about it. "Well, it's my mother. I came alone. Where is your father?" The little boy was silent, and Linyi sighed inwardly. He probably had a guess. The child could phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in that community, and the family must be good. His mother died. According to his father's age, to put it bluntly, he is the most important thing for a man. Happy age. The child is born, the career is established, and the wife is gone. Get promoted, get rich and kill your wife. Perhaps because of this, the child was wronged and wanted to go to his mother's grave to tell her. "Don't stay too late." Linyi patted the little boy's shoulder, and after a few words of advice, he left. Not long after Linyi left the cemetery, a luxury car drove into the cemetery, and a young man in a suit got out of the car. Man walked straight towards the cemetery where the little boy was. "Who asked you to come alone?" The little boy turned his head, saw his father's stern expression, and shrank his neck, but thought that he was in front of his mother's grave, so he also argued, "I'll come and see my mother." "Come back with me, don't come alone in the future." Why can't I come? My mother is buried here. You promised my mother to take good care of me, but it's only been a long time since my mother left, and you found an ugly monster. Have you forgotten your mother?" The little boy blushed and tears kept streaming down. The man glanced at the tombstone with a sarcastic smile on his face. "It's your mother who doesn't care what you say. If you dare to come here without my consent in the future, I will transfer it to you. Go to other cities to go to school." There was a nanny behind the man. The nanny looked at the boy with a stubborn expression on his neck and sighed. When his wife was there, the husband and his family were so loving, but since the wife left, the husband has changed. "Young master, go home and stop making trouble with your husband." The nanny came to hold the little boy's hand. The boy shook it a few times, and finally the nanny pulled him. The man glanced at his son, then at the tombstone, and walked away without saying a word. P.S. This chapter was updated late, and the article was temporarily revised. The editor said that the original plot was a bit hostile, and it was not very good. It might be blocked, so it was revised. Dozen and hashtag 039, Tino good and bad in the villa. Early in the morning, Lin Yi received the rice meat from the supermarket and sent it to the basement, and moved it to another world together with the medicinal materials. The other world, after a period of turmoil, is now settled down. The only thing was that the original owner of the house that Lin Yi bought wanted to buy it back, but Lin Yi refused. The other party wanted to find an acquaintance in the government, but he didn't expect Lin Yi to leave an official deed in the government. In addition, Lin Yi had a good relationship with that jerk's uncle, and that jerk's uncle was also working in the government. He is not afraid, the other party can only let it go. Sufficient materials were prepared, and Lin Yi returned to the gear world. This time, he moved 7,943 in the real world to another world for 943 days. He was going to have a longer hang-up. Tasks, practicing martial arts, meditation, move the stars. My lord, there is a notice from the Yamen, asking us to go door to door to the streets to welcome the rebels into the city. The 943-day hang-up was just a blink of an eye to Lin Yi. When Lin Yi was digesting what happened these days, Uncle Su walked in. Has the rebel army entered the city? Lieutenant Chow led the officers and soldiers to kill the county magistrate, and has already left the city to welcome the rebels. Now the officers and soldiers have informed us to welcome the rebels. Listening to Uncle Su's answer, Lin Yi showed a subtle expression on his face. Before he hung up, the big brother and the others had failed in their uprising, but 2 years had passed before another uprising army appeared. The army has already occupied most of the city. Although the big brother and the others failed at the beginning, the seeds of the uprising had already been planted, which is one of the reasons why there will be so many responses to this uprising. Because the rebel army started from the north this time, and Shangyang County belongs to the south, the rebel army hadn't come over after half a year, but the passing merchants would spread the news. When Su Bo heard about it, he informed Lin Yi. Let's go, and see the excitement. Lin Yi walked onto the street, and the street was already full of people standing there. Lin Yi also saw the uncle of the boy leading officers and soldiers to maintain order in the street. Young Master Lin, it's been a long time since I saw you. I had a cold a while ago, and the doctor prescribed medicine to take care of my body at home. Lin Yi smiled and found a reason. This is what he told Uncle Su. Whenever he hung up, someone would come to the door and tell him if you were sick, you will recuperate at home and see no visitors. I see Mr. Lin's heaven is full. It seems that he has recovered from his illness. That's right, so I received a notice from the Yamen, so I came out to get some air. Lin Yi pretended to be curious and asked, Catcher Yang, I heard that this time it was Chao County Captain who did it this time. What's the specific situation? I'm a little curious, little brother. In the uprising army this time, there are many people from the last uprising army. County Captain Chao and several of them are old acquaintances. They have contacted privately not long ago. We have negotiated with each other. As long as the county magistrate is killed if you rebel, you can join the rebel army. Catcher Yang lowered his voice, and said quietly, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the court is not doing well now. The adults want to have something to do with the rebel army. Captain Chao has something to do with it. Otherwise, the general rebel army would not care about it. Look at it. Well, maybe County Captain Chao is about to become the new county magistrate. Then our County Lieutenant Chao is really powerful. Lin Yi replied meaningfully. Isn't that right? If County Captain Chao hadn't been injured, if he followed the rebel army, he might be able to become a county guard in the end. Injured? Lin Yi's eyes narrowed, and he caught a glimpse of the point. Catcher Yang didn't continue talking. Lin Yi smiled and said, it's been a long time since Catcher Yang. I'll go to Chunfeng building to book a banquet later. Catcher Yang, you can come to show your face after you're on duty. Okay, Mr. Lin invited me, I will definitely come. The two continued to chat for a few words. Catcher Yang led his men to hurry to get busy. Lin Yi also saw Chao Xian and the rebel army entering the city. Chao Xian took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme, sitting on the horse with several generals of the rebel army, talking and laughing all the way. Spring phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win slash phoneme building. Lin Yi was the host. Mr. Lin, would you like a plate of beef tongue? Your shop still kills cattle? Lin Yi was a little surprised when he heard the menu reported by the waiter in the shop. In the past, there was no beef in Chunfenglu. It turned out that it couldn't be sold. It was because the county magistrate Wang was a cow and he was not allowed to slaughter cattle. But now the county magistrate Wang is dead. With the death of the county magistrate Wang, more than 50 cows were taken from his house. Our shopkeeper went to buy a few. Hearing what the waiter said, Lin Yi's heart moved, and he asked, "Are there any scalpers?" "There really is one. That scalper has a bad temper, and even pushed our shopkeeper. Our shopkeeper said that the scalper will be slaughtered today." Lin Yi. The backyard of Chunfeng building. When Lin Yi saw the scalper, he immediately recognized the calf. "I haven't seen it for a few years, and the cattle are getting stronger. It seems that the food at the county magistrate's mansion is very good. It's just that the scalper at this moment, with its 4 feet tied up, was lying on its side on the ground, howling continuously, until it saw Lin Yi coming in. The ox stopped howling, and after the bull's eyes, which were as big as copper bells, glanced at Lin Yi, their nostrils began to enlarge, making a hissing sound. "Why, are you so excited to see me?" Lin Yi smiled, and stepped forward to untie the hemp rope from the scalper's feet. The scalper stood up, and suddenly flicked his head, and the sharp horns came towards Lin Yi. "You bastard, if I saved you, I will pay you back." Facing the top of the scalper, Lin Yi did not dodge, and quickly pressed the scalper's horns with both hands like lightning. No matter how hard the scalper exerted, he could not move an inch. After nearly 3 years of hanging up, Lin Yi's tiger roaring strength has already reached the 3rd level, and he has officially entered the middle stage of 100 furnaces. The strength of a scalper is nothing to him now. "Tell the shopkeeper, I bought this scalper at double the price." Lin Yi looked at the scalper's unconvinced eyes, but he didn't get used to this beast. After a big fight, he always felt that something was missing after hanging up for the past 3 years, and now he found the reason. The cattle are missing. The waiter in the shop nodded his head, because Lin Yi was a frequent customer of Chunfenglu, and he bought a scalper at double the price, so the shopkeeper would naturally not refuse. Lin Yi didn't take the scalper back immediately, and asked Shower to find someone to watch the scalper carefully. He returned to the private seat on the 2nd floor, and after a while, Catcher Yang brought his nephew to the banquet. After drinking for 3 rounds, under Lin Yi's flattery and persuasion, Yang Butu, uncle and nephew also drank too much, and they let go of many things, and Lin Yi also got the answer he wanted. Chao Xian, it was the late stage of Bailu 3 years ago, but during the last uprising, he was shot in the chest. Although his life was saved, he could no longer practice martial arts, and his blood was weakening year by year. It is back to the mid-furnace. Satisfied with wine and food, Yang Butu, his uncle and nephew supported him to leave. Lin Yi grabbed the horn and forcibly led the scalper home. Looking at the street under the nightlights, Lin Yi had a thoughtful look on his face. It's also in the mid-furnace period, so wait a little longer. Then he chose to hang up again. Duration, 1 year. Task, practice martial arts, meditate, beat scalpers. Real world. Not long after Lin Yi returned, he received a call from his cousin. Thinking of his cousin, Lin Yi also had a smile on his face. He has a good relationship with his cousin. When he was in high school, his parents died in a car accident. Without his parents, every time he came home from vacation, his sister-in-law would call him to eat at home. Because of the death of his parents, Lin Yi has a deep understanding of the warmth and coldness of family affection. The relatives on the mother's side, the uncle also takes good care of him, and every time he visits him at school, he will give him some pocket money, but because the uncle has 2 children himself, and because of the aunt, he usually does not want the uncle money. The parents' car accident compensation is enough for his daily expenses. In addition to his uncle, he also has an aunt, who is also very kind to him, But the aunt also fell ill and passed away in the second year after his parents died unexpectedly. Since then, the contact with the aunt's family has been less. Dad also has an uncle here, but the uncle moved to other cities a few years ago. After his parents had a car accident, the uncle arranged the funeral for him and asked him to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme there. Intentionally moved, but one night when he heard his aunt complaining about his uncle in private, he finally gave up. Uncles love nephews and aunts love nephews, aunts and aunts are outsiders. Aunt kiss, don't call kiss, aunt left and broke the kiss. Sometimes when Linyi thought about it, there was some truth to this old saying. Nuan Nuan, your cousin is really as handsome as you say. Didn't you see the photo? Can you believe the photos? You think my cousin is you, take a picture for 5 minutes, and retouch it for an hour. The photo was taken by me. I guarantee that the original picture will not be modified. In a dessert shop in a shopping mall, Zhang Nuanyuan chatted with her girlfriends. That's right, she asked her cousin to meet this time. Apart from not seeing him for a long time, another reason was to introduce a girlfriend to him. There is no way, the mother at home is urging, and she cares more about this matter than she does. Don't others care about whether their children have found a partner? My mother is good, she only cares about my cousin, and she doesn't even ask if she has a partner. Zhang Nuanyuan couldn't understand this, but Lin Yi understood why my sister-in-law was in a hurry. My parents passed away, which is a plus for young girls. Both parents are dead, which means that there will be no conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in the future, and everything can be decided by herself. But my sister-in-law and the others are people who have experienced it, and they understand the heart of the elders. Parents hope that their daughters will marry a happy family. The death of both parents seems good, but it also means that the future life can only depend on the husband and wife to work hard. Without the help of parents, there will be less movement between relatives. Take the matter of raising children as an example. Everyone has to work, and there is no one to help take care of the child after giving birth. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme one person resigns, or hires a nanny. As elders, it is rare for a daughter to marry a boy whose parents are divorced or whose parents have died. Another reason is that without the restraint of parents, it is easy to develop the habit of spending money lavishly outside the society. Sister-in-law knows this, so she is so anxious to find a good girlfriend and settle the marriage as soon as possible, so that she can start a family and start a business, and she won't waste money carelessly with her wife in charge. It is also because he understands my aunt's intentions that every time his cousin introduces someone, he will not refuse, and will go to meet them, but unfortunately, after meeting several girls, none of them can be negotiated. It's not that girls are not good-looking. The girls introduced by my cousin are all in good condition, precisely because of their excellent conditions. Looking at their clothes and consumption attitude, Lin Yi knows that they are not from the same world. He is a student who has just graduated, and his monthly salary is only more than 7,000 yuan, and this money is just the money for these girls to go shopping and buy a set of cosmetics. Those girls only fell in love with him because of his face and his body. After a moment of freshness, they will eventually break up. Girls can be ignorant, but he has to understand. Henderson Plaza. When Lin Yi arrived at the square, by coincidence, he ran into the little boy and girl again. The little boy stood there with a stubborn expression on his face, and the little girl was holding his hand. In front of them, a pair of adult men and women had different expressions. The man is the little boy's father, with a cold expression on his face, while the woman on the side is a little flustered, especially when the onlookers are pointing and pointing, which makes her look ugly. "Brother, what's going on?" Lin Yi curiously asked a man who was watching. "What else could be going on? My wife died and her body was still cold, so she went out shopping with her new love, but was blocked by her son." Lin Yi actually guessed it in his heart, and he just asked to confirm his guess. Ever since he met this man and the little boy in the cemetery, he had a prejudgment in his heart. "Bang bang, are you following me?" The man asked in a deep voice, not caring about the pointing of the onlookers. Asked by his father, the boy was a little scared, but the little girl stood in front of the boy and raised her head. "I brought Bang Bang, you promised mommy Bang Bang to take good care of Bang Bang, but now you not only did they find dirty women outside, but they also turned a blind eye to Bang Bang." Hearing dirty, resentment flashed across the woman's lowered face, but when she raised her head, she returned to normal and explained, Mr. Chen and I are just working partners. This time, Mr. Chen, I'm going to attend a meeting, so I'll pick out some clothes for Mr. Chen. Humph, a vixen is a vixen. My mother said that except for wives who choose clothes for their husbands, other women choose clothes for men. That means they have a conspiracy and they are vixens. The woman couldn't stand being run over by the little girl. She looked at the man beside her, hoping that the man could save her, but to her disappointment, the man just looked at his son, as if he didn't notice her current situation at all. Dilemma. Go back. The man looked at the little boy in a deep voice. The boy was a little scared, but seeing the encouraging eyes from the little girl, he still mustered up his courage. I won't go, you are the one who was sorry for Mom. Snapped. The man's slap fell, and everyone on the scene was stunned. No one thought that the man would hit his son. The little boy was stunned, and the little girl was the first to react. She raised her fist and threw it at the man. You scoundrel, you heartless man, how can you bully Bang Bang? The man frowned, and took a few steps back to avoid it. At this moment, Lin Yi, who was standing by and watching, suddenly looked in one direction. There stood a woman in a white dress. It's just that the cold breath emanating from the woman at this moment made Lin Yi a little startled. Lin Yi just hesitated for a second, then suddenly picked up the stick, and ran away like a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme. This scene shocked everyone present. People. Human traffickers? Are there still such above-board human traffickers? Chapter 38 Nuan, why hasn't your cousin come here? It's not a good habit for a man to be unpunctual. Zhang Nuanyuan was also puzzled. My cousin has always been a punctual person, why hasn't he arrived today? Maybe it's delayed by something on the road, I'll send a message to ask. Zhang Nuanyuan sent a message to Lin Yi with her mobile phone, but Lin Yi didn't reply. She glanced at her best friend who was looking up at her mobile phone, and decided to call to ask. It should be something urgent, otherwise my cousin will not return the call. It's true that something happened. Nuan, is this your cousin? The best friend had a strange expression, and handed over the phone. Zhang Nuanyuan looked at the video on the screen. A boy turned around and ran away holding a little boy, and disappeared quickly. Although the boy ran very fast, she still recognized it at a glance. This is her cousin. How could it be? How could my cousin do such a thing? There must be a misunderstanding. The video was uploaded by my best friend from Moments, and the person who posted the video wrote, someone snatched a child from Henderson Plaza. I also think there is a misunderstanding. Your cousin is so handsome, how could he be a human trafficker? Hearing what my best friend said, Zhang Nuanyuan was a little speechless. The standard for an emotional girlfriend to judge a person is his appearance. This is not the same as those men on the internet who always say they agree with a certain lady, because a certain lady has a reasonable appearance. Zhang Nuanyuan kept calling Lin Yi, but on the other side, after Lin Yi took the little boy away, the man looked like he was running after him, but his speed couldn't compare to Lin Yi. It disappeared before his eyes. It's that brother, why did he take Bang Bang away? Hearing what the little girl said, Chen Shanghan stopped in his tracks, and asked in a deep voice, do you know the man who took Bang Bang away? I know him, he is also a big brother who lives in our community. When Chen Shanghan heard the little girl's words, a cold light flashed in his eyes, he picked up his mobile phone and made a call. In the property office of Longxi community, Wang Quan looked confused after hanging up the phone at this moment. Mr. Chen called him to check on an owner of the community. Originally, according to the regulations of the community, he was not allowed to disclose the owner's private information, but Mr. Chen's identity was different. The youngest business tycoon in the city, in those urban romances that his wife loves to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read/phoneme, belongs to the category of domineering presidents, and even the old mister he had to give Mr. Chen some face. If it was another owner who was inquiring, he would have said it directly, but judging from the clues given by Mr. Chen, there is only one owner who meets the requirements, and that is Mr. Lin. When it came to Mr. Lin, he didn't dare to disclose it privately. He replied to Mr. Chen that he would go to find out about the delay. After thinking about it, Wang Quan still called Mr. He. He doesn't have Mr. He's phone number, but he has the phone number of Mr. He's assistant at the company headquarters. Soon, He Jia found out about this through her assistant, and she was also a little dazed. Chen Shanghan investigated Lin Yi? She knew exactly what kind of person Chen Shanghan was. He was notoriously cold-blooded and ruthless in business, and anyone who offended him would have no good end. As a leader in Raoqing's business circle, He Jia naturally had Chen Shanghan's phone number. After thinking about it for a while, she decided to call Chen Shanghan's phone number to ask why. The call was connected quickly. Mr. He, I don't care what that person's identity is. He took away his son. As soon as the call was connected, before He Jia could speak, Chen Shanghan spoke first. He Jia sighed in her heart, as expected of Chen Shanghan, just from Wang Quan's procrastinating behavior, she could tell that Lin Yi might be with their He family. There are relationships. But what surprised He Jia even more was what Chen Shanghan said: Lin Yi stole his son. Why did Lin Yi rob his son? He Jia didn't know much about Chen Shanghan's family, but she had heard from the circle that Chen Shanghan loved his wife very much, but unfortunately, his wife passed away due to illness 3 months ago. Mr. He, Longxi Group is the leader in real estate, but if my son loses a hair, I will drag your entire Longxi Group to the back. An unabashed threat. He Jia was also laughed out of anger, and said coldly, Mr. Chen is so confident, why not give it a try? After finishing speaking, He Jia directly hung up Chen Shanghan's call. After hanging up Chen Shanghan's call, He Jia rubbed the center of her brows, and then called Lin Yi, but no one answered the phone. A park 2 kilometers away from the mall. Lin Yi stopped and looked back at the female ghost following behind. The appearance of the female ghost is the same as the photo on the tombstone of the little boy's mother, so it is certain that the female ghost is the little boy's mother. After confirming the identity of the female ghost, Lin Yi knew why the female ghost appeared, and she was so resentful. It should be because she knew that her son had been wronged, and also saw that her husband, not long after her death, had gone to bed with others. Women together, if I take the little boy away by myself, the female ghost will definitely come to chase me. A ghost with resentment on his body is a resentment ghost, second only to evil ghosts in strength. After hanging up in another world for 3 years, Lin Yi did not stop to practice meditation. The old Taoist said that it took him 10 years to sense the sense of energy because it is the most difficult to get started. Once he has the sense of energy and enters the door, the speed will gradually increase. Lin Yi still had confidence in dealing with a grieving ghost. The reason why the female ghost was lured away was because there were too many people in the shopping mall, and he didn't want to expose himself in public. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if he is not the opponent of this female ghost, he is not afraid. If he can't, he will hide in another world and practice for a few years, and come back after his strength improves. This time I'm probably being treated as a human trafficker, and I don't know how much merit I can get in exchange. Lin Yi murmured in his heart that he would do something extraordinary, not only because of the Holy Mother, but also because of his own selfishness, which was to gain merit. Merit is the fastest way for him to improve his cultivation realm. Lin Yi put the little boy down and shouted to the female ghost, "Don't get me wrong, I didn't mean to hurt your son." If possible, Lin Yi didn't want to do anything. It would be best if the female ghost regained her senses. The little boy was put down by Lin Yi, and he also turned around to see the female ghost. He was stunned for a moment, and then he shouted excitedly, "Mom!" The female ghost's originally cold and surging yin qi, following the little boy's mother, Lin Yi just breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment the female ghost's ghostly qi surged up again, and the long hair on her head was like a branch facing towards her. Lin Yi and the little boy swept over. Back. Lin Yi pushed the little boy behind him, reached out and pulled out a short blade from his waist. He bought this short blade online, and it is on his body when he travels to and from different worlds. According to the shop owner, it is forged from a special material. Not to mention the exaggeration of cutting iron like mud, but its hardness is definitely far beyond that of ordinary weapons. Lin Yi brought this short blade for self-defense, but he didn't expect it to come in handy today. With the short blade in hand, Lin Yi faced the long hair that was sweeping forward, slashing, pulling, lifting, stabbing. The long hair shattered into pieces under the sharp short blade and fell to the ground. The female ghost's eyes were blood red, and her long hair stood on end. The denser hair than before struck towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi was not afraid, and continued to swing the short blade, but in the ground under his feet, 2 strands of black hair suddenly appeared, quickly entangled his legs like vines. Lin Yi couldn't dodge, his feet exerted force, the long hair wrapped around his legs split instantly. The long hair is only transformed by the female ghost's ghost energy, and his martial arts has already stepped into the realm of hundreds of furnaces, and his own blood energy is enough to dissolve these evil energy. After such a fight, Lin Yi was only 2 meters away from the female ghost. Lin Yi stretched out his right hand, and a talisman floated out of his sleeve, and then Lin Yi flicked his fingers towards the talisman, and the light talisman shot towards the female ghost like an arrow. Boom! The talisman burned and turned into a ray of golden light that enveloped the female ghost. The female ghost shrouded in golden light became even more ghostly in an instant. She turned into sharp arrows and stabbed at the golden light. She wanted to pierce the golden light. Seeing this, Lin Yi quickly chanted a mantra while keeping her hands clasped together. Print. Shanqing Taoning Ju. This is a technique left by the old Taoist in King Fengwen to suppress the spirit of ghosts. With the change of Lin Yi's handprint, the golden mask that was originally crumbling has stabilized again. The two began to fall into a stalemate. What are you doing standing behind in a daze? Hurry up and call your mother. Lin Yi saw that the ghostly aura on the female ghost hadn't diminished, but he realized that he had made some mistakes in judging the female ghost's strength. This is definitely not an ordinary grieving ghost. He turned around and shouted at the silly little boy road. Mom! Mom is Superman. Lin Yi. Superman is not, but if you can't persuade your mother, you will be saved. Hearing Lin Yi's words, the little boy called out excitedly, Mom! Mom! Under the call of the little boy, the surging ghostly aura of the female ghost in the golden light mask weakened a little. Lin Yi's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he ordered, Go on, say something more touching. Mom, don't you remember me? I'm Bang Bang, the Bang Bang you hold in your palm. Mom, I miss you so much, Dad. Ruined. As soon as he heard the boy mention his father, Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he was about to suffer. As he expected, when the female ghost heard the word father, the ghostly aura that had just calmed down surged again, stronger than before. It was a bit scary, the golden mask shattered. The violent ghost aura swept over, Lin Yi was pushed back a few steps, while the little boy standing behind him flew towards the female ghost. Seeing this, Lin Yi hurriedly stopped him, but unfortunately he was a step too late. The boy flew up to the ghost in an instant. Facing the scary face of the ghost, the boy was not afraid at all. He just opened his arms and hugged the ghost. Neck. Then, Xiaozui kissed the female ghost's face. Mom, I finally kissed you. My father never let me kiss before. The boy was very happy. Lin Yi watched the female ghost's ghostly aura first drop and then rise again. After going back and forth several times, it finally dissipated suddenly. Lin Yi. This kid is jumping repeatedly before the gate of hell. End quote, which end quote, garden. The female ghost and the child who had regained their clarity were talking about the miss between mother and child, and Lin Yi was in the other corner, looking at the missed calls on the phone at this moment, feeling a little dizzy. This time I snatched the child in the street. It seems that it has caused a certain impact. In addition to the cousin's phone, there are many strange calls. Hey, why did she call me? Seeing He Jie's missed call, Lin Yi was a little surprised. This dignified female CEO should not be so idle and notice her. Between his cousin and He Jie, Lin Yi decided to return He Jie's call first. The reason is very simple, people like He Jie will not call her for no reason. The phone was quickly connected. Mr. Lin, you took a boy away from Henderson Mall. The boy's father is Chen Shanghan. He called me and asked for your information, but I refused. As soon as the phone call was made, He Jie told the story straight to the point. Chen Shanghan. Lin Yi had never heard of this name before, but why did it resemble the name of the second middle school president in the domineering president's article? But the one who could let He Jie mention his name must be someone with a strong background. Lin Yi had already expected this. The little boy lived in a villa complex. His son has nothing to do, he will go back in a while. Mr. Lin, can you tell me why you took his son away? He-jia asked. Lin Yi pondered for a moment, then replied, just like you, I was entrusted by others. Lin Yi believed that He-jia should be able to understand what she said. As he expected, there was silence on the other end of the phone, and He-jia's response came after half a ring. I understand, if Chen Shanghan troubles you, Mr. Lin, you can call me if you need me. Probability is useless. He-jia hung up the phone, with a calculating smile on her pretty face, and notified the assistant to come into the office. Is there any cooperation between our company and Frost Group? Frost Group, no? But Frost Group took a piece of land half a year ago and is looking for a suitable developer to build the headquarters building. The engineering department has recently had contact with Frost Group. He-jia flicked her slender fingers on the table, and the assistant didn't dare to disturb her, because she knew that every time the boss made such a move, he was thinking about some big things. Let the engineering department draw up a contract for the development and construction of Frost Group's headquarters. Well, the profit will be %. 50%? Will Frost disagree? The assistant was taken aback. It wasn't just their construction company that was staring at Frost's headquarters building. Several leading construction companies in the province also wanted to get involved. The person in charge of the engineering department even asked her privately some time ago. However, can you ask the boss to reduce the profit to %? %, it seems that the profit is not high, but this project is as high as 1 billion, and % is also million, and the Frost Group is a well-known cash flow company, and it will not default on the final payment. It is higher than some profits, but in the end, it is even better if the project is less than the final payment. He-jia smiled and said, don't worry, I will agree. After 15 minutes, the mother and son finally finished their private conversation. The woman pulled the little boy up to Lin Yi. Sir, thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would turn into a ghost this time. Lin Yi accepted the other party's thanks, and then asked curiously, I'm a little curious, how did you manage to turn into a grieving ghost? When Ishan faced the attack of the green hat, he failed to become a complaining ghost, which shows how difficult it is for a ghost of normal life, old age, sickness and death to become a complaining ghost. I met someone. Under the woman's narration, Lin Yi knew what was going on. After the woman died, because she missed her husband and son, she didn't want to go to the underworld to reincarnate, even if she just watched her husband and son silently, but after she passed the first 7 days, a man wearing a mask suddenly appeared. The man called himself a witch and said that he could make a deal with her so that she could return to the underworld after going to the underworld without being restricted by the scope of the tomb, and the price she had to pay was to wait until her husband and son died. Belonged to the other party. The woman agreed. The man named which gave her a bronze medal, and this bronze medal took her to the underworld. Lin Yi didn't know about the woman in the underworld, because the woman didn't go into details. Lin Yi didn't think the woman concealed it intentionally, but because it was a rule. Living people don't ask about things in the underworld. The woman just came back from the underworld today. She wanted to see her husband and son for the first time, but she didn't expect to see her husband with other women, and even touched her son. At that time, she didn't know what happened suddenly in her body. Terrible resentment surged up, which directly made her lose her clarity. If it weren't for the last bit of obsession with her son, she would have completely become a grieving ghost now. There are still such mysterious people in the real world? Ever since he came back from time travel and found that the aura of heaven and earth was so thin that it could be ignored, Lin Yi felt a sense of superiority in his heart. He felt that he would be the last practitioner in the real world. I don't deny that there must have been practitioners in the real world before, but with such a thin aura, even if those practitioners have practice skills, they can't cultivate to a high level, and I have the resources of another world, surpassing these people in minutes things. Now it seems that the real world is not so simple. I feel that the aura is thin, which may be due to the environment. When I moved to the villa, the aura of heaven and earth has improved a little, so it should be better in those places where people are rare in the deep mountains. This speculation made Lin Yi a little ashamed. He only knew how to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme in a different world, and wanted to manifest himself in the real world. Now it seems that it is not so easy. Keep a low profile, and you should keep a low profile in the real world. Gentlemen, I see. This is a deal between you and that person, so I won't participate. There is a difference between a ghost and a human. Lin Yi recovered from his thoughts at the woman's call, looked at the boy who was being held by the woman, and nodded. Thank you, sir, for reminding me. I know, this time because of resentment, I can show up and get along with Bang Bang for a while. I am already satisfied. Mom, I want to be with you forever. The boy felt the meaning of leaving in his mother's words, and was a little anxious. The woman touched his head. Bang Bang, if Mom doesn't leave, Mom will watch you secretly, watch you grow up, watch you find you are willing to take care of her for the rest of her life, and she is also willing to accompany you for the rest of your life. Mom! The boy hid in the woman's arms. What about your husband? The mother and son hugged each other affectionately, and the atmosphere was very touching, but Lin Yi asked an unpleasant question. He has nothing to do to me. At least he loved me when I was still alive. People always look forward. Now that he has found a new person, why should I bother him? The woman no longer had the previous resentment, and her tone was very flat. Lin Yi took a deep look at the other party, and it was best to be able to think about it this way. I and #039, am so scared. Ugly guy, where is the ghost? Let me come. I'm so scared. Ugly guy, where is the ghost? Let me come. Longxi Yun Mansion. Villa No. Standing at the door, Chen Shanghan was overjoyed when he saw his son being picked up by the property management car, but then his face sank, and he turned and walked into the hall. The ashtray placed on the coffee table in the hall was already full of cigarette butts, and the whole hall was filled with a strong smell of smoke. Bang Bang walked into the hall, and the happy expression on his face disappeared after seeing his father. Where did that person take you? Don't tell you. Bang Bang replied arrogantly, and then continued, in the future, you can find any woman you like. I won't care about you anymore. Anyway, Mom. Anyway, this is your adult's business, and my child will take care of it. No, as long as that woman doesn't appear in front of me. Chen Shanghan raised his eyes. He knew his son too well. His temper was very stubborn, only his wife could listen to him. Wife? Chen Shanghan suddenly thought of his son's leaked words. A thought flashed in his mind, and he deliberately asked, I plan to take her to your mother's grave, and tell your mother that I want to marry her. Your mother will probably do the same. Understand me. My mother doesn't care about you. Chen Shanghan's eyes lit up. He was almost sure of his judgment now. He walked up to his son in a few strides, and asked in a condescending voice, Have you seen your mother? No. I didn't, I'm going to rest. Bang Bang panicked and ran upstairs to his room. Chen Shanghan became more sure of his judgment. In fact, he didn't believe in this at first, but since his wife passed away, he hoped that there really were ghosts. For this reason, he went to some so-called masters in this field to find out, and the final result was that these so-called masters, they are all false masters, but the theory of ghosts should be true. Stop. Chen Shanghan reached out and grabbed his son's arm, and then just stared at him like this. It was the first time that Bang Bang saw his father's eyes so scary. His little face turned pale. Tell Dad, what happened to you today? Did you see your mother? Why should I tell you that you are going to marry other women? What if I don't marry? Bang Bang. Longxi Group. Hejia looked at the incoming call on her mobile phone with a happy smile on her face, but she quickly looked away, continued to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme her report, and let the mobile phone ring there. The other party was also persistent, and the second one called soon after one missed the answer. The assistant on the side didn't dare to look at the phone screen of his boss, but was a little puzzled. Why didn't the boss answer the phone? Those who can call the boss's mobile phone or phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals are either slash phoneme business partners, or relatives and friends. Their subordinates dare not call the boss directly unless there is something urgent. Notify the directors, and a board meeting will be held soon. Now. The assistant was a little surprised, but Hejia didn't answer. The assistant knew that he had heard correctly, but what was the boss doing at this time to hold a board meeting? Many of the directors on the board were not convinced by the boss. When the assistant left, Jia twirled the pen in her hand. Although their family was the major shareholder of the company, they were not absolute controlling shareholders. They only held 40% of the shares. The combined shares of other shareholders were higher than hers. Dad left. She took over as the chairman and president of the company, and many shareholders were dissatisfied. Taking advantage of this opportunity, these shareholders will not have the opportunity to intervene in the company in the future. Jia picked up her mobile phone and made a call back. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I was in a meeting just now. I just took over the company, and I don't have any outstanding performance. Alas, some shareholders are not very convinced, and they are too busy. The Frost Tower will be built by your company. On the other end of the phone, Chen Shanghan was silent for only 3 seconds before responding. Everyone has been cheating each other in the mall for so many years, and some things are revealed at a glance. Mr. Chen, I can't guarantee that. Jia believed that Chen Shanghan could understand what she meant, but Chen Shanghan agreed so happily, her face was also moved. It was rumored that Chen Shanghan loved his wife like his life, but now it seems to be true. I understand that I just want a chance to meet that gentleman. After being separated from the mother and child, Lin Yi felt the growth of merit in his body, but he was a little surprised that the growth of his yang virtue was only a little more than that of the 2 children before. There was an extra ray, obviously this ray of yin virtue was given by the female ghost. The merits of the Tao of Heaven are really hard to figure out the rules. Lin Yi was a little emotional, but now he was thinking more about another issue. This is what he had previously ignored. In the real world, the aura of heaven and earth is thin, so he feels that there must be few practitioners in the real world, and their strength is not strong. But he overlooked one point: he can rely on the Taishan Gongde Induction Sutra to practice. Who can guarantee that there is no other practice method that requires less spiritual energy in the real world? I am a little carried away, and I have to reflect on it. But before going home to reflect, he had to rush to see his cousin. Rainbow Shopping Mall. Brother, this way. Inside the cafe, Zhang Nuanyuan saw Lin Yi walking in and waved. Lin Yi walked over with a smile. I'm sorry, something happened at noon. Brother, I'm not talking about you. If my mother finds out, she will definitely nag you again. It's hard for an honest official to break up housework. How can you intervene in this matter? If someone calls the police, you can't tell. Lin Yi's heart warmed when he heard his cousin's worried words. The reason he was looking for was that the child's mother was a friend of his. The child's parents divorced. The ex-husband took the child away and hid it from his friends. In the end, he met him at the entrance of the shopping mall, and he called his friend. Seeing that the man was about to take the child away, he had no choice but to run away with the child in his arms. It's okay, my friend will testify for me. I owe someone a favor, and this time it's repaid. Don't tell my sister. If my sister-in-law found out, she would definitely call him to come over and receive a few hours of ideological education. If you want me not to tell my mother, then you have to bribe me. Zhang Nuanyuan smiled, and then introduced his best friend. Brother, this is my best friend Yen Ru. Yen Ru, this is what I told you, my handsome guy. Hi handsome Lin, you can call me Ruru, that's my nickname. That's what everyone in my family calls me. Seeing that her best friend didn't have the slightest restraint, and even offered to extend her hand, Zhang Nuanyuan covered her face and couldn't stand it anymore. It's embarrassing. How did I know such a perverted woman? Cousin is indeed handsome, but you have to be more reserved. If it's a place where no one is around, you can't pounce on him. Lin Yi sat down and chatted for a while, then got up to go to the bathroom. Zhang Nuanyuan immediately scolded. Yen Ru, what about your principles? What about your reserve? Ruru, don't you always dislike people calling you that? What principles do you want in front of handsome guys? Wan, unsure about your cousin. Yen Ru licked her red lips, and Zhang Nuanyuan suddenly felt as if she had pushed her cousin into a thief's boat. She looked a little serious at the moment, and said seriously, my brother's situation is different. My uncle and aunt a few years ago he passed away in a car accident, and now my brother is left alone. If you just play for fun, then don't want it. What are you talking about? Naturally, such a handsome guy will be taken home and hidden away. From now on, I will be in charge of making money, and he will be in charge of his beauty. No, my cousin looks very casual, but he's not a person who eats soft food, otherwise it will be your turn. When I was in high school, there were quite a few girls who paid attention to my cousin. I'm just joking. When your cousin comes later, you must praise me more in front of your cousin. No, I'll touch up my makeup first. Seeing his best friend took out the makeup mirror to touch up her makeup, Zhang Nuanyuan was completely speechless, while Lin Yi also went to the bathroom and came back. Handsome Lin, I heard from Nuan Nuan that you are a freelance writer, so you are a writer. I have not been very good at Chinese since I was a child, and you writers are the ones I admire the most. I have forgotten my words now. This. I am the same. Lin Yi is very honest. Although he is a freelance writer, because he has been typing on the keyboard for a long time, sometimes when he takes up the pen, he really forgets the words. After all, he uses pinyin instead of wubi. Yen Ru glanced at Zhang Nuanyuan, meaning, your cousin always chats like this, are you just chatting to death? More or less. Zhang Nuanyuan also gave Yen Ru a look, her cousin is indeed a straight man. Straight men, there are challenges, I like it. Have you lost all your principles? Didn't you hate straight men the most before? Principles are used to reject ugly men. If you want to change them to be handsome guys like your cousin or Chidian readers, you need a fart principle. The starting point readers are indeed handsome, especially the readers who subscribe and reward. They are even more famous, and my cousin can't compare. Of course, we are good sisters. You have to help me this time. After dinner, let's go play the escape room. The two women made eye contact, and Lin Yi was also a little curious watching from the sidelines. Could they understand each other's meaning when they made eye contact like this? After eating in the shopping mall, Zhang Nuanyuan received the eyes of his best friend, coughed and said, "Cousin, let's go to escape from the secret room." Recently, there is a secret room called the Secret Mental Academy that is very popular. I haven't played it yet. Pass. Chamber of Secrets, I'm afraid of the dark and ghosts. Yen Ru showed an embarrassed expression. Zhang Nuanyuan scolded his mother in his heart, this green tea bitch. Last time, who played the secret room and molested the NPC, and now you tell me that you are afraid of the dark and ghosts. Let's go together, don't worry. If you are afraid, let my cousin protect you, and you can jump into my cousin's arms. Zhang Nuanyuan said heavily, didn't she just want this effect? Yen Ru. Lin Yi pondered for a while, nodded and agreed. Anyway, he has nothing to do now, so it's good to see the life of young people. Although he is not very old, because of staying at home and writing manuscripts for a long time, many young people of this age have never tried many things. In the escape room shop. Just as Lin Yi entered the store, he looked at a figure with a strange expression on his face. In Hong Kong drama, the police and informants generally choose to meet in hidden alleys or on rooftops, but it turns out that those who choose to do so on rooftops generally do not have good results. What Lin Yi didn't expect was that one day he would also experience the plots in Hong Kong dramas. He saw a gut ghost in an escape room shop. This guy, this time, looks like a dog, with a t-shirt on his upper body, jeans on his lower body, and a shiny golden belt. He was sitting in the waiting room. When he saw Lin Yi, the two of them looked at each other relatively. Time seemed to stop for a moment. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth curled up into a smile. This guy said last time he would go find a ghost for him, but these few days have passed, and there has been no movement at all. He is not afraid that this guy will run away. He has left a mark on this guy, and he can find it at any time. Ahem. Mr. Lin, you come here to play too. Oh no, I didn't come here to play. The intestine ghost stood up tremblingly, and was a little awkward to speak. Brother, this is your friend. Zhang Nuanyuan looked at the intestine ghost and frowned. His face was full of flesh, and there were tattoos on his arms. He looked like a gangster. How could his cousin know such a person? Well, once or twice. Lin Yi didn't explain too much, because he didn't know how to explain it for a while, and his life circle was indeed far away from the gangsters like gut ghosts. I'll buy tickets with Yen Ru first, brother, you can find us over there later. Zhang Nuanyuan obviously didn't want to deal with people like intestine ghost. For some reason, although Intestine Ghost was full of flesh and looked fierce, it gave her a cold feeling. Also, the temperature has dropped these days, and you are still wearing a t-shirt to show that you are in good health? Lin Yi nodded, watched his cousin go away, patted the Intestine Ghost on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Old Chang, what are you doing here? Why, you found yourself a part-time job and came here to pretend to be a ghost?" Master Tiancher was joking. "I came here to find ghosts." The Intestine Ghost explained with a smile on his face, "Master Tiancher, I heard that there are ghosts here, so I came here to find out." "Is there a ghost here?" "Yeah, when I left the villa that day, I found a lot of ghosts." "It is said in the circle that there is a ghost here, Master Tiancher. If you say that this ghost stays in this kind of place, it must be doing bad things. I intend to come over to find out the situation first, and then report to you." "Really?" Lin Yi had some doubts about the words of the Intestine Ghost, but there were ghosts here for sure, and the Intestine Ghost did not dare to deceive himself on this point. "Interesting, a horror-themed secret room shop with ghosts. There are real ghosts, and I don't know how those who come to play will react if they know." "So did you find that ghost?" "No, that ghost hid very well. I didn't even feel his breath. I suspect that he is hiding in the secret room." Lin Yi glanced at the entrance of the secret room. The area outside the entire store is actually not that big. There is a cashier counter and then the waiting room, which is about 100 square meters. The largest part of the store should be the secret room behind the entrance. "Okay, I see, you just stay outside and watch." Over there, his cousin had already bought the tickets, so Lin Yi gave the Intestine Ghost a word and walked towards his cousin in Yenru. The Intestine Ghost looked at the two girls with an envious expression on his face. "It's better to be a master today. I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in a mansion, and I have beautiful women to accompany me when I go out. Why did I want to be a gangster back then? If I knew it, I would have gone to learn art from the Taoist priest in my hometown. Please take off your mobile phones and other lighting equipment, including electronic watches, and put them in the lockers. Our secret room is about to start." The staff led Lin Yi and the others to put their mobile phones in the cabinet, and then put on blindfolds for everyone. There were 7 people in Lin Yi's car, and besides the 3 of them, there were 2 other men. Female. This game. Sure enough, single dogs are rejected. The moment the blindfold was put on, Lin Yi was fully alert, and after the staff led them into the secret passage, they turned around and locked the door, and walked towards the cashier. "Guess, how many levels can this car player pass?" 2 levels, there are 4 girls, the progress will definitely be slow. 2 levels are pretty good. There are 4 levels in total. The player with the highest record so far has only reached level 3. I don't know where the boss found the NPC. I feel so scary watching it through the screen. This is the boss's secret. Our store didn't do business at first, but it became popular after the boss took over and created this secret room. There's a handsome guy in this car. Really, then I'll watch the surveillance later. Sitting bored in the waiting room, the gut-wrenching ghost murmured softly after listening to the words of a few shop assistants, "So it seems that the boss of this shop also has a problem. I can tell Master Tiancher later, it's considered a meritorious service." In the secret room, Lin Yi and the others took off their blindfolds as instructed by the walkie-talkie. The entire surrounding environment was very dark, except for a small lamp placed in the corner emitting a faint light. "It's so dark, I'm so scared." Yen Ru's voice revealed fear, and Zhang Nuanyuan rolled her eyes, but there was no way. Who was her best friend? "You are afraid and hide behind my brother." In the dark, Yen Ru showed a happy expression of success, and leaned slightly towards Lin Yi. What the 2 women didn't know was that even in the dark, Lin Yi could see their expressions clearly. Luminescence. After hanging up in another world for 3 years, Lin Yi learned a lot of spells, and because he opened his eyes first, the spells related to eyes were also the easiest to learn. Yemming technique was one of them, and it could be used in the dark like daylight, but Lin Yi could only hold on for half an hour at present, and his eyes couldn't bear it after this time. Lin Yi not only saw Yen Ru's small label clearly, but also saw 2 NPCs in white clothes standing on the other side of the aisle holding iron chains. These 2 NPCs were real people, not the target he was looking for. Facing Yen Ru's active approach, Lin Yi did not back away. Over the years, he was used to being given some tofu by girls. Soon, music appeared from the speaker above, and the story unfolded in the scary and weird BGM. The background of the story of the Chamber of Secrets is a deserted mental hospital, and they are here to explore. Not long after they stepped into the mental hospital, they encountered ghosts, and their only way to save themselves was to open the door of a ward next to them. Hide in. But this classroom is locked, the key is in the nurse's station, and someone must go to get the key. Then let's go to the nurse's station to get the keys, a girl said with some fear. I asked friends who have played together that it is not allowed to go together. There is only one key at a time in the nurse station, and there are 4 wards on this floor, so you need to go to get it 4 times before the last key is useful. 7 people, 4 keys, which means that at least one person has to go alone. I'll go first. Lin Yi said lightly, you just happen to be in 2 teams. Brother, be brave, that's the way, you go first. Lin Yi walked towards the aisle first, and soon his figure disappeared into the darkness. One of the remaining 2 boys said to Yen Ru, Beauty, if you stand in the middle, I'm afraid there will be NPCs come out to be scary. Need not. Yen Ru replied coldly, and at the same time complained to Zhang Nuanyuan in a low voice, Nuanyuan, you are not enough girlfriends, you should take the initiative to choose to go alone in such a situation, and create opportunities for me and your brother. Yen Ru, just be an individual, I've already cooperated enough, and let me go alone, you think I'm as courageous as you. In the corridor, when 2 NPCs saw Lin Yi approaching, they swung the iron chains in their hands and slapped the ground, making a sharp sound. It would be terrifying if it matched the darkness, but Lin Yi could see it clearly, so the 2 people's relationship, the behavior seemed a little funny to him. Went to the nurse's station, took the key, Lin Yi returned, and the others were not slow because they were in 2 groups. I took the key, entered the ward, and then rummaged through the medical records to find out the name corresponding to each bed. After completing these tasks, Lin Yi and the others finally came to the 3rd level, the bride in the ward. I heard that this level is very scary. There is an NPC playing the bride who will come to arrest us. If caught, we will marry her. Many players who were arrested revealed that the bride is ugly and can scare people to death. Real or fake? Really, after a while we boys will split up and girls will find the groom. Only by finding the groom can we stop the bride. Boom boom boom. There is background music playing. Come on, let's run. The other 2 boys ran left and right, while Lin Yi ran forward, but after running a few meters, he stopped and walked slowly. Behind him, a bride in a wedding dress is slowly walking towards him. In front of the monitor, several female employees were watching the surveillance in the secret room. Why doesn't this handsome guy run away? If he is caught, he will be finished. This handsome guy is very courageous, but that woman is too fake, she wants to eat handsome guy's tofu. I know that girl. She has played in other secret rooms in our store before. She is very courageous. She can pass the level alone. Green tea. Surveillance showed that the bride floated behind Lin Yi, but for some reason, she suddenly turned around and left. What's going on? Why didn't the bride catch her, and saw the handsome guy open her eyes? Such a handsome guy, let me be the bride, and bring back the flowers and candles in the bridal chamber, hee. It's crazy. You haven't? Fuck, what did the handsome guy do? He turned around and grabbed the bride. Several female employees were shocked. It's fine for the bride not to follow the rules to arrest her, but this handsome guy actually arrested her instead. It's just that although they can see the picture, they can't hear the sound. I'm sorry, I caught the wrong person. Under the red hijab, the bride lowered her head and said weakly. That's right, take me away. Lin Yi held the bride's wrist coldly. In the secret room. An antique wedding room. Lin Yi sat on the new bed with trepidation, while the bride stood aside with her head bowed, not daring to move. This is a wandering spirit. Tell me, what's going on? Why are you pretending to be a real ghost here? For the good business of the store. The bride replied stammeringly, not daring to raise her head. Let the shop do business well. What is your relationship with the shop owner? Boss, the boss is my boyfriend. Lin Yi. Under the ghost bride's stammering explanation, Lin Yi understood what was going on. This female ghost was an orphan before she was alive. She grew up in an orphanage. Because she stuttered, she was not adopted. After finishing junior high school, she chose to go out to work. But just 6 months ago, she was involved in a car accident. But because she was hit to death by a car, her soul was trapped on the road of death and could not escape. The soul of a person who dies in a car accident will be trapped. Generally, the family members of the deceased will take the clothes of the deceased to the scene of the accident to summon the soul, so that the soul of the deceased can be released. But she was an orphan, and no one summoned her soul, so the soul was naturally trapped in place. Until later she met someone. It's this witch again. Lin Yi didn't expect to hear this name for the second time in one day, that mysterious man with a mask called Witch. Wu rescued her soul. Perhaps because of the sun exposure on the road, her memory began to become blurred. She only remembered that she had a boyfriend and his appearance, but she couldn't remember where he lived. So the girl began to search aimlessly, and finally let her find a boyfriend a month ago. The next story is that the couple met, and then her boyfriend thought of using the fact that the girl is a ghost to open a secret room to scare people. I have to say that the girl's boyfriend has a very good brain. The girl is a ghost, with a scary atmosphere. This new house does not install surveillance. Every time players are caught in, they will be scared by the girl. Word of mouth quickly ferments, causing many chamber lovers come, business is booming. Are you just scaring those players? Well, I just frighten them. I didn't do anything to them, I'm a ghost, but I won't hurt anyone. The girl's words were very sincere. Lin Yi was about to speak when he suddenly looked at the door. Master Tianchi, this guy wanted to escape, but I caught him in. The intestine ghost walked in with a man in his arms. The man was wearing glasses. He was very panicked and frightened at the moment. With a flick of the intestine ghost's hand, the man was thrown to the ground. No. Don't hurt my boyfriend. Although the girl was very afraid of Lin Yi, because she felt the power of fear from Lin Yi, but because of her boyfriend, she still stood up bravely and stood in front of him. Who are you? The man looked at Lin Yi with some fear. You use ghosts to make money, who do you think we are? Lin Yi asked back. You are a legendary Taoist priest? He called you Master Tianchi. The man wasn't slow to react. The intestine ghost's previous address, coupled with his girlfriend's frightened appearance, allowed him to guess Lin Yi's identity. You may think so. Hearing Lin Yi's confession, the man suddenly knelt down. Lord Tianchi, please save my girlfriend. I didn't intend to keep her in the underworld. I checked the information on purpose. It seems that the longer the ghost stays in the underworld, the heavier the punishment will be in the underworld. But I also don't know how to send my girlfriend to the underworld. The man's words were very sincere. According to what he said, letting his girlfriend stay in the store and pretend to be a ghost to scare people was a helpless move. He has been trying to find a way to let his girlfriend go to the underworld to be reincarnated. Lin Yi was silent for a moment, and finally gave the man a talisman. He is not a law enforcer in the yin and yang realms, and he came out to catch ghosts only for merit. The female ghost is just scaring people, it's not a big crime, the man will only give this talisman for the sake of pleading. Humans and ghosts have different paths, let her go to the underworld as soon as possible. After saying this, Lin Yi left, but a picture suddenly came to his mind, and he couldn't help laughing. People and ghosts have different ways. She-males have different paths. Such words are usually said by villains in novels or film and television works, and I am becoming more and more like a villain. Lin Yi left the wedding room. According to the rules of the secret room, he had failed, and now he could only go outside and wait for the other players to come out. The cousin and Yen Ru were still inside. Lin Yi asked the staff to get the phone, only to find that there were several missed calls on the phone, all of which were from Yijie. Why is this woman calling herself again? Could it be that the child's father was holding on to this matter and asking him for his information? He made a phone call. Longxi Group Headquarters. Yijie looked at Chen Shanghan, who was sitting in front of her, and felt a little embarrassed. Everything was as she expected. Chen Shanghan agreed to her request, but now she couldn't contact Lin Yi. "Mr. Chen, why don't you let me know when I get in touch?" Hejia didn't expect Chen Shanghan to come to the company in person. "Don't worry, I can wait." Chen Shanghan replied with a heart. Jingle bell. Hejia's cell phone rang just in time, and when she glanced at the caller's number, Hejia looked excited, and Chen Shanghan also stood up abruptly from the sofa. "Hey, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to bother you. It's like this, I have something to tell you here." On the other end of the phone, listening to Hejia's explanation, Lin Yi had a weird expression on his face. Is this the way a domineering president behaves? Because I love my wife so much, when my wife was lying on the hospital bed, she promised with a smile that she would visit their father and son as a ghost after she died. Looking for a new love, deliberately being indifferent to his son, just to make his wife's ghost angry and come to him. This is the kind of plot that only the domineering president abused in the past 10 years ago. After thinking for a while, Lin Yi finally agreed to the other party's request to let him meet his wife. Originally, Lin Yi thought that he would go back to the community first, but when the domineering president found out that he was in the city, he immediately wanted to drive over to pick him up. Save a taxi. 15 minutes. A limousine stopped at the door of the store. Chen Shanghan got out of the car and saw Lin Yi at a glance, walking towards this side. "Mr. Lin." Mr. Chen came really fast. Lin Yi didn't expect Chen Shanghan to come so soon. Originally, he thought that when Chen Shanghan came over, his cousin and the others should also come out, and then he would talk to the cousin and the others before leaving. "Mr. Lin has friends playing in the secret room, it's okay, I can wait." Chen Shanghan was very polite, but Lin Yi was a little surprised. Such a big CEO actually knew about the secret room? Seemingly seeing Lin Yi's doubts, Chen Shanghan explained, "Mr. Lin, my beloved wife also liked to play secret rooms and script killing, and she has played in all the secret rooms in the city." Chen Shanghan didn't say the second half of the sentence. In order to satisfy his wife's hobbies, he also secretly invested in several secret rooms and script killing shops, and specially invited a writer named Jiodong Hashan to order the type of scripts his wife likes. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth twitched. The CEO was playing script killing in secret rooms. I dare not imagine this scene. But this also just shows that this man really loves his wife. "No, I'll tell the clerk." Lin Yi talked to the staff and asked them to tell his cousin later. He also sent a message to his cousin saying that he was in a hurry and left first. Chen Shanghan opened the car door himself, and Lin Yi sat in without hesitation. But just as Chen Shanghan was about to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the car door, the gut ghost suddenly appeared again. "Mr. Lin, let me take a ride too. I haven't ridden in such a nice car before." Lin Yi glanced at the intestine ghost, and finally stepped aside. Although Chen Shanghan was a little puzzled as to how Lin Yi knew someone who looked like a bastard, he didn't ask. "Get to the driver's seat and drive." As expected of a luxury car, it's made for comfort. The best car I ever made was a Mercedes-Benz. It's nothing compared to this. The intestine ghost's words made Chen Shanghan's hand holding the steering wheel tremble, and looked over through the rearview mirror. Seeing this, Lin Yi explained, "This is the same as Mr. Chen, your beloved wife." When Chen Shanghan heard Lin Yi's explanation, his gaze stayed on the intestine ghost, and he said seriously, "Even if my beloved wife becomes a ghost, she won't be like him." Lin Yi. Gut ghost. Master Tianshi. Because Lin Yi didn't hide his identity, the intestine ghost didn't call Lin Yi Mr. Lin Yi anymore. He chose to ignore Chen Shanghan's words and sighed, "That little girl is really kind. She didn't even take revenge after becoming a ghost." Revenge? What kind of revenge? She died in a car accident, and the relevant departments must have punished her. A car accident? It shouldn't be, it was obviously killed, and the ghost aura on his body is different from the one who died in a car accident. The intestine ghost muttered something, and Lin Yi shuddered. He suddenly thought of something, and immediately shouted, "Mr. Chen, please stop the car. Deaf people have birth, old age, sickness and death, and sudden death. People who die violently have different characteristics according to the method of death." Lin Yi couldn't tell it, but the Guzi ghost, who was also a ghost, could feel that the little girl didn't die in a car accident. It's just that when the little girl confessed to Lin Yi earlier, the intestinal ghost was not in the secret room, so she didn't know about it. Mr. Lin, what's the matter? Chen Shanghan stopped the car and looked at Lin Yi, but Lin Yi turned to the intestine ghost and asked, "Can you see how she died?" "I don't know the details, but she should have been killed by someone. If she died in an accidental car accident, she wouldn't have a ghost mark on her body." Ghost grudge seal? Lin Yi looked at the intestine ghost. He hadn't heard of the ghost grudge seal yet, but considering that he was a monk halfway through, his understanding of ghosts was just a glimpse or two from the scriptures left by the old Taoist. It's normal to not know some things. The seal of ghost resentment is a saying in our circle. Those who are killed by others have a mark on their soul after death. With this mark, the ghost can find the person who killed him and take revenge. Listening to Guzi Ghost's explanation, Lin Yi understood what the ghost resentment seal was all about. That's the mark. A mark for those who have killed themselves. With this mark, no matter how far away you can sense the approximate position, you can go to revenge. I'm just wondering, this little girl was obviously killed, why didn't she take revenge? The intestine ghost muttered, and Lin Yi also frowned and said, "Since the little girl was killed by someone, why did you tell me it was a car accident? Will you be with her because she wants to lie to you, Lord Tianshi, to let you let her go, so that she can find her enemy to take revenge?" "Will not." Chen Shanghan in the front row denied the Guzi ghost's guess, saw Lin Yi and the Changzi ghost looking at him, and explained, "According to what Mr. killed, if she wants revenge, she can go to the enemy directly, there is no need to delay until now, unless the enemy is very powerful, she can't take revenge now." Nor Lin Yi denied Chen Shanghan's conjecture. If the little girl's enemy was very powerful, then the little girl shouldn't be hiding in a secret room and pretending to be a ghost. She should find a way to increase her strength for revenge. Master Tianshi is right, that's why I find it strange. Is this little girl so kind that she won't take revenge when she is killed? The intestine ghost flattered him, and Lin Yi began to think about every word the little girl said to him, trying to find flaws in it. "Mr. Lin, that little girl was killed by a car 4 months ago, right? I'll have someone check it out." Chen Shanghan made a phone call. With his connections in Raochang, it was very easy to check someone. The reason why he didn't check Lin Yi before was because he called He Jia. Although He Jia hung up on him the phone call, but it also just shows that her son will not be in danger, because He Jia will not turn against her at this time, and the Longxi group has just been handed over to her. It is still unstable. The message was replied quickly, but within 3 minutes, Chen Shanghan found out, which also made Lin Yi admire her connections. She didn't even have the name of the little girl, so she only knew that she died in a car accident 4 months ago. Found a clue. Mr. Lin, according to the information given by my friend, there is one person who meets the requirements. He died in a car accident 4 months ago. The deceased's name is Li Xiaoyun. He grew up in an orphanage and was killed by a drunk driver on Xinghao Road 4 months ago. He was killed and the driver is now serving time in prison. The information Chen Shanghan found was right with what the girl said, and Lin Yi looked at the intestine ghost again. "Lord Tianshi, I didn't lie to you. She was definitely killed. She couldn't have died in a car accident. That ghost seal can't fool anyone. Intestine ghost is very wronged, he really didn't lie. Mr. Lin, my friend gave me a message. After Li Xiaoyun died, no one came to claim the body. The official arranged for the burial. If her boyfriend really loves her, why didn't he deal with her? Thing?" Lin Ye's eyes lit up. After all, he had a love brain. The point of thinking about problems was different from his. Why hadn't he thought of this? Li Xiaoyun's soul has amnesia, her memory only remembers her boyfriend, is it possible? I mean, Li Xiaoyun actually remembers not her boyfriend, but the person she has a deep impression on, just because of amnesia, thinking that man is her boyfriend. Chen Shanghan looked at Lin Yi, and Lin Yi woke up suddenly. This possibility is not impossible. Li Xiaoyun is an orphan, and orphans are the ones who yearn for family affection the most. When she lost her memory and only remembered one person, she took this man as her boyfriend because of her inner desire. No, Li Xiaoyun will be in danger. As soon as Lin Yi said this, Chen Shanghan's car also started to turn around. Mr. Lin, I hate people who cheat their feelings the most in my life. Chen Shanghan explained with a rare smile. Xiao Yun, I can finally send you to the underworld. But I miss you. I miss you too. Wang Jia looked at Li Xiaoyun, with a look of reluctance on his face, but a sneer in his heart. He really wanted to stay with such a money-making machine. But he was also afraid that one day Li Xiaoyun's memory would recover and he would realize that he was not her boyfriend at all, but the murderer who killed her, and he would have to pay for it by then. For the sake of safety, he can only abandon this cash cow. Looking back now, when Li Xiaoyun's ghost suddenly appeared in front of him, he was so startled that he almost knelt down and begged to let him go, but he didn't expect that Li Xiaoyun lost his memory and even regarded himself as his boyfriend. She, the murderer who killed her, recognized her as her boyfriend. Such a stupid woman deserves to be killed by herself. Now the ghost of this stupid woman has gone to the underworld, and her body has been buried. No one will find out what she did, so she can rest easy. Speaking of which, I still have to thank Master Tianshi. But he is also an idiot, he was fooled by a few words by himself. Wang Jia was already a little uncontrollably excited. Although he had made a lot of money relying on this woman during this time, he was also suffocated. He couldn't find other women to vent his anger. After sending this woman away today, he wanted to have a good time venting. Xiao Yun, be obedient. Wang Jia took the talisman that Ling Yi gave him and handed it to Li Xiaoyun. Although Li Xiaoyun was very reluctant, he listened to Wang Jia's words and injected ghost energy into the talisman. Soon it surrounded Li Xiaoyun's body. Seeing Li Xiaoyun's body slowly being engulfed by flames, the smile on Wang Jia's face became wider and wider, but at the moment the flames engulfed Li Xiaoyun's head, a terrifying black air suddenly permeated. This black air instantly annihilated the flames. Li Xiaoyun's body reappeared. The difference was that the original tenderness disappeared, replaced by resentment and distortion. Intervene? Chamber of Truth store. When Chen Shanghan drove back to the door of the store, the ghost in the car screamed. What a lot of resentment, there must be evil spirits here. Devil! Lin Ye's eyes froze. If there was a ghost in this store, it must be Li Xiaoyun. Li Xiaoyun regained his memory? My lord, what should we do? The intestine ghost asked curiously. You go in and find out the situation first, and see what's going on. I go in first? The intestine ghost is a bit reluctant, but this is an evil ghost. At best, he can be regarded as the fiercest among the ghosts, and he is not far behind the evil ghost. Why, you don't want to? Lin Yi stared, and his heart trembled, so he could only drift towards the store in a grieved manner. Mr. Chen, if possible, please use your relationship. It is best to let everyone in the store evacuate. Okay, I'll make arrangements. Chen Shanghan understood what Lin Yi meant, and evacuated the people in the store, but he couldn't expose it. With his connections, he could still do it. Seeing Chen Shanghan go to make a call, Lin Yi also walked straight towards the store. He wouldn't really be waiting outside for news of the intestine ghost, after all his cousin was still in the store. After entering the store, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the players and staff who hadn't noticed anything. Although Li Xiaoyun turned into a ghost, he probably hasn't started killing. Handsome, you can't go in here. When the staff saw Lin Yi walking towards the entrance of the secret room, they hurriedly opened their mouths to stop them. Chen Shanghan, who was following Lin Yi, stopped the female staff. Notify all players to come out immediately, otherwise you can't be responsible for something. The female employee was taken aback for a moment, but Chen Shanghan's aura was too strong, and the long-term boss temperament made the female employee dare not refute. Okay, I'll inform you right away. As soon as Chen Shanghan finished the notification, the police from the police station arrived in less than 3 minutes. The leader's eyes lit up when he saw Chen Shanghan. No wonder the leader asked him to rush over quickly, so this is here. Although he doesn't know the top rich man in Rao City, he has heard of it and seen it on TV. Mr. Chen, what happened? Well, there are gangsters committing crimes inside, but my bodyguards are already dealing with the gangsters inside. I hope you can evacuate the people so as not to be accidentally injured. There are gangsters. The policeman's expression became serious, and he immediately said to the staff, "Let all the players come out, and all the customers in the store should leave first." What happened? Why did you let us out suddenly? What happened? Why are there police? It won't be unlucky to meet that one. It's over. I don't want to be imprisoned. The players who were called out looked puzzled, but they didn't dare to say anything when they saw the police. Zhang Nuanyuan and Yen Ru were also among the players who came out. "Ah, my brother has something to do and he left first." Zhang Nuanyuan got the phone and was a little surprised to see the message from Lin Yi. Yen Ru, who was on the side, immediately collapsed when she heard this. "Your brother actually left. How could he just leave like this? I plan to play the Chamber of Secrets and then take your brother to play script killing, and get a couple book with your brother." The so-called couple book refers to acting in the script. The script of the two characters of the couple, strange, my brother feels a little mysterious recently, and it seems a little different from before. Zhang Nuanyuan ignored her girlfriend's nympho. She always felt that her cousin had changed a little bit, but she couldn't tell the specifics. It seemed a little more confident. "Hey, isn't this Zhang Nuanyuan, a big internet celebrity in Raochang? Why, is this here to visit the store? It's a pity, this store has already been signed by us." Zhang Nuanyuan glanced at the boy who was talking. Her pretty face was a bit ugly. Yen Ru immediately countered, "It's really bad luck. Didn't you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the almanac when you went out today, and met some dogs who were eating inside and out?" The boy who spoke turned pale, while the two girls who followed the boy didn't dare to look at Zhang Nuanyuan. They used to work in Zhang Nuanyuan's studio, and one of them used to be a classmate of Zhang Nuanyuan. It's just that he chose to betray because of his interests. A good bird chooses a tree to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme in. Everyone understands this truth. If you don't want to develop yourself, do you still want to block others from climbing? Climbing up, I think it's climbing to the bed. Everyone in the circle knows what kind of virtue the management of Wuyo Media is. Yen Ru, what are you talking about? Our company can sue you for defamation. Sue, if you don't sue, you will be your grandson. Yen Ru was not afraid at all. The policeman over there also came over and scolded, "What's the fuss?" Facing the police, the people on the opposite side stopped mocking. "Let's wait and see." "Hey, what the hell? My good mood today was ruined by this group of shit. One, you can push your brother's WeChat to me, soothe my hurt heart. Only a big man like your brother, a handsome guy, can make me feel happy again, handsome guy." Hearing these three words, Chen Shanghan looked over at the side, and it seemed that only Mr. Lin could be worthy of being a handsome guy. Mr. Lin mentioned earlier that he came to the secret room with his friends. Are these two friends of Mr. Lin? By the way, what's your cousin's name? Lin Yi, Shuangmu Lin, the Knight of the Dark Knight. Now Chen Shanghan was sure in his heart that this girl was Mr. Lin's cousin. Don't worry about the media? Chen Shanghan didn't go up to say hello, but he remembered it in his heart. In the secret room, when Lin Yi rushed to the wedding room, Wang Jia was already on the verge of death from torture, with wounds all over his body. It was too horrible to look at. "Master Tianchi, help me." Seeing Lin Yi coming in, Wang Jia seemed to see a straw and immediately called for help, but Lin Yi ignored him, and his eyes fell on Li Xiaoyun. At this moment, Li Xiaoyun exuded a gloomy and cold aura, and his originally delicate face became distorted, with blood oozing from his facial features, and he just floated looking at Lin Yi. "Are you here to save him?" The cold voice came from Li Xiaoyun's mouth, and the intestine ghost hid in the corner and shivered. In a battle of this level, he would die if he went up. "Don't get excited, I'm not here to save him, I just want to know what happened back then." Lin Yi shook his head, but upon hearing Lin Yi's answer, Li Xiaoyun seemed a little unresponsive. The ghostly aura that had already surged up was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme gathering or dispersing, quite an embarrassment. Damn him. After a while, Li Xiaoyun said, "I used to work in a milk tea shop, and the boss is very nice, but because someone reported that I was not full, the boss was fined by the supervisor, so he had to fire me. Without a job, I can only be a go find a job." In Li Xiaoyun's narration, Lin Yi knew what happened, and the eyes he looked at Wang Jia also became cold. Because of his age, it was very difficult for Li Xiaoyun to find a job, so he could only do part-time jobs. At that time, Wang Jia opened a script-killing shop to recruit people, so Li Xiaoyun applied for the job, but Li Xiaoyun was too honest, not only told Wang Jia her age, also said that she was an orphan with no relatives or friends. An orphan, and still in urgent need of work. The moment Wang Jia left Li Xiaoyun, he became lustful, and specifically said that Li Xiaoyun could phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the shop. A week later, after confirming that Li Xiaoyun really had no friends, Wang Jia entered Li Xiaoyun's room one night with the key. Originally, he thought that under his coercion and lure, Li Xiaoyun would definitely give in. He didn't expect Li Xiaoyun to be so strong. Resisting desperately, in anger, he directly lifted a heavy object and knocked Li Xiaoyun unconscious. Then, Wang Jia performed a beastly act on Li Xiaoyun. Afterwards, seeing Li Xiaoyun fainted, Wang Jia thought that Li Xiaoyun would definitely call the police when he got up, so he decided to kill Li Xiaoyun. He couldn't do it by himself. Even if Li Xiaoyun had no relatives or friends, it would be very troublesome to kill a person and dispose of the body. At this time, he thought of a guy he knew before. That guy liked to drink, and he had to drive after drinking late at night. He put Li Xiaoyun in the trunk, and then found out that the guy was drinking, and waited on the way home, and left Li Xiaoyun on the road. After calculating the time, he called the guy and let him. The other party is distracted and does not look at the road. It is impossible for a drunkard to drive on a road with little traffic in the early morning and with a telephone. In the end, the car ran over Li Xiaoyun's body. I didn't know that I killed someone until I was arrested. Wang Jia's plan is not perfect, because as long as you check the nearby surveillance cameras, you can see that Li Xiaoyun did not walk in this area, but coincidentally, several surveillance cameras in the vicinity are broken, or an autopsy can also find out that Li Xiaoyun is dead. He had been raped before, but because Li Xiaoyun was an orphan, some factors added to the case, and the case was closed as death in a car accident. Master Tianshi, I am guilty, I plead guilty, and I can accept the trial. Wang Jia knew that the only person in front of him who could save him at this moment, he would rather accept the trial than fall into the hands of Li Xiaoyun. It was too painful. Lin Yi looked at Li Xiaoyun and asked, "What happens after you kill him? You won't stop me?" Li Xiaoyun was a little puzzled. Shouldn't these practitioners be prevented from taking revenge? Why should I stop you? You can take revenge at will, as long as you don't hurt innocent people. Lin Yi smiled. He was not a moralist. In order to show his sincerity, he even took the initiative to walk out of the wedding room and stood outside the door to wait. Master Tianshi, are you really not going to interfere? The intestinal ghost felt a little confused. The ghosts he met outside reminded him to be careful of those who practiced. Why is this person's behavior different from what those ghosts said? Why should I intervene? I have no way, Lin Yi replied, but he was thinking about another thing in his mind. What is the purpose of that witch? Chen Shanghan's wife, Li Xiaoyun. These two people have one thing in common: they did not become evil ghosts after death, but these two people almost turned into evil ghosts. If you don't stop it yourself. Is this a coincidence? What is the purpose of this witch? Chen Shanghan's wife was a deal, and the soul will obey him from now on, but what about Li Xiaoyun? Why was there no mention of a deal with Li Xiaoyun? The most important thing is, did my two appearances destroy this person's plan? After all, because of my own reasons, Chen Shanghan's wife and Li Xiaoyun are still not completely evil, and they still maintain their sanity. There was no killing spree. If the plan of this witch is ruined, I have to make some preparations. In the wedding room, Wang Jia's screams could be heard from time to time, and the intestine ghost was a little terrified when he heard it. When he was still alive and hanging around outside, he never beat people so badly. Lin Ye's expression was calm. After experiencing war in another world, he witnessed the scene of officers and soldiers chasing and killing rebels on the street when he hung up the phone. 3 minutes later, Wang Jia's screams did not come out again, and Lin Yi opened the door and walked in. Lin Yi just glanced at Wang Jia's miserable state and moved away. You have taken revenge, now you should go to the underworld. Li Xiaoyun's situation is different from that of Chen Shanghan's wife. Chen Shanghan's wife has already been to the underworld, and made a deal with the witch. She can walk in the underworld at any time, and she has not killed anyone, so she will not turn into a ghost again. But Li Xiaoyun took revenge. If he continued to stay in the world, he would only become a bloodthirsty ghost in the end. The underworld? Why should I go to the underworld? I have never done anything bad in my life, but I was killed by someone. I haven't lived enough. I want to stay in the underworld. Li Xiaoyun sneered. Ling Yi sighed, and still came to this step. Why bother? You killed Wang Jie for revenge, but if you stay in the Yang world and violate the rules of the Yin and Yang realms, you will also be punished in the underworld. Although Lin Yi didn't know the rules of the Yin and Yang worlds, since the intestine ghost said that the ghost of the murdered person would have a ghost seal, and they could find their enemies with the ghost seal, it meant that heaven allowed them to take revenge. This is obviously different from what some Buddhists preach. That's my business. Since you won't attack me, then go. I don't want to make a move, but I can't help it. Since you don't want to leave Yang Jian, I can only make a move. Shoot. Because you didn't stop me from taking revenge, I didn't attack you. Do you think you are my opponent? Li Xiaoyun had a cold and mocking smile on his face. Do you know why evil spirits want to kill people? I'm exhausted to death. In the small town Shen Yuanwai's courtyard, the old Taoist priest gasped for breath. His Taoist robes were torn into strips of cloth, which should be put into the modern fashion style of Milan Fashion Week. Master, I was wrong. The little Taoist was very guilty. If he hadn't made a mistake, the master would not have been injured. Tell me, why are you doing this? I think Miss Ai's death was wronged. She obviously had nothing wrong with her, but because her family was poor, she was sold to Yuan Huichen by her parents as a maid. Yuan Huichen coveted her beauty, but Ai has always been hidden from members of Chen. Mrs. Chen asked the servants to beat Ai to death because of jealousy, and fed the bones to the dogs, so I let Ai go. Hearing what his apprentice said, the old Taoist sighed. People who die unjustly have grievances in their souls, which can transform evil spirits. It is right to take revenge, but evil spirits are evil spirits after all. Twisting and becoming bloodthirsty, until finally becoming a ghost, killing innocent people indiscriminately. For example, if you want to trigger the viciousness of the dog that guards the house, you can feed it with raw meat. The dog eats raw meat, the viciousness is aroused, and the ghost takes human life. This is the same reason. The little Taoist was a little puzzled. Then is it wrong to take revenge? Of course revenge is right. If you have compassion in your heart, then you must have the ability to stop ghosts from taking revenge and turn into ghosts, hurting more innocent people. Then, what if there is no one? No, if you don't worry about being invisible. Do you know why euphoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live /phoneme longer as a teacher than your uncles? Little Taoist. As a teacher, I never meddle in other people's affairs. I act cautiously in my life. Otherwise, my teacher would have brought you back to Shenyang County by now. That's right, Master, why don't you go back to Shenyang County? Now that the rebel army is about to take down the whole world, we have done a great job in delivering food to the rebel army. The war is turbulent and repeated. Who knows if the officers and soldiers of the imperial court will fight back again in a few days. Wait a year or two, and go back when the world is completely peaceful. Aren't you going to the underworld? Lin Yi asked again in a deep voice. Stop rambling, hit if you want. Li Xiaoyun became impatient, and the blackness on his face became thicker. Lin Yi knew that the negotiation had broken down. Fortunately, he is a cautious person, and he would not have interfered in this matter if he hadn't left behind. Okay, since there is nothing to talk about, I can only send you to the underworld by myself. Lin Yi's aura rose, and Li Xiaoyun also had a guarded look on her face. Although she had just killed an enemy and her strength had increased, the person in front of her was a practitioner, and these practitioners had many ways to restrain ghosts. Send! Lin Yi whispered in his heart. Time paused in the real world, and Lin Yi returned to another world. In another world, it has been a year since he started hanging up. In 1 year, the biggest change in the entire different world was that half a year ago, the rebel army really overthrew the imperial court and established a new dynasty. Hua Dynasty. The Hua Dynasty established the capital of the original dynasty, and issued 10 edicts to calm the people in a row, allowing the people to recuperate. In 1 year, Shenyang County was even more prosperous than before. At the same time, Lin Yi also got the news that Chao Xian, the magistrate of Shenyang County, had been promoted and appointed as the sheriff. Today, a farewell banquet was held in the mansion. People of status and status all went to the banquet. Tomorrow, County Magistrate Chow will go to the county seat to take office. Lin Yi felt the majestic blood energy and strength in his body. 3 years of on-hook time allowed him to cultivate to the late stage of Bailu. This year, Lin Yi, who was on the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme went to the pharmacy to buy medicines. After getting acquainted with the pharmacy shopkeeper and the sitting doctor, he also learned from them that Chow Xan's health was getting worse and worse, and old diseases phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme recurred. Betrayed the elder brother, betrayed King Fangwen, and cooperated with the former county magistrate to extort money from the people. Lin Yi counted the bad things Chow Xan did, finally took a deep breath, looked in the direction of the county government, and whispered, "Tonight, I, Lin Yi, will kill the traitor for the elder brother, avenge the shame of the ancestor Qing Fengguan, and seek justice for the people of Shenyang County. There is no third generation anymore county government." Backyard. Chow Xan looked at the young man who appeared in front of his room, feeling a little confused. "Chow Xan, you followed my elder brother in the uprising, and betrayed elder brother and surrendered to the court in the middle of the rebellion. This is disloyalty. In order to win the trust of the imperial court, you betrayed Qingfeng Temple and let Qingfeng Temple be destroyed. This is unjust. Then you gang up with corrupt officials and blackmail the people. This is inhumane. Today, I, Lin Yi, am here to kill you, an unfaithful, unjust and unkind person." Chow Xan was very confused. A young man came to his house at night to scold him. "The most important thing is, who is your big brother?" More dreams at night. Lin Yi didn't give Chow Xan a chance to delay. The reason why the villains in TV dramas and novels were turned over every time was because they had too little nonsense. Although he was not a villain, he still had to learn a lesson. Boom! Unleashing the tiger roaring strength with all its strength, Lin Yi punched out with the sound of a tiger roaring. Hearing the sound of the roar of the tiger, Chow Xan's spirit of alcohol was completely awakened. This young man didn't talk about martial arts, and he didn't give himself a chance to defend himself. Haste to fight. Boom! The two fists collided, and Chow Xan's eyes were full of horror. This young man was already in the late stage of Bailu. He used to be at the late stage of Bailu, but because of injuries that year, his strength has continued to decline over the years, and now he has fallen to the early stage of Bailu. Fist is afraid of young strong. Now he is like an old man at dusk in the West Mountain. Just this fist confrontation made his chest full of energy and blood, and the old disease relapsed immediately. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. This Chow Xan was weaker than he imagined, but that's good, nothing will happen. Bang bang bang! Lin Yi was like a fierce tiger, fiercer and fiercer as he fought, but Chow Xan died with hatred in just a few punches, and when he was dying, his eyes were wide open, full of disbelief. Until his death, this young man didn't give him a chance to speak. He really wanted to know who the elder brother among the young people was. After beating Chow Xan to death, Lin Yi entered Chow Xan's bedroom, and all he saw was a large amount of gold and silver treasures. Seeing these people's fat and people's anointing, Lin Yi was very angry, and immediately packed them all, especially those antiques. He did this not only because these gold, silver and jewels are the anointing of the people, but more importantly, to cover up the illusion that he came to seek revenge, making people think that he was the murderer of Jiang Yang. Who? Lin Yi looked behind the screen in the bedroom, where there was a slight movement just now. A few seconds later, a woman came out tremblingly with her eyes closed. Hero, I didn't see anything. What is your job? I'm a toilet girl. Toilet beauty, this old thing really knows how to play. Lin Yi swallowed. After being here for so long, he already knew what the toilet girl meant. Toilet beauty, this is the idea of many extremely extravagant gentlemen. It is inconvenient to go to the toilet, because the paper in the other world is not very soft, and the cuffs of the clothes in the other world are loose. It is to train this kind of special maid to dress. It is normal to wash by hand with water. What's more, in order to keep it clean, a maid is needed. When Lin Yi learned about this game, his first reaction was, "Shit, people from another world can play it." Hero. Hero, I know that the master has a secret compartment on the bed, and there will be some good things in it. In order to survive, the maid told her everything she knew. Chao Xian did not shy away from the fact that Chao Xian had a hidden compartment under the bed, because she had already signed the contract of prostitution, and her life and death depended on Chao Xian's thoughts. Lin Yi glanced at the maid, went to the bed and lifted the quilt, knocked on the bedboard a few times, and soon found the secret compartment. His eyes lit up when he opened it and saw the things inside. Thunderbolt inside is a book of martial arts exercises. Just based on the appearance, Lin Yi was sure that this was not an ordinary martial arts secret book, because the quality of the book was very good, and after simply flipping through it, he confirmed his judgment in his heart. This book of martial arts exercises contains the cultivation methods after the awakening of Insect's realm. The tiger roaring strength given to him by his elder brother, even if he practiced to the extreme, he could only reach the 100 furnace Dzogchen, and could not break through to the Jingxia state. This guy should have prepared it for me, but because he was injured and couldn't practice, he hid in the hidden compartment. This is really cheap for me. In addition to this Lei Yangpa, there were several medicine bottles and 2 tokens. Lin Yi was not in a hurry to study them, so he took them away and looked back at the maid who still had her eyes closed. Tell those dog officials that being an official is not benevolent. This hero was doing justice for the sky, robbing the rich and helping the poor. Leaving those words behind, Lin Yi walked out of the bedroom door with the big package in hand, and then jumped up to the wall with a light touch. On the top of the wall, his body staggered. There were too many things and heavy things. Having scraped so many things, I'm not guilty of death, and I almost jumped to the waist. Back in the backyard of his house, Lin Yi put the gold, silver, and jewels in the secret room of the dug tunnel, and began to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the book Lei Yangpa. In a quarter of an hour, Lin Yi put down his book, and he knew what the martial artist's awakening of Insect's state was all about. When a martial artist has cultivated to 100 furnaces, his blood energy has already reached a peak, and it is useless to improve anymore. Just like a bottle, the bottleneck is there, and it can only hold so much water. If you want to make the bottle heavier, you can only find a way to compress the density of the water. Quantitative change to the extreme requires qualitative change. Qualitative change is not an easy task. Waking of insects, the blood energy in the body is slowly compressed to an extreme to cause a qualitative change, and this requires special skills to guide, otherwise it is like gunpowder compression. If one is not good, it will explode, let alone explode the body, at least it will end up with disabled. At the same time, according to the records in the book, only first-rate martial arts sects have cultivation techniques above the awakening of Insect's realm. The various sects have extremely strict jurisdiction over this, and ordinary martial artists cannot touch it at all. This Lei Yangpa also originated from a martial arts sect, which was created by Fenyang Palace, but Lei Yang Palace had declined and disbanded decades ago. It is much more difficult to practice than other martial arts. This technique requires the cooperation of the power of thunder. Back then, the first-generation Lord of Thunder Yang Palace, who was also the founder of this technique, was accidentally hit by a thunderbolt, and then broke through to the Jingxia state. After the palace lord broke through to the Jingxia state, he established the Leiyang Palace and recruited disciples to teach Leiyangpa. However, the 36 disciples of the first generation were all struck to death by lightning and none survived. There were 43 disciples in the second generation, 3 of them survived, 2 of them were paralyzed for life, and only 1 broke through to the state of waking of insects. Third generation. There is no third generation, the second generation dies. The corners of Lin Yi's mouth twitched as he watched. The founder of Lei Yangpa was really talented, but for the ancients, practicing Lei Yangpa meant danger, but Lin Yi felt that this was the most suitable technique for him up. And I and #039 am going to take the blame? Thunder is something I can't control. From ancient times to the present, only the male protagonist in the novel can be fine if he is struck by lightning, and ordinary people are paralyzed when struck by lightning. The 2 generations of Leiyang Palace disciples are clear examples. But what Lin Yi thought about was the modern electric shock technology. In modern times, many athletes use electric shock to control their body muscles, and he can also use this technology to practice Leiyang Gong. But it's a pity that he can't return to the real world right now. There is still an evil ghost waiting for him over there. It is necessary to find the old Taoist priest. Lin Yi had made a plan, and he would not return to the real world without the strength to completely deal with the evil spirits. Dawn. The whole Shenyang County was shocked by this news. The magistrate Chow, who was about to go to the county seat to take up the post of county guard, died at home. It is said that the state of death was extremely miserable, and he was beaten to death alive. The official notification will be issued soon. When Lin Yi saw the notification, he was stunned. Here is a gang of Jiangyang thieves sneaking into the county mansion to kill the county magistrate Chow, and ransack the Chow mansion. If anyone is caught and comes, or first reported to the official, a reward of Guanwen will be paid. Same crime. Isn't he a lone ranger? When did he become a gang? The nature of the gang is even worse. Also, I didn't loot the entire Chow mansion, but just took away the wealth in Chow Xayan's bedroom, and it was still picky, and some ordinary silver coins were left untouched. The other world version was robbed of 500 million and reported 1,000 million? Grass, a plant, I am taking the blame for this. The whole Shenyang County was full of turmoil. It was said that the officials were searching everywhere, but Lin Yi knew it well. The thunder was loud and the rain was little. How embarrassing it would be if he was really arrested. I am embarrassed, and the Yamen is also embarrassed. Lin Yi even believed that if he surrendered himself now, the Yamen would affirm his innocence. Dynasties have changed, but it is still these people who rule the world. Lin Yi laughed sarcastically, the end of the dynasty is the same. Hey, the merit has increased a lot. Daily practice of internal inspection, Lin Yi found that there were dozens of more yang virtues in his body, more than he had gained in total during this period, and the most important thing was that there was an extra ray of heavenly virtue. This Chow Xin seems to have done a lot of evil on weekdays. Killing one villain is about the same as saving 100 people. Lin Yi had a clear understanding in his heart. He prevented Qin Shanghan's beloved wife from turning into a demon and killing him, but he didn't get the merit of heaven. It was probably because there were good people and bad people among those people at that time. The merit of saving 2 children by myself is because the children have never done evil. Saving a wicked person is tantamount to helping the evildoer. If the merits and demerits are balanced, the way of heaven has no merit. Kill a wicked person, and you will have the merits of heaven. It is said that the Tao of heaven is ruthless and treats everything as a straw dog. In many novels on cultivating immortals, the Tao of heaven is described as cold-blooded and ruthless. It seems that it is not accurate. I guess you can only find out if you ask an old Taoist priest. Before going to the old Taoist priest, I can visit the Miaoying Temple outside the city. Miaoying Temple is 5 miles east of Shenyang County. Lin Yi asked Uncle Su to drive there in a carriage, and met many believers along the way. The incense in Miaoying Temple is very good. The old Taoist should really come and learn. My lord, the incense in Miaoying Temple has always been very strong, and people from other counties will also come here to worship Buddha and burn incense. If there is a festival like Buddha's birthday, the carriage will stretch for several miles. What's the reason? Is it because burning incense and making a wish here is very effective? Many gentry and gentlemen like to come here to burn incense, it must be because of the efficacy. Su Bo replied with a smile, Lin Yi knew it well, the herd effect. The people in the other world are very simple. From their point of view, those gentry and landlords have come here to burn incense, which means that Miaoying Temple must be very effective in making a wish, and following the gentry and lords will never go wrong. Even in modern times, this phenomenon still exists. It's just another way of saying it, it's called the celebrity effect and the rich man effect. Half an hour later, the car arrived in front of the gate of Miaoying Temple. Lin Yi got out of the carriage, and cigarette smoke rose from the eaves of the temple. People came in and out, and it was very lively. Miaoying Temple. The 3 guild characters are very grand, and there are 2 monks standing at the door, and one of them saw Lin Yi take the initiative to greet him. Ahmadba, is this your first visit to my Miaoying Temple? If you are not familiar with this temple, this little monk can guide you. Thank you, master, I heard that the amulets signed by your temple are effective, so I came here to burn incense and pray. Lin Yi was a little bit emotional, no wonder the incense was so strong, the service attitude was so enthusiastic. He took the initiative to welcome guests at the door. Unlike old Taoist priests, no one was watching in the main hall. The Zhigu monk led Lin Yi to walk in, and gave another Zhigu monk a look, and the other Zhigu monk showed envy on his face. As Zhigu monks, they are responsible for welcoming guests at the gate of the temple, but not everyone who comes to burn incense will greet them, and those who come on foot will naturally ignore them. Money will welcome you. Another Zhigu monk is envious, because he envies that his companion welcomes a first-time visitor. Generally, this kind of first-time visitor is willing to donate incense money, and the more pilgrims they receive, the more donations they receive, the more money they get from the temple. More rewards. Following the Zhika monk, Lin Yi burned incense and worshipped in each hall, and then said with a smile, "Master, I have something to ask the senior monk of the ghost temple to solve something." Amitba, the young master understands the meaning of the visit. The young master may as well go to the merit hall to rest for a while, and the young monk will inform the elders. It's troublesome. Lin Yi was led to the merit hall by the Zhigu monk, and soon there was a novice offering tea. Lin Yi glanced at the merit hall. Compared with the believers outside, there were not many people in the merit hall, but they were all clean and decent. It looks like it has status. Apparently, this meritorious deed hall is open to rich and famous people like them, just like the business class waiting room at a high-speed rail station. After drinking a cup of tea, the novice refilled it. Lin Yi was a little puzzled before the guest monk came back, but when he glanced at the novice in front of the merit box, he understood. Walking to the merit box, under the staring eyes of the novice, Lin Yi took out 3 banknotes, each worth 100 taels, and put them into the merit box. The novice's eyes were wide open, and the next moment he put his hand behind his back and made an OK sign, and he did it 3 times in a row. 10 meters behind him, a young novice who was leaning on the side door saw this gesture and hurried towards the side door. Inside ran. After a while, a group of monks stepped into the merit hall. The leader was wearing a golden cassock, followed by a dozen monks. Amitba, I have a feeling in my heart this morning. There will be a distinguished guest entering the temple. It must be this young master knocked out by me. Why not hit the bald donkey again? Why not hit the bald donkey again style? This was Lin Yi's impression of the old monk in cassock in front of him. This is the scene that the abbot of a temple should have. Amitba, the old monk already knows the purpose of your son's visit, please come with me. The old monk made a gesture of invitation to Lin Yi, followed by a group of monks, walking towards the backyard of the temple, and the believers along the way bowed to him. On the way, Lin Yi also knew the identity of the old monk. As he expected, the old monk was the abbot of Miaoying Temple, whose dharma name was Ingguang. When I made a move, it was 300 taels, and now it is converted into several million. It would be quite normal to alarm the abbot. When we arrived at the backyard, many monks who followed dispersed, and a young novice offered tea again. Master, do you know why I came here? Taking a sip of the tea, the fragrance of the tea was overflowing, and the fragrance of the mouth lingered. Lin Yi compared it, and it was much better than the old-fashioned tea. Young master is contaminated with the breath of ghosts, presumably there are evil spirits haunting him. But the old monk sees that the young master is full of energy and blood, so he must be accompanied by martial arts, and the evil spirits can't help you. Lin Yi looked serious. From the moment he entered Miaoying Temple, he had doubts about whether the monks of Miaoying Temple had any real skills. As a modern person, he could see the management of Miaoying Temple at a glance. The Zhika monk is enthusiastic about himself, that is because he can see that he is a rich man, including that no one cares about him in the merit hall. And when he donates 300 taels, the abbot greets him in person. All this shows that the monks in Miaoying Temple are lost in the eyes of money. Such a temple, how can there be monks with real skills? It's just that they've come. 300 taels of silver is nothing to him. Just look at the happy expressions of these monks after seeing the huge sum of money. Lin Yi didn't expect that the abbot had real skills. Not only can he see that he is practicing martial arts, but he can also see that he is entangled with evil spirits. Master, you have good eyesight. I did meet an evil ghost recently. Lin Yi briefly talked about the situation, saying that because of the injustice, he was missed by an evil ghost. Mr. Lin has a chivalrous heart, and this old monk admires him. Abbot Guang praised him, and then said, "Evil ghosts are causing disasters. My disciple of the three treasures can't sit idly by. I will ask Dao Hai to accompany Mr. Lin for a trip." Dao Hai. When Lin Yi saw this monk Dao Hai, he was also shocked. He had seen too many monks with fat heads and round faces, but if it weren't for the ring scar on the top of his head like this one, it would be more tempting to believe that he was a pig butcher. "Abbot, where is the evil spirit? I went to save him." Dao Hai's face was full of murderous looks, and the corners of Lin Ye's and Abbot Guang's mouths twitched at the same time. "Mr. Lin, don't take offense. Dao Hai is a monk in my temple. He is rather rude, but his intentions are good. He doesn't see ghosts harming people. The Buddha has benevolent eyebrows and kind eyes, and there are also Vajra statues with angry eyes. Master Dao Hai seems to be a straightforward person at first glance, which is understandable. You can't be called a grand master. I am 18 this year." When Dao Hai replied, the fat on his face trembled. "Lin Yi. Ahem, Dao Hai looks a little precocious." Master Guang was also very embarrassed. Lin Yi smiled awkwardly along with him. "This is not precocious, it is mature." "Well, Abbot Guang, I'm from Puyun County, it's a long way." "It doesn't matter, as long as Mr. Lin covers the expenses all the way, no matter how far away the monk is, he is willing to accompany Mr. Lin on this journey." Dao Hai directly interrupted Lin Yi's words, and patted his chest in a very loyal way. Lin Yi understood in his heart that this person was not about loyalty, but rather liked supernatural ghosts. "Dao Hai, you step back first." Abbot Guang scolded. Dao Hai was a little unwilling, and before leaving the backyard, he said, "Master Lin, I promise that as long as I go, there will be no more evil spirits around Mr. Lin." "Dao Hai." Abbot Guang stared at Dao Hai, and Dao Hai flinched before exiting the yard. "Amat Ba, Mr. Lin, don't laugh at me. How could it be, Dao Haida? Master Dao Hai has a firm belief in defeating demons and demons. I admire it very much. It is precisely because of this that I will not let Dao Hai leave the temple easily." "Why is this?" In Abbot Guang's explanation, Lin Yi understood what was going on. Dao Hai's parents were from a nearby village. When Dao Hai was 4 years old, an evil spirit entered the village and slaughtered the people in the entire village. Fortunately, Abbot Guang passed by there at that time, saved the evil spirit and rescued Dao Hai. Originally, Master Guang wanted Dao Hai to be raised by villagers who lacked children in other villages, but Dao Hai was very stubborn and unwilling. He was determined to learn Buddhism from Abbot Guang at a young age. He took Miaoying Temple and entered Buddhism. It is precisely because he witnessed the death of his parents at the hands of ghosts in his childhood. Dao Hai never holds back from ghosts. As long as there are ghosts staying in the world and he encounters them, he will never show mercy and directly save them. Although according to the rules of the yin and yang realms, the soul does not go to the underworld in time, stays in the underworld to be destroyed by others, and will not be involved in cause and effect, but God has the virtue of good life, and these ghosts are not guilty of death, so the old monk can only restrain Dao Hai do not leave the temple easily. The abbot is merciful. Master Guang muttered in his heart, it was not just kindness. If Dao Hai was to go down the mountain, all the ghosts in the surrounding counties would be emptied. Without these ghosts, how could the incense of Miaoying Temple be so strong? Those high-ranking officials who are full of bad things and have done many dark things secretly come to burn incense and worship Buddha and make wishes, and the Buddha will not come true. The reason why Miaoying Temple attracts these dignitaries to come to burn incense is not that the amulets are effective as the common people think, but because Miaoying Temple can solve the troublesome problems of encountering ghosts for these dignitaries. In Shangyang County, the ox-nosed Taoist of King Fengwen was afraid of death and would not cause these troubles, but he was not afraid. The development of Buddhism cannot be separated from money and people. When he first became the abbot, Miaoying Temple had only a few believers, the temple was only big, and Qingfeng Temple was full of incense, but now, there are very few believers in Qingfeng Temple, and Miaoying Temple has been fully developed in his hands. Believers spread across several counties and towns, and the two completely changed. Master Guang, let me just say it bluntly, this time I came here to learn the method of cultivation from your monastery. Since Miaoying Temple has real abilities, and Lin Yi is not in a hurry about time, what he is more curious about is what Buddhist practice methods are. Amitba, my Buddhist sect pays attention to pure cultivation. Mr. Lin is a rich man, and his equipment is magnificent. Why should he suffer this crime? Facing the abbot's words, why does Lin Yi feel a little familiar? The old Taoist seemed to say the same words back then. It has been a few years, and he can't remember them. But since the words are similar, he understands how it came about. Lin Yi took out 5 silver tickets, looked at the abbot unmoved, and sighed in his heart. After all, he is better than the old Taoist, and for only 500 taels, if he took it in front of the old Taoist would probably have all the money in King Fengguan. The method of practice will be taken out and let oneself choose. He doesn't care about money, the most important thing in life is to be happy. 800 taels. 1,000 taels. Master Ingwan looked at the banknotes that Lin Yi kept taking out, and kept chanting Amitba in his heart, and finally, when Lin Yi got 500 taels, he couldn't sit still anymore. Amitba, Mr. Lin is dedicated to the Buddha. If you think about it, the Buddha will be moved by this sincere heart. I have 3 volumes of practice in Myoying Temple. I will explain it to Mr. Lin slowly. Chapter 49 The Sutra Pavilion of Myoying Temple. Abbot Ingwan went in and picked out 3 volumes of scriptures. Master Lin, this is the method of my 3 schools of cultivation in Myoying Temple, and Mr. Lin can choose one. Let me choose? Lin Yi was amazed by Abbot Ingwan's handwriting. Aren't the methods of cultivation the secrets of various sects? His original psychological expectation was that he could practice one, although now he is also practicing one, but there is selected. Amitba, everyone can practice the Dharma. My Buddhist school emphasizes that everyone is a Buddha. It is better to cross others than oneself, so why cherish yourself? Lin Yi was in awe of Abbot Ingwan's words. This is the pattern. In contrast, the old Taoist priests seem relatively petty. No wonder Taoism can't do Buddhism. They only think about their own practice, look at other people's Buddhism, and think about saving all living beings. You're still too young. I'll practice the method for you. When you come to ask for advice in the future, you can't donate some incense money. It's better to teach people to fish than to teach them to fish. Abbot Ingwan also recalled a fisherman he met when he was traveling in the clouds. That fisherman was the #1 fishing master in the area. He could catch longmen carp every year and was rewarded with 100 taels from the government. So many people asked him for advice, and the fisherman also never refused to come, never kept his secrets, and told all the fishing skills to those who asked for advice. At that time, he felt a little puzzled. Generally, this kind of unique skill is not passed on to the outside world. How could this fisherman tell others at will, not afraid that these people would rob him of his longmen carp? After hearing his question, the fisherman smiled and replied, "The master only sees that others have learned my unique skills, but he doesn't know that I have opened a fishing shop in the city. All the fishing tools are used by those who ask me for advice. You have to buy it from my store. Relying on this, I can earn dozens of taels a month, so why bother about a longmen carp?" These words made Master Ingwan deeply reminded that since he returned to the temple to take over the position of abbot, he would not refuse anyone who came to ask for the method of cultivation and who had a lot of family background. Over the past 10 years, there have been no fewer than 100 lay disciples of Myoying Temple, and these lay disciples have contributed most of the incense money to Myoying Temple. Mr. Lin is a martial arts practitioner, and this volume of the King Kong Demon Conquering Sutra is most suitable for Mr. Lin. Lin Yi nodded and took it without looking at the other 2 scriptures. Just follow the abbot's advice and practice this scripture. The reason why he didn't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the other 2 scriptures was because he didn't think that Master Ingwan would deceive him into choosing poor ones. If Master Ingwan had this intention, he wouldn't need to bring out the other 2 scriptures at all, or just pick 2 more. It's just bad. Like the old Taoist priest, Abbot Ingwan also explained to Lin Yi the details of the practice of the Vajra Subduing Demon Sutra, and taught Lin Yi how to practice. Mr. Lin might as well stay in the temple. There are many spare yards in the backyard of the temple. You can leave after you get started in cultivation. Thank you, Abbot. Lin Yi was led by the little novice monk to an empty backyard, and just after Lin Yi's figure left, an old monk came out of the side room. Amatba, junior brother Ingguang, you are a little dazed. Since you took over Miaoying Temple has no Buddhist purity at all. The old monk is Master Ingguang's elder brother. In his opinion, the behavior of the younger brother for so many years has deviated from the purpose of Buddhist practice. Buddhism pays attention to purity, but the younger brother deliberately built many small courtyards behind for those who burn incense and worship Buddha. The dignitaries live temporarily. All the monks in the whole temple began to look at Qian under the influence of their juniors. Brother is still the same 3 questions. Master Ingguang didn't care, and said, I ask if the incense is more prosperous and there are more believers when Miaoying Temple is in my hands? Second question, for the many disciples of Miaoying Temple, have their cultivation realms fallen? Thirdly, ask the surrounding villagers whether they have benefited from the strong incense in our temple? These 3 questions made Master de Yincian silent. He blocked him several times, but in the end he could only watch on the sidelines, because he couldn't face these 3 questions from his junior brother. That's all, you have your reasons, but why do you want to teach this person the way of practice today? This person has a sense of Taoism, and he is clearly a disciple of Taoism. Is it wrong to practice my Buddhist supernatural powers? What's wrong? Who told others to give more? Master Ingguang didn't take it seriously. The only Taoist temple to practice recently is King Fengguan, and with the temperament of the old Taoist priest of King Fengguan Ding Xian, there is only one possibility for him to teach the method of cultivation. This young Master Lin smashed a Ding Xian. The sky-high price that cannot be refused comes out. Thank you, little master. In the small courtyard, Lin Yi thanked the little monk who was leading the way. Although the courtyard was not big, it was very clean and suitable for recuperation. But Lin Yi didn't come to rest. The Vajra Subduing Demon Sutra is a supernatural power for practicing in Miaoying Temple. This supernatural power cultivates the Vajra body, which can be summoned to the extreme to summon the Vajra body, which is also a characteristic of Buddhist practice. When fighting, it will always summon the golden body of the Buddha, Bodhisattva, and Arhat to appear. But he can't practice yet. To practice the Vajra Subduing Demon Sutra, one must first cultivate the Buddha nature. This thing can only be understood after reading the Buddhist scriptures. But Lin Yi doesn't need to worry. Master Ingguang opened a convenient door for him. Empowerment. Waiting until the first day of the lunar calendar next month, you can practice the method of empowerment to understand the Buddha nature. Otherwise, Lin Yi also stayed in the temple to practice. He phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red phoneme the scriptures when he had nothing to do, and wandered around the temple when he was tired. If you are rich and generous, you can naturally make friends. Lin Yi also knew about the monks in Miaoying Temple. There are 3 types of monks in Miaoying Temple. Just chanting scriptures and chanting Buddha. The second type is martial monks, represented by Abbot Ingguang's younger brother, who also belonged to the type of guarding the temple. They practice supernatural powers every day. These 2 types are in the minority, and the most are those who are responsible for the operation of the temple, such as those monks who know guests and novice monks. Most of these monks were born in poor families before they became monks. Some are unable to survive, and come to seek refuge in the temple by themselves. Master Ingguang never refused to come, which led to the increase of the number of monks in Miaoying Temple from the original dozen to more than 200 in more than 10 years. Knowing the situation of Miaoying Temple, Lin Yi had complicated feelings about Master Ingguang. It is not wrong to say that Master Ingguang does not have the pure heart of traditional monks, making Buddhism unclean, but for those who take refuge in temples, Master Ingguang is not stingy with the true Buddha in their hearts. What's more, the villages around Miaoying Temple also benefited from the strong incense of Miaoying Temple. Isn't this considered a merit? Can he be wrong? Shaking his head, Lin Yi smiled wryly. He should stop thinking about such philosophical questions. This time, he came to solve the problem of evil spirits. Thinking of this, Lin Yi walked towards the martial academy, but before he reached the martial academy, even when he saw many monks, he hurried towards this direction. What's going on here? Little master left in such a hurry, but something happened? Mr. Lin, senior brother Dalhai sneaked out of the temple and made a big mistake outside. The elders summoned everyone to go. Dao Hai sneaked out of the temple? Thinking of the monk with a swollen face, Lin Yi was also a little curious, and quickly followed the young monk. Chapter 50 Wu Yuan. When Lin Yi arrived, he saw many monks gathered at the gate. Of course most of them were young monks, and monks of some status all entered the courtyard gate. Although Lin Yi is a lay disciple, he is willing to spend money. The three main halls that Miaoying Temple will expand in the future are sponsored by him. When he passed these young novice monks and entered the courtyard gate, there were no monks to stop him, and some young novice monks even took the initiative. Make way. In the yard, Dao Hai was kneeling there at the moment, and there was a tiger lying beside him. The tiger's head was bloody and the fur on its body was bloody. A monk fighting a tiger? Lin Yi couldn't help muttering, did Dao Hai go out of the temple and kill a tiger? But even so, there is no need to be punished. Fighting tigers is a good thing, aren't they all heroes? Senior brother Dao Yan, did brother Dao Hai kill the tiger? Lin Yi asked in a low voice to a monk of the Taoist generation beside him. That's right, it's wrong for junior brother Dao Hai to go out of the temple in violation of the abbot's order, and he even killed the tiger. This is a big mistake. Why is it a big mistake to kill a tiger? Tigers cannibalize people. Shouldn't senior brother Dao Hai be praised? This is no ordinary tiger. It is a descendant of the tiger on Shuangmu Mountain. Dao Hai beat him to death. How could the tiger let it go? Tiger. Lin Yi was no stranger to this term, and it referred to tigers. Ordinary tigers cannot be tigers, only those tigers who have cultivated to become elites can be called tigers. Before the tiger became a master, he was already the king of the mountains and forests. After practicing, his strength is even more extraordinary. When he reaches the level of a tiger, he is even more supernatural. Dao Hai, do you know how big a mistake you have made and how much trouble you will cause my temple? At the top, Master Yin Xian, Master Yin Guang, and Master Yin Ning all stood there with sullen faces, and the one who spoke was Master Yin Ning, the elder of the monk academy. Master, when I passed the Shuangmu Mountain, a passing caravan was attacked by this beast. If I don't take action, all the passing caravan will be buried in the mouth of this beast. Do you want me to stand by and watch? Dao Hai was very unconvinced. In his opinion, he was not wrong, he was saving lives. This tiger hurts people, you can drive it away, why beat it to death? Master Yin Xian sighed. At the beginning, my disciple only wanted to save those common people, but when this beast saw me making a move, he spoke extremely arrogantly, saying that if my disciple dared to stop me today, he would go down the mountain and eat more people. How could my disciple allow him to do evil? It was to save him. Lin Yi's mouth twitched when he heard Dao Hai's words, and he could probably imagine the scene. This tiger takes possession of himself as a descendant of a tiger, and feels that Dao Hai dare not do anything to him, so he is threatening Dao Hai with death. Who is Dao Hai? You die. But Dao Hai did something wrong. How could he take him back to the temple after he was beaten to death? The corpse should be destroyed. This is indeed something to criticize and reflect on. Do you know how powerful the tiger of Shuangmu Mountain is? Long before the ancestor built the temple, he was already a tiger. After 100 years, his strength is unfathomable. If the tiger gets angry, you are a wicked person. We Miaoying Temple, it will be destroyed because of you. Master Yingning was furious, and Dao Hai poked his neck back and said, one person does the work and one person is responsible. If the tiger wants to ask for a crime, he just asks his disciple to pay for it with his life. You think you can just pay for your life? You. Senior brother. Master Ingguang standing in the middle couldn't stand it anymore. You two masters and apprentices are acting here, I really think I can't see it. If Dao Hai didn't get your hint, with Dao Hai's mind, he could bring this tiger back to the temple. As soon as Dao Hai came, you, as the master, immediately summoned all the monks in the temple to come over, obviously in front of you. The face-to-face criticism of many monks is actually protecting Dao Hai. The younger brother was afraid that he would sacrifice Dao Hai to appease the anger of the tiger for the sake of the temple as a whole, and all the monks in the temple knew that Dao Hai was the descendant of a tiger who was killed to save people. If he sacrificed Dao Hai, wouldn't that heart be scattered? The younger brother has used all his mind and eyes on this, No wonder the realm of cultivation is getting worse and worse. Dao Hai saves people and fights tigers, what's wrong with it? If the tiger of Shuangmu Mountain wants to blame him for it, I will not be afraid of it, the century-old treasure temple of Miaoying Temple. As soon as Master Yingguang said this, the monks inside and outside the courtyard were very excited, while Master Yin Xian on the side opened his mouth, hesitant to speak. Let's go separately, junior brother, euphoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme all the monks to pay more attention to the surroundings of the temple. Let the monks retreat, and soon besides the three big bosses Yingguang, only Dao Hai and Lin Yi were left kneeling on the ground. Kneel down here and repent, you wicked person. Master Yingning snorted. This time Yingguang did not dissuade him, he is his junior brother who likes to act, so let him continue to act. But this matter of the tiger is no small matter, they still need to discuss it. The three bosses left hand in hand. Ling Yi looked at Dao Hai who was kneeling on the ground but still had an unconvinced face, and said with a smile, Master Dao Hai, look at you, you are dissatisfied with the punishment made by Feng Zhang and the others. The abbot can't be wrong. Lin Yi smiled, seeing what he said, he was still not convinced. Actually, you were really wrong this time. Mr. Lin said I was wrong, so please ask Mr. Lin to tell the little monk. Where is the little monk's mistake? Why don't you want to stand by and let this beast eat people? Dao Hai didn't dare to talk back to Master Yingguang and the three brothers, but he was not polite to him, and swept over him coldly. Lin Yi didn't care about Dao Hai's attitude, and asked, of course you didn't do anything wrong by beating this beast to death. Let me ask you, did you give your name when you saved people? That's natural, what's wrong with that? This is a big mistake. When you sign up, those passing businessmen heard about it. The tiger will definitely investigate when he learns that his offspring has been killed. When the time comes, he will ask those passing businessmen and he will know that he killed his offspring. It's you, do you recognize this? After those passing businessmen were rescued by me, they repeatedly promised me that they would hide the matter for me. Fart, I really want to be able to hide it for you. Do you think Master Ning needs to summon all the monks in the temple? Have you told Master Ning about this situation? Yes. That's it. The reason why Master Ning summoned so many monks is because he knows that this matter cannot be concealed. When a tiger threatens his life, do you think these businessmen can still hold back? Even if these people can hold back, that tiger can also use the technique of bewitching to know your identity. Although Dao Hai didn't want to admit it, but in retrospect, the master seemed to ask him if he had a registration number at the beginning, and after learning that he had registered his name, he notified the abbot and the others. This is where you are wrong. In the face of these ghosts and ghosts with backgrounds, you can kill them, but you have to learn to hide yourself. If you reported to another temple at that time, the tiger would not be able to find you? Didn't that harm other temples? You are stupid, you report a strong one. Don't you have a strong temple in Buddhism, and you can't beat the tiger of Shuangmu Mountain? Of course there is, but isn't this deceiving people? Monks don't tell lies. I don't know how to change things. Think about it. If you did this at the time, wouldn't people be saved and would not bring danger to the temple? This is where you are wrong, but this is not the best way. Then tell me, what is the best way to do it? Dao Hai was a little unconvinced. You are just a guy who has just stepped into cultivation, you can only talk about it. Lin Yi smiled, he is still too young, let me teach you a lesson today. If I were you, I would show up at that time, but I wouldn't do anything to this animal, I would just praise it, keep on boasting, these animals are the most unbearable to boast, anyway, stay in front of these passing businessmen and this a picture of animals enjoying themselves will do. You are stronger than it, and you flatter it on purpose, this beast will definitely give you face, so you have saved him, and after these passing businessmen leave, you can do it, stab it with a knife, chop its tiger claws, and it can come as a surprise. Dao Hai. Remember, to be an old Ingbi, only an old Ingbi can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live /phoneme for a long time. Old Ingbi? Dao Hai's blank eyes showed a hint of understanding. Mr. Lin's words seemed to have opened up another vast world for him. You should understand it carefully. As a reward for teaching you, I will take this tiger away. Lin Yi didn't say this because he was full. He was looking at the tiger on the ground. The tiger was full of treasures. The monks in Miaoying Temple couldn't eat it because of the precepts, but he didn't have this taboo. Carrying the tiger back to his small yard, Lin Yi asked Uncle Su to go to the back kitchen to ask the monk for a big pot, and boiled the tiger directly. After practicing martial arts, Lin Yi had a great need for meat, and he found that he didn't like those delicately prepared meats, but preferred the original ones. Large pieces, boiled, just put a little salt or something. Just after discussing with the seniors and the juniors how to deal with the anger of the Shuangmu mountain tiger, Master Yingguang was a little tired and was about to go back to his room to rest when a smell of meat came over him. "What's the matter, cooking meat in the kitchen?" Abbot Yingguang frowned. "There is boiled meat in temples, and young monks who have not been ordained can eat meat. Children will not grow strong if they don't eat meat. But in order not to misunderstand the believers, the smell is strictly controlled in the kitchen, so as not to let the smell of meat drift too far, and it all drifts to the front yard." Fortunately, it was night, and there were no pilgrims at the moment, otherwise the reputation of the temple would be damaged by rumors. "Dao Yuan, where does the smell of meat come from?" "Abbot, Mr. Lin carried away the tiger that senior brother Dao Hai brought back, and cooked it for plucking and skinning. The smell of meat should come from Mr. Lin's yard." Dao Yuan swallowed while answering. "I swallowed my throat, it smells really good." Yingguang. "Grass is a plant. Much, how could it be Dabidoo? How could it be Dabidoo? The abbot is here, why don't we try some together? I didn't put meat in it." Lin Yi was holding a tiger bone and was munching on the meat. The tiger meat was delicious. Not only the fragrance, but also the blood energy provided by those poultry flesh and blood is simply incomparable. After taking a few mouthfuls, Lin Yi's stomach felt warm, and his blood, which had already reached its peak, showed signs of breaking through. Abbot Yingguang looked at the tiger bone that Lin Yi was holding up with a dark face. He was just a senior brother discussing this matter and it could still be resolved peacefully. First of all, the tiger on Shuangmu Mountain has many descendants. Unless he is particularly loved, he will not care too much, and if he really loves his descendants, he will not let him go down the mountain alone. Their Miaoying Temple is not a small temple, and the tiger of Shuangmu Mountain must also consider whether it is worth fighting with their Miaoying Temple for a descendant who does not love them. With these 2 points in mind, they lowered their stance and were willing to pay a little compensation to make the tiger look good. This matter can be resolved if they think about it. Master Yingguang took all possible factors into consideration, but he never expected that the tiger's body would be cooked and eaten by Lin Yi. This. How can I lower my posture to the tiger? Amitba, I'm really sorry, my temple has already punished Dao Hai. As for your offspring, well, they have been boiled and eaten. Master Yingguang could already imagine the tiger's rage. Even if the tiger didn't want to start a war with Miaoying Temple, once this happened, he would be forced to start a war. Abbot, the taste is really good, how about one? I'll come to you for a big fight. Master Yingguang looked at Lin Yi's face, and at this moment, he just wanted to go down with his Zen stick and come up with a _. Yingguang kept his mouth shut, because it was not only Lin Yi who ate the tiger meat, but many monks as well. Mr. Lin, tomorrow is the first day of the new year. Leave the temple after the empowerment. Master Yingguang didn't want to see Lin Yi anymore, so he turned around and left with a flick of his cassock. Lin Yi, night. Lin Yi practiced tiger roar strength. There was a sound of tiger roar between his fists and feet, and even gusts of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win / phoneme and thunder were driven. Withdraw your fist and exhale. You turned out to be in the realm of 100 furnaces Dzogchen. Just as Lin Yi finished closing his punches, there was a faint voice. Following the sound, Dao Hai's figure appeared at the gate of the courtyard. Master Dao Hai also knows martial arts? Buddhism, Taoism, and martial arts, the three families are interlinked. My Miaoying Temple also has martial arts, but they are all basic martial arts. The highest can only be cultivated to the late stage of Bailu. It is similar to your martial arts, but it is not the main attack. It's about defense. Master Dao Hai, I know the realm of martial arts. After 100 furnaces, there is Jingxia. How do you divide the realm in practice? Lin Yi asked about a topic he was very concerned about, the division of realms of practice, and the old Taoist did not explain it to him in detail, and there was no record in the scriptures left behind. The realm of practice. Dao Hai was stunned for a moment, and then replied, cultivation is the same as martial arts. In fact, there are only the first three realms. The three realms of my Buddhism are consecration, chanting, and golden body. As for the golden body, there is no realm division. What about Taoism? Taoism is divided into three realms: inspiration, Tibetan God, and Yuanshan. There are only three realms. Is it because very few people can practice these three realms? Lin Yi thought of what he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red phoneme in the novel. The main character was in Shinsho village, and only a few realms were known. After leaving Shinsho village, he opened the big map, and suddenly there were more realms. The most representative one is the book written by the unknown author in his later years. In the early stage, a drop of blood from a saint can destroy mountains and rivers, but in the later stage, a saint is not as good as a dog. This is one of them, but the main reason, I heard from my master, is that after reaching the third level of practice, I have practiced many magical powers. The stronger the power, the stronger the strength, and it has nothing to do with the level. Well, I don't know what realm you are, Master Dao Hai, and what realm is the abbot? The little monk is just entering the realm of Nianji, and I don't know what the abbot's realm is. Dao Hai couldn't explain it clearly, but Lin Yi understood it. He was probably in the state of mindfulness. If Abbot Yingguang broke through to the golden body state, he would definitely publicize it and use it to expand the reputation of Miaoying Temple. What about the tiger of Shuangmu Mountain? What realm is it? I don't know the monk, but since he is a tiger, his strength should be very strong. There was a layer of haze on Dao Hai's face, and he knew that he had caused big trouble for the temple this time. Mr. Lin, I have benefited a lot from hearing what you said earlier. This time, I came here to ask Mr. Lin for a solution. I don't have any solution. Abbot Yingguang and the others must have a solution to such a major event. Just relax, Master Dao Hai. Lin Yi comforted him. He guessed that Master Yingguang and the others must have a way to deal with the tiger. Otherwise, at this time, the monks in the temple should be dismissed, or the temple should be moved. Under Lin Yi's comfort, Dao Hai looked a little better, and after chatting for a few words, he left. A good night's dream. The first day of the lunar calendar. Before dawn, before the temple gate was opened, many believers gathered outside. The first day of the new year is a big day for both believers and monks. All monks in Miaoying Temple gather to recite scriptures on the first day of each month, while believers come to listen and pray for peace and blessings. On this day, Master Yingguang was wearing a cloud brocade cassock, which was radiant. Behind him, hundreds of monks in Miaoying Temple wore cassocks or monk clothes according to their ranks. They first circled the temple and then returned to the front gate of the temple. The platform was set up in advance. Master Yingguang was on the stage alone, and many monks sat on the futons under the stage, while believers surrounded the surrounding area, chanting Amatba Buddha. Chanting and praying. This chanting lasted for half an hour. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. He could feel that as Master Yingguang chanted the scriptures, the surrounding spiritual energy gathered towards the high platform, and those believers who followed the chanting felt there is also a little bit of golden light floating towards the high platform. Please come to the stage to consecrate all believers. After Master Yingguang finished speaking, Lin Yi walked to the high platform with the other 9, and all the surrounding believers cast envious looks. A good man. This is a big believer. Believers are only envious but not jealous, because if they want to get on the high stage, they must be among the top 10 incense donations in the last month, which will cost a lot of money. Isn't it pious to be able to spend so much money? Lin Yi was at the bottom of the list because he was the one who donated the most. For the first 9, Master Yingguang stroked the top of each other's heads with his hand, and when it was Lin Yi's turn, Master Yingguang's palm fell a little fast, and even made a slight pop sound. Lin Yi. Amatba, I'm really sorry. The old monk has been reciting scriptures for too long, and he's a little dazed. Don't blame him. How could it be? Lin Yi showed a nonchalant expression on his face, but he felt in his heart that Master Yingguang's action was similar to the action he gave to the scalper. It should be because I think too much. I am the biggest sponsor of Miaoying Temple, how could Master Ingwan want to give himself a big contest? P.S. It is the third round of recommendation. It is very important. I hope you don't keep books, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme more. Buddha image I imagine to practice martial arts with Taoism seal? Martial arts with Taoism seal? Empowerment. Master Ingwan put his palm on the top of Lin Yi's head, and then recited scriptures. Lin Yi didn't feel anything at first, but after a few seconds, his expression was a little dazed, as if he heard Sanskrit sounds lingering in his ears, and saw fairies surrounding him, solemn and mesmerizing. Mr. Lin, Jingshan, recite the Vajra-subduing Demon Sutra. Master Ingwan's voice came to his ears, like a thunderclap. Lin Yi hurriedly recited the Vajra-subduing Demon Sutra silently in his heart, and saw a ray of golden light floating from the sky, and the Sanskrit voice and fairy disappeared instantly. When the golden light suddenly appeared, Lin Yi stared at it, and vaguely saw a Buddha statue pregnant in the golden light, but it was blocked by the clouds, so he couldn't see clearly. Look carefully. Master Ingwan's voice came to his ears again, and Lin Yi quickly looked into the cloud layer, only to see that the cloud layer seemed to have suffered something, and it began to become thinner, and the Buddha statue gradually became clearer. The moment the clouds completely dispersed, Lin Yi saw the whole body of the Buddha. Standing on the lotus platform, the Buddha is wearing a cassock, staring angrily, and making a seal with his hands. With just one glance, Lin Yi had just seen it clearly, and the dissipated clouds appeared again, covering the Buddha. Amitba, which Buddha's golden body did Mr. Lin see? Master Ingwan's voice sounded, and Lin Yi's gaze returned to the altar. Faced with Master Ingwan's question, he asked curiously, "Is the Buddha you saw different?" Amitba Buddha, there are myriad phenomena in the Buddha, and the Buddha in everyone's heart is different. Every Buddha has the shape of a Vajra with angry eyes. After listening to Master Ingwan's explanation, Lin Yi had a weird expression on his face, and said, "What I saw was a Buddha standing on a lotus altar." Well, the Buddha has many postures, but can there be more detailed characteristics? Master Ingwan didn't care. It was nothing to visualize the standing Buddha. There was once a disciple who visualized the one lying on the lotus platform. This standing Buddha has a handprint. Lin Yi's voice was a little softer than before. Well, it's normal for the Buddha to stand on the lotus platform and twist the Buddha seal with his hands, but are there other characteristics? Lin Yi didn't answer, but asked instead, "Master, are there any Buddhas and Taoists with supernatural powers?" Master Ingwan didn't understand why Lin Yi asked such a question, but he still smiled and patiently explained, "Of course there isn't." Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, you may as well speak up if you have something to say. You don't have to hide it. Master Ingwan comforted when he saw Lin Yi's hesitation. The Buddha knot is a Taoist handprint. Master Ingwan. Grass is a plant. Looking at Lin Yi's cautious expression, he really wanted to be a big competitor. I used the Dharma to empower you, and you visualized the Buddha with the seal of the Tao, and you are talking nonsense with me here. Young Master Lin, don't be joking, there is no Buddha with a seal of Taoism. Master Ingwan silently recited the Buddha's name a few times. Lin Yi just felt a strong killing intent. Although Master Ingwan seemed benevolent, he still skipped this topic for his own safety. Well, maybe I was wrong. Since Mr. Lin has visualized my Buddha's golden body, you only need to meditate on my Buddha's golden body in your mind when you practice in the future. I still have follow-up rituals to do. This is driving yourself down. Lin Yi smiled bitterly and stepped off the stage. After stepping off the stage, Lin Yi went straight to Dao Hai. Master Dao Hai, is everyone's vision of the Buddha different? Well, the Buddha has the appearance of all living beings, and the appearance is born from the heart. There have been 234 monks in our temple for 100 years. According to the records in the Sutra Pavilion, there are 143 Buddha appearances visualized. Is that so? Are there any particularly weird Buddha appearances, such as wearing Taoist robes, or twiddling Taoist handprints? When Dao Hai heard Lin Yi's question, he was a little puzzled, and replied, "Mr. Lin, don't be joking. Although the Buddha has the appearance of sentient beings, it's just a gesture. How could it have anything to do with Taoism? Is it absolutely impossible? No way. Dao Hai was very sure, but Lin Yi murmured in his heart. He was sure that he was not mistaken. The Zhan Buddha knot was the Taoist handprint. Could it be that something happened to me? Lin Yi didn't show it on his face, and he definitely didn't talk about this topic, and he didn't reveal that the Buddha he saw was connected with the Dao seal, otherwise he was afraid that the abbot would come down with a Zen stick to clean up the house. Back in his yard, Lin Yi began to practice. Visualize a standing Buddha scene during the day, and soon the surroundings become an empty space again. Above the clouds, a golden light suddenly appeared. Lin Yi recited the Vajra-subduing Demon Sutra, and the golden light fell on Lin Yi as if guided. Hiss! Lin Yi suddenly gasped in pain. The golden light fell on him, stinging his whole body like a needle prick. What's wrong? Lin Yi was puzzled. According to what Abbot Guang said, he had sensed the Buddha's appearance, and when he practiced and visualized the Buddha's appearance in the future, the Buddha's light would fall to bless his practice. Enveloped by Buddha's light, it should be warm and comfortable. The Buddha image I see is the Tao seal. Could it be that the problem lies here? After pondering for a moment, Lin Yi made a bold decision. He recited the Vajra-subduing Demon Sutra, but his hands were bound with the Tao seal. With the change of fingerprints, the golden light on the sky dissipated. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. He wouldn't be self-defeating. Just when Lin Yi was feeling uneasy, a ray of light suddenly fell from above the sky, and the green-gold light enveloped his whole body. The light fell on Lin Yi's body, and the blood in Lin Yi's body boiled instantly, surging like a shark that smelled fishy. Hot, burning. At the same time, the 3 chi-sensing acupoints in Lin Yi's body that had been enlightened with merit were also emitting light and heat at the moment. These light and heat stimulated his body, and waves of energy began to flow in his body. Crackling. Lin Yi could feel the sound of his own bones, including blood, flesh, muscles and bones, all of which were being washed by this energy at this moment. 1 second, 2 seconds. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Yi's body regained its composure. Just 3 seconds later, Lin Yi's handprint changed, and he began to use his tiger's roar. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme, and thunder shook between his fists and feet. Most people would be terrified just hearing the sound of fists and feet. His martial arts improved again. Lin Yi's eyes were full of light. Although he failed to break through to the Jingxia state, he was very confident now. Under Jingxia, he was definitely number 1. Lin Yi looked at the sky, and the Buddha figure in the clouds actually moved. On the lotus platform, the standing Buddha punched out a fist, which was exactly the starting style of his tiger roaring strength. With a punch, the golden light was brilliant, but it dissipated in the next moment, and at the same time Lin Yi withdrew from the world again. Is this Buddha image still moving by itself? Lin Yi's expression was indescribably weird. According to what Master Guang said, when observing the Buddha's appearance and cultivating the Buddha's light, the Buddha's appearance never moves. When you visualize the Buddha's posture, that is that posture, and what you need to do and practice it is to slowly condense this Buddha image. Once it is successfully condensed, it will step into the golden body realm. My own Buddha image can move, so how should I condense it? Forget it, don't want to go that far. Lin Yi is an easy-to-satisfy person. Being able to come to another world is already an unexpected joy, so let's wait and see how far he can practice in the future. This visualization made his strength improve. It's time to go back and deal with Li Xiaoyun. Next day, Lin Yi donated another 1,000 taels of silver, and then bid farewell to Master Guang. He took the 2 unfinished tiger legs, including the tiger treasure, and drove the carriage back to his residence in Xianyang County. Old Huan, I haven't seen you for a while, do you miss me? Back at the house, Lin Yi went to the cowshed in the backyard to look at the scalper. The scalper saw Lin Yi walk in, his eyes widened like copper bells, and the cow's hooves began to kick the ground, as if seeing an enemy of life and death. Snapped. Lin Yi bluntly went on with a big competition. You bastard doesn't know good from bad, you would be dead by now without me, and you still dare to stare at me. Moo. Snapped. Moo. Snapped. The scalper was very stubborn, and Lin Yi wasn't used to it. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either/phoneme. Finally, the scalper bowed his head. Lin Yi felt relieved. Then Lin Yi asked Su Bo to bring a big pot, set up a kitchen stove in the backyard with firewood, and threw 2 tiger legs into it to cook, while he himself went to the study to draw amulets. Although he was sure that Li Xiaoyun could be subdued, Lin Yi decided to draw a batch of talismans first and be more cautious just to be on the safe side. This painting is several hours. In the backyard, the ox looked at the iron pot with the smell of hot meat not far away. The ox's eyes flashed slyly, and he rushed out from the cowshed, opened the pot with its horns, and bit a cooked the tiger leg was swallowed in a few strokes. Belch. After swallowing a tiger leg, the scalper burped. Looking at the only tiger leg left in the pot, he suddenly raised his hoof and kicked it over, directly overturning the pot and the tiger leg. Moo! The scalper's bullish eyes showed the pleasure of revenge, and he even felt puzzled. He walked up to the iron pot and kicked the iron pot several times. In the study, Lin Yi heard the movement outside the door and hurried out. When he saw the iron pot kicked by the scalper and the dusty tiger legs, he looked at the scalper with murderous eyes. Moo! The scalper roared triumphantly at him. You bastard, I won't beat you to death today. Moo! Lin Yi, _/iron sword. Split. Winky face 2 have scalper, _3, After tidying up the scalpers and drawing the talisman, Lin Yi set to hang up for 3 days, and then returned to the real world with Hu Bao. How did he become stronger? Secret room, wedding room. Looking at the man in front of him, Li Xiaoyun always felt that something was wrong. Just for a moment, the man seemed to become stronger again, and his temperament changed a little. How is this possible? You have been hiding your clumsiness before? Li Xiaoyun could only think of this explanation. Lin Yi looked at Li Xiaoyun without denying it, and said calmly, Li Xiaoyun, I will give you one last chance to go to the underworld. Impossible, I haven't enjoyed the life in the young world in my whole life, why should I go to the underworld like this? Black mist appeared on Li Xiaoyun's face, and his long hair moved without phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. The next moment, the long hair shot towards Lin Yechi like an arrow, and the intestine ghost on the side turned into black smoke and slipped away. Stubborn. Lin Yi snorted coldly, his expression unchanged, his fists blasted out, and the thick blood filled the air, and those black threads disappeared when they were only 1 meter away from his body. This ghost is not enough. Don't be complacent. The black ghost energy on Li Xiaoyun's body began to surge slowly, and then a red light appeared behind him. Wandering spirits, evil ghosts, fierce ghosts. After an evil ghost kills a person, it will evolve into a fierce ghost after it is contaminated with human life. Li Xiaoyun's killing of Wang Jia is already a sign of the beginning of a fierce ghost. Call out. Li Xiaoyun's figure disappeared in place, and when it reappeared, it was already on top of Lin Yi's head. However, Lin Yi seemed to have eyes on his head, and the moment Li Xiaoyun's figure appeared on top of his head, he directly punched him. Boom! This punch hit Li Xiaoyun's abdomen, and Li Xiaoyun turned into a cloud of black smoke and dissipated. It's useless. Although your blood is strong, you can't hurt my roots. Li Xiaoyun's triumphant voice sounded all around. Lin Yi smiled, and reached out his hand to take out a stack of talismans from his cuff. Boom boom boom. The stack of talismans burned, and more than a dozen flames flew to the surroundings of the wedding room, and then the flames exploded, filling the entire wedding room. The strange thing is that all the objects in the wedding room did not burn because of the flames. Instead, black smoke rose from the places where the flames splashed. After a while, Li Xiaoyun's figure appeared. At this moment, Li Xiaoyun was very embarrassed, with many burns on his body, and he looked at Lin Yi with incredible eyes. Taoist talisman. Although she didn't know what kind of talisman it was, the one that could hurt her was definitely not an ordinary talisman. How could anyone bring so many talismans with them when they went out? How cautious this person must be. More flames exploded from the talismans, and at this moment the surroundings of the wedding room were locked. Every time Li Xiaoyun wanted to break through the blockade, the flames would suddenly rise and block her way. You really want to fight me hard? Li Xiaoyun glared at Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled, and said, I'm fighting you hard, you think highly of yourself. Lin Yi formed the Dao seal with his right hand, but a halo of light appeared behind him. There were no attacking techniques in the many scriptures left by the old Taoist, but the attacking techniques were recorded in the Vajra Subduing Demon Sutra. Town. Lin Yi burst out a word, and the circle of light behind him spread suddenly. Li Xiaoyun stared at the circle of light with a look of guard on his face. Impossible. The ghostly aura in his body rose to the extreme at this moment, and Li Xiaoyun turned into a black dragon, hitting towards the light circle. The aperture was hit and shook a few times, but it was still intact. After being hit, it suddenly became bigger and suppressed. Li Xiaoyun wanted to escape, but the Sanskrit on the circle of light rotated and flew out, directly entangled her in it and couldn't move, and finally the whole body was wrapped by the circle of light. The aperture gradually narrowed, and Li Xiaoyun's figure also became smaller. Lin Yi's handprint changed, and the entire aperture shrank to the size of a disc, with a black spot in the middle, which was obviously Li Xiaoyun. Since you don't want to go to the underworld, I can only seal you up first. Lin Yi stretched out his hand, and the golden disc fell into his palm, and then took out a talisman from his other sleeve and stuck it on the disc. Old Chang, come in. After doing all this, Lin Yi yelled towards the door, and the gut-wrenching ghost walked in, first glanced around, and was greatly relieved when he didn't see Li Xiaoyun's figure, but waited until when he saw the golden disc on Lin Yi's palm, his eyes became straight again. Why has the strength of this black heart improved again? Isn't he from the Taoist school? How can he still know the Buddha's light of Buddhism? Intestine Ghost doesn't know the division of Taoism and Buddha's practice, and he doesn't know much about magic techniques, but he passed the temple when he was wandering, but he felt the shock of the Buddha's light from a distance, and he didn't dare to approach him at all. The Buddha light in the temple is exactly the same as the aura emanating from the disc in the hand of this black-hearted guy. This inexplicable strength has grown, and it is nowhere in sight for me to resist. The intestine ghost is a little desperate. He is actually cultivating quietly, saying that he is going out to find out if there are ghosts doing evil. Most of the time he stays in the cemetery to absorb yin qi. For this reason, he endures the abuse of many grave owners in the cemetery. Especially the old lady of the Song family, she was called cheap and ugly when she scolded her. She is simply the fighting woman among vixens. But even so, he still persevered and endured the humiliation, so that one day in the future, his strength will surpass this black-hearted guy, and he will avenge his whipping at the beginning. But now it seems that this hope is too slim. You can do it, upper body. Lin Yi looked at the intestine ghost for a while, and the expression on his face changed several times, which was also a little inexplicable, so he asked. Lord Tianshi, I'm not that kind of ghost, To be frank. Meeting. Ghost upper body, even wandering souls can do it, this is the talent of ghosts, but whether the upper body can be successful depends on the strong yang energy of the person being upper body. Like those who stay at home every day without exercising and masturbate 3 times a day, they can be ghosts. Then go to his corpse first, and follow me to fool the people outside. Lin Yi pointed at Wang Jie's body. It's chaotic outside now. If Wang Jie died here like this, the relevant departments will definitely investigate him. The best way to do this is to let the intestines ghost on Wang Jie's body and show up in front of the police. Body, this will dispel doubts. The intestine ghost climbed onto Wang Jie's body according to Lin Yi's instructions, moved his body a few times, and laughed there, but the smile was very sinister. Be normal. If you are seen, you will wait to put it in the jar. Hearing Lin Yi's threat, the intestine ghost's body trembled, showing a pitiful expression, and said, My lord, I can't help it. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme. His body is almost destroyed, and his bones are broken. I'm also supporting him. Lin Yi stared at him coldly for a while, making his guts shudder, and assured him, I will definitely not show my flaws. P.S. In the new week, please ask for a recommendation ticket, a guaranteed monthly ticket, thank you for your rewards. Really a bitch. Wang Jie's house. The intestine ghost attached to Wang Jie went back to the room and changed into a set of clothes to cover up the scars on his body. Lin Yi saw that there was no problem, and led Wang Jie to the front. Chen Shanghan was arguing with the police when he saw Lin Yi and Wang Jie coming out together. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes, but his expression remained unchanged. When the police saw Lin Yi and Wang Jia, they became alert and shouted, "Stop, who are you?" "This is my driver. This should be the owner of the store. They are chasing the gangsters," Chen Shanghan explained for Lin Yi and Wang Jia. After hearing Chen Shanghan's words, Lin Yi knew what reason Chen Shanghan was looking for, and he continued, "Boss, that gangster ran away from the back door of the secret room. The boss and I chased after him, and the boss was hurt. The intestine ghost got on Wang Jia's body. Although he changed clothes to cover most of the scars, there were still some wounds on his face. Lin Yi used this reason to cover up. Yes, what do you police do? If you come late, you will collect my body." The intestine ghost was a gangster before he was alive, and what he feared most was the police. Now that he has Wang Jia's body, he can vent his anger openly. However, after Lin Yi glanced over, he shrank his neck and lowered his voice, I mean that you came in time and protected more players from being harmed. Everyone, go and have a look behind." The police didn't talk to the gut ghosts, but they were destined to miss out. There were no gangsters there. Fortunately, the back door of the secret room was an alley, and there was no surveillance. This lie could still be fooled in a short time. Because of Chen Shanghan, Lin Yi and Intestine Ghost only recorded a statement in the store. After the police left, Lin Yi asked Wang Jia to stay because there was still a scene that Intestine Ghost needed to perform. Wang Jia's room. Intestine Ghost took out his phone, followed the lines written by Lin Yi, and turned on the recording function. "My name is Wang Jia. I recorded this video to confess the crimes I committed. I am guilty, and I have suffered a lot in my heart these days, but I dare not turn myself in. I am afraid. After thinking about it, I decided to apologize with death." After recording the video, Intestine Ghost manipulated Wang Jia's body out of the store and headed somewhere, while Lin Yi got into Chen Shanghan's car and headed to Longqi Yinfu community where he lived. Community Property Office. Wang Quan hid in his office all day and didn't dare to go out casually. He was afraid of meeting Mr. Chen. After all, Mr. Chen wanted him to get Mr. Lin's information. He didn't dare to tell Mr. Chen because he was afraid of meeting Mr. Chen in the community. Don't know how to explain it. Whether it's Mr. Lin or Mr. Chen, they are all big shots that he can't afford to offend. Manager, Mr. Chen's car has entered the community. Didn't run towards our property. No. That's good. Listening to his subordinates report on the walkie-talkie, Wang Quan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Mr. Chen didn't come to see him face to face, he could procrastinate. At worst, he wouldn't answer the phone. Mr. Chen got out of the car. Not only Mr. Chen, but Mr. Lin is also in the car. I rely on. What's the matter? I made a fuss. When Wang Quan heard that Lin Yi was also in Chen Shanghan's car, he was stunned for a moment, eager to know the next step, but at this time his subordinate was not sensible and paused. It was Mr. Chen himself who was driving the car, but I saw Mr. Chen opening the door for Mr. Lin himself. This is simply unbelievable. It's no wonder that the people in the industry will be shocked. What kind of identity is Chen Shanghan? In their hearts, he is already the top of Rao City. In Rao City, there are indeed some people who can ask Chen Shanghan to open the door for him, but these people will never come here. When those people show up, these people in the property management have no chance to see them. Gone. Wang Quan suddenly got up from the chair and clenched his fist. The news was so exciting, he made the right bet this time. Mr. Lin was chosen between Mr. Lin and Mr. Chen. No, I have to show my face in front of Mr. Lin, otherwise Mr. Lin might not know what I did. Wang Quan hurriedly left from the property, using the fastest speed, but slowed down when he was about to reach the gate of Chen Shanghan's villa. Mr. Lin, Mr. Chen, you know each other. Just as Chen Shanghan led Lin Yi into the villa, he turned around and saw Wang Quan's surprised coincidence, and smiled. He had been in the mall for so many years, how could he not understand why Wang Quan appeared here? However, he didn't mind pointing a line for Wang Quan. Yeah, I'm going to ask Manager Wang for Mr. Lin's contact information, but Manager Wang hasn't been able to get it out for a long time, so I can only ask Mr. He for it. I can't help it. The owner's privacy is the first priority. Please forgive me, Mr. Chen, but it is also my fault. Rao City is so big. Both Mr. Chen and Mr. Lin are the best in our city. It must be easy to get in touch. Wang Quan had an expression of "it's all my fault," and Chen Shanghan didn't answer anymore. Just saying that in his capacity was enough. As for whether to accept the favor or not, that was Lin Ye's own business. Manager Wang's professional ethics is nothing to say. I want to praise you to Mr. He. Where, Mr. Lin praised it, it's my job. Wang Quan had an expression of embarrassment. Lin Yi smiled. This manager Wang is also a wonderful person. If he didn't come to ask for credit, would there be any need to be in such a hurry? Just standing here for a while, his forehead is already sweating. It is conceivable that there is something wrong with him. How anxious. Mr. Lin, Mr. Chen, you must have something to talk about, so I won't bother you. Wang Quan also has good eyesight. It is enough for him to wipe his face in front of Mr. Lin. If he stays any longer, he will not know good from bad. Mr. Lin, please. Chen Shanghan led Lin Yi into the hall, and the nanny made tea for him. Lin Yi glanced at Chen Shanghan. Although this guy was hiding it well, it was obvious that he was also very urgent at the moment. It was getting late, so he didn't delay the time. Mr. Chen, I can only communicate with your beloved wife. As for whether she wants to see you, that's up to you. There's Mr. Lauren. Chen Shanghan expressed his gratitude to Lin Yi, and Lin Yi asked Chen Shanghan to bring his wife's hair or something. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to her body. Not to mention, Chen Shanghan took out a wooden box with a large bunch of scattered hair in it. Silk. This is my beloved wife's hair that fell out during her lifetime. I picked it up last time when I went to sweep. Lin Yi. After grabbing a hair, Lin Yi took a bowl and poured water on it, then put the hair into the water, and then chanted the mantra. Spiritual spell. One of the basic Taoist spells. It can send messages to ghosts, but ghosts cannot respond. I have passed the message to you, and I will wait for your wife to respond after receiving it. Okay, Mr. Lin, sit here and have some tea. Chen Shanghan was a little excited and made tea for Lin Yi himself, then went to the bedroom. When he came down after a while, he changed into a suit and his face was clean-shaven. Just as Chen Shanghan changed his clothes and tidied himself up, there was a dark phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine slash phoneme blowing at the entrance of the hall, and the next moment a female ghost in white with her head down floated in. Swish! The female ghost raised her head abruptly, revealing a bloody face, and Lin Yi was startled when she saw it. Chen Shanghan was frightened and took a step back at first, but then a smile appeared on his face, and he walked directly towards the terrifying female ghost. Under the gaze of the female ghost's eyeballs that were about to fall out, he walked up to the female ghost. Stepping forward, he first touched the female ghost's head, and then pushed back the pair of female ghost's eyeballs. You're being naughty again. Do you want to act out the story in the play you played last time? Actually, I've seen that story too. As soon as Chen Shanghan said this, the pretty face of the female ghost gradually changed back, revealing a delicate face, and then threw herself into Chen Shanghan's arms. How did you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme it? That's the content of the script in my character. In order to prevent the heroine from thinking about the heroine's death, she deliberately became ugly to scare the heroine. If you miss him, you will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme a good life. Because, I asked someone to write that script. In my script, the heroine scared by the heroine ran away thinking that the hero could forget him, but I didn't know that the hero did it on purpose, because only in this way can the heroine be able to reincarnate with peace of mind. How could you be like this? Chen Shanghan's wife's voice was a little choked up. Chen Shanghan hugged his wife, his voice was also trembling. I originally thought that if you left, I would do the same, so that you can reincarnate with peace of mind, but I found that I can't do it. I want to see you. You're too bad. You've agreed to come back to see me in Bang Bang. In order to see you, I can only deliberately snub Bang Bang. Why are you meeting me? It's for yourself. Bang Bang told me about that woman. That's just an employee of my company, and she's still a lily. Honey, I'm like you. Me too. Lin Yi, I killed the dog. I'm so mean, I'm afraid that the couple will fight and sit here and wait together. Identification office next day. At dawn, Lin Yi got up and started practicing martial arts in the backyard. Because he had been hanging up in the other world for several years, he was also affected by the hanging up in the other world. He fell asleep at 9 o'clock last night and woke up at 05:30 in the morning. I should be regarded as the young man with the most regular schedule now. After the martial arts training was over, Lin Yi suddenly thought of what the netizens had phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red /phoneme on the internet before, and those who didn't stay up all night were ashamed to say that they were young. After the morning exercise, Lin Yi suddenly found out that he lived here. It was clean, but there were some inconveniences. First of all, it was not easy to deliver takeout. Secondly, I used to eat breakfast, and it took only 5 minutes to go downstairs and leave the community. Now it takes more than half an hour to walk to the community. It is estimated that there will be no one like me who lives alone in a villa, and I can be regarded as the poorest owner. Lin Yi laughed. This is a bit of Versailles, but most of the other owners in the community are family members. Even if a few are alone, some 3 or 4 or something, they will hire a nanny to do the laundry and cook at home. After changing his clothes, Lin Yi was ready to go out. Today he had an appointment with his cousin, and he was going back to the countryside to see his sister-in-law. After eating the dog food of Chen Shanghan and his wife last night, Lin Yi didn't have the idea of dating. After having the function of teleportation between 2 worlds and hanging up, Lin Yi wanted to practice more. But there was still some touch in my heart last night, thinking of my relatives. Now he doesn't dare to hang up for a long time in the real world because he has concerns, relatives like his sister-in-law, and some friends around, and he doesn't want to worry about it anymore. Mr. Lin. Hello, Mr. Lin. Morning, Mr. Lin. On the way Lin Yi walked to the entrance of the community. The security and property personnel greeted him warmly when they met. They had already received the latest notification from Wang Quan, article, Mr. Lin must not be offended. Article, residential property owners cannot be offended. Article, if there is a conflict between the owner of the community and Mr. Lin, refer to article, Wang Quan was checking the work at the gate of the community. When he saw Lin Yi approaching, he hurriedly greeted him. Mr. Where are you going? I will drive you. Although he was a little puzzled as to why this Mr. Lin didn't find another car, Wang Quan would not ask this doubt. Rich people have unique hobbies. Who knows if this Mr. Lin just likes to pretend to be an ordinary person? Thank you, Manager Wang, I've ordered a car. Lin Yi smiled and refused. Just as the taxi arrived, and under Manager Wang's gaze, Lin Yi got into the car and left. When he went back to the countryside to see his sister-in-law, Lin Yi went to the supermarket to buy some fruit gifts. When he was picking them out, he could think that my sister-in-law would have to nag again when she saw these gifts, saying that she was spending money recklessly, and she just graduated and wanted to save money to marry her wife. But after I left, my sister-in-law would take the fruit she bought and distribute it to the neighbors, and listen to the neighbors praise her for being filial and sensible while eating. This is my sister's favorite thing to do, and Lin Yi also knew it from her cousin Zhang Nuanyuan. Lin Yi was picking fruits, but at the moment the Raocheng police were stumped by a case. Suicide by jumping off a building. Suicide by jumping off a building was nothing at all. Nowadays, social life is under great pressure, and people commit suicide by jumping off buildings every day. But the key point is that they found a video in the deceased's home during their usual investigation. This video explains why the deceased jumped from the building, and also represents a case that went wrong a few months ago. That's the biggest trouble. What did Lao Yang do? Didn't the girl's body have an autopsy? The leader asked angrily after receiving the report. At that time, because Li Xiaoyun was an orphan, and judging from the scene, it was indeed a car accident, Lao Yang probably didn't do a more detailed inspection. What about the label? How did he investigate it? If it wasn't for the video that this person left before committing suicide, an innocent life would not be redressed if he died. Would he be worthy of his clothes if he did things like this? They are all waiting for punishment bar. Leader, punishment is definitely necessary. Because of Li Xiaoyun's matter, Zhang Biao and the others conducted a detailed investigation of Wang Jia, and found something strange in Zhang Biao's computer. What do you mean? Zhang Biao wrote a document similar to a diary on his computer. There was no mention of him killing Li Xiaoyun, but judging from those words, Wang Jie was very satisfied with what he did, especially not being regarded as a suspect. He is very proud of being an investigator, and the text also reveals that he is prepared to continue committing crimes. How could such a person feel uneasy and choose to commit suicide? The leader looked at the document photo for a while, and frowned slightly. It's really strange. You suspect that it was a video that was forced to be recorded. It wasn't a suicide or a homicide. There is such a suspicion, but the strange thing is that the place where Wang Jie jumped from the building was monitored. The monitoring recorded that he walked to the roof and jumped down by himself, and no one forced him. Hearing this, the leader pondered for a while, and muttered, Li Xiaoyun was insulted and then killed, and he was not able to get justice after his death. The content in Wang Jie's document and the video did not match, and he was not coerced to take the initiative to go. Jump off the building. This way, you send Wang Jie's body to the Kim Jong appraisal office, and ask them to help appraise the body. The leader seemed to have thought of something, and ordered. Let them help identify? The subordinates were a little puzzled as to what the Kim Jong appraisal office was doing. Several times the leader asked the corpse to be sent there, and then the case was handed over inexplicably. I'll send you off as soon as I ask you to. There's so much nonsense, just go through the formalities. Also, when you meet the people over there, be respectful to them. Yes. Brother, here. When Lin Yi came out of the supermarket carrying large and small gift boxes, Zhang Nuanyuan was already waiting by the side of the road. Brother, why do you buy so many things? Hey, my mother will nag you again in a while, and after the nag is over, she will take it out to show off. Be careful, I tell my sister-in-law this. Lin Yi smiled. Although he used to buy things when he went to visit his sister-in-law, to be honest, he bought nothing expensive. The best fruit was durian. This time he bought a lot. My sister-in-law is now staying in the country. I don't ask for anything. After middle age, isn't it just for the neighbors to save face? Brother, have you gotten rich recently? Damn, I'm usually reluctant to eat these grapes. It costs more than 100 yuan a caddy. When Zhang Nuanyuan helped Lin Yi get the fruit to the car, he looked at the variety of fruit and exclaimed exaggeratedly. That's it. What do you mean, brother, how much money have you made? Can I eat brother in the future? It should be fine. The corners of Lin Yi's lips curled up. He should never be short of money in his life. To be honest, he couldn't tell the truth about his adventures during this period. Catharsis, real or fake? Fake. Zhang Nuanyuan curled her lips. Brother, you are deceiving my feelings and making me happy for nothing. Lin Yi didn't answer, but for his cousin, he originally wanted to give her a sum of money to directly realize the freedom of wealth, but after thinking about it, he should accept the training that this age should have. It won't hurt. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme. How many people got rich when they were young, and then lost their way? Lin Yi took his cousin's car back to the countryside with a philosophy of thinking about life, while the Jinjing appraisal office in the city was staring at Wang Jie's body solemnly. Pigeons are not necessarily people who love pigeons. Pigeons. Kim Jong identification office. Meeting room. Several men and women surrounded Wang Jie's body, which was already mangled with blood, and jumped from the 12th floor. Wang Jie's body was shattered into several pieces. Tell me what you think. The man with the square face in the middle lit a cigarette, looked at the others and asked. Team leader, it's definitely a ghost. The deceased still has a ghostly aura. What does this ghost want to do? It hurts people as soon as it hurts, and it still makes such a move, thinking we can't detect it? The man with the square face listened to the team members, put a document in his hand on the table, and said, This is the investigation report from the police. Let's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme at first. Several people phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the report in turn. After reading the report, the two women became indignant, and the men looked a little embarrassed. The young man who spoke first said angrily, I don't know what happened. People deserve to die. It's not for you to discuss whether Wang Jie deserves to die. Wang Jie is already dead. What we want to discuss now is whether it was Li Xiaoyun who killed Wang Jie. Zhongshan looked at the 7 members of his team. It's definitely Li Xiaoyun who can't be wrong. He has a grudge against Wang Jia, is a ghost, and has the strength to retaliate. Only Li Xiaoyun can do this. I also agree with this point of view. It should be Li Xiaoyun's ghost to take revenge and take his life. It's just a little strange. Why is Li Xiaoyun's ghost so complicated to take his life? This operation is more like a mechanism to avoid the underworld. It's the first time I've seen a ghost hide in an agency, and I don't understand it. What is she afraid of? Could it be that she is afraid of us? The young man laughed himself when he said that. Although they knew some things that ordinary people didn't know, they didn't have any special way to deal with ghosts. Ordinary ghosts are fine, according to the old routine, even coaxing and threatening them, persuade them to go to the underworld and not stay in the underworld. If you encounter evil spirits, you will be finished. They are not enough to serve the evil spirits. If you want to deal with the evil spirits, you have to invite those aliens. However, over the years, there have only been 3 evil spirits in Rao City, so it is considered peaceful. In the current environment, it is difficult for ghosts to survive. Development is going on everywhere, so there is no place for ghosts to stay. If it is really an evil spirit, then we will naturally invite other people to take action. What we have to do now is to find out the truth. Wang Jia runs a secret room escape shop. Before the accident, a gangster injured someone, but the police did not. I couldn't find any trace of the gangster, so I suspect that it might have something to do with Li Xiaoyun. Zhongshan pressed a button in his hand, and a photo appeared on the screen in the conference room, with Lin Yi and Chen Shenghan in the photo. I suspect that Li Xiaoyun may have something to do with these 2 people. According to the investigation, one of them is Chen Shenghan, a well-known wealthy businessman in this city, and the other is Lin Yi, a freelance writer. Yes, Lin Yi and Chen Shenghan are neighbors, and they also phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in Longxiyun Mansion. Leader, isn't it normal for rich people to hang out with rich people? Lin Yi graduated from Raocheng University, from an ordinary family. His parents passed away when he was in high school. I checked his bank statement. In the past, his monthly income was around yuan, but recently he suddenly received a large sum of money. The most important thing is yes, all the money in his bank card is not enough for the down payment of Longxiyun Mansion. Zhongshan's words also made his team members discuss, and they all felt that Lin Yi was suspicious in this way. So today, divide into 2 groups. One group will investigate Chen Shenghan, and the other group will investigate Lin Yi. We will report any news as soon as possible. Xiaofeng Town. When Lin Yi and his cousin returned to my sister-in-law's house, as soon as the car stopped, my sister-in-law walked over with a smile, and when she saw Lin Yi coming down with big and small bags, she was immediately dissatisfied and said, "Xiao Yi, how many times have I told you, don't bring something, why doesn't your child listen every time?" "Sister-in-law, there are not many things, and they are not worth much." Lin Yi replied with a smile. Although my sister scolded Lin Yi, she also helped Lin Yi get things. As for Zhang Nuanyuan, she was ignored. "Mom, you are too snobbish, because I didn't buy anything, and I didn't even say hello. Let's go, I've raised you for more than 20 years, how can I say hello, you girl doesn't know how to help your brother win." Zhang Nuanyuan carried Lin Yi with the fruit, glanced at it and said in a low voice, "Brother, why did you tear off the price tag? You should keep it, so that when my mother brags to the neighbors it's even more empowering." "Don't talk nonsense, sister-in-law just thinks about her neighbors when she has something delicious." As he talked, Lin Yi himself laughed too, but he felt that he was right. Although my sister-in-law gave the neighbors fruit and the like in order to show off, the neighbors also got benefits, right? I hate my sister-in-law, right? Neighbors, but the sons and daughters of neighbors who work outside. Sister-in-law, uncle is not at home. Your uncle heard that you came back, and went to find Yang Gugu to buy some wild loach, so I can make up for you. We can still get wild loach now, can't we use electricity? You can catch bones without electric shock. Their family has been doing this since his father. Lin Yi has some impressions of Yang Gugu, but more of Yang Gugu's son. When he was a child, he would come to stay with his sister-in-law for a few days during the summer vacation. How can a child phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the countryside, and Yang Gugu's son is the same age as him? At that time, he led them to catch fish and crabs in the river, and even went to the river to catch eels. Yang Gugu's son is also promising now. He raises pigeons, and it is said that he earns hundreds of thousands a year. Now Yang Gugu laughs at everyone he sees when he goes out. Raising pigeons earns hundreds of thousands. How many pigeons do you need a year? Zhang Nuanyuan asked in surprise. I don't know. It seems that I heard that the pigeons he raises are different from others. One costs tens of thousands of yuan. Some people in the village want to follow him. Yang Gugu's family is very strict and doesn't reveal anything. After chatting with my sister-in-law for a while, Lin Yi almost understood all the gossip in the village, whose children are promising, whose daughter is married to, although Lin Yi knows in his heart, many times these gossip and the facts are all biased, but people in the village can't stand it. Xiao Yi, you are here. Almost an hour later, the little uncle came back, followed by a boy, and the boy's eyes immediately fell on Zhang Nuanyuan, with a hot light in his eyes. Xiao Yi, let me introduce you. This is Yang Feng, the son of Yang Gugu. You played together when you were young. Do you have any impression? The little uncle introduced to the young man behind him. Of course I have impressions. I remember when I was young, I went to steal honey with Yang Feng, but I didn't steal the honey, and I almost got stung all over my face. Lin Yi took the initiative to greet Yang Feng, and Yang Feng followed suit, but Lin Yi could tell that this guy didn't have much impression of him. When I was a child, was I so lacking in presence? Fortunately, when I was in school, I still thought of him when I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red/phoneme Mr. Lu Sun's young runtu. Nuanyuan, uncle said that you are now an internet celebrity. I see that those anchors on the internet are very good. If you broadcast phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, many people give you gifts. Zhang Nuanyuan rolled her eyes and said, I'm visiting the store, not an entertainment anchor. Shop Explorer, what do you mean? Advertising for someone, how much money can I get? Wait, I'll answer the phone. Just as Yang Feng was halfway through speaking, the phone rang, and he answered the phone without walking away. Hey, hello, what pigeon flew to your house? It's okay, you just kill it and eat it, yes. I don't want it, if I tell you to kill it, you can kill it, and I don't want to give it to you to eat, that's fine. It's okay, I hung up the phone. Yang Feng, what kind of pigeon was killed? Your pigeon flew to someone else's house, so you gave it to someone else? Zhang Nuanyuan asked curiously. Yang Feng smiled and replied, my pigeons are not for food, they are for racing. The pigeons that fly to the wrong place have to be killed, otherwise they will bring other pigeons back. They are black sheep. You can't. Isn't it cruel to kill it just because it didn't fly back? Can't it be raised? Zhang Nuanyuan frowned and said with some pity. What do you raise? These pigeons eat well. I can't afford to keep them all. We don't raise pigeons. We raise pigeons to win prize money in competitions. Let me tell you, now a competition, the bonuses are all hundreds of thousands or hundreds of thousands. Listening to Yang Feng talking there, Lin Yi inexplicably uttered a sentence, those who are covered in silk are not silkworm farmers. Of course, this sentence is not suitable, but let's change it, those who play pigeons are not those who love pigeons. Then think of the so-called dogfights, bullfights, eagle fights, cricket fights and other animal-based competitions that I have seen. Almost none of those who play these games really like these animals, but just for the high bonuses. On a whim, Lin Yi used the lookout technique on Yang Feng. Among the scriptures left by the old Taoist, the technique of hopeful qi, with the sense of qi that he has opened up in his body now, when he hangs up in another world, he has started to practice the technique of hopeful qi. Seeing this, Lin Yi's expression changed instantly. To persuade a damn ghost hope. There are 3 types of hope in Taoism. A kind of people watching. A kind of perspective. A kind of sky watching. According to the scriptures, the 3 are interlinked when you practice to the extreme, but it is also mentioned at the end of the scriptures, so use with caution. Lin Yi didn't understand Xinyang at first, but now he understood. At that moment just now, Yang Feng was covered in blood, accompanied by wisps of black energy. Red with black. This is a great evil, and it still involves karma. People's fortunes are good or bad, and under normal circumstances, you can give them a little advice, but when it comes to this kind of cause and effect, you must never intervene. Lin Yi now understands why he was warned to use it with caution at the end of the Qi technique. If he hadn't used the Qi watching technique just now, he could pretend he didn't know. Now that he used the watching Qi technique, he knew that Yang Feng was going to be in great trouble. Would he really want to watch Yang Feng suffer? After all, there was a feeling of playmates when I was a child. Brother, what are you thinking? Zhang Nuanyuan noticed that Lin Yi was distracted and asked. I'm thinking, if you know that a person will be punished for doing something wrong, will you intervene in this matter? If you intervene, you may cause yourself trouble. Before Zhang Nuanyuan could answer Lin Yi's question, Yang Feng took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and said, interfering will cause trouble for me, so just ignore it. Is that so? But what if that person is an acquaintance? Lin Yi looked at Yang Feng meaningfully and continued to ask. If you're an acquaintance, then you're not very familiar. Lin Yi, I want to remind you that society is too complicated now. Let alone acquaintances, except for your closest relatives, don't worry about troublesome things. You can't just sit back and watch. Don't worry, just phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals close slash phoneme your eyes. I understand. Lin Yi took a deep look at Yang Feng, and then asked curiously, Yang Feng, do you have a circle for playing pigeons? Of course, but our circle generally doesn't deal with the outside world. Yang Feng didn't want to talk more about this topic, but Zhang Nuanyuan could see that Lin Yi seemed to be very interested in carrier pigeons. Although she didn't know why her cousin was interested in this, since her cousin was interested and wanted to know more, she naturally wanted to help. Yang Feng, I just heard from my mother that you earn hundreds of thousands a year. Is it possible to make so much money playing pigeons? Who pays for the money for playing pigeons? Faced with Zhang Nuanyuan's curious inquiry, especially when he had a little admiration in his eyes, Yang Feng didn't hide it anymore and told everything. Lin Yi finally knew how Yang Feng made money. Making money playing pigeons depends on playing games. Yang Feng also watched a pigeon race with someone, and found that number one actually had a bonus of 1,000 yuan, and the registration fee was only yuan, so he began to embark on the road of raising pigeons to participate in the competition. In the first year, Yang Feng lost 2 yuan. But in the second year, Yang Feng's pigeons won number one, and later participated in provincial and even won loft races. Every time, they got good rankings, and the prize money of the races also increased gradually. And in order to maintain the ranking, Yang Feng strictly controlled the breeding pigeons. Those old pigeons that won the prize would not be sold cheaply, nor would they be raised, because that would increase the cost, and they would be killed directly. He does not sell out because he is afraid that his good breeding pigeons will be leaked, and for those pigeons that failed to get the ranking, or flew to other people's homes by mistake, he would let the other party call directly through the number on the anklet. Kill what you eat. In Yang Feng's eyes, there is no need to keep this kind of carrier pigeon that flies to the wrong home, because if this kind of carrier pigeon is brought back to the loft, it will only damage other carrier pigeons. That's it. Then Yang Feng, you must have your own knack. Otherwise, there are so many pigeon breeders, how could other people's pigeons be inferior to yours? Faced with Zhang Nuanyuan's flattery, Yang Feng got carried away, and he didn't care what kind of business secret it was. He said with a smile, that's for sure, I have my own unique know-how. Nuan, this is someone's business secret, so let's not ask. Lin Yi interrupted Yang Feng's words, and said flatly, my personal suggestion is to have a little compassion. This was his last advice to Yang Feng. As to whether Yang Feng would listen to it or not, that was Yang Feng's own business. But from Yang Feng's disapproving expression, Lin Yi knew that Yang Feng didn't listen to his words. Lin Yi, you are just talking nonsense. What is pity? I really have to pity those who don't eat meat. How many pigs are slaughtered every day? Yang Feng curled his lips. He raised pigeons to make money for racing. Eating pork is because pigs are raised in pig farms, and they eat feed from pig farms, which can be regarded as a cause and effect. Torturing pigs because of their taste is another matter. Also cause and effect. Lin Yi, why are you so superstitious, a young man? I'm just saying, how you do it is up to you. It's hard to persuade the damned ghost with good words, and Lin Yi felt that there was nothing more to say. Yang Feng kept surrounding Zhang Nuanyuan, but it was obvious that Zhang Nuanyuan didn't like Yang Feng. He deliberately started talking to him earlier because he knew that his cousin was interested in pigeons. He replied without saying a word. Feeling Zhang Nuanyuan's indifference, Yang Feng's expression was also a little ugly, and he left after a short stay. Dad, what did you ask him to do? After Yang Feng left, Zhang Nuanyuan looked at his father with some reproach. I went to Yanggu's to buy loach, and I mentioned that you and Xiaoye are back. Yang Feng said that he hadn't seen you for a long time, so he came over to say hello to you. What's there to say hello to? I'm not familiar with him. Nuan Nuan, I found that you have been quite repulsive towards Yang Feng since you were a child. The aunt was a little curious. How could a person whose daughter was easy to get along with have a bad impression of Yang Feng? Mom, you don't know. When he was studying, Yang Feng phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme caught bugs and even snakes to scare girls at school. All my classmates in my class were scared by boys like them before, and he was the one who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme. Hearing the reasons why his cousin hated Yang Feng, the corner of Lin Yi's mouth twitched. He phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme an article not long ago, saying that boys like to tease girls, but they actually want to attract girls' attention. Now it seems that this method of attracting attention may cast a shadow on girls. After dinner, Lin Yi and Zhang Nuanyuan were going to stroll around the village, while my sister-in-law went out with the fruits Lin Yi bought. Look, my mother's daily session is coming. Okay, just say a few words. Your mother has such a temperament, and it's not the first day you know. Xiaoyi, this fruit looks very beautiful to me, it's not cheap. The little uncle first scolded his daughter, and then looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi was a little embarrassed. If he said it himself, did he seem to be pretending to be coercive, or humbly said that he didn't have much money? Brother, don't hide it, or my mother can give it all away. Dad, these fruits are not cheap. The grapes cost 100 yuan a caddy, and the oranges cost more than 40. In addition, the mangosteen seems to be quite expensive. As soon as Zhang Nuanyuan said this, Lin Yi saw that the little uncle's mouth was slightly open, and he was stunned for a few seconds. The next moment, he hurriedly chased towards the door, muttering as he ran, "This prodigal girl, you don't want to go out of your way. Ask the price, take everything out, just for her vanity." Lin Yi. Zhang Nuanyuan blinked and smiled happily. She knew her father would react like this. Longxi Yun Mansion. Wang Quan received a notice from his superiors that relevant departments were coming to conduct an inspection, so he summoned all the property and security guards to meet him, but he didn't notice two young figures sneaking in quietly. The two young figures first went to villa number 1, but soon they left and went to another villa. TSK, this is the real Lu Wang, there must be something wrong with Lin Yi. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and find something useful. Sui glared at her partner, the man chuckled, and the two began to search quickly in the villa. A few minutes later, the two met in the lobby on the first floor. There are some problems in the study. There are some yellow papers. Could it be that this guy is a stranger? How can there be so many aliens? Have you searched all other places? Sui didn't believe it, strangers were too rare, how could they meet so easily? Go to the basement and have a look. Sui led Zhang Jing down the basement, and the two searched separately. When Zhang Jing walked into a utility room, he was attracted by a clay pot on a shelf. In such a luxurious villa, it must be tricky to put such an earthen clay pot. Thinking about it, Zhang Jing stretched out his hand and tore off the sealed red paper, and pulled out the lid of the can. Zhang Jing, stop! At the door behind him, Sui slammed to stop him loudly. Zhang Jing jumped in fright, loosened his hand, and the clay pot fell to the ground, still holding the lid of the pot in his hand. And I have no water, snapped. The clay pot shattered on the ground and broke into several pieces. A puff of black smoke came out of the ceramics, and Sui hurriedly shouted, Zhang Jing, get out quickly. Hearing Sui's reminder, Zhang Jing came to his senses, and quickly ran towards the door, standing with Sui, watching the cloud of black smoke with a vigilant expression. Zhang Jing, how did you pass the assessment? Have you forgotten even the most basic? Being scolded by Sui like this made Zhang Jing a little embarrassed. Before they came in, they had to memorize 1,000 questions, and they had to answer all the questions correctly to pass the examination. However, after a few years, he had forgotten some of them. The jar covered with red paper must hide ghosts. Number 18 of the chapter on sealing ghosts is clearly written. How can you forget it? After glaring at Zhang Jing, Sui didn't care about talking about him now, and stared at the black smoke very cautiously. Although they knew some secrets that ordinary people didn't know, they were actually ordinary people. If this is an ordinary ghost, it's okay, but I'm afraid it's an evil ghost. Moreover, there is a high probability that they are evil spirits. How could ordinary ghosts be sealed? Should we run first and inform the team leader in them? You still need to say, I just sent the signal, run. Do you think you can escape? Besides, this kind of evil spirit usually kills people as soon as they break the seal. We escaped, what should the other people in the community do? Sui looked at Zhang Jing seriously, and Zhang Jing had a shameful expression on his face. On the first day of employment, they had sworn that when evil spirits harmed people, they would leave the chance of survival to ordinary people as soon as possible. It's not just noble, just because they usually earn several times higher wages than ordinary people, and they don't have to do much work. From the day I joined the job, I was mentally prepared. Sui took out a mahogany sword from the backpack behind her back, and at the same time took out a bag and poured out a handful of incense ash from it. Seeing this, Zhang Jing also quickly took out the mahogany sword from the backpack, while holding a few talismans in his right hand. Where did you get this talisman? Bought online. Sui didn't know what to say. Can I buy this thing online? However, she also understands Zhang Jing. Many newcomers will buy some props after joining the company. Although it is not very useful, at least it is psychologically comforting. There is no way, the salary is high, and the money is spent freely. Just when the two of them were fully alert, the black smoke from the broken clay pot finally gathered into shape. It's the devil. Seeing this formed ghost, Sui's heart sank, and she tried to calm down, and shouted, What kind of ghost are you? Why are you here? What the hell am I? The water ghost looked a little confused. Looking at Sui and the two, Zhang Jing said in a low voice, This ghost seems to have a problem with his sanity. Maybe it's been sealed for too long. No, the clothes he's wearing are modern. Seeing that this style hasn't been dead for a long time, how could he become a demon and be sealed? At first, Sui thought it might be because the ghost had been sealed for too long, so she didn't regain her sanity, but then she overturned this judgment when she saw the style of clothes on the ghost. No matter why this ghost behaves like this, first stabilize him and wait for the team leader and the others to arrive. Sui gave Zhang Jing a look. Zhang Jing expressed understanding, coughed and said, Brother, you are also a modern civilized person, what's your name? What's my name? The water ghost showed a thoughtful expression, but he couldn't remember anything. I don't know my name. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals IR either / phoneme. Do you know my name? How do we know what your name is? Then how did you die? Zhang Jing shut up. When Zhang Jing asked this question, Sui's hair stood on end, and she stared at the evil spirit extremely nervously. She didn't expect Zhang Jing to make mistakes one after another. In the face of ghosts, you must not provoke them easily, especially evil ghosts. They must not have died normally. Asking how they died is likely to arouse the fierceness of ghosts. Fortunately, the evil spirit was not stimulated, but was thinking about Zhang Jing's question. After a while, he suddenly thought of something, and yelled frantically, I was drowned, I was drowned. Drown, isn't that a water ghost? But don't all water ghosts stay in the water? Zhang Jing muttered something in a low voice, but the water ghost heard it. As if being stimulated, his expression became crazy. Water, I am a water ghost, but I don't have water or water. He drained it, and I am a water ghost without water. Boom! The water ghost suddenly looked at Sui and Zhang Jing. Water, do you have water? Do you have water? Sui and Zhang Jing looked at the state of the water ghost and looked at each other in blank dismay. This ghost seemed to have been greatly stimulated. Look, you don't have any water. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals IR either / phoneme. What about the water? Where did the water go? It was drained by him. The water ghost frantically walked outside. Sui had a look of hesitation on her face, but she quickly made a decision and said, I have water. You have water? Where is the water on your body? It's not on me. I know there is water in a place. I've already called someone to bring it. I just need to wait here for a while. Sui planned to stabilize the water ghost first, and when the team leader and the others arrived, the water ghost really believed it. You have water, so good, you have water. The water ghost was crazy, but Sui and Zhang Jing breathed a sigh of relief. Half an hour later, Zhongshan and the others who rushed to the scene saw the crazy water ghost. Puzzled. This water ghost is crazy, looking for water everywhere? It's also weird. It's the first time I've heard that water ghosts have no water. This is a good thing, it saves us from doing it, but the water ghost is not aggressive when it leaves the water. Team leader, let's do it. Zhongshan shook his head. After the water ghost left the water, his aggressiveness was indeed not strong, but he was thinking about another question now. Judging from the information provided by Sui, the water ghost was obviously sealed recently, and the villa belonged to Lin Yi, which meant that Lin Yi was probably the one who sealed the water ghost. Is this Lin Yi really a stranger? Thinking of this, Zhongshan is a little excited. There are not many strangers in the whole province, and there is not even one in Raochang. If they produce a stranger in Raochang, then the work will be easy to start in the future. When facing a stranger, one must be cautious. Team leader, why don't you call? Sui suggested, seeing what Zhongshan was thinking. Well, I'll make a call. Zhongshan found out Lin Yi's information, then picked up his phone and called. The moment the phone was connected, Zhongshan's waist unconsciously bent down a little, and his voice was very soft. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yi? Sui and the others instantly had goosebumps. The team leader was too flattering. On the other end of the phone, Lin Yi also shuddered all over. Who is this? The voice is male or female? I don't want insurance, I didn't start a company, I didn't participate in money laundering, and I don't want to borrow money. I'm busy, so don't call me again. Lin Yi hung up the phone directly. Usually, those with this tone were sales calls. Besides, he really had something to do right now. Beep. Zhongshan was a little dumbfounded. Does he treat himself as a salesman and a liar? Sui and the others looked at their team leader's deflated look, and also suppressed a smile. The team leader is a very serious person on weekdays, and he always cares about his image. So humble. What do you know? That's a foreigner. There's no shame in being humble to a foreigner. Zhongshan looked at the expressions of his team members, snorted coldly, faced the team members' suppressed smiles, and explained something, which probably meant that Iran is not an ordinary person, and then he said some difficult words. What is another person? Status and how beneficial it is to know a different person caused the team members to giggle. Chapter 59 The Village. Lin Yi looked at the old man kneeling in front of him and kept kowtowing, with a helpless expression on his face. His memory has always been good. The moment the old man knelt down, he recognized the old man's identity. Yang Feng's grandfather. There was a crescent-like red plaque on the temple on the left side of the old man's eye. When he was playing with Yang Feng in the village when he was a child, once it was too late, Yang Feng's grandfather came to find Yang Feng. He had seen him before. At that time, he was frightened by the red spot on the old man's face, and he had a deep memory. Nuan, I'll go over there for a while. Lin Yi glanced at his cousin beside him, and Zhang Nuanyuan waved his hand in distaste when he heard this. His cousin is really too old, they are all this old. But it seems that all men are like this, regardless of age. On the other side of the corner, Lin Yi sighed as he looked at Grandpa Zhang Feng who was following him, and said, I know what you are looking for me for. Heaven can do evil, but self-inflicted evil can't. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. The ghost of Grandpa Yang Feng came looking for him. Obviously he also knew that his grandson was going to have an accident, and he wanted to save it by himself, but it involved karmic retribution. How could he intervene? Grandpa Yang, how long have you been dead? Why don't you entrust Yang Feng with a dream and persuade him to stop? After death, one can entrust dreams to relatives of immediate descendants, especially those who are still stranded in the world. It's only been a year since I passed away. Xiaofeng's karma is too heavy. I can't entrust him with dreams. Lin Yi understood the old man's words. People who are plagued by evil, ordinary ghosts really can't dream. Zheng Feng has been raising pigeons for gambling for several years, and he has been plagued by evil very early. So many pigeons are raised for racing. If all of them were entangled in evils, they would have had problems. Did he do something particularly outrageous? Lin Yi looked at the old man, who looked evasive, but under Lin Yi's gaze, he finally confessed the truth. In order to let the pigeons fly well, Xiaofeng specially selects the hens, let these hens give birth to the young pigeons, and then pays attention to which hen cares most about the young pigeons, so he specially trains such hens. Pigeons go out to fly, and if the mother pigeon comes back late, she will kill a young pigeon in front of the mother pigeon. The old man's voice became lower and lower, because he saw that Lin Yi's face was getting darker and darker. Lin Yi had a mocking look on his face, and said sarcastically, "When your grandson did this, your whole family must have known about it, but no one stopped him, and instead enjoyed the life enjoyment brought by the bonus." The old man looked embarrassed, because what Lin Yi said was the truth, and their family objected a little at first, but after Xiaofeng came back from the game and got a prize of yuan, there was no objection anymore. "I'm sorry I can't do anything about it, but I'm curious, why did you stay in the village?" Lin Yi noticed that the old man was different from other ghosts lingering in the sun. The old man had an extra breath. Even in broad daylight, he didn't have the fear of facing the sun like other ghosts. This has something to do with our ancestors." The old man didn't hide it, and Lin Yi was also surprised when he heard it. He didn't expect such a situation. Several generations ago, the Yang family did fishing, snake hunting, and hunting. The reason why the ancestor of the Yang family took up this profession was because their ancestor once met an immortal. To be precise, it is the landmaster, the local landmaster more than 100 years ago. At that time, the war was raging, and the life of the landmaster was not easy. No one went to worship the local landmaster, and even had to be pushed down for a period of time. It was the ancestor of the Yang family who persuaded him to come down. Later, when the ancestor of the Yang family was sleeping, he saw an old man giving him a dream. The old man said that he was a landlord. If the ancestors of the Yang family did not protect him, his temple would be demolished, and his practice for many years would be destroyed. This was originally a catastrophe on his way to practice, but now the ancestors of the Yang family helped him resolve it, and he was about to leave after completing his meritorious deeds. Before leaving, in order to repay the karma, he gave the ancestors of the Yang family a fortune, fishing, catching snakes, hunting. He possesses a talent and acumen far beyond that of ordinary people. Of course, it is also limited to the local area, which is within the purview of the landmaster. Relying on this ability, the ancestors of the Yang family did very well in the local area, and they have been engaged in this industry for generations. After the death of the Yang family, their souls can stay in the village, which is also one of the blessings bestowed by the landmaster. The soul stays in this village because the landmaster left behind for the Yang family. The landmaster told the ancestors of the Yang family that everything should be done in moderation, not to dry up the marshes, fish and burn forests and hunt. The month of March cannot be caught, and pregnant animals should be caught less. The ancestors of the Yang family naturally obeyed, but when the ancestors of the Yang family passed away, the descendants gradually began to disobey, and only thought about the maximum benefit. The landmaster also took this situation into consideration, allowing the souls of the Yang family to stay in the village for a few years after death, that is, to let the ghosts of the dead old people of the Yang family stare at their descendants, and dream of something wrong. It can be said that the lord of the land has considered it very carefully, but what is surprising is that Yang Feng's great-grandfather is also the father of the old man in front of him. He passed away relatively early, when the old man was in his teens. What to say, and the time limit for the souls of the Yang family to stay in the local area is only 3 years. In this way, from the old man onwards, he didn't know about these things. The old man only knew that there was such a karma between the Yang family and the original landmaster because of the extra information in the old man's soul after his death. But at this time, the evil obstacles on Yang Feng's body were already very deep, and it was impossible to imagine him. The lord of the land? When he learned about cultivation from the old Taoist, he thought again, do the gods in the Taoist system really exist? There are city gods in other worlds, so what about the real world? There is no land master in the village now? It's gone. The land master who had a relationship with our young family left not long after entrusting his dream. Not far away, my cousin's voice came, and Lin Yi didn't dare to go on with the old man of the young family. He turned and left, saying, you have to bear the consequences of your own crimes. I can't help you with Yang Feng's matter. Please go back. The old man stood there at a loss, watching Lin Yi leave in a daze. However, just as Lin Yi walked around the corner, the old man's expression changed instantly. He looked in a certain direction in a panic, and his soul dissipated in place. Lin Yi, who walked to the corner, also paused, turned his head to look to the south, and whispered, did you come so fast? Brother, what are you talking to yourself by yourself? Zhang Nuanyuan came over and saw Lin Yi's lips moving. Lin Yi smiled and replied, I didn't say anything, let's go back, we're almost done shopping. Lin Yi had already made up his mind that he would not interfere with Yang Feng's affairs. Chapter 60 at the head of the village, a newly built 3-story villa. Yang Feng was leisurely playing with his mobile phone, watching short videos and watching the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast. This twisted waste, rich is good, tell her to clean the glass for me, Zhang Nuanyuan, what are you pretending to be pure for me? Isn't she also an internet celebrity anchor? When I go to your phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room, I will pay you, you still have to call me big brother. Since he made money from pigeon racing, Yang Feng spent more than 60 yuan to build a villa, which is the price of a villa in the countryside. Of course, the interior decoration cannot be compared with a real luxury villa. The house was built, the car was bought, and Yang Feng fell in love with watching phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcasts recently. Those female anchors nearby, as long as they tip 1 or 200 yuan, they will call him big brother intimately, and take the initiative to add him as friends, and the circle of friends is full of welfare photos. What kind of internet celebrity? It's not like these anchors. When I see you go in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast room to buy gifts one day, then you call me big brother and take the initiative to add me as a friend. I want to see how you pretend to be cold in front of me. Thinking about that scene, Yang Feng had an indescribable smile on his face, and he began to fantasize in his heart, but the next moment, a carrier pigeon covered in injuries flew back, pulling him back from the fantasy. You bastards still dare to fly back. Seeing this carrier pigeon, Yang Feng couldn't help feeling angry. It was one of the 3 pigeons he took to race yesterday. The other 2 pigeons were out of the rankings, but this pigeon was the only one that didn't catch up. Return. He had received a call from a stranger before, saying that his carrier pigeon had been injured and had fallen on the balcony of their house, and asked him to go and get it. Take a fart, he directly asked the caller to kill and eat the carrier pigeon. Now it seems that the person on the phone didn't kill and eat it. Looking at the pigeons rushing towards the loft, Yang Feng was about to go to catch them when his cell phone rang, and it was from the person who picked up the pigeons earlier. I let your pigeon fly away. I thought it was injured and fed it, but it just refused to eat and kept trying to fly away. It hit the glass window several times, regardless of the pain. I couldn't stand it, so I let it fly in the end. You pigeon is really loyal. You won't eat food fed by strangers. I think the wounds on its body should be scratched by other raptors. If you are injured, you would rather go on a hunger strike and fly back. It's really good. Thank you. Yang Feng thanked him lightly and hung up the phone. The hen would go on a hunger strike and fly back, not because of loyalty, but because she was thinking about the young pigeons in the loft. He walked to the pigeon loft and saw that the hen had lost a lot of its feathers and was covered in wounds. He was warming up with a few young pigeons in the pigeon loft. With a cruel smile on his face, he grabbed the hen. The pigeon was caught. The hen struggled to flap its wings, and a few young pigeons also screamed, while the eyes of the pigeons in other lofts showed some kind of unknown look. Yang Feng remained unmoved. In front of all the pigeons, he wrung the neck of the hen. This is what happens when you don't fly well. Throwing the dead hen to the ground, Yang Feng glanced at the pigeons in other lofts, but to Yang Feng's surprise, every time he did this in the past, these pigeons would huddle in a corner of the loft in fear, but this time, these pigeons didn't. Instead, they flapped their wings one by one in the loft, as if they were about to fly out. "Why, are you flat-haired bastards planning to rebel?" Yang Feng sneered. He didn't notice that the dead hen still on the ground had blood flowing out at this moment, and the blood soon permeated the entire feathers, turning into a blood pigeon. Over the house. There are also many birds hovering at the moment, including sparrows, swallows, cuckoos, and even bats, hawks, and falcons. The raptors appeared, and those little birds should have fled in a panic, but what was strange was that none of the birds flew away at this moment, but more and more gathered, all circling over the house. Boo! An eagle took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and uttered a shrill cry. Immediately afterwards, all the birds sang along, and they all uttered shriek. Hearing the call, Yang Feng looked up at the sky, and was taken aback by the densely packed birds that covered the sky. At the same time, the pigeons in the dovecot also sang, responding to the birds in the sky. "Brother, there are so many birds over there. Is this bird holding a meeting?" Zhang Nuanyuan was in his yard, looking at the birds hovering over Yang Feng's house, and asked Lin Yi curiously. "It all comes from the same source, so we should help each other." Lin Yi replied meaningfully. "What do you mean, what is helping, brother? You feel like a fortune teller when you speak now, and what you say is not human." Lin Yi. The little uncle who walked out of the house looked at the sky, his face changed, and he muttered, "There is an old saying that when birds of different species gather together, something big will happen." Zhang Nuanyuan is not very clear about birds, but my uncle has lived in the village for so many years, and he has never seen any birds. Eagles, sparrows, and swallows hover together, which is not quite right in itself. Yang Feng's house. Yang Feng's grandfather, the old man, knelt on the ground at this moment, cowed out and bowed to the birds in the sky, and the birds were also circling. "Call, what's the name?" However, Yang Feng was furious when he heard the crowing of the pigeons in the pigeon loft. He picked up a whip on one side and whipped it towards the pigeon loft. This whip falls. In the sky, an eagle suddenly honked and swooped down from the sky. Immediately afterwards, all the birds swooped down as if they had heard the charge. The old man looked at this scene with a look of despair on his face. Boo! The falcon swooped down, and its sharp claws directly grabbed Yang Feng's arm, tearing the skin instantly and drawing a bloodstain. Brute! Yang Feng was in pain and quickly waved his whip to drive away, but all the birds in the sky fell down together. There were so many of them that Yang Feng couldn't drive them away, and soon he was surrounded by these birds. "Go away! Bastards, kill you!" Surrounded by birds, Yang Feng screamed and roared, but at this moment the dead hen pigeon on the ground had completely turned into a blood pigeon. The old man knelt and moved in front of the blood pigeon, kowtowing and begging. The blood pigeon gave the old man a cold look, flapped its wings and flew up slowly, and headed towards Yang Feng the next moment. "Call out!" The figure of the old man also disappeared in place, blocked in front of Yang Feng, and was severely pecked by the blood pigeon's beak. This peck. The old man's soul dimmed by 3 points. But still standing in front of Yang Feng and the blood pigeon. Blood pigeon didn't hesitate, and then again. 1, 2, 3. The old man's soul became weaker and weaker, but finally became almost transparent. At this moment, Yang Feng's clothes were torn, his body was covered with scars, and he was lying on the ground in a semi-conscious state. "Take my soul to atone for my grandson's sins, and I will use my soul to scatter in exchange for his life." The blood pigeon was very angry when he heard the old man's words, and rushed towards him, but at the moment when he was about to approach the old man, he made a turn and accelerated from the left, trying to bypass the old man. The old man seemed to have expected it too. The moment the blood pigeon changed its phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route slash phoneme, the figure also moved along with it. The blood pigeon pecked at the old man again. The old man's soul completely dissipated. At the moment of dissipating, the old man looked back at his grandson with a look of worry on his face, but then when he saw the figure appearing at the door, his face showed a relieved look. Smile. At the door, Lin Yi stood there with a complicated expression. Kill for life. Life for life. This is the truth since ancient times. When people die, everything disappears. What made Linya's expression complicated was that the old man was not just taking his life. When a person dies, it's just that this life is over, but if the soul is gone, it will completely dissipate. In a sense, the sacrifice of the elderly is even greater. Because of this, after the old man's soul dissipated, the blood pigeon also dissipated. The father's debt is paid by the son. As Yang Feng's grandfather, the old man used his own soul to dissolve Yang Feng's karma, which was approved by the Tao of Heaven. But this doesn't mean that Yang Feng is fine. The birds circling in the sky have dispersed, but the pigeons flying out of the pigeon cage are all around Yang Feng. Lin Yi understood the old man's look before he left. I hope I can save Yang Feng's life. Seeing Yang Feng, who passed out from my pain, Lin Yi finally walked over. The homing pigeons saw Lin Yi approaching, and their stomachs gurgled. You can kill him to avenge your revenge, but have you ever thought about what you will do after he dies, and what will your children do? Lin Yi looked at these carrier pigeons. With the appearance of the blood pigeons, these pigeons temporarily opened up their intelligence and could understand what he said. You are used to feeding. If there is no one to feed, the most likely thing is to become the prey of the raptors. I am afraid that the chances of your child surviving are not high. It is better to give him a chance to redeem his sins. If he is willing, let him give it to him. You will die in your old age. After hearing Lin Yi's words, the group of homing pigeons called less loudly, and after a while, they gave way. Lin Yi stepped forward, looked at Yang Feng's miserable state, and shook his head. This is self-inflicted. Fortunately, he has a good grandfather, otherwise his life would have been gone long ago. The blood pigeon, which was the condensed resentment of many pigeons killed by him, contained the power of karma, and just one click could kill him. Wake up! Snapped. Lin Yi slapped Yang Feng awake with 2 slaps. Hey, what's wrong with this, those flat-haired bastards? Yang Feng woke up and was confused for a while, then remembered what happened, and following his curse on the flat-haired beast, the pigeons cooed again. If you want to die, keep shouting. Yang Feng was stunned by Lin Yi's cold words. Lin Yi, it's you, why are you here, what's going on? This time Yang Feng also saw those pigeons. The eyes of those pigeons were full of resentment. This was the first time he saw such eyes. It turned out that pigeons could have such eyes. What's going on? You have to thank you for having a good grandpa. Lin Yi didn't hide anything, and told Yang Feng about the sacrifice his grandfather made for him and the current situation. Yang Feng's expression kept changing, with fear, anger, and finally regret. He didn't doubt that Lin Yi was deceiving him, because this scene in front of him was the best proof. And the birds that were all over the sky before. What should I do now? Yang Feng looked at Lin Yi helplessly. If you want to atone for yourself and let these pigeons let you go, then you have to die for these pigeons. I can do it. Yang Feng agreed without thinking about it. Compared with losing his life, he was more willing to accept the retirement of these pigeons. It's not that simple. Just caring for these pigeons can't completely eliminate your karma. Being entangled in karma will not only affect yourself, but also your offspring. You have to replace those who were killed by you. Dove to atone. Grandpa Yang Feng exchanged his own soul for the blood pigeons, and giving these pigeons to the end of their lives can only save Yang Feng's life. Lin Yi saw that Yang Feng's karma hadn't been eliminated much. If he wanted to completely eliminate it, Yang Feng could only atone for his sins. To save more homing pigeons. Okay, I will do it, even if it is not for myself. I must be worthy of Grandpa. There were tears in Yang Feng's eyes. Grandpa loved him very much since he was a child. When he was young, his parents were busy making money, and it was his grandpa who took care of him. Every time he visited relatives, Grandpa would bring back any delicious food for him. Before his grandfather left, the last request he had for himself was to quickly find a wife, and then give birth to a child to pass on the incense of the Young family. Grandpa is a person who attaches great importance to the inheritance of incense. He can't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme up to the sacrifices made by Grandpa for him, but he can't pass this karma to the next generation. If I don't have the karma on my body, I won't think about getting married. Yang Feng made up his mind and thanked Lin Yi. Lin Yi, I didn't expect you to understand this, thank you. Don't thank me, I didn't interfere in your affairs, those homing pigeons will let you go, and they are just willing to make this deal with you. The reason why Lin Yi didn't want to take credit was not only because he didn't want to get involved in the cause and effect between Yang Feng and the carrier pigeons, but also because he really didn't get involved in this matter. If the carrier pigeons didn't accept his suggestion, he wouldn't forcefully rescue them Yang Feng. In the final analysis, this is a win-win situation for these pigeons and Yang Feng. Remember what you said, don't think about it, or the karma will come back, and the consequences will be worse than this time. After giving Yang Feng a warning, Lin Yi left and was about to return to the city. He still had one thing to do. At the foot of the mountain behind the village, standing in front of the deserted earth temple, Lin Yi stared at it with a gleam in his eyes. A wild dog passed by, glanced at Lin Yi, then raised one leg, sprinkled a dip on the wooden pillar of the earth temple in front of Lin Yi, shook its leg, and ran away. Lin Yi. 1 minute later, Lin Yi withdrew his gaze in disappointment. Just now he used the lookout technique to feel the aura around the earth temple, but he didn't gain anything. He even found that the aura here is more complex than other places around it. He didn't understand it before, but he understood after the yellow dog left. The Lord of the Land really doesn't exist anymore. Back in the community, before Lin Yi entered the gate of the community, he encountered the intestine ghost. What are you doing here? Seeing the intestine ghost waiting for him at the gate of the community, Lin Yi was a little puzzled. My lord, a thief broke into our house. Stop it, it's my family, not us, you have to make it clear. Lin Yi was very dissatisfied and interrupted the ghost, this is his mansion, not your ghost. The intestine ghost smiled resentfully, and nodded quickly, yes, I said something wrong. My lord, thieves broke into your house this afternoon. Those thieves are very arrogant, and they haven't left yet? Thieves broke into my house, and those thieves haven't left yet? Lin Yi didn't believe what the gut ghost said. What kind of place is this place? The security is so strict that a thief can come in. Even if the thief comes in, he won't leave after stealing something? Or is it because you find that there is nothing valuable in your home, and you are a little unwilling, waiting for yourself to come back and prepare for a robbery? That thief is too bold. Lin Yi didn't notify the property management phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals or either slash phoneme. With his current skills, a few thieves were nothing. Before reaching the door of the house, Lin Yi saw several men and women standing at the door, and seeing himself coming, a middle-aged man with an extremely obscene and flattering smile immediately trotted over. It's Mr. Lin Yellen, I called you earlier. Who are you who called me? Lin Yi was a little puzzled. Zhong Shan. Many team members behind him covered their faces, the team leader really has no backbone at all. Each other and Zhong Shan Villador. After listening to the explanation of the man in front of him, Lin Yi realized what was going on. I also understand why these people can still wait for me here with the level of security in the community. These people come from the organization and are responsible for dealing with some supernatural things. This is the leader of the Raocheng team. After knowing the identity of the other party, Lin Yi was a little apprehensive for the first time. Some urban novels phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme have such plots. After the protagonist has supernatural powers, those special departments come to him. Chicken. It seems that the novel really comes from life, maybe the first one to write this kind of setting has really experienced it. Fortunately, I didn't do anything that violated the crime. Leader, I'm a little busy this afternoon, so I hung up the phone. Don't mind. I don't mind, I can understand. Seeing Lin Yi's sudden humility, although Zhong Shan was a little puzzled, he didn't dare to put on airs. His team members didn't know how to be careful when dealing with strangers, but he knew it. Lin Yi politely invited, then the leader will come to my house for a cup of tea? Too polite, then bother. Lin Yi led Zhong Shan and the others into the living room. He walked in front, and Zhong Shan and the others were a distance behind. Team leader, this guy is easy to get along with, not as cold as you said. What do you know, this one may be young, so it's easier to talk, anyway, it doesn't hurt to lower your attitude. Lin Yi, who was walking in front, trembled slightly in his ears. With his current hearing, although Zhongshan and the others had lowered their voices, he could still hear clearly. Judging from their conversation, it seems that this situation is different from what I imagined. Don't you need to be so humble? Lin Ye's back straightened a little unconsciously. Entering the hall, Lin Yi saw the water ghost standing in the hall, standing there in a daze, like a fool. Seeing Lin Yi coming in, the water ghost jumped up as if seeing something frightening, and kept shouting, he's coming, take me away quickly, he's coming to take me away. My water is gone. The water ghost ran towards Zhongshan and the others, very fast, and hugged Sui. Seeing this, other team members stepped forward to help, but they couldn't pull the water ghost down. Finally, Zhongshan took out the peach tree. The sword stabbed at the water ghost a few times. The water ghost suffered from pain, but even so, he still didn't let go. This is the strength of the organization. It's too weak. It was messed up by the water ghost. Lin Yi watched from the sidelines, seeing Zhongshan and the others frantically spending some effort to get the water ghost down. He already had a guess in his heart. But it's not 100% sure yet, he has to test it out. Ahem, Team Leader Zhong, I'm sorry, I forgot, I don't have tea at home, Lin Yi said. It doesn't matter, plain water is also fine. Well, the water is not boiled, and you heard the water ghost say that there is no water. Lin Yi sat down on the sofa fiercely. Now he was basically sure that his guess was correct. Novels are harmful. I was almost deceived by the authors of those urban novels. He just said, if he was really so powerful, how could he see so many ghosts in such a short time, and he would have been caught long ago. No. It's okay, we're not thirsty. Seeing Team Leader Zhong with a smile on his face all the time, Lin Yi snorted coldly, let's not talk about whether you were thirsty or not, Team Leader Zhong, you broke into my house without my permission, and you even planned to buy clay pots, that is to say, the one who was sealed as a water ghost, if it is other evil spirits, can you bear the consequences? Facing Lin Yi's questioning, Zhongshan looked a little embarrassed, as did the other team members. Mr. Lin, this is my negligence and our fault. We will request punishment from above. Zhongshan sincerely apologized, not only because of Lin Yi's alien identity, but also because he had thought of the consequences. If it were other evil spirits, whether Sui and the others could survive would be one thing. The escape of evil spirits would also affect ordinary people. Cause immeasurable damage. Zhang Jing's complexion turned pale. He knew that this punishment would eventually fall on his head, because he had forgotten some precautions that he had memorized. You don't need to tell me about this. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, forget it this time, don't bother me in the future. Of course Zhongshan didn't want to leave just like that, the reason for waiting so long was to apologize. Mr. Lin, you are a stranger, I want you to be our consultant. This is the real purpose of Zhongshan waiting here. Foreigners are relatively cold and free, and it is generally unrealistic to let them join, so most of them adopt the mode of hiring consultants. As consultants, they will not be disturbed under normal circumstances, and they will only act when necessary. What good does it do me to be a consultant? Lin Yi didn't directly refuse, because he was also thinking about a problem. He needed merit, so he needed a source of information about ghosts. The gut ghost said he was infiltrating the enemy, but he hasn't provided a useful one for so long. Clue, this guy is unreliable, sooner or later he will have to be sealed. This organization is very suitable at present. Mr. Lin, as a consultant, you can receive a consultant's salary every month, and there are many other. Zhongshan explained the benefits of being a consultant in detail. Lin Ye's expression remained unchanged, but he was secretly surprised. The consultant's treatment is good, nothing to say. You can receive a salary of yuan per month, in addition to enjoying a series of unspeakable special treatment. Since you have invited me so sincerely, and I am also a warm-hearted person, then I will serve as a consultant. Do you need any procedures? No. No need, I will take care of any procedures here, as long as you agree, Mr. Lin. Zhongshan was very excited, they finally had a consultant in Raocheng. Mr. Lin, let's not disturb your rest for now. I will inform you after the formalities are completed. Yeah. Lin Yi nodded, and then said, by the way, about the aliens in your department, please sort out the information and send it to me. Okay, then I'll add you as a friend. Watching Zhongshan and the others leave, Lin Yi put away the cold expression on his face and waved his fist happily. I can be considered to have prepared it now. The most important thing is that it is not a general preparation. But Lin Yi cared more about information. He waited for Zhongshan to send him a document so as to understand the situation of practitioners in the real world. Over there, as soon as Zhongshan left the villa, he couldn't bear it anymore, took out his mobile phone, and clicked into the group of a family who loves each other in Zhongshan. Raocheng Zhongshan, good morning, everyone. The sun comes out expression Gancheng Korean, it's still early at night, Lao Zhong, did you go to the other side of the sea? Raocheng Zhongshan, I didn't go to the other side of the sea. I have a suggestion, whether the group name should be changed. Toncheng Luoyan, change to what? Smiling expression, Zhang Ziang, Chao County, center of the universe, changed to us with advisors and Zhongshan without advisors. XXXX, ha emoji, XXXX, ha emoji. In the past, when Zhongshan saw this kind of chat, he would always be pissed off, especially when this group of guys were in trouble. After asking the consultant to solve it, he would always go to Versailles in the group, and then specially at him, making him directly blocked group messages. But now he is not angry, and typed leisurely, it's time to change it to a family that loves each other. In the group, there was silence for about 10 seconds. Dongcheng Zhaoanmin, what do you mean, Lao Zhong, you have a consultant in Raocheng? Tongcheng Luoyan, no way, there are strangers in such a small city as Raocheng? Mudan Sanyang, even if there are strangers, will you agree to become a consultant? Zhongshan, what do you mean? This matter is absolutely true, and I have already reported it to my superiors. Group leader, since Rao City also has a consultant from another person, let's change the name, please wait a moment. The group owner invited a new member, Pucheng Wang Likun, to join the group. You and him are friends. Zhongshan soon saw a group message reminder, and then the group name also changed. A loving family in Wang Likun, I hate you, you bastards. Wang Likun quit the group chat. Raocheng Zhongshan. Tonchun Luoyan. Peony River Sunyan, you guarding the cold kiln alone, I am #039, I'm sorry for you for being lon, I'm sorry for you for being lonely ding dong. Mr. Lin, you are not asleep. Lin Yi glanced at the message from Zhongshan, and then at the time on the upper left corner of the phone. 08:30 in the evening. Good guy, no matter how healthy I am, I can't sleep at this hour. No. That's good. I'm afraid of disturbing Mr. Lin's rest, so I'll send the information to Mr. Lin. Zhongshan sent a document, and Lin Yi clicked to receive it. Lin Yi clicked on the electronic file and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read/phoneme it carefully. There was not much content in the whole file, and it took him 10 minutes to finish reading it. This is a summary of the year-end report, which contains the information of last year. 2021 Headquarters Report. The report recorded the special incidents handled by various branches across the country last year. Lin Yi didn't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read/phoneme these carefully, because the report only briefly mentioned a number. If you want to check the specifics, you can log into the given website to view the details. But in general, there are not many evil ghost incidents. Last year, there were only 12 incidents. Most of them were a ghost who died and refused to leave the world, and finally left under the strong persuasion, threat, of the department staff. Lin Yi was more interested in the report about the aliens. As of December 20, 21, 12, 18 aliens have been discovered across the country. As of December 20, 21, 12, 18 aliens have become consultants, 73 first-level consultants, 44 second-level consultants, and 23 third-level consultants. After reading it, Lin Yi finally understood why Zhongshan licked him so much. There are too few strangers. There are only 138 people in the whole country. Even if they are not discovered, Lin Yi probably won't exceed 200. How is this grade determined? There was no explanation in the report, so Lin Yi asked Zhongshan directly. How is the rating of this alien graded? Is it based on strength? Mr. Lin, I am very happy to answer your question. Lin Yi. Is it necessary to be the same as the customer service? The alien level you mentioned is not divided according to strength. Alien cannot be divided according to strength. Different aliens have different abilities. This level is divided according to contribution points after becoming a consultant. Each alien becomes after consulting, there will be a certain amount of contribution points every year, and some ghosts will be solved, and different contribution points will be given according to the degree of danger of the ghosts. Lin Yi understood that this was an internal rating within the organization. Mr. Lin, if you want to know more information about aliens, after the approval from the higher-ups, I will ask the higher-ups to drag you to our aliens. The chat ends here. Lin Yi put down his phone and began to think about summarizing what happened today. Meaning the official, Lin Yi had thought about this day on the first day of his practice, but his estimates of the strength of the two parties were different. In Lin Yi's original idea, if there were practitioners in the government and they were still very strong, then he would not survive in reality. Now it seems that there are still few practitioners, so I have to make some changes in the way I originally expected to deal with it. Don't think about it so much for now, and think about it after the group of practitioners who have been recruited understands it in detail. The night is long and sleepless. Lin Yi chooses to go to another world, but this time he didn't choose to pause the real world, but let the time in the real world continue to pass. Different world. Breathing the fresh air different from the modern city, Lin Yi found that he prefers to stay in a different world now. The only thing he misses in the real world now are his family and friends. Since practicing, Lin Yi has been particularly sensitive to the quality of the air. In contrast, being in a different world will make him more adaptable, both physically and spiritually. Is it because I embarked on the road of practice? Then let's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live life / phoneme a life in another world today. Lin Yi has been in this different world for so long, actually he rarely walks outside, and when he hangs up, he also follows his set activities, which is a bit similar to. Lin Yi thought of a word, migrant workers who entered the city. I stayed in the city for a few years, but the scope of my activities was only on the construction site, so I didn't know the whole city at all. Is the young master going to the street today? When Uncle Su saw Lin Yi coming out from the backyard, he hurried forward to follow. In the past, Lin Yi would arrange for Uncle Su to follow him because he was afraid of hanging up the phone and going out by himself and causing trouble. I'll walk by myself today, Uncle Su, you don't have to follow. Without asking Bo Su to follow, Lin Yi dressed in the clothes of an ancient nobleman and took a folding fan in his hand, and went to the street in a very chic way. It is night now, but there is no curfew in the other world. There are many pedestrians on the street, lanterns are hung in every shop, and there are 2 or 3 girls shopping. Every time they see Lin Yi, they bow their heads shyly, but in the end they can't help sneaking a few glances. This young man is so handsome. In contrast, those women who went out for a stroll were much bolder, their eyes wished they could strip Lin Yi naked. Boys, go out, but protect yourself. Lin Yi sighed silently in his heart. As he walked, he reached the fence. It can't be my fault. In ancient times, there were no places to go for entertainment, and the only thing to do at night was Gulen to listen to operas. The waiter at the door led Lin Yi straight up to the second floor, where you could clearly see the performances of the girls on the stage, and compared to the noisy first floor, the guests upstairs were quieter. After a while, Xiao'er brought drinks and snacks, a pot of wine, a few stacks of side dishes and snacks, very delicate. Fried oyster belly, omelette egg rolls, hibiscus cake, steamed cheese with sugar. The wine is the best liquid brewed by the most famous local winery. Lin Yi's favorite is the omelette. The omelette is also a crab. In modern times, it is a swimming crab. Su Dongpa, a big foodie in ancient history, loved the omelette very much. He even wrote a poem about it. Stone crabs by the stream are as small as money, happy to see rounds and red jade plates. The half shell contains yellow, so it is advisable to order wine, and the 2 pincers are advisable to eat with snow. Mansenhai Company, Limited has been famous for a long time, and it is strange that the rainy phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme is coming into the seat. It's ridiculous that Wu Xing is a greedy prefect, and a poem can be exchanged for 2 top groups. The omelette is made by picking out the flesh of swimming crab, and then together with the omelette, the taste is not inferior to that made by modern chefs. On the stage, the artists sang operas adapted from the previous dynasty. Ah, my wife, Bao Tuan Wang, I have pity on you guarding the cold kiln alone, pity you are lonely. The singer's voice is full of emotion, and the listener is wet with tears. Brother Yi, what's wrong with you? I have a feeling, hearing the lyrics of this opera, I can't help but make me miss my wife and children in my hometown, and I don't know how their mother and daughter are doing. I feel guilty. Brother Yi has been out for 6 years, and homesickness is also a long-term love. This time, Mr. Ding is going to go to high school soon. Brother Yi can also take this opportunity to go home and visit his family. In the seat next door, the middle-aged scholar wet his clothes with tears and couldn't control himself. People around persuaded him, and the scholar came out of his sadness. Lin Yi stuffed the hibiscus cake into his mouth, looked at the scholar, and whispered, "Interesting, really interesting." Chapter 64 Late at night. Shangyang County gradually quieted down. The guests who listened to the music in Gulen phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either /phoneme went home drunk in 2s and 3s, or they were fascinated by the music, and talked about the art of singing with the artist at night by candlelight. Yi Zhixia was 3 parts drunk and 3 parts melancholy. He refused his friend's offer, and headed towards the courtyard where he lived. Where are you going, brother? When he was drunk, Yi Zhixia heard the voice behind him, turned around, and saw a handsome young man. It's time to go home, young master, is there something wrong? Going home, I'm afraid I'm going in the wrong direction. Xiongtai's house is not here. Yi Zhixia was taken aback, then came back to his senses, and said, yes, my family is not here, not here. Seeing that Xiongtai is a little drunk, I don't know where his home is. Shall I see Xiongtai for a ride? Then I will trouble you, my lord. Lin Yi sent Yi Zhixia towards the courtyard where he lived, and asked as he walked, I was on the 2nd floor before, and I saw that my brother heard the music and thought about it, and I couldn't help myself. I think he is a man of temperament. Just empathy. People talk a lot after drinking, and Yi Ziyuan told Lin Yi the truth. It turned out that Yi Ziyuan was not from this county, but a scholar from another county. Famous young, brilliant literary talent. Yi Ziyuan's youth can be extremely smooth, the number 1 child prodigy in the county. The magistrate of the county personally received and encouraged him, and his teachers and friends praised him. However, perhaps a successful young man is doomed to have ill-fated fate. Yi Ziyuan failed the imperial examination twice in a row, and he was hit hard immediately, and couldn't afford to get sick because of it. After he recovered from his illness, he thought of the letter sent by the county magistrate who had left office before his illness, and kindly invited him to go there to be a teacher for his children. Thinking of the magistrate's care for him, he came to the appointment Shangyang County. In 6 years, he opened a private school to teach the children of the Ding family and other students. This time, in the latest imperial examination, the son of the former Ding County magistrate, that is, his students got the honor. Among them, he contributed a lot. Not only imparting knowledge and answering questions, but also because he made the right bet. Of the 7 questions in the imperial examination, he got 5 right in a row. Thank you, Mr. Lin, I'm home. Yi Ziyuan arrived at the door of the house, thanked Lin Yi, and then staggered into the courtyard. Lin Yi looked at Yi Ziyuan's disappearing back, but his face was thoughtful. Weird. Miaoying Temple. The next day, in the early morning, Lin Yi took the carriage to Miaoying Temple again. But what surprised him was that today's Miaoying Temple didn't have many pilgrims, and the entire temple was deserted. Lin Yi got out of the carriage, and it wasn't Zhika monks guarding the door, but 2 monks. Senior brother Daoxian, are there no pilgrims today? Lin Yi is considered a lay disciple of Miaoying Temple, and according to his seniority, he is also a Daoist. The Dharma name was taken by Lin Yi himself. Daoji. Originally, lay disciples didn't use Dharma names, but Lin Yi found out that there was no Daoji in Miaoying Temple called Daoji, so how could it be possible, so he took such a Dharma name for himself. Junior brother Daoji, is there a closed-door order in our temple? Daoxian saw a smile on Lin Yi's face. For the temple's biggest god of wealth, junior brother, the monks liked them very much. A closed-door order? Well, all believers and pilgrims have been notified that the temple will not be open to the public for the past half month. There were some people a few days ago. After these few days of persuasion, after going back to publicize, the pilgrims knew it and stopped coming. Why did you issue the order to phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals clause close slash phoneme the door? Did the abbot issue it? Miaoying Temple can be said to be making money every day, but Master Ingguang is willing to phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals clause close slash phoneme it because of his money-gathering temperament? The day before yesterday, the demon from Shuangmu Mountain came. Dao Xian whispered something in a low voice, and Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Did the tiger from Shuangmu Mountain react so quickly? The tiger of Shuangmu Mountain has already declared a war, and he will kill him in the next few days. Well, I think the abbot is thinking about how to deal with it at the moment, so I won't bother him, I'll go first. Lin Yi turned around and left. What a joke, judging from the attitude of Master Ingguang and the others before, this tiger's strength is absolutely extraordinary. He doesn't want to be affected, and he should wait until the matter at Miaoying Temple is resolved before coming here to ask doubts in his heart. It's just that Lin Yi just turned around, and before he took a step, his eyes narrowed, and two groups of people appeared at the intersection in front of him. The team on the left, such as an official on patrol, has soldiers clearing the way, but the shout is, the city god is on patrol, all ghosts retreat. In the team on the right, a few wild wolves phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals lead slash phoneme the way, followed by many beasts full of monsters. The two teams met at the intersection, and neither of them moved forward first. Ahmet Ba. Behind him, Master Ingguang's voice came. Lin Yi turned around and saw Master Ingguang leading many monks from Miaoying Temple towards the door. Seeing this, he hurried to one side and followed the monks at the end, so that their own sense of existence is minimized. City God and Tiger came to my Miaoying Temple at the same time. It really made the temple flourish. At the intersection of entrances, hearty laughter responded. I am also very interested in coming to sit today. I don't want to run into a tiger. It happened, I'm afraid it didn't happen. The city god has a lot of things to do every day, so why do you still have the time to come to Miaoying Temple? In the monster team, there was also a thick voice, and then two sedan chairs were seen falling down, and two men walked out of the sedan chairs. One of them was wearing an official uniform, the other was wearing a yellow robe, and there was a gap between the eyebrows. Has the word king. City god and tiger. Lin Yi looked at it very seriously. The tiger and the city god are characters that only exist in folk legends in modern times. From the perspective of momentum, the tiger seems to be even better. Of course, it may also be because the city god was an official before his death. Officials are relatively low-key, and their emotions and anger are not shown. But what Lin Yi was curious about was who of the two was stronger. Thinking of this, he leaned closer to the front row of the monk team, walked to Dao Hai, poked Dao Hai with his arm, and asked in a low voice, Brother Dao Hai, who is the strongest between the city god and the tiger? Both the city god and the tiger are conferred by the court, but the city god is only one generation, and the tiger can be passed down from generation to generation. As for who is the best, it's hard to say. Dao Hai explained to Lin Yi, and Lin Yi understood. In order to frighten the ghosts, the imperial court conferred the title of city god, and in order to prevent cholera, the imperial court also conferred the title of the world's tiger. The tiger of Shuangmu Mountain is the number 16 generation tiger. One is in charge of ghosts and the other is in charge of demons. From the perspective of power, it is hard to tell who is more powerful. As for strength, it depends on each person's cultivation. Then what about the city god of Shenyang County and the tiger of Shuangmu Mountain? Lin Yi asked again. Dao Hai, this city god was conferred by the new dynasty not long ago. Although Dao Hai didn't give the answer clearly, Lin Yi understood that a newly appointed city god must not be compared with a tiger. Then why did these two come here at the same time by such a coincidence? The incident between Miaoying Temple and the tiger has been spread in the past few days, and in Shenyang County, the incense at the town god's temple is not half as strong as our temple, so it must be at this time on purpose. Lin Yi looked at Dao Hai with a strange look. This Dao Hai didn't seem like a monk who knew nothing but brute force. He could see all of this, so how could he kill the tiger so stupidly? What about future generations? After I got advice from my junior brother that day, I went to the bookstore in the city and bought a few books on power struggles to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme. Only then did I wake up and see the current situation. Lin Yi gave a thumbs up. Scholar will treat each other with admiration for 3 days, senior brother is too good. Dao Hai patted his head in embarrassment. It's mainly because the younger brother woke me up by drinking a bit. No, brother is smart, I just briefly mentioned it. Lin Yi and Dao Hai were humble to each other, and Abbot Yingguang smiled and invited the city god and the tiger into the temple as guests. To enter the temple, we have to solve the problem first. The tiger coldly glanced at the many monks in Miaoying Temple. Whoever killed my number 73rd grandson, stand up for yourself. Chapter 65 number 73rd grandson. Lin Yi twitched the corner of his mouth when he heard what the tiger said. He really is an unimportant descendant. Don't they all say that tigers have poor fertility? There are so many grandchildren alone. If this continues, there will be endless children and grandchildren. Dao Hai was about to stand up when he heard the tiger's words. Lin Yi quickly pressed his shoulders. He just praised him for being smart, but why did he become so impulsive in a blink of an eye? Don't worry, let's see how the abbot responds first. In front, Master Yingguang listened to the tiger's words, chanted a Buddha's name, and said, "The grandson of the tiger went down the mountain to harm people. Under the persuasion of my disciples from the 3 treasures, the grandson didn't know how to repent, so my disciples from the temple killed him. It's helpless. Humph, this is just your one-sided opinion. You let your disciple come out, and I will ask you personally." The tiger questioned Master Yingguang's words, and Dao Hai was about to stand up when he saw this, but Lin Yi stopped him again. "This fool, this is a conspiracy. Junior brother Dioji, why did you stop me? I'm going to confront that tiger. There is absolutely no lie in what I said to the abbot. Confrontation with a hammer, they deliberately want you to stand up." Lin Yi gave him an angry look. The tiger from Shuangmu Mountain must have understood everything before he came. The so-called confrontation was just to know which monk from Miaoying Temple killed his grandson. To put it bluntly, the tiger has so many grandsons, and he doesn't want to start a full-scale war with Miaoying Temple for one grandson. He just wants to know the monk who killed his grandson and kill him to avenge his grandson. If Dao Hai stood up now, it would be like being missed by the tiger. This time he will be saved, unless he will not leave Miaoying Temple in the future. Don't worry, the abbot must have a complete way to deal with it. You will stand up when you really need to stand up. Lin Yi held Dao Hai down, and the city god over there also laughed and said, "The tiger's words are also justified. Why doesn't the abbot let that disciple come out to confront him?" "Oh, does the city god think so? If what my disciple said is true, it is true that the grandson of the tiger is the first to harm others. The Lord City God wants to give justice to the presiding officer." Amitba, the old monk, thanked the Lord City God first. Master Yingguang's words made Cheng Huang speechless, and he didn't come to help Miaoying Temple out of the siege. Since he was named the city god of the county, the common people did not offer him much incense, and all of them were given to the Miaoying Temple outside the city. His statue is not as exquisite as the Arhat in any small hall of Miaoying Temple. I heard that the tiger from Shuangmu Mountain had a conflict with Miaoying Temple. He came to see the fun, so he should be fair. The city god coughed twice, and said, "Ahem. Shuangmu Mountain is not within the jurisdiction of my official, so I should not intervene too much, otherwise it will appear to be overstepping. Since Lord Cheng Huang also said that this incident did not happen in the territory under his jurisdiction, then please sit on the wall and watch." Master Yingguang's tone was very polite, but his words didn't save the city god at all. The city god's expression darkened a bit. Didn't he just bully him as a new city god? That beast doesn't give me face. Look at me. Is Abbot Yingguang so powerful? Lin Yi clicked his tongue a little. Looking at the amiable abbot, he turned out to be so aggressive. How did Lin Yi know that Abbot Yingguang did this on purpose? The city god made it clear that he was here to watch the excitement, so he naturally didn't need to give face, not to mention the tiger is strong. If he shows weakness, it will only make the tiger more arrogant. I don't argue so much with you, Yingguang, as long as you hand over the monk who killed my grandson and the body of my grandson, I can retreat. Ba, the old monk can't do the request of the tiger. Master Yin Guang flatly refused. The tiger was not surprised. Miaoying Temple would not hand him over. He had expected it. On the way here, he had thought that Miaoying Temple might just return his grandson's body, and then apologize and give some compensation. And this is also a result he can accept, but the scene naturally needs to be full of tricks. Yin Guang, don't you think that I dare not start a war with your Miaoying Temple? If you don't agree today, I will wash Miaoying Temple with blood. Swish! Many monsters behind the tiger also had a murderous look on their faces at this moment, but in fact, many monsters knew very well in their hearts, and the Tiger Lord was just pretending, and they just followed the Tiger Lord to support the scene. After a while, I went back home, and Lord Tiger still had to set up a banquet to have a quick meal. This job was too easy. Many monks in Miaoying Temple were shocked by this evil spirit. Many young monks looked a little pale, and Lin Yi was the same, which made him shrink his figure even more. The tiger looked down upon Abbot Yin Guang. At this point, it is time for the monk Yin Guang to bow his head, hand over the body of his grandson, and then give compensation, vent his anger, and finally accept the compensation and leave. Some things, unspoken. The dead grandson, who had never met him alive, had no feelings at all, and this time he used this excuse to blackmail benefits. The atmosphere was full of chills, but strangely peaceful. All eyes fell on Master Yin Guang, waiting for the end of the scene. Ba, people won't hand it over. As for the corpse of the tiger's grandson, I'm afraid it can't be returned. As soon as Master Yin Guang said this, the atmosphere of the scene changed instantly, and the murderous aura emanating from the many monsters behind the tiger stagnated for a moment. All monsters, damn, what kind of tricks is this bald donkey playing? Tiger. The city god was a little startled, opened his mouth slightly, and then became overjoyed. Although he didn't know why the monk Yin Guang would not play cards according to common sense, this result was what he was willing to see. Feeling the strange eyes of others, Master Yin Guang is also a dumb man who suffers from eating Coptus chinensis. He also wants to make a cutscene like this, but the key problem is that the tiger has been cooked and eaten. How to call it out? Let the disciples in the temple personally spit it out and bring it back to you? Thinking of this, Yin Guang thought of Lin Yi. This kid really caused a lot of trouble in the temple, but Lin Yi didn't eat the tiger meat alone. Many monks in the temple shared it. Ha ha ha. Under the dignified atmosphere, the tiger suddenly laughed wantonly, but the laughter was deafening. Lin Yi could only feel his blood rushing up and rushing to his throat, and he couldn't suppress it. He is like this, and those monks are even more so. Some of them have bloodstains at the corners of their mouths. Tiger howl. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. This is the real roar of a tiger. All the disciples listen to the order and form an Arhat Guardian formation. Yin Guang's face is also dignified. The Shuangmu mountain tiger has been passed down for 18 generations, and his strength is extraordinary. The warrior monks of Miaoying Temple quickly arranged their formation, while the monks retreated to the back. Each monk had Buddha lights shining on them. These Buddha lights were layered and formed into one piece, and in the end, they turned into a golden body of Arhat. Lin Yi was also in the team of monks. He originally wanted to quit, but Dao Hai held him back. Dao Hai said that one more person is more powerful. Casts a golden Buddha Rohan golden body. The golden light shrouded the entire Miaoying Temple. Behind the tiger, the 100 demons also condensed the demonic aura, which soared to the sky and directly covered the clouds, making the black clouds shroud very depressing. The number of demons far exceeds the number of monks in Miaoying Temple. Mr. RB is going to slaughter your Miaoying Temple today. The tiger screams wildly. He is a tiger, the descendant of the tiger of Shuangmu Mountain, the number 16 generation tiger of Shuangmu Mountain. Looking at the entire Shuangmu Mountain range, he is the king. If you are a king, you will have a temper. Behind the tiger, 100 demons gather together, and in the dark clouds, there is a fierce tiger appearing in the world. With those tiger eyes looking down on the world, he stepped out, rolling black clouds towards Miaoying Temple. Ba. Master Ning walked out of the monk's team holding a Zen staff. He is an elder monk, and he is the highest in terms of cultivation. A golden body of a Buddha statue appeared from behind him. It was a Buddha standing on a lotus platform. Those eyes were full of anger, making those demon spirits terrified. This is an angry Buddha. Master Yi Ning formed a seal with his hands and chanted a mantra, and the angry Buddha grabbed the black tiger's giant claws with his palm. Boom! There was no sound, no energy fluctuations. This was the background music that Lin Yi had assigned in his head. The Buddha's palm and the tiger's claw dissipated at the same time, but the tiger's face remained unchanged, and the face of Master Yi Ning turned paler. Heihu raised his foot again. This time he went directly towards the angry Buddha. Seeing this, Master Yi Ning took off the bracelet of Buddhist beads on his hand, and while waving the bracelet of Buddhist beads, rays of light shot out, turning into more than 100 light spots. Falling, it fell on the angry Buddha. The cassock worn by the angry Buddha flew out, instantly covering the sky and enveloping the black mist. The tiger looked at it coldly. Buddhist creatures are naturally restrained against ghosts and monsters, but he is different. He is a tiger, he has been granted an imperial seal, and the Buddha's light cannot harm him. The fierce tiger roared. In the cassock, it tore the cassock with just one claw, and then it roared loudly, and directly rushed towards the golden body of the angry Buddha. All the demon spirits of Shuangmu Mountain obey the order and kill Miaoying Temple. At the same time, the tiger gave an order, and all the monsters behind him roared towards the group of monks in Miaoying Temple, and the monks in Miaoying Temple fought against each other without fear. Lin Yi glanced at the front. Master Ingguang held the Zen staff very fiercely, and a monster was killed when he lowered the staff. He was a proper monster killer, and he didn't see any compassion from the monks. But what made Lin Yi even more curious was that Master Yin Xian had disappeared. However, it is not that there are no strong people on the side of the monsters, and soon a tiger monster met Master Ingguang, and the two were inseparable from each other. Such a tender human, the meat must be delicious. While Lin Yi was observing the situation on the battlefield, a snake demon came up to Lin Yi with a greedy look in his eyes. He opened his mouth and spit out a puff of black smoke towards Lin Yi. Does this mean that I am a soft persimmon? Lin Yi easily dodged with one step, and with one stride, he came to the snake demon. He swung his fist and hit the snake demon's neck with one punch. Puff! This punch caused the snake demon to fly a few meters away, and fell to the ground and died. The snake demon had already opened its eyes wide open. Obviously, it didn't understand until its death how a warrior could be mixed in among the monks. What? After killing the snake demon with one move, Lin Yi's face was brightened, and he found that the power of merit in his body had increased. Yin De added a strand. Killing demon spirits is the same as ghosts, can increase Yin virtue? This discovery made Lin Yi ecstatic. The powerful monsters were dealt with by the powerful monks in the temple, and the remaining monsters were definitely his experience points. Dealing with monsters is much easier for him than dealing with ghosts. The monster has a physical body, which means that his martial arts are useful, and his strength in the late stage of Bailu Dzogchen made him very happy to kill. One end, two ends. Wherever Lin Yi went, monsters were killed. In the end, many prefecture-level monsters looked at him with fear. Go and kill that kid. The tiger's son who was fighting with Abbot Ingguang also saw Lin Yi's situation, and gave instructions to one of his sons behind him. Father, don't worry, I'm going to tear him up right now. The son of the tiger's son rushed towards Lin Yi, with a roar of a tiger, as fast as thunder. Boom! Lin Yi and the other party exchanged punches, and couldn't help but take 3 steps back. This tiger's grandson is really strong, and the most important thing is that the other party's strength is swift and fierce. There is also surprise in the eyes of the tiger's grandson. This person is a warrior. How does this method of exerting force look so similar to their tiger clan? Come again. Lin Yi didn't retreat because his strength was not as good as the opponent's. On the contrary, he was a little excited. He had practiced tiger roaring strength for so many years. The founder did not fully grasp the method of tiger's power. Right now, the grandson of the tiger has provided him with a reference. Swish! Lin Yi shot first, and the grandson of the tiger didn't expect Lin Yi to dare to go up, so he greeted him again with a roar. The whole battle was very tragic. Cheng Huang stood on one side, with a complicated expression on his face. He was here to watch the excitement, but Miaoying Temple would actually start a war with Shuangmu Mountain, which he never expected. After all, he is the city god, and he should have stood on the side of Miaoying Temple. "My lord, the subordinate beside him asked in a low voice. "I remember that a ghost has been haunting the Huxia Pass recently. You take people to guard the Huxia Pass. Don't let the ghost escape." "Yes." The subordinates understood the potential meaning of his lord's words. The name of Huxia Pass is derived from the tigers in Shuangmu Mountain outside the pass. "Your Excellency asked them to guard there. This is to help Miaoying Temple in secret and prevent other monsters from Shuangmu Mountain from coming to support. The city god's men and horses have left, but on the battlefield, Miaoying Temple is at a disadvantage. The monks of Miaoying Temple still have less experience in fighting than monsters, but fortunately, the monks of Miaoying Temple are all very tenacious, everyone is desperate, and the outcome is hard to say. However, in terms of high-end combat power, Master Yineng couldn't hold on anymore. In the end, with the last claw of the black tiger, the whole cassock broke, and the angry Buddha was also trampled under the feet of the black tiger. Puff! Master Yineng spat out a mouthful of blood, his whole expression was sluggish. "Miaoying Temple, that's all." The tiger laughed wildly, and many monsters were also encouraged to attack more fiercely. "What the hell, did I specialize in subjugating the Zongmen in another world?" In the battle with the grandson of the tiger, Lin Yi's understanding of tiger's roaring strength deepened a bit, but at this moment, he was not a little happy, but rather doubted his fate in another world. Not to mention the 4 sects that were just changed after coming to the different world, the Shangqing sect was disbanded. King Fengguan, well, he learned the skills of King Fengguan, he was considered a half-disciple, but the Taoist temple was demolished. Now that he has become a lay disciple of Miaoying Temple, this Miaoying Temple is about to be destroyed. "Are you the Lone Star of Tiansha?" Lin Yi fell into deep self-doubt. "Do I want to suspend time and come back after practicing for decades in the real world?" Lin Yi scanned the audience, and quickly noticed something was wrong, because he found that the monks of Miaoying Temple did not show any signs of panic, and the faces of the monks standing behind were not fear, but a kind of fear. A color of grief. "What's going on? Does Miaoying Temple still have a backup?" Just as Lin Yi was thinking, Master Yinguang in front of him suddenly yelled, and the Buddha's light suddenly spread from his body, and the surrounding monsters were shown by the Buddha's light and screamed. "Don't be afraid, he is the burning natal Buddha light, and it won't last long." The son of the tiger opened his mouth to appease the many monsters, and he also retreated towards the back. However, Master Yinguang did not take advantage of this to attack the monsters. Hai was lifted up by Master Yinguang. "Dalhai, don't let hatred blind your eyes, keep your heart." Master Yinguang looked at Dalhai kindly, and then turned his gaze to Lin Yi. Lin Yi had a look of expectation on his face, thinking that Master Yinguang would also explain something to him. Daoji, you in the future, be a good person." After finishing speaking, Master Yinguang flicked his hand, and Lin Yi and Dalhai were thrown behind, and were caught by many monks. "What do you mean, why am I not a good person?" Lin Yi slandered in his heart, but Master Yinguang turned his head at this moment, and shouted, "Golden Buddha please." In Miaoying Temple, a 1-foot-tall Buddha statue was slowly lifted into the air. When Lin Yi turned around and saw the Buddha statue, he was dumbfounded. This is not a gold-plated Buddha statue, this is a Buddha statue made of pure gold. Lin Yi could still recognize the unique luster of gold. "Miaoying Temple is so rich, the golden Buddha is 1 foot high, how much gold is there?" Not only Lin Yi was shocked, but the city god was also dumbfounded. At this moment, he really wanted his subordinates who had left to come back. His own statue was just ordinary pine wood, and it was a piece of rotten wood. The Miaoying Temple was covered with gold. The monsters also opened their mouths wide, and the whole scene became extremely quiet because of the appearance of this golden Buddha. Miaoying Temple, since the old monk became the abbot, has received incense from the people to cast this golden Buddha. The people offer incense money, and what they want is nothing more than peace and safety. However, there is a tiger clan in Shuangmu Mountain. As a tiger, you don't control demons. On the contrary, the monsters are allowed to come down the mountain to harm people, and the nearby people are miserable, and people are killed by the monsters of Shuangmu Mountain every year. The 108 monks in Miaoying Temple are all descendants of the people who were killed by monsters. Today, please burn incense to the Golden Buddha and punish the tiger. Master Ingguang sat down cross-legged, and so did the other monks. Lin Yi had a look of emotion on his face. He didn't expect that apart from Dao Hai, the relatives of the other monks were also killed by the monsters of Shuangmu Mountain. This is a bureau. Master Ingguang started as early as the moment he became the abbot. Lin Yi understood that after Master Ingguang became the abbot, he collected incense money widely in order to cast this Golden Buddha. Between the palms of the Golden Buddha, there is an old monk sitting cross-legged. It is the previously unknown Master Yin Xian. This Buddha was created because of the people's incense and fire. It should be the wish of the people. Otherwise, what's the use of the Buddha? There was a flash of Buddha's light between Master Yin Xian's eyebrows, which shot towards the Golden Buddha's eyebrows. The Buddha who had closed his eyes opened his eyes the next moment. P.S. Sorry, this chapter will be so late. I wrote and revised and wrote it again, but I am always dissatisfied and feel that something is missing. Chapter 67 Golden Buddha opened his eyes. In an instant. So all the monsters were trembling, and many of them knelt down on the ground. The sons of the tiger, including his grandson, and those from the tiger clan still struggled, but they all knelt on the ground with pale faces in just a moment. Tiger, this Golden Buddha was cast for you. Ingguang looked at Tiger. Since the moment he took over as abbot, he has already been planning today's situation. The monks in Miaoying Temple were all relatives who were killed by monsters in Shuangmu Mountain. The reason why he collected incense money widely was to cast this Golden Buddha. Only this Golden Buddha can overcome the tiger. The encounter between Dao Hai and the tiger's son was not an accident, it was also planned, otherwise how could Dao Hai slip out of the temple so easily? Volt Donkey, what a deep plan, but don't forget, I am a tiger, and I have been granted the imperial seal to command all the ghosts and monsters in Shuangmu Mountain. Even the Golden Buddha can't do anything to me. The tiger's expression was extremely gloomy. If he hadn't received the imperial seal, he would have knelt down under the Golden Buddha at this moment. Obtaining the imperial seal and the tiger seal, that is the recognition of heaven and earth, and it is no longer a monster. The Golden Buddha will not attack him. Even at this moment, the Golden Buddha is controlled by Master Yineng. This is the rule. Amitba, the tiger is not benevolent. What virtue is there to occupy the position of the tiger? Today, the old monk asked the Golden Buddha to accept the seal of the tiger. As soon as Master Yin Xian said this, the tiger released his life and laughed loudly. The tiger is imprinted in the depths of my Shuangmu Mountains. If you want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead /phoneme this Golden Buddha to the depths of Shuangmu Mountains, you must burn the natal Buddha's light to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead /phoneme the way with a golden body. But with your strength, you won't be able to hold on to a back and forth. The golden body drawn by the burning of the Buddha's natal light in Buddhism is like the primordial spirit of Taoism. If the burning primordial spirit can return to the original body at the last moment, one life can be saved, but the cultivation base will retreat 1,000 miles. Once it is unable to return and burns out, it means that the primordial spirit dissipates, which is equivalent to the disappearance of the soul. Amitba, tiger, you still don't understand my Buddhist disciples. Why go back in order to kill evil spirits? Lin Yi was moved by Master Yin Xian's words. He thought of the introduction he had seen about the combat radius of the latest fighter jets of the Motherland's Air Force. The so-called combat radius refers to the furthest distance that fighter jets can return to, because fighter jets need to save half of their fuel to fly back. Many people think that this combat radius cannot harm the enemy, because they do not understand the faith. There is always a saying in the Air Force, if the motherland needs it, I can go one way. The scene in front of me is so similar. Master Yineng sat cross-legged, and above his head, the golden body of the angry Buddha appeared again. The golden body was dim, but it still moved in one direction, and the golden Buddha moved smoothly under the guidance of the golden body. It seemed to be stable, but it was already invisible to the naked eye in the blink of an eye. It was only in the blink of an eye that Master Yineng's whole energy seemed to be drained, and he sat slumped on the ground. Brother! Master Ingguang had a look of grief on his face, and the second one sat cross-legged. The tiger watched the scene anxiously but did not dare to move. The Golden Buddha will not hurt him, but if he takes the initiative, the Golden Buddha can ignore this rule and kill him. The golden body of Master Ingguang appeared. It was a Maitreya Buddha with a smiling face. Maitreya Buddha held a gold ingot in his arms. Maitreya's golden body smiled slightly towards Ingguang, and then drifted away in the direction where the Golden Buddha disappeared. Ingguang, I will destroy all the sects of your Miaoying temple, and I want this Miaoying temple to become a place where all kinds of filth are hidden in the future. The tiger was agitated, and Ingguang just smiled lightly. Lin Yi, who was standing behind, had already learned the power and magical effect of the Golden Buddha from Daoheiku. Hearing what the tiger said, he shouted, "Yeah, there is something, do it now, don't just talk about it, ridicule. Let the tiger take the initiative, so that the abbot and the others don't have to sacrifice." This was Lin Yi's purpose for speaking. It's a shame that you're still a tiger, and you're timid. If I were you, just find a rock and kill me. By the way, do you know why your grandson's bones are not returned to you? Because I have already stewed and ate them, not to mention, the meat is really delicious. Hey, there's that thing, although it's a bit small, but it's really good, tsk. It's indeed a man's treasure. I don't think you should be called a tiger anymore. You can bear it so much. You should change your name to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Lin Yi was full of ridicule, and the tiger's face was as angry as charcoal. Since he became a tiger, he had never been ridiculed like this. Master Ingguang also looked back at Lin Yi, his eyes full of complexity. The many monsters kneeling on the ground secretly glanced at the tiger and then at Lin Yi. This human being is really brave, but although they don't know what the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are, they still know the turtles. They are indeed very capable. Forbearance, the words are quite vivid. Boy, I will kill your whole family and refine your soul. Come on, you have to do it. Don't talk about my family, just train me first. If I fight back, I will be my grandson. If you don't dare, you will be my grandson. Father, don't be fooled by this little thief. The son of the tiger who was kneeling on the ground quickly reminded him that he was afraid that his father would be really angry and do something. If he did, the Golden Buddha would come back immediately. The tiger took a few deep breaths, and immediately closed his eyes. Lin Yi saw how this was going to work, and expressed all the quintessential words in the meeting. From the first generation of tigers to his children and grandchildren, I have greeted him over and over again. Chen Huang, who was watching the battle, also twitched the corner of his mouth. This man, how could he have so many words? He is even cheaper than their scholars. Seeing that the tiger was unmoved, Lin Yi was tired of cursing, and Master Ingguang was the same as Master Yingning at the moment. His eyes began to become hollow, and he could hardly feel his breath. Ha, Ingguang, you have calculated everything, but you have overestimated your strength. With your natal Buddha light, you can't attract the Golden Buddha to my cave. Tiger's closed eyes opened, but as soon as he said this, golden bodies appeared on the heads of more than 100 monks, some of which were not yet fully formed, and some were very dim. Brothers, it's our turn. Amit Ba. All the monks recited the Buddha's name together, and the hundreds of golden bodies began to condense slowly, and finally condensed into a Buddha body. The Buddha's body stepped on the clouds and left. The monks closed their eyes, and there was no more breath. Behind him, the monks chanted the Buddha's name in a low voice. After a few breaths, the tiger's face showed horror, and then a Buddha's light fell from the direction of Shuangmu Mountain, covering his body. With just one breath, the tiger's body dissipated. In just a moment, all the monsters kneeling in front of Miaoying Temple were killed by a flash of Buddha's light. After 3 breaths, Master Ingguang and Master Inxian were breathless. Honchen Refining Heart Bodhisattva bless my daughter-in-law to give birth to a fat boy. Buddha, my son is going out of the courtyard, please bless him safe journey. The incense of Miaoying Temple is still strong. The believers burned incense and worshipped Buddha as usual, but some old believers were a little confused. Why did Abbot Ingguang disappear? There is no time to be quiet, it's just that someone is carrying a burden. Miaoying Temple Back Mountain Pagoda Forest. A new building of 110 was built. Lin Yi looked at Dao Hai, who was kneeling there in a daze, and offered a word of comfort. The front yard was full of incense, and the believers smiled and made wishes. How could they know that the Miaoying Temple experienced a big battle the day before? Abbot Yin Guang, Elder Yin Xian and Yin Nang burned out the natal Buddha light, except for Dao Hai, all monks also burned the natal Buddha light. Footsteps came from behind the pine forest. Lin Yi turned around, saw that it was Dao Yuan, and nodded in greeting. Master Yingguan has already arranged everything. After he leaves, Dao Yuan will be the abbot. Junior brother Dao Hai. Dao Yuan looked at Dao Hai and said softly. Dao Hai turned his head in a daze. Brother Dao Yuan. Dao Hai's eyes are red. There was a conflict between the monks in Miaoying Temple. The monks looked down on the monks and only wanted to make incense money. Dao Hai is a monk, but now the monks in the entire temple are gone, and the Miaoying Temple in his heart is gone. Junior brother, the abbot has actually laid out this trick many years ago. The reason why he didn't tell you is because Shuangmu Mountain has placed secret workers in our temple. The abbot knows your heart, and he is afraid that the secret workers will find out. Monk Dao Yuan sighed and told Dao Hai and Lin Yi what happened. The reason why the Shuangmu Mountain tiger can be passed on for 16 generations is not only the strength of its own strength, but also its carefulness and prudence. All the major cultivation forces in the surrounding area, the tigers have set up secret operations. The purpose is to be the first to understand the movements of these cultivation forces, so as to prevent Shuangmu Mountain from being plotted against. Miaoying Temple is no exception. Master Yingguang maintains a greedy and money-loving nature. In addition to the huge amount of incense money required to cast the golden Buddha, another reason is to paralyze the tiger. Otherwise, with the cautiousness of the tiger, he would never come to Miaoying Temple in person. The Shuangmu Mountain has been managed by the Tiger Clan for nearly 1,000 years. If the tiger cannot be lured out, even if the golden Buddha goes there, the tiger uses the tiger's seal to attract the power of the Shuangmu Mountain, and the golden Buddha can do nothing. Junior brother Dao Hai, the abbot has something to say. From now on, there will be no practitioners in Miaoying Temple. It will be just an ordinary temple, enjoying the incense for 100 years. After Dao Yuan said this, there was a look of unbearable on his face. Dao Hai trembled all over. Is this going to drive him out of Miaoying Temple? Lin Yi at the side understood the painstaking efforts of Abbot Yingguang. Abbot, you have considered everything. Miaoying Temple killed tigers and exterminated those ferocious monsters, and made contributions to the nearby people, so it should be enjoyed for 100 years. But Master Yingguang's layout has been going on for more than 10 years, and he will only kill tigers. This matter will definitely spread, and it will easily arouse the vigilance of other cultivation forces, especially the monster race, and will be remembered. After all, such an old Inbi, which force is not afraid? But with the current strength of Miaoying Temple, there is no way to protect itself. In this case, we should simply give up the practice and just become an ordinary temple, so that the forces that are afraid of Miaoying Temple will no longer pay attention to Miaoying Temple. As for whether some monster clans will avenge the monster clans of Shuangmu Mountain, not to mention whether the monster clans are united, but Lin Yi guesses that these people want revenge, and after knowing the situation set by Master Yingguang, they will also murmur in their hearts. The ghost knows if Master Yingguang has left a last resort. As long as there is no threat to Miaoying Temple, just ignore it. Brother, I grew up in the temple since I was a child, and I don't know where to go after I leave the temple. Dao Hai's voice was a little aggrieved. Lin Yi laughed when he heard this, and immediately answered, "It's okay, Dao Hai, you can go to my place, my house has a lot of rooms." This is a super thug. Lin Yi doesn't want to just let it go. Dao Hai glanced at Lin Yi, and said a little embarrassedly, "Daoji, the abbot told me to stay away from you before he passed away." Lin Yi. Abbot Yingguang is also true, he left as soon as he left, and left words that slandered him. Death is the most important thing, forget it, don't care about him. Lin Yi curled his lips, and looked at Dao Yuan. He had a lot of contacts with him. During this period of time, he donated incense money, but he was received by Dao Yuan. The most important thing is that now that Dao Yuan has taken over Miaoying Temple as the abbot, if he wants the incense to continue to thrive, he cannot do without the support of the biggest rich man. Taking advantage of Dao Hai not paying attention, Lin Yi stretched out his hand and made a sign. Seeing Lin Yi's gesture, Dao Yuan was a little helpless, but he thought that there would be no monks practicing in Miaoying Temple in the future, and the rich would probably not give money for incense, so he could only choose to keep the rich man in front of him. Putting his hands behind his back, Dao Yuan gestured 3 times. Lin Yi nodded, and the two reached a silent deal. Dao Yuan persuaded Dao Hai to follow him, and Miaoying Temple built 3 new halls, and all the expenses would be borne by him. Amatba, Dao Hai, the abbot told you to stay away from junior brother Dioji, because your living expenses are comparable to those of rich families, and our Buddhist practice mainly focuses on asceticism. I'm afraid that if you get 2 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme, your practice will be messed up. Dao Yuan explained to Lin Yi against his will. Seeing Dao Hai's puzzled expression, he continued, but cultivation depends on one's own heart. In our Buddhism, there is a saying in the world of mortals. If you follow junior brother Dioji, if you are rich in honor, if you can still hold on to a heart of ascetic practice in life, this is the real practice. Once you stay in a pure place and practice hard, how can you cultivate your heart? Seeing the prosperity of the world and staying still is the way to refine your mind. Dao Hai was a little moved. That's right, the abbot was afraid that he would not be able to stand the temptation of wealth and honor in the world of mortals, so he kept himself away from junior brother Daoji, but sticking to his heart in the temptation is the real practice. Listening to Dao Yuan's persuasion, Lin Yi opened his mouth slightly. No wonder Master Yingguan would let Dao Yuan succeed him as the abbot. With this lip service, the incense in Miaoying Temple would not matter if it was not prosperous. Junior brother Daoji, please stop bothering me. In the end, Dao Hai was persuaded by, and looked at Lin Yi with some embarrassment, because he felt that following Lin Yi was like eating and drinking for free. It's okay, we are brothers. Although I am a lay disciple, I can still be regarded as a member of Miaoying Temple. Lin Yi patted Dao Hai's shoulder and smiled happily. Then senior brother, let's set off now. Amit Ba. Dao Yuan looked at Dao Hai, who left with Lin Yi, chanted the Buddha's name, and whispered, Brother Dao Hai, I'm sorry for you, but there is no way. Our Miaoying Temple family has a great cause, and there are so many juniors who want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live phoneme, you have to understand. Chapter 69 Junior Brother Daoji, this isn't it a little bit better? Lin Yi brought Dao Hai to the courtyard. Dao Hai was at a loss when he looked at the wing room where he lived, the exquisite furniture and the luxurious wooden bed. The living environment of the monks in Miaoying Temple is actually not bad. Compared with the monks in many temples, it is already considered very good. After all, Miaoying Temple's incense money income is there. But even so, Dao Hai felt that the things in front of him were too extravagant. As a monk, he slept on such a good bed, especially those quilts. Looking at him, he felt that his bones were a little crisp. Senior brother Dao Hai, you listen to me. Senior brother Dao Yuan also said that what the world of mortals refines is their own Buddha mind. What does it have to do with external things? Lin Yi glanced at the bed quilt, which he brought from the real world, so the quality and softness are naturally indescribable. But just listen to my brother, the so-called wine and meat pass through the intestines, and the Buddha sits in his heart. As long as there is a Buddha in his heart, why should he care about these external things? Dao Hai's body shook. Wine and meat have passed through your intestines. Junior brother Daoji, you are destined to be a great Buddha. Lin Yi was a little embarrassed. Daoji must have the fate of the great Buddha, but this Daoji is not that Daoji. Senior brother, let's stop calling by the name of the Dharma. It looks unfamiliar, so let's address it as senior brother. Originally, he took such a Dharma name, but he just picked one up casually when he learned that there was no such legendary Arhat as Daoji in another world, but now he heard Dao Hai yelling one after another, and he felt a little awkward. Okay, you are a lay disciple. If there are outsiders, I will call you Junior Brother Lin. If there are no outsiders, I will call you Junior Brother directly. After changing the title, Lin Yi asked with a smile, Brother, I have a question. After someone dies, can the soul be the same as a normal person? Of course it can't. Ghosts are ghosts, people are people, how can the two be the same? No special circumstances? Not only is this ghost no different from ordinary people, but the living people around him have not noticed anything unusual. Dalhai was lost in thought, and shook his head after a while. Brother, about ghosts, in fact, we don't study much in Buddhism, Taoism knows ghosts better, and brother, I only know how to practice, and I don't ask ghosts when I meet them. Lin Yi looked at Dalhai's embarrassed look, and twitched the corner of his mouth. This senior brother of his own only knows how to practice. As for encountering a ghost, it would be a Zen stick to save him. However, I once heard my master say that nothing in this world is definitive, and everything has its own particularity. Brother is free, why not come with me to see someone? It is good. Yi Ziyuan bid farewell to his friends, and now he was driving the carriage towards home. After 6 years away from home, Yi Ziyuan is eager to return home at this moment. When he was a young man, he offended the rich gentry in the city, and was saved by Ding County Magistrate. After a serious illness, he received a letter from Ding County Magistrate, and he came to Shenyang County to teach and educate people, and repay this kindness. Don't betray your benefactor, but feel ashamed of your wife and children. Brother Yi. You are? Looking at the two figures at the intersection, Yi Ziyuan was a little puzzled as one of them greeted him like a nobleman. He didn't seem to know this person. Brother Yi is a nobleman who forgets a lot, so I was the one who helped Brother Yi go back that night. Lin Yi knew at a glance that Yi Ziyuan drank too much last time and wanted to break up. Oh. I remembered, it's Mr. Lin. I really thanked Mr. Lin last time. Mr. Lin is entering the city? Out of town. So, where is Mr. Lin going? Where is Brother Yi going? Lin Yi asked with a smile. Go back to Poyang County. Coincidentally, the two of us are also going to Poyang County. I wonder if we can be together. Yi Ziyuan glanced at Dalhai. He had the impression that Mr. Lin was a noble one at first glance. How could he be with a monk? But what he cares most about is to repay his kindness. Mr. Lin helped him back home that day, but now he just asks for a companion, so naturally he will not refuse. Mr. Lin is very good if you want to go with him, but my carriage is full of things, I'm afraid I can't sit on it. It doesn't matter, we have prepared our own horses. Lin Yi waved to the side of the road. Subo came out leading 2 horses. Yi Ziyuan looked at this scene. How could he feel that this Mr. Lin was waiting for him here on purpose? But after thinking about it, it is impossible. I only met Mr. Lin once. As for whether he would harbor malicious intentions, Yi Ziyuan was even less worried. As far as the value of the silk dress worn by Mr. Lin was concerned, his 1-year shu shio might not even be able to afford it. 3 people walked together. But it was said that there were 3 people walking together, but in fact Yi Ziyuan was driving the carriage in front, and Lin Yi and Dalhai followed on horseback at a leisurely pace. Brother, what can you see? No. Dalhai was very honest, and said, if you didn't remind me, my brother, I just glanced at it briefly, I'm afraid I wouldn't have noticed that this person turned out to be a ghost, it's really weird. Yeah, this Yi Ziyuan is obviously a ghost, but he is no different from a living person. I was also very curious when I met him that day, so I wanted to follow this Yi Ziyuan, so as to know the reason. There is something strange about this person, and he can learn a lot from it. Lin Yi smiled slightly. If he was alone, he wouldn't take the risk, but he pulled his senior brother and had a thug by his side, so he dared to follow Yi Ziyuan. From Shenyang County to Poyang County on the 1,000-mile road, within 3 days, Yi Ziyuan arrived in a carriage. This ghost is really interesting. Except that it doesn't get tired, it is no different from a living person. For 3 days, Lin Yi and Dalhai watched Yi Ziyuan's eating, drinking, and messing along the way, and found that Yi Ziyuan's eating, drinking, and messing around were very precise. He ate, drank, and messed with each other at a fixed time every day, as if he had completed a fixed task. Poyang County. Maybe it was because of the timidity of being phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the hometown. Yi Ziyuan trembled slightly, and after entering the city, he said, Mr. Lin, Master Dalai, Poyang County has arrived. Would you like to sit at my house? Okay. Lin Yi readily agreed. Yi family. Yi Ziyuan was very excited. As soon as he stopped the carriage at the door, he shouted loudly, Yin Yang, I'm back. Lin Yi and Dalhai stood behind, and they looked at each other with a strange look in their eyes. After a while, footsteps came from inside the door. A middle-aged woman came out and was stunned when she saw Yi Ziyuan. Stumbled. Seeing this, Yi Ziyuan quickly stepped forward to help the woman up, and said dissatisfiedly, "Yun Yang, you have been away from home for 6 years for your husband. Even if you have resentment in your heart, you shouldn't turn around and run away. What's more, let alone 2 friends. You have been dead for 6 years, you are a ghost, I am afraid." Yi Ziyuan was dumbfounded by Yun Yang's answer. Dao Hai stared wide-eyed, with an incredulous expression on his face. Lin Yi. What the hell? Chapter 70. Listening to his wife's words, Yi Ziyuan was struck by lightning. I am dead, and I have been dead for 6 years. He did not recover from the serious illness that year, but passed away as soon as he could not afford it. This reality was somewhat unacceptable to him. How could I die? I'm obviously still alive and well. Yi Ziyuan murmured, but the reason why Lin Yi and Dao Hai were shocked behind him was not because Yi Ziyuan's wife exposed the truth that Yi Ziyuan was already a ghost. What shocked the two of them was that Yi Ziyuan's wife was also a ghost in their eyes. Scared of ghosts? Ghost shouting to catch ghosts? Dao Hai already felt that his brain was not enough, and Lin Yi's mind turned quickly. It seemed that it was not Yi Ziyuan who had the problem, but Yi Ziyuan and his wife. No, Yi Ziyuan said that he still has a son. Yi Ziyuan's son appeared. Running out of the door, Yun Yang hurried forward and hugged the child in her arms. Little treasure is not afraid. Seeing his son at this moment, Yi Ziyuan came to his senses. 6 years ago, his son was as tall as his knees, but now he was waist-high. Yun Yang, what nonsense are you talking about? Xiaobao is my son, why is he afraid of me? You are a ghost, when of course you have to be afraid, you have been dead for so many years, what are you doing here? Yun Yang, I'm not dead. I recovered from a serious illness 6 years ago. I thought of the letter written by County Magistrate Ding after he left office and returned to his hometown. He went to Shenyang County to open a private school to teach the nephew of County Magistrate Ding. Not long ago, the first imperial examination in the new dynasty, Dingdong's son passed high school, and I have also explained to Dingdong, so I bid farewell to Dingdong and came back to see you without stopping. Yi Ziyuan still didn't believe that he was dead. If he died, how could Mr. Ding and those students not find out? You failed twice, and you were ridiculed by merchants again. You were so angry that you couldn't get sick. Where did you go to Shenyang County? If you don't believe me, come with me to your grave. In addition to panic and resentment in Yun Yang's words, Yi Ziyuan led the way, frowning, and followed behind. When he crossed the backyard of Yi Mansion and walked to the hill behind, he saw the grave, and Yi Ziyuan was stunned. Tomb of late husband Yi Ziyuan, wife Yun Yang leads her son to knock and stand. There are tombs and monuments, and judging from the appearance of the tomb, it is obvious that it has been there for some time, and it is impossible to fake it. How did I die? I was teaching, yes. I dragged someone to send shushio to your mother every month. Have you ever received it? Yi Ziyuan was holding on to the last sliver of hope, but what he didn't expect was that upon hearing his words, the resentment on Yun Yang's face became a little stronger. Where did you get the money? Back then when you were young and everyone was holding it, it's natural there is no shortage of money, but since you failed twice, no one cares about it, and finally a merchant came to ask for a letter, but you flatly refused and drove them away. Yi Ziyuan was a little embarrassed, and explained, those merchants only know how to make money, and they have no character at all. How can they ask for that kind of money? Yes, you are a scholar, you are lofty, but the family has already run out of surplus food, and you have been sickened by a few sarcasm from the businessman. In order to see a doctor for you, I pawned all the pawnable items in the house. I can only dig wild vegetables to feed Xiaobao, but who knows that you were short-lived, and you died of illness in just 7 days. For this matter, Yun Yang obviously has been resentful for a long time, even after 6 years, she still has a grudge. Listening to the conversation between the couple, Lin Yi also sighed a little. This is an ancient scholar who pretended to be aloof. He only knew how to study, but he couldn't even take care of his wife and children. It is almost conceivable that Yi Ziyuan must be refuted when faced with merchants coming to ask for a lot of money. For a scholar, and Nang would bow down for 5 buckets of rice. Yi Ziyuan kept the so-called nobleness of scholars, and the result was that his wife and children were hungry and dig wild vegetables to satisfy their hunger. Similarly, the businessman originally thought that Yi Ziyuan was so down and out, and he was rejected and humiliated when he came to ask for words with good intentions. I didn't get up phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. But this is not where Lin Yi was confused. What Lin Yi didn't understand was that if Yi Ziyuan died of illness, how did his wife and son die, and why he didn't know that he died. Brother, do you see anything? It's strange, this Yi family doesn't look special, and Yi Ziyuan's family are just ordinary ghosts. Why do they think they are alive? If it's just self-deception, it's fine. The key is why can't the people around you tell the difference? This is where Lin Yi is most puzzled. Some ghosts may never know that they are dead because of certain obsessions in life. This situation still exists, but those ghosts generally phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme alone and do not have contact with the outside world. But Yi Ziyuan's family is different. Yi Ziyuan opened a private school to teach in Shenyang County, and his wife and children phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme in Yi's family, and they also deal with neighbors in the neighborhood. Junior brother, instead of guessing here, it is better to ask the local city godzine division, which is in charge of ghosts and undead. How should I see you? Just go to the town god's temple. Lin Yi nodded, and was about to go to Poyang County Town God's Temple with Dao Hai, but suddenly there was a shout outside the door. Yi Ziyuan, you are finally back. Lin Yi and Dao Hai turned their heads, and two soldiers appeared at the door, holding iron chains in their hands, but the strange thing was that the feet of these two soldiers were floating off the ground, which reminded Lin Yi of the battle in front of the gate of Miaoying Temple, the errand brought by the city god who came to watch the battle. By the order of the city god, Yi Ziyuan's soul is captured and put on trial. With a wave of the chain in the hand of the Incha, it was directly wrapped around Yi Ziyuan's body, and another Incha did the same, locking Yi Ziyuan's wife and children as well. Locked up by chains, the expressions of the three members of Yi Ziyuan's family became a little dull, and they walked slowly behind Incha. The two of you are erratic and slow. Seeing that the three members of Yi Ziyuan's family were about to be taken away, Lin Yi spoke. Incha turned his head, glanced at Lin Yi, and said in a deep voice, "Could it be that the two of you want to stop the Yin division from handling the case? It's impossible to stop it, but I'm just curious." Yi Ziyuan's soul left the local area, and the local underworld department couldn't arrest it. Why did Yi Ziyuan's wife and children's soul stay here and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme in the form of a young person? This is my underworld, and it has nothing to do with you. The hidden meaning of Incha's words is that it's none of your business. Lin Yi smiled, and looked at Dao Hai. Dao Hai touched his bald head. That's right, it's none of our business. Hearing this, the Aaron turned his head and prepared to move on, but at the moment when he turned his head, Dao Hai raised the Zen stick in his hand and struck at him. God Chapter, Seeking a Monthly Ticket, Chapter 71 Dao Hai. The original name cannot be checked. Entered the temple to practice at the age of 4. Killing evil spirits is no less than the number of hands. This record is stronger than that of many underworld ghosts. Evil spirits harm people. Dao Hai has witnessed it several times, and with his own experience, he has never had a good impression of the Yin Division Ghost Police. As a Yin Division, it is his duty to catch evil spirits, and it is negligence to let evil ghosts harm people. He has beaten the underworld and ghost messengers in Shenyang County several times, let alone come to Poyang County now. The corners of Lin Yi's mouth twitched. He already knew from Dao Yuan's mouth about Dao Hai's previous ferocious record. If the abbot hadn't stopped him, he would have been a ruthless character who wanted to burn down the town god's temple. But seeing Dao Hai's merciless stick down, he was still shocked. This is too cruel. In such a comparison, he was just whipping the intestine ghosts with a wicker at that time, which seemed a bit benevolent. The water ghost will go crazy, it's not his own problem, but his own poor psychological endurance. This Zen stick directly made Yin Zai's figure dissipate, but soon Yin Zai's figure reappeared, but it looked a little thinner than before. You dare to attack my Yin division. Bang bang bang. Dao Hai didn't wait for the other party to finish speaking, and went down with 3 Zen sticks again. The shadowy figure disappeared 3 times. The hands of the other errand holding the iron chain were trembling. He wanted to help his companion, but seeing Dao Hai's swollen face and the Buddha's light when he waved his Zen staff, he finally chose to stand aside and tremble. They are underworld ghost messengers, but to put it bluntly, they are also ghosts, but the city god summoned them as his subordinates, and the common people worshipped the city god only, and the power of incense could not reach them, so they were also afraid of the Buddha's light. Stop beating, master, if you want to know anything, please ask, the younger one will know everything. Brother, stop it. Lin Yi stopped Dao Hai and looked at the terrified servant. It would have been better if it had been like this earlier, so why bother to be beaten? Tell me, what happened to the Yi family? This Yi Ziyuan died 6 years ago, but his soul left Poyang County. When he returned to the city today, the Lord Chenghuang sensed it and ordered the little one to come to retrieve his soul. What about Yi Ziyuan's wife and children? Yi Ziyuan's wife and children have also died for a few years, but the Lord City God ordered that we are not allowed to come here to search for the soul. The current state of Yi Ziyuan's wife and children was also arranged by the Lord City God. If the two adults have any questions, you may wish to ask the Lord City God in the Yin division. Since you have a distinguished guest, you might as well come to my City God's office to have a talk. Just when Lin Yi was hesitating whether to go to the town god's temple, a voice rang in his ears, and now Lin Yi didn't have to hesitate anymore. The city god had sensed the situation here and took the initiative to transmit the sound. Town god's temple. Lin Yi and Dao Hai came to the town god's temple. The temple was full of incense, and people came in and out to burn incense from time to time. At the door, there were 4 servants standing. Of course, these people couldn't see them. A woman held a child in her arms to offer incense. The child twisted, and the woman's hands loosened a little, and the child's face poked in the direction of the burning incense head. Seeing that the child's eyes were about to be poked by the incense head, a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blew up and lifted the child's head, and the 3 incense sticks were instantly extinguished. City God, thank you City God for your protection. With lingering fears in her heart, the woman checked the child first, and after making sure that her son was not injured, she quickly knelt down, kowtowed to the statue of the city god in the temple, and murmured in her mouth that the god of the city god appeared, thanking the god of the city god for his words. In the temple, a middle-aged man in Confucian clothing came out. Poyang city god has seen 2 virtuous younger brothers. The city god saluted, and Lin Yi and Dao Hai naturally returned the salute. Please, 2 virtuous brothers. The city god led Lin Yi and Dao Hai to the backyard of the city god temple, but before turning around, the city god glanced at the 4 servants at the door, and said in a deep voice, the child was injured if he failed in time, and he will receive the punishment himself after he is on duty. Yes. The 4 servants replied respectfully, without any complaints. Master Chenghuang is so strict with the underworld? Lin Yi asked curiously. The common people come to the temple to burn incense, hoping for peace and prosperity. If there is such an acre of land in the temple, I can't protect their safety. How can I accept their incense as offerings, let alone keep one side safe? The words of Lord Chenghuang made Dao Hai on the side also show a look of approval. This is the real Lord of City, unlike their Lord of Shenyang County, who has no eyes on the people at all, and only thinks about how to get more incense power. The backyard is elegant and quiet. There are maidservants serving tea and snacks. These maidservants are not living people, but female ghosts. The 2 virtuous brothers entered the city together with Yi Ziyuan, and I'm curious why Yi Ziyuan died, but his soul is no different from that of a living person, including Yi Ziyuan's wife and children. Lord Chenghuang took the initiative to mention it, and Lin Yi nodded to show that it was true. Actually, this is all caused by the benevolence of this officer. The city god sighed faintly, I have served as the city god of Poyang County for 2 Jiazi years. Other aspects of Poyang County are good. I have been a general and a rich man, but the literary world is weaker. That Yi Ziyuan showed amazing literary talents when he was young. I am very happy to see it in my heart. Yugong, a talented person in the literary world of Poyang County, can drive the literary style of the entire county. You private, I am the city god, although I am not educated. It is the responsibility of young people, but if there is a champion in the local area, it will be a great merit. I am very concerned about Yi Ziyuan, but who would have thought that good fortune would trick others? Yi Ziyuan failed the imperial examinations twice in a row, and later because of the ridicule of the merchants, he became ill and passed away in a fit of anger. It is really a pity. The city god had a sad and regretful expression on his face. I tell you something from the heart, because I have followed Yi Ziyuan for many years. Yi Ziyuan is already like my nephew in my heart. After Yi Ziyuan's death, his soul left his body, but he didn't realize that he was dead. This official speculates that it was because of his obsession with wanting to obtain fame during his lifetime. This official was also soft-hearted at the time, so he just let him go. And also gave him the soul fixation orb. The soul-fixing pearl can fix the soul, making it no different from a living person. After Yi Ziyuan's death, Yi Ziyuan's wife and children, because of the miserable life, couldn't think about it for a while, so she took her son and hanged herself. Originally, the official thought that Yi Ziyuan would leave his hometown, and his obsession was to obtain fame. With Yi Ziyuan's talent, he would go to high school sooner or later, so he also gave his wife and children the soul-fixing beads, and waited for Yi Ziyuan to come back from high school and reunite his family. It's all about the obsession in my heart. But who would have thought that Yi Ziyuan went to another country just to repay the kindness of others, and this official's guess was wrong, but no matter what I did was in violation of the rules of the underworld. Now that Yi Ziyuan is back, he should be sent back to the underworld. And this official will also plead guilty to the Yin division. Chapter 72 Food and Wine. 3 rounds of wine. Cheng Huang was very talkative, and he knew everything about Lin Ye's problems. Lin Yi also knew about Cheng Huang's life. Cheng Huang, a civil servant in the previous dynasty, was surnamed Li. After this, Li Cheng Huang obtained his fame during his lifetime. The first unit he was assigned to was the county magistrate of Poyang County. He had a very good reputation in the local area. He was named City God. Master Li, I've been bothering you for a long time today, I'm really sorry. Where, it's my honor for you two virtuous brothers to come to me, and you can come here phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme in the future. Lin Yi stood up and said goodbye. Li Chenghuang personally sent the two of them to the city gate and waved them off. Junior brother, this Li Chenghuang is not bad, much better than our city god in Shenyang County, no wonder the incense is so strong. Dao Hai expressed his opinion, he is also the city god, why the city god of Shenyang County only knows to stare at the incense. If the flowers are in full bloom, the breeze will come naturally. Dao Hai was taken aback, looked at Lin Yi, patted his head and said, that's what it means, but what you said, junior brother, is as good as those scholars. Lin Yi smiled, he didn't say this, but there is no one who doesn't prostitute for nothing in time travel, just don't admit it, deny it, or explain it. Brother, do you think this Li Chenghuang is a good Chenghuang? That's right, he must be a good city god to be able to get incense from so many people. You also saw the scene at the temple gate just now. The child was almost stabbed by the incense head. It was Li Chenghuang who stopped it in time. It's precisely this scene that makes me doubtful. Lin Yi looked at Dao Hai. Although Dao Hai had some violent tendencies, because of his long-term practice and growing up in Miaoying Temple, he had never experienced intrigue and hadn't seen much human nature. But I am different. I don't say I have seen too much darkness in the real world, because I have learned too much darkness because of the rapid acquisition of information. One moment he might be talking about being clean and honest in front of the camera, and the next moment he's in it. One set of people before, another set of people behind. Isn't that what officials are best at? That scene was really too coincidental to allow him not to think about it. Brother, what do you mean by that? Dao Hai is a little confused, he is simple and doesn't understand the meaning of the word show. This Li Chenghuang, there are many flaws in his words. Lin Yi lowered his voice and said, first of all, according to what he said, he regretted Yi Ziyuan's death. Yi Ziyuan's soul left, and he gave him the fixed soul pearl, which can barely be explained. But since he regretted it, what about Yi Ziyuan's wife and children? Knowing that Yi Ziyuan's wife and children have nothing to eat, he stands idly by, and as a city god, he can't meddle in the world's affairs. This reason can be said, but since Yi Ziyuan's wife and children are dead, what's the point of giving this soul-fixing orb? Even if Yi Ziyuan went to other places and later came back after obtaining the honor, he still had to face the fact of his own death. Besides, Yi Ziyuan's wife and children only hated Yi Ziyuan. Let Yi Ziyuan's wife and children stay in the world and wait for Yi Ziyuan to come back. It is the resentment of wives and children. If Li Chenghuang really regarded Yi Ziyuan as his nephew, how could Yi Ziyuan have to bear the resentment of his wife and children and go to the world when he knew that he died? Dao Hai was a little dazed, and after thinking for a while, he replied, "It may be that Li Chenghuang wanted to give Yi Ziyuan and his wife and children a chance to meet for the last time, even if it was just a meeting of souls." Even if Li Chenghuang thinks so, Yi Ziyuan was let go by him. He treats Yi Ziyuan as his nephew, but the moment Yi Ziyuan came back, he let the messenger come to ask for his soul. This doesn't seem like his behavior towards his nephew. Lin Ye's eyes darkened slightly, which was the main reason why he doubted this Li Chenghuang. It really doesn't make sense, but Li Chenghuang is the city god, so Yi Ziyuan is just an unsuccessful scholar. There shouldn't be any relationship between the two. Who knows? Lin Yi looked at Dao Hai and asked, "Brother, tell me the truth. If there is a fight, are you the opponent of the city god?" Dao Hai smiled naively and said, "Of course it won't work. Li Chenghuang is already too jazzy after being sealed as a city god, so I can't deal with it. The new city god in our Shangyan County is actually not even him." Opponents, the reason why they dared to set fire to the temple of the city god was because they had masters behind them. Lin Yi. He became more and more suspicious that Dao Hai was fake and simple, but in fact he was very wise and foolish. If you want to know the truth, you have to find Yi Ziyuan and his family, but now Yi Ziyuan's family may have been sent away by that Li Chenghuang. Junior brother, if you want to find out, just go back to the town god's temple in Shangyan County. What do you mean? Lin Yi was a little puzzled. This Yi Ziyuan was from Poyang County, so what did he have to do with the city god of Shangyan County? Yi Ziyuan stayed in Shangyan County for 6 years. Although it is a soul, Yi Ziyuan's name must be in the Shangyan County City God's book. As long as you get the City God's book, you can call Yi Ziyuan's soul to ask for clarification. Can it still be like this? Then the City God of Shangyan County is willing to give the City God book? The City God will go on patrol every th day, so it's about time. Dao Hai explained some things about the City God to Lin Yi, and it was only then that Lin Yi knew that the City God of the underworld also had to work. On the 15th day of every month, the City God will go out on patrol and patrol around the area under his jurisdiction. This is to prevent those landmasters and ghosts from oppressing ghosts to do evil, or colluding with young people, which is similar to the meaning of the inspection team coming down to inspect. If it is another city god's temple, even if the lord of the city god is on tour, there must be a servant guarding the temple of the city god. However, the lord of the city god in Shangyan County has not been in office for a long time, and the offering of incense is not strong, and there are not many servants recruited. In order to maintain the lord of the city god's tour in terms of ostentation, there must not be a few bad things left in the temple. Just do it. Lin Yi and Dao Hai didn't write any ink, and rushed back to Shangyan County overnight. My lord, these two have already left the boundary. Li Chenghuang was in the backyard of Chenghuang, listening to the report of his subordinates. He waved his hands to signal his subordinates to retreat, and then sighed quietly, wrong step, wrong step. Shangyan County. Lin Yi and Dao Hai hurried back to Shangyan County. Instead of returning to the county seat immediately, they went to Miaoying Temple. Ba, absolutely not, Dao Hai, why don't you follow Daoji to mess around? After listening to Lin Yi and Dao Hai's intentions, Dao Yuan flatly refused. Is the city god book so easy to steal? The most important thing is that their Miaoying Temple is no longer what it used to be, and it is no good to fight against the city god. Brother, a set of ever-burning lights. Lin Yi offered the price. It's useless even if you have 10 sets, this is not at all. 10 sets. Dao Yuan. Brother Daoji, are you serious? Ba, monks don't lie. Forget it, you all happened for a reason. If that's the case, then I'll help you. City God is on tour. Yang Ran avoided. The 15th day of the lunar calendar. The city god of Shangyan County sat in a sedan chair, and 8 errands led the way, and started the inspection tour. At the corner not far from the town god's temple, two dark shadows watched the city god's patrol team leave the city, walked out of the corner, and walked towards the town god's temple. There were no guards at the gate of the temple, and the two figures jumped over the wall and entered, and then returned to the main hall of the temple through the side door. Where is the city god book normally placed? The two figures were naturally Lin Yi and Dao Hai. Lin Yi scanned the hall and found nothing, so he asked Dao Hai in a low voice. It's usually placed near the idol. Dao Hai jumped onto the altar with one leap, and moved the statue of the city god very roughly, which caused a lot of commotion. Lin Yi was about to sound a reminder when he saw this, but a voice came from the back door. Who is making noise here? Aaron came out from the back door, just in time to see Dao Hai moving the statue. Without saying a word, he swung the iron chain in his hand. Dare you, thief! Dao Hai stretched out his left hand, grasped the chain in his hand, and then exerted force suddenly, staggered unexpectedly, and was directly pulled over. It came just fine. Lin Ye's eyes lit up when he saw the ghost who appeared. He didn't know where the city god book was kept, but the ghost must know. Who are you? Why did you break into the temple of the city god? Insha looked at Dao Hai with some fear, but both Lin Yi and Dao Hai covered their faces, especially Dao Hai. Lin Yi specially found a hood for him to wear. If you don't want to lose your soul, tell us, where is the city god book? City god book, are you here for the city god book? Insha was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter the next moment, and said, only the lord of the city god can open the city god's book, and it's useless even if you get it. Stop talking nonsense, just say what you are told. What are you talking about? The book of the city god is on the beam above the statue. Insha pointed to the beam, and Lin Yi jumped up. There was a brocade box on the beam, and there was a booklet in it when it was opened. Holding the booklet, Lin Yi found that he couldn't open it. The pages of the seemingly thin booklet weighed as much as 1,000 caddies. Lin Yi gave Dao Hai a look. Dao Hai's palm was shining with Buddha's light. Before Inair could react, he slapped Inair faintly. Junior brother, I need some time to open this city god book. It is not only the city god who can open the book of the city god, but also practitioners, but it takes time, which was already expected by Lin Yi and Dao Hai. Okay, then I will work hard on you, junior brother, and I will drag the city god over there. Yang Chenghuan was very happy, and went on a tour, and there were no evil ghosts in the jurisdiction area. But what really made him happy was that Master Dao Yuan, the new abbot of Miaoying Temple, personally invited him to be a guest at Miaoying Temple. Since he became the city god, this is the first time that Miaoying Temple invited him on his own initiative, and the new abbot of Miaoying Temple personally waited for him on the way out. In the future, in Shenyang County, he, the city god, has the final say. When Lin Yi arrived at Miaoying Temple, he happened to see Dao Yuan talking happily with the city god. Seeing Lin Yi coming, Dao Yuan smiled and introduced, Lord City God, let me introduce you. This is Dao Ji, a disciple of my Su family from Miaoying Temple, but I am the best among the lay disciples of Miaoying Temple. The last time I saw it, it was indeed outstanding. Yang Chenghuang thought of the scolding scene in front of him that day. He was indeed a leader. It's so rare. Chenghuang junior brother Daoji, Yang Chenghuang, and you are from the same place, and they were also from Sanha County when they were alive. So coincidentally? Lin Yi pretended to be surprised. He was a fart from Sanha County. When he first came to Shenyang County, in order to find an identity for himself, it happened that Sanha County was occupied by senior brothers and the others at that time escaped from the county. This identity has been used since then. After the establishment of the new dynasty, the official sent to check the household registration, and his ancestral home was also registered in Sanha County. I didn't expect that our Sanha County would have such a big man as the city god. Where, it's nothing to me in Sanha County. Yang Chenghuang waved his hand modestly, and Dao Yuan continued, Junior brother, let me tell you another piece of good news. When I was talking with Lord Chenghuang, I mentioned the Book of City God, and Lord Chenghuang also agreed. If you need it, you can go to the temple of the city god to borrow it at any time. Lin Yi. Lin Yi opened his mouth slightly, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer these words. Isn't the city god book the secret treasure of the city god? How can it be easily shown to others? The most important thing is, I said it a moment earlier, I and Dao Hai sneaked into the temple of the city god, got the book of the city god, and knocked the ghost out. Even with his quick thinking, Rao was almost twisted by this situation. It is said that the roads in the city are deep and the roads in the countryside are more slippery, but he never thought that the slipperiest roads are the roads in another world. He was speechless because of the slippery roads. And now senior brother Dao Yuan mentioned to this Yang Chenghuang that he wanted to use the city god's book, and when this Yang Chenghuang returned and found the wrong person who was knocked out, the suspicion was directly locked on him. Once the case is solved, there is no need for an investigation, the evidence is overwhelming. Brother Dao Yuan misunderstood me. Lin Yi looked at Dao Yuan, who was asking for credit, and his mood was a little complicated. He also blamed himself. Although he told senior brother Dao Yuan that he was going to steal the city god book, he did not say that he would act on the 15th day of this month. In order for senior brother Dao Yuan to cooperate, the reason he gave was to ask senior brother Dao Yuan to invite Lord Chenghuang to come to Miaoying sitting in the temple. He asked side by side if he could borrow the city god book. It is estimated that senior brother Dao Yuan doesn't understand what insinuating means. I heard Abbot Dao Yuan say that you want to borrow the city god book to recruit a ghost to investigate a case. You might as well tell me that I also worked in the criminal trial division before I was alive. Yang Chenghuang was very enthusiastic, and Lin Yi smiled awkwardly. Don't bother Mr. Chenghuang, a small matter can be easily resolved. It's okay, I haven't tried a case for a long time, you just say it's okay. Lin Yi's scalp was a little numb, and he absolutely couldn't say it. If he said it, he would be revealing. As long as Yang Chenghuang knew what happened, he would know everything when he saw Yi Ziyuan's ghost. Don't say that it's a big deal for him to be thicker, and he won't admit it if he kills him. Just as Lin Yi was scratching his head and thinking about how to deal with it, Dao Yuan over there frowned when he saw Lin Yi hesitating. When he spoke, something suddenly came to his mind, and his heart skipped a beat. What is the virtue of junior brother Daoji? I also understand a little bit. The most important thing is that when the abbot explained some funeral affairs, he specifically mentioned junior brother Daoji. Dao Yuan recalled the conversation at that time. Daoji is a person who is careful and cautious, but inside he has a debauchery that transcends the world. Abbot, my disciples don't understand, please speak more commonly. It's just that this person has no face and no skin, he doesn't care about the customs of the world, and his style of acting is quite different from others. Stranger, isn't that just crazy? Dao Yuan looked at Lin Yi with that faltering look. No way, let me invite the city god to sit in the temple when the city god is on tour, and say that I want to steal the city god book. As soon as these two things were combined, Dao Yuan understood in an instant, and in addition, junior brother Dao Hai, who had been following Dao Ji, was nowhere to be seen at this moment, and the stone hammer was gone. Dao Ji must have taken Dao Hai to the city god's temple today to steal the city god book. So what is he doing now? Dao Yuan suddenly covered his head with his hand. He regretted it a bit. He should not have agreed because of the ever-burning light. The most important thing is the current situation. Amitba, Lord City God, this incident is actually a test for our Miaoying temple to our junior. If you really can't solve it, please ask the city god for help. After all, the junior is about to wander around, and the ghosts in this world are cunning and treacherous. In the future, Yun Yu will easily encounter them. At that time, he can only rely on himself. Dao Yuan admired his quick wit, and was able to come up with such an explanation in such a short time. As soon as Lin Yi heard this, he knew that senior brother Dao Yuan should have guessed it. With the cooperation of senior brother Dao Yuan, it would be easy to confuse this matter. It turns out that, indeed, ghosts are cunning, and those of you who have no experience in the world are easily deceived by ghosts. Yang Chenghuang did not doubt that he was there, and stroked his beard. That's the way. If you need help, you can go to the city god temple, find the official. Thank you, Lord Chenghuang. Lin Yi thanked him very sincerely. There's no need to thank me. To tell the truth, the reason why I came to the criminal trial division during my lifetime was because I was good at judging cases, especially those weird cases. It seems that there are no clues, but under the scrutiny, there are many hidden secrets. Insignificant clues will emerge. Yang Chenghuang seemed to have stopped talking freely with others, chatting about things of interest, and Lin Yi and Master Dao Yuan naturally wanted this Yang Chenghuang to talk more at this moment, and they kept echoing and flattering, which made Yang Chenghuang even more. The talk has greatly increased, and this talk is the enumeration of the top 10 strange cases he solved at the beginning. An hour later, Yang Chenghuang finally finished speaking, glanced at the sky, and said, "The inspection was actually delayed, and I will take my leave before the inspection is finished." After speaking, he got up. Dao Yuan glanced at Lin Yi, and Lin Yi nodded. According to Dao Hai, 1 hour is enough. After getting Lin Yi's response, Dao Yuan smiled and said, "I'll see you off, and you can come to the temple phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme in the future." Lin Yi and Master Dao Yuan sent Yang Chenghuang out of the temple. When Yang Chenghuang's team was completely out of sight, Dao Yuan turned his head and looked at Lin Yi with a cold face, pointing to speak. "Brother, don't say anything now. Before Chenghuang Yang returns to the temple of the city god, I'll go and call brother Dao Hai back immediately." Knowing that Master Dao Yuan must have nothing good to say, Lin Yi just slipped away, leaving only Master Dao Yuan whispering, "Buddhism is unfortunate, Buddhism is unfortunate." Lin Yi went into the city non-stop, but he didn't see Dao Hai in his house, which made him feel shocked. According to the agreement between him and Dao Hai, after Dao Hai used the city god book to recruit Yi Ziyuan's ghost, he would meet at his home at that time. Now that Dao Hai has not come back, could it be that something happened at the town god's temple? I know a little about Taoism. I know a little about Taoism late night town god's temple. Silence. Lin Yi looked at the dark city god's temple, and felt a vague bad feeling in his heart. It turned out that Lin Yi didn't care about it before practicing, but after embarking on the road of cultivation, the practitioner's intuition phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme represents a sign. You can't ignore it. If you are in danger, just hide back to reality. Looking at the quiet town god's temple, Lin Yi finally bit the bullet and walked in. This time he didn't climb over the wall, but directly pushed open the gate of the town god's temple. When the temple door was pushed open, Lin Yi's expression instantly became awkward. Compared with the darkness and tranquility seen outside the temple, the moment the door was opened, the lights were brightly lit. 18 servants were standing on both sides holding long guns. Right in front of the city god hall, Yang Chenghuang was sitting on a chair looking at him with a smile. Behind Yang Chenghuang, 2 servants were holding Dao Hai, who was tied up. Dao Hai was bound by iron chains, and he stood there sluggishly as if he had lost his soul. No matter how thick-skinned Lin Yi was, his face was a little red at this moment. It was so embarrassing. Now he could snap out a villa with his thumb. Yang Chenghuang looked at Lin Yi with a playful expression, holding a cup of fragrant tea in his hand, and said, "When you moved the statue of my god, I already sensed it and was about to come back, but I met Master Dao Yuan, invited me to Miaoying Temple as a guest. I didn't understand the situation at the beginning, but when Master Dao Yuan talked about the city god book, I felt like a bright mirror in my heart." Gone. Lin Yi looked at Yang Chenghuang, and couldn't help scolding his mother in his heart. Thanks to him and senior brother Dao Yuan, he felt a little sorry for this man, but he knew everything in his heart, and he was acting in a temple. When it comes to the case, I can't help it, probably because I am so happy to play myself like a monkey and I don't want to stop. Master Yang, just tell me how to solve this matter. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi also thought a lot. If this person is in the mood to act in the temple, it means that there is still something to talk about. Otherwise, if he is really angry, he can point it out in the temple and turn his face directly. You broke into my city god's temple, injured my subordinates, and even tried to steal the city god's book. If I hadn't left the city god's book behind, it would be a serious crime. What do you think I should do to you? Yang Chenghuang snarled, according to the law, I can press your souls to the underworld and be punished. Facing Yang Chenghuang's stern appearance, Lin Yi felt very stable. This is a negotiation skill. First scare him, and then make a request. Sir, tell me, what do you want us to do? Yang Chenghuang. Yang Chenghuang didn't expect Lin Yi to be so alert and react so quickly. But it doesn't matter, it's still under his control after all. I'll give you 2 choices. The first one is that you 2 brothers and sisters will be crushed by me to the underworld. My lord, tell me the second point intuitively. Lin Yi interrupted Cheng Wang's words. He had heard too much about this kind of negotiation. He would give you two choices, one life and one death. He didn't want to be scolded for words. The second way, what you two are talking about with the city god book, I know very well that Yi Ziyuan's soul, I have already recruited for you. I only have one request, you must take care of this matter to the end, listen up to heaven. Hearing Cheng Wang's words, Lin Yi laughed, and suddenly he felt that he was being calculated. Yang Chengwang seemed to understand Yi Ziyuan's affairs very well. It seems that he has been involved in the struggle of the officialdom and the battle of the city god. The most important thing is that I don't seem to have any other options. You are curious about Yi Ziyuan's matter, and you are already involved in this karma. The path I let you choose now is also to let you understand this karma, and there is no loss for you. It makes sense. If that's the case, why don't you just say it directly, and make it out in a roundabout way? Lin Yi curled his lips. He thought that the city was tricky and the people in this other world were simple, but he didn't expect the roads in the other world to be more slippery. What's the secret about Yi Ziyuan? My lord might as well speak up. I don't know. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. You can handle this matter on your own. Now you can leave with your junior brother and Yi Ziyuan's soul. Yang Chengwang's figure disappeared, including those errands, and only Dao Hai and Yi Ziyuan who came out from behind the statue remained in the entire Chenghuang temple. Please sir, give me justice. Yi Ziyuan came out and bowed to Lin Yi. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth twitched. Looking at the statue of the city god, he secretly raised his middle finger. Dob, bring some bundles of straw over there, the floor is a bit hard. At the foot of the mountain, in the deserted earth temple, the old Taoist priest directed the young Taoist priest to hold the straw, and then lay on it, stretching comfortably. Master, since it's not comfortable to sleep here, why did you refuse City God's invitation to stay as a guest just now? Then City God invited us to stay overnight at the City God temple. Dog was very puzzled. The town god's temple looked very good, but the master was unwilling, so he went out of the city overnight and finally chose to spend the night in this desolate temple. Do, I will teach you another trick today as a teacher. There is no free lunch in this world. These city gods were also human beings, and they are smarter than ordinary people. When dealing with city gods, be careful of being tricked. Do you remember us? Yi Shang was the Taoist who came to burn incense. I remember that Mr. Yi opened a private school in the county and taught many students. Every time he would come to our Taoist temple to burn incense and pray for his son in his hometown. Da still had an impression of that Mr. Yi, because every time Mr. Yi came to the Taoist temple to burn incense, he would ask him if he needed to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme at a young age, and gave him several books to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme. That Yi Shang has great karma in his body. When he went to the Taoist temple to offer incense, there were ghosts and ghosts pushing behind him. He thought that the teacher would be curious and then be contaminated with this karma. But who am I as a teacher? How can I be fooled by this? Incense, I will accept the money, and I will not ask about Yi Shang's affairs. The old Taoist is very proud, don't care about who is behind it, he won't take it. I don't know which nosy person will be pulled into the pit later. Mr. Lin, I only realized what happened to me after being awakened by the city god. I still hope that Mr. Lin will make the decision for me. Lin Yi brought Dao Hai and Yi Ziyuan back to his house. Yi Ziyuan expressed grief and indignation, and told what happened to him. Yi Ziyuan was ambitious at a young age, brilliant in writing, and became famous throughout Poyang County. Many high-ranking officials and dignitaries phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme invited him to banquets. Later, he met a Li Yuan Y. Li Yuan Y is also a literati, and every time he entertains him with delicious food and wine, Yi Ziyuan has become familiar with this Li Yuan Y, and he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme goes to Li Yuan Y's house as a guest. When he entered the county for the first time to participate in the scientific examination, Yi Ziyuan did not expect to meet Li Yuan Y in the county. That night, Li Yuan Y invited him to a banquet, but Yi Ziyuan did not refuse, because he was confident in his literary talent. The township examination is no problem. Mr. Lin, I had to be woken up by the city god, so I remembered the situation after the banquet. After the banquet, Li Yuanwei said that he wanted to test my literary talent. He asked me a few questions, and I answered them on the spot. And those few questions were exactly the questions of that scientific examination. Lin Ye's eyes sank, and Dao Hai's mouth opened slightly. It's a pity that I took the imperial examination on the second day. I faced the same question, but I couldn't write the answer that day. Now it seems that my memory of that day was sealed, and the test was also affected. After I failed the ranking, I went back to Poyang County, and Li Yuanwei was very comforting to me. He was even more enthusiastic than before and entertained me with delicious food every day. When he said this, Yi Ziyuan was a little embarrassed. Lin Ye's expression didn't change. It's normal for a boy to be carried away by others. For 3 years, Yi Ziyuan spent most of his time at Li Yuanwei's residence. Li Yuanwei persuaded him, saying that some of the real great writers were officials in the imperial court, and they were all devoted to mountains and rivers. He was willing to subsidize. He asked Yi Ziyuan to travel around the mountains and rivers, as long as Yi Ziyuan didn't go to the test for fame, but Yi Ziyuan refused. Then history repeated itself. Yi Ziyuan failed in the second imperial examination. Mr. Lin, I just found out today that Yuanwei Li is the city god of Poyang County. I beg you to uphold justice for me. I will preside over your mother's slap. Lin Yi really wanted to give himself 2 slaps. When it came to the city god, why was he so curious at the beginning, thinking that there would be merit, so he drilled in. Is this merit so difficult? Obviously, Yi Ziyuan should have been admitted to fame, but Li Chenghuang did something wrong, but I don't know why Li Chenghuang did this. Junior brother, Li Chenghuang is a Yin secretary, and this matter in the Yang world has nothing to do with him. Dao Hai couldn't figure it out, but Lin Yi had a guess in his mind. At the same time, he also understood why Yang Chenghuang set up this game. It was a game against Li Chenghuang. Let's go to senior brother Dao Yuan first. Lin Yi took Dao Hai and Yi Ziyuan's souls to Miaoying Temple. After a quarter of an hour, Dao Yuan, who knew what happened, also frowned. The matter in front of him involved 2 city gods, so it was definitely not easy. Senior brother Dao Yuan, junior brother, no matter what conspiracy they have, what Li Chenghuang did was wrong first. We just want to seek justice for Yi Ziyuan. Dao Hai couldn't figure it out, so he simply didn't want to. Lin Yi and Dao Yuan looked at each other. How could things be so simple? Brother, this time I'm here. Stop, junior brother Daioji, this city god does not belong to our Buddhist system, and it has nothing to do with Miaoying Temple if you want to sue. When Dao Yuan saw Lin Yi speak, he immediately interrupted him. Lin Yi smiled and said, actually, I also know a little about Taoism, and I will know how to write this book. Dao Yuan. Hearing this, Dao Hai looked at Lin Yi in shock. It's a bit complicated to learn. Before I became a lay disciple of our Miaoying Temple, I was still a registered disciple of Qingfeng Temple. Dao Yuan looked up at the sky. What was the abbot blinded by? Why did he accept such a person? Chapter 75 Deserted Temple. The blue tiles on the roof of the temple were broken, exposing the wooden beams below, and the moonlight poured down along the gaps in the blue tiles, leaving a slender black shadow on the ground. Master, isn't the city god a god? He enjoys the incense of the common people. He should protect the common people and be selfless. How could it be selfless? The old Taoist sighed, and said, if you want to become a city god, you have to be granted by the imperial court on the one hand, and you also have to accumulate virtue during your lifetime. It is naturally good for every city god to take office, but time is something that can change people's hearts. Change the heart of the city god. City god is not a god after all, but a different kind of ghost cultivator. If you want to use incense to worship and become a fairy, if you have desires, you will ask for them. As long as you ask for them, you will have selfishness. Duh, you have to remember that there is no so-called selfless person or immortal in this world. Dada nodded ignorantly. He didn't quite understand what the master said, but he remembered it. The city god needs incense, and if he wants incense, the people have to come to worship and offer sacrifices. But the people have so many incense, and it is better in rich areas. If it is in poor areas, the people are busy with food, so how can they have time to worship? This is city god. So, all the city gods in this world want to become city gods in rich lands, but there are only so many rich lands, so naturally there will be competition. Master, then none of these incense and fire fairies are really for the common people? In a poor land, what can still hold on is for the people. Master, have you ever seen such an incense fairy? Da looked at the old Taoist curiously, and the old Taoist's face revealed a look of reminiscence, and he said slowly, when I first started traveling around the world, I saw a village with a family of no more than 100 people. There was a temple of earth at the entrance of the village. There is a clay statue of the earth standing on it, and there is an incense burner in front of the statue, but there are not a few sticks of incense, and occasionally a child is mischievous, and even moves forward to move the statue of the earth, or buckle a piece of mud down. Isn't this disrespectful to the landlord? Yes, I was also curious as a teacher at the time. Looking at the smiling old man, I asked, Old man, you are not angry that this naughty boy moved your statue, and you don't have much incense? In the end, the old man replied to me, I am ignorant, so why worry about it? I am the land, to keep the village safe, and I am not here to do my best and enjoy the incense. If you want to be an incense, then don't do it. This poor land. Daw's eyes lit up, then this landmaster is a good land. That's right, for the sake of incense, don't be a master of the land. Unfortunately, many incense fairies don't understand this truth. Being the city god of the land is only for the sake of incense. Then what happened to the landmaster? Later, the boy in the village won the #1 scholar in his studies, honored his ancestors, and when he returned to his hometown, he went to worship in front of the land, offering 3 pillars of incense, and writing a letter to the heavens. This is what the land master deserves. Daw was very happy with the ending. The old Taoist smiled, and looked outside the temple. In the distance outside the temple, there was an old man who bowed 3 times in the direction of the old Taoist. He is the lord of the land and has guarded this place for 60 years. Seeing the old Taoist at this moment, he originally wanted to ask why he became a fairy, but there is no need to ask now, the Taoist priest has already given the answer. The old man waved his right hand, under the moonlight, a flower bud bloomed, and a flower essence with small wings flew out from it. The flower essences flew to the front of the temple gate, above a falling blue tile, then swayed their bodies slightly, circling above the blue tile, and after a while, a drop of liquid fell down and landed on the blue tile. Drop by drop, one after another. But in just a cup of tea time, those few blue tiles were filled with liquid. The old man waved his hand again, and the flower essences flew away happily. The old man bowed again, and then left. Daw, take this gourd and go outside to collect some water. Master, there's no water outside at this time, it's not even the hour for the dew. Just go if you are told, on the blue tiles outside the door, be careful, don't spill it. Oh Miaoying Temple. Master Daoyuan not only recited Amitabha, but also ran to the statue of Buddha and knelt down. He is ashamed of the Buddha for being a thing of the Taoist within the Buddhist gate. Lin Yi looked at Master Daoyuan's unrequited appearance, curled his lips, and made a fuss. What is this? Buddhism and Taoism are all together in so many places in the real world. In particular, in order to earn more money, some scenic spots insist on building a Tathagata hall in the Taoist temple. Similarly, there are also Sanqing Taoist temples in the temple, in order to catch all the believers of the 2 families. Brother, the Buddha knows that we are also here to help others, so he will definitely understand. Lin Yi comforted him, but Daoyuan looked at him coldly. Be quiet, don't disturb the other juniors in the temple. Ah. Lin Yi nodded. There was no way he would choose to stay in Miaoying Temple. Among the many rituals of the Taoist sect, there was one called Shangbiao Tianting. If you are familiar with history, you will know that ancient emperors would find someone to write Qingxi, especially a certain emperor in the Ming dynasty was extremely keen on this. The treacherous official Yensong was a master of Qingxi, and this Qingxi was first from the Taoist school. It was written and burned for God to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme. Those emperors just asked officials to write Qingxi, and then asked Taoist priests to listen to it. Backyard. The small courtyard where Lin Yi used to rest. The altar is set up. After Lin Yi finished his bath, he put on the Taoist robe left by the old Taoist in Qingfengguan, holding a fluorine board, with a serious expression. Over there, Yi Ziyuan was writing an indictment at another desk, suing Li Chenghuang. Listening to the sky is not an easy task. Lin Yi sat cross-legged in front of the altar, calmed down, and adjusted himself to the best condition. In less than a quarter of an hour, Yi Ziyuan finished writing the confession. Picking up the indictment, Lin Yi phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals red phoneme it over. As expected of a talented scholar, he probably understood the content, but he still didn't understand the words and sentences in some details, but these details don't hinder. Add one more sentence to the last paragraph. The city god of Xiangyang County knew this matter but stood by and watched. Since he was going to sue, Lin Yi didn't intend to let that young Chenghuang go. Let's take it with him. The report is ready. Lin Yi took out 3 talismans and put them in a copper basin. He recited a mantra, and the next moment he gave a soft drink. The 3 talismans ignited spontaneously. There was a flame in the brazier, but the flame was glowing with blue light. Today, Lin Yi, a disciple of the Sanqing dynasty, is suing Tianting. Please submit 3 letters and burn 3 sticks of incense. Lin Yi lit 3 sticks of incense and bowed to the sky 3 times. After finishing this, Lin Yi looked at Master Daoyuan beside him. Master Daoyuan was a little helpless, but he still came over with an incense burner. This incense burner is an incense burner placed in front of the Buddha statue. The incense ash in it has not been poured since the establishment of Miaoying Temple. Thank you, brother. Lin Yi smiled and expressed his gratitude. There was no other way. With his strength, he couldn't listen to the heavens. He had to rely on the power of incense condensed by the incense ash. Master Daoyuan was about to tell Lin Yi to use less incense ashes, but Lin Yi just poured all the incense ashes from the entire incense burner into the brazier. Boom! The flames of the brazier burned violently in an instant, and the flames soared into the sky. Yi Ziyuan, what grievances do you have? Tell me quickly. Lin Yi shouted at Yi Ziyuan. The grievances of the disciples are hard to express in words, and a phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals clause close / phoneme up report is written. I hope the heavens will have mercy. According to Lin Yi's instructions, Yi Ziyuan threw the notice into the brazier after saying this. Heaven, 1 city gods per day. 2 city gods a day. Listen to God. Is this sky an immortal, a heavenly court, or a Taoist ancestor? Lin Yi was not sure phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals or either / phoneme. In the scriptures left by the old Taoist about Shangbiao Tian Ting, there is no mention of which god this Ting Tian is. Heaven. This was Lin Yi's understanding. The rules that maintain the yin and yang of this world. Yang people have the rules of yang people, and the yin division has the rules of the yin division. Yin division violates the rules, and is also bound by the law of heaven. I, Yi Ziyuan, from Poyang, have studied since I was young, and have been gifted by heaven. I am outstanding in my wisdom and fame. My talents and learning. As the city god, but not fulfilling the responsibility of the city god, using the city god's public weapon to steal one's own desires, stealing my fame and loss, it is not a crime. I died of illness because of it. My wife and my son, Wu Wei, who made a living, both died. God can see it, have pity on me. God can see it, take pity on my wife. God can see, have pity on my son. Poyang City. There was a sudden thunder at night, and many people were awakened by the thunder, and they saw light flashing outside the paper window. How can there be thunder in this kind of sky? It's God's anger. Who has done something unreasonable? An old man looked at the thunder inside. City God Temple. The blue tiles and red eaves shattered under the thunder. All the ghost messengers were trembling at this moment, kneeling on the spot and not daring to move. Just a few breaths ago, a thunderbolt fell, directly smashing the statue of the city god. Li Chenghuang stood in front of his god statue with a face of horror. His face was pale. This was a punishment from God. The power of the incense of the 2 Jiazi's penance has dissipated today. However, the thunder above did not dissipate. Seeing this, Li Chenghuang bowed and said, God's grace, since I succeeded to the position of city god, I have been trembling, kept the righteousness and exorcised evil spirits, and dare not relax. In the past 2 Jiazi years, there have been no evil spirits in Poyang, and no ghosts have caused disasters. Not to mention my credit, but also Weibo's credit. Then Yi Ziyuan was talented in writing, but he was destined to die. He was supposed to die on the way home after obtaining the honor. I acted like this because I wanted to save his life. Rumble. The thunder in the sky was even worse. Yang Chenghuang's body trembled, and he knelt down directly. I really have selfish intentions. The wealthy local businessman Qian once went to the temple to offer incense and make a wish. If his son is successful in the examination, he will come back to fulfill his wish, rebuild the temple of the city god, and cast a golden statue of the city god. I wanted to take Yi Ziyuan's hand. Literary talent can not only protect Yi Ziyuan's life, but also get Qian's incense. At this moment Li Chenghuang did not dare to hide anything. The heavens cannot be deceived. He has served as city god for nearly 2 Jiazi years, and his incense is not very strong. According to this situation, it will take at least more than 100 years to complete his merits and virtues. When the dynasty is established and the city god of the world is sealed, his position as the city god may not be guaranteed. Under that background, he chose to cooperate with the wealthy businessman of the Qian family, and stole Yi Ziyuan's article, so that the son of the wealthy businessman of the Qian family could obtain fame in the exam. The golden body of Chenghuang. After the new town god's temple was built, the people came to offer incense one after another. The incense was much more prosperous than before. Even if the dynasty changed, his position as the city god was as stable as Mount Tai, because the new dynasty wanted to appease the hearts of the people, so they did not dare to move his position as the city god. But doing so is not without risk, and Yi Ziyuan is the biggest risk. For this reason, he deliberately entertained Yi Ziyuan every day, just wanting Yi Ziyuan to give up the idea of obtaining fame and becoming a rich man, with his own protection, so that he can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme forever, and when he has accumulated enough incense, his merits and virtues are perfect. Go, I won't be afraid of this matter breaking out again. But he didn't expect that Yi Ziyuan was so devoted to scientific research that no amount of persuasion would work. He didn't expect that Yi Ziyuan would be ridiculed by a businessman and die of illness. The last thing he expected was that Yi Ziyuan's wife would hang herself with her son. A family of three lives, this is a great sin. If the souls of the 3 members of Yi Ziyuan's family return to the underworld, then this matter will come to light. At that time, the 3 members of Yi Ziyuan's family will file a complaint with the judge of the underworld, and he, the city god, will also be escorted back to the underworld for trial. As for killing the souls of Yi Ziyuan's family, if he dared to do this as the city god, there would be thunder from heaven immediately. In the end, he could only choose to find the precious Dinghan orb and give it to Yi Ziyuan's family of 3. Let Yi Ziyuan leave Poyang County. For him, what he wants is to procrastinate until the merits and virtues are consummated. However, Yi Ziyuan's return this time caused an accident in his plan. He could only choose to control the ghosts of Yi Ziyuan's family of 3 first, and prevent the 3 of them from going to the underworld. Unexpectedly, after all, something went wrong. Boom boom boom. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, and Yang Chenghuang felt a little lucky in his heart. After all, he had made contributions for so many years, and the punishment of heaven should not fall again. However, just when Li Chenghuang felt that the thunder had become smaller, he breathed a sigh of relief. Boom! A thunderbolt fell, and the entire town god's temple shone with dazzling luster. However, Li Chenghuang has forgotten a truth: if you know the law and break the law, the crime will be aggravated. At the town god's temple in Xianyang County, Yang Chenghuang looked at the direction of Poyang County, looking at the thunder in the sky, with a satisfied look on his face. There are now 2 city gods in the entire county, one is him, and the other is Yang Chenghuang from Poyang County. It has only been a few years since the establishment of the new dynasty, and it has not yet reached the point of conferring the city gods all over the world, because the conferring of the city gods will consume the luck of the country, especially the conferring of the new city gods. In order to save the country's luck, the best way is to seal the old city god. He wants to fight for the position of the city god of a county, and the one in Poyang City is his biggest competitor. The strange situation in Yi Ziyuan's body was known before he became a city god, when he was just an accident. At that time, he secretly pushed Yi Ziyuan to go to Qingfeng Temple, hoping to use the hands of the old Taoist Qingfeng Guan to give the city god of Poyang City pull down the horse, but it turns out that the old man is too cunning. Incense money is always available to anyone who comes, but he just pretends not to notice it, and doesn't interfere in this matter at all. Fortunately, after all, there are still people who meddle in their own business. As soon as this happened with Li Chenghuang in Poyang County, he became the city god of this county. Just when Yang Chenghuang was immersed in the imagination of becoming the city god of a county, above the sky of Poyang County, suddenly there was a thunderbolt like a silver snake cutting across the sky from Poyang to Shenyang County. When Yang Chenghuang saw this thunder, his pupils shrank instantly, and he was about to step back. But thunder fell directly. Boom! Yang Chenghuang collapsed to the ground, his expression became listless. He couldn't figure out why heaven's punishment would include him. This heavenly punishment caused him to drop from the position of city god, and turned into an ordinary errant. Moreover, he would no longer be able to become city god within 100 years. Me thunder rolls. In Miaoying Temple, Master Daoyuan recited scriptures in front of the statue of Buddha, and he also sighed when he heard the thunder outside. 2 city gods a day. This is also unprecedented. It doesn't matter if you are high above, if you forget your origin, even if you are a city god, you will fall down to the mortal world. At the same time, Master Daoyuan made a decision in his heart that it would be best not to let junior brother Daoji come to the temple again. Although junior brother Daoji came to the temple with incense money, it was also troublesome. One of the 2 city gods was directly obliterated by heavenly Dao, and the other was beaten back to a normal underworld. This record. He was going to wonder if junior brother Daoji was the lone star of Tiansha, and anyone who got involved with him would have no good results. Amitba, the Buddha forgives sins, but there is no theory of the fate of the lonely star of the god of evil in Buddhism. Daoyuan came to his senses and quickly apologized by reciting the Buddha's name to the statue of Buddha. Backyard. Lin Yi also heard the sound of thunder and saw the flash of thunder. Yi Ziyuan seemed to have sensed something, and when the thunder disappeared, he sincerely bowed to Lin Yi and said, "Thank you, benefactor, for seeking justice for me." Lin Yi waved his hand, indicating that there is no need to be polite. Regarding Yi Ziyuan's matter, to be honest, he took advantage of his merits to go there at the beginning, but later on he knew that he might have something to do with Chenghuang. It was more of a curiosity, and in the end he was forced by Li Chenghuang to have no choice. I just don't know if there is any merit in this kind of persecution. Lin Yi looked forward to it, and Yi Ziyuan bowed to Dao Hai again, and then his figure gradually faded until he finally disappeared. What? Lin Yi and Dao Hai looked at the location where Yi Ziyuan's soul was located at the same time, and there was a bead shining with blue light floating there. Soul-fixing pearl. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. This is a good thing. He didn't expect Yi Ziyuan's soul to return to the underworld, but this treasure stayed behind. The soul-fixing pearl is a thing of the underworld, and it cannot be obtained in the yang world, but the ordinary ghosts of the underworld do not have the soul-fixing pearl, and it is not easy for the city god to get it. Then Li Chenghuang must have paid a big price. The beat of fixing the soul of a person, making it no different from young people. But this is only one function of the fixed soul orb, and the fixed soul orb has another function, which is used in Taoist cultivation. Taoist practice is to practice the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit is the soul of a person at the beginning. Through continuous cultivation and strengthening of one's own soul, when the soul can come out of the body, it is the so-called state of night travel. This level is not easy, but also full of dangers. The soul leaves the body, just like a baby. It is very fragile at this time, and if the time is not controlled well, the soul will stay outside the body forever after the hour of returning. Therefore, at the beginning of Taoist practice, one must first nourish the soul, just as the old Taoist gave Lin Yi the Sutra of Longjing meditation at the beginning, which is the method of nourishing the soul. But it's different with the soul-fixing orb. The soul-fixing orb can fix the soul, and putting it on the body can warm and nourish the soul. The effect is stronger than the general method of nourishing the soul. There will be no danger in the night tour. Lin Yi stepped forward unceremoniously and grabbed the soul-fixing orb into the palm of his hand. It was just the first time he touched it, and he felt a sense of comfort in his heart, which was the reaction from the soul. Dao Hai was just surprised, and he wasn't angry when he saw Lin Yi take the soul-fixing orb away. The Buddhist practice phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals root/phoneme is different from Taoism, and there is no need for the soul-fixing orb. Town God's Temple in Shenyang County. When Lin Yi and Dao Hai arrived, the outer wall of the temple was scorched black, which was the power of thunder. Yang Chengwang, oh no, it's Yang Yingchai now, seeing Lin Yi and Dao Hai with complicated expressions. There are two people who succeed, and there are two people who lose. Hey, isn't this Mr. Yan? Why, he stands on guard in person. The corners of Yang Jian's mouth twitched. If he could, he really wanted to step up and give these two big mouths a slap. These mouths are really cheap. Why did he become like this as thanks to you? Don't he have a clue? Unfortunately, he can't. The young monk beside him is not weak, his cultivation base was fined and confiscated that day, and now he is only of ordinary poor strength. Whether it's a man or a ghost, if you calculate and calculate, you will eventually calculate yourself. Lin Yi sneered, and made a few mocking remarks. Seeing that Yang Jian didn't answer, he also felt a little bored, so he stepped into the city god's temple. The statue in the town god's temple was still burning at the moment. It was the flame left behind by the thunderbolt. Lin Yi's eyes began to scan the entire town god's temple. This time, he came to take advantage of the fire to loot. The temple of the city god is gone, and many good things are lost. Before the next city god appears, he came to search for it first. Brother, do you see anything good here? Lin Yi asked Dao Hai that he had only practiced for a short time, and his eyesight was not as good as Dao Hai's. Junior brother, this incense burner is not bad, it should have been passed down to several city gods. Hearing Dao Hai's words, Lin Yi picked up the incense burner in front of the altar, which was filled with about 1/3 of the incense ash. With such a little incense, the town god's temple was built more than 100 years earlier than our Miaoying temple. Why is the incense not as strong as our Miaoying temple? Yang Jian, who was at the door, listened to Lin Yi's complaints, and really wanted to scold his mother. Yes, the history of the town god's temple was longer than that of the Miaoying temple, but at that time, Qingfeng temple was in full swing, and the common people went to Qingfeng temple to burn incense and worship gods. Few came to Chenghuang temple. At that time, the first city god in the temple could not survive Qingfeng temple and chose to leave on his own. The second city god finally survived until Qingfeng temple fell. He had witnessed Chenghuang's aggrieved. Now that he has become the city god, Qingfeng temple has declined, and Miaoying temple has changed. He thought it was time to rise up, but he didn't expect that even the position of city god has been deprived now. The most important thing is that he can't leave yet. After the punishment from heaven falls, he must accumulate enough merits to escape. Lin Yi was complaining, but his movements were not slow. He directly covered the incense burner and put it in his arms, and then scraped it wantonly, and it really came out with a lot of good things. All packed. These things may not be particularly precious in a different world, but if they are brought into modern times, they will definitely be priceless. Lao Yang, do you have any objections? Going out, Lin Yi looked at Yang Jian, who was still standing there, and asked with a smile. No. No complaints, this is not my official, not mine anymore. Yang Jian forcefully forced a smile on his face. He could see that this kid surnamed Lin had a dark heart. People said that he shouldn't throw stones into a well when he meets someone in trouble, but this guy wants to fill up the well up. Lao Yang, knowing your mistakes can improve you a lot, so let's do it well. Lin Yi patted Yang Jian's shoulder, and walked away with the package in his hand. Dao Hai looked at it, followed Lin Yi's movements, and patted Yang Jian's shoulder. It's just his 3 slaps. Yang Jian was almost scattered. Well, do it well. Will do. Yang Jian responded with a wry smile, MMP in his heart. This pair of seniors will definitely stay far away when they see each other in the future. Back in the courtyard, Lin Yi was very satisfied with the big harvest, and it was time to return to the real world. This time in another world, he went back to the real world halfway to stop the time, otherwise the reality would have passed for several days, and others would think he lost contact. Senior brother, this time about the matter of the city god. The younger brother has a feeling in his heart, it may need to be closed for a while. Please ask the senior brother to take care of it at home. It is good. Dao Hai simply agreed. Actually, there's nothing special to take care of. It's just the scalper at home. This cow has a special habit. It needs to be beaten a few times a day to be comfortable. During the period of my retreat, I will ask you to do it for me, brother. Dubidu? Dao Hai was a little puzzled. It's just a big mouth. Amatba, this is the first time I've heard that there are cows that have this hobby. The cows of my brother's family are really different. Well, that beast is really special, so I'll leave it to the senior brother. After explaining, Lin Yi returned to his yard, set the on-hook mode. This time he chose to on-hook for a month. Back to reality. 10 o'clock the next morning. Lin Yi picked up his phone and found that there were many unread messages, 90% of which were contributed by Zhong Shan. Mr. Lin, good morning. Sun expression, is Mr. Lin up? Mr. Lin, please reply me when you see the message, and I will draw you into the alien crowd. In addition, there are also advertisement messages sent by other friends in groups. Well, overslept. Lin Yi replied to the message, and within a minute, there was a reply from there. Normal. Young people of Mr. Lin's age all get up at this time. I was negligent. I will create a group for you. Soon Lin Yi received a reminder of the group invitation, and when he entered, he found that besides Zhong Shan, there was also a group friend named Nanshan Old Man Old Nan. This is Mr. Lin. Zhong Shan sent a message in the group. Old Man Nanshan, fellow Daoist Lin, right? Zhong Shan has already told me about your situation. You conceal ghosts. Fellow Daoist Lin is quite capable. Now I will pull you into the alien group of the organization. Listening to the other party's words, seeing the name again, Lin Yi seemed to see the boss, and replied very politely, thank you then. Nanshan Old Man added you as a friend. Agree to pass. The old man Nanshan invites you to join the group of different people who love each other, do you agree? Lin Yi clicked to agree, and sent a message by the way, I'm sorry for your trouble, grinning face. The moment he joined the group, Lin Yi's phone kept ringing. Tianluo Swordsman, I was lucky yesterday, and I got 3 grams of incense ash, who wants it, and transfer it at a low price. Lingnan Wolf, oops, the boss is so lucky, I want it. Lonely old man, immeasurable heavenly venerable, Master Tianluo leave me a gram, old man Nanshan, damn, I want. Boss, watch the private chat, watch the private chat. Lin Yi looked at the group messages, silently opened the old man Nanshan's private chat, and withdrew the I'm sorry for your inconvenience message. 3 grams of incense ashes is the boss, but I brought back almost half a caddy, and the boss of the relationship turned out to be myself. P.S. Thank you independent Hankili book friend for your reward. Chapter 78 Villa Lobby. Lin Yi leaned on the sofa and looked at the incense burner on the table. He had just brought it back from another world, and when he just took it out, he accidentally spilled some. Then, he looked at the chat records in the group. Inexplicably, Lin Yi thought of a group of domestic photos taken by agents France Presse some time ago. Is the empire my own? Impossible. I'm just a little buddy, how long I've only been practicing since I've been working hard, Lin Yi suddenly discovered that, with the years on the phone, he had been practicing for a long time. Looking back suddenly, the boss turned out to be me. Empiricism kills people. Lin Yi was a little embarrassed, and the old man from Nanshan sent him a private chat. Old Nanshan? Lin Yi, it's okay. Nanshan old man, I heard from Zhong Shan that fellow Taoists are relatively young, and they should have entered the practice not long ago. If you have any questions, you can ask everyone in the group. In addition, there is a file in the group announcement, which you can download and watch. If you don't understand, you can ask me. Lin Yi, okay. After clicking on the group, Lin Yi downloaded the group file in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals redread/phoneme through. The file mainly contained an introduction to the group rules. This group is a communication and trading group that organizes different people. Whatever you need or want to sell, you can send it directly to the group, and then conduct transactions in private. The other is friendship and help. Sometimes you need some helpers or something, you can look for them in the group, and chat privately for the appearance fee. The only rule is no personal attacks. Lin Yi, what does that friendly help mean? Nanshan old man, if there are fellow Taoists in the group who want to go to a certain sealed place and need help, or have other needs, and if there are fellow Taoists in the group who just meet them, they will give an appearance fee. Sealed realm? This was the first time Lin Yi had heard of it. The old man Nanshan sent you a document. Lin Yi received a few more documents from the old man Nanshan, which made him have a good impression of the old man Nanshan. He is really warm-hearted. After reading these documents, Lin Yi finally had a general understanding of the sealed realm and the current situation of real practitioners. The conclusion drawn is, practitioners in the real world are all lucky, and at the same time life is hard. These aliens are all disciples of the practice sect in ancient times, but they have been passed down to modern times. Although some inheritances are still there, it is already difficult to practice due to the changes in the world. Of the hundreds of disciples in a sect, only one may be lucky enough to embark on the practice. But even if they are lucky enough to embark on the road of practice, practice is extremely difficult and the progress is slow. After all, decent practice is one step at a time. The aura of heaven and earth is so thin that it may take steps to step on a footprint. There are not no ways to practice quickly, but most of these are evil cultivation, and you have to do some outrageous things. Now it is no different from ancient times. As long as you, a practitioner, dare to do things that are harmful to nature and reason, you may be arrested and put on a sewing machine before you have achieved success in your cultivation. However, practitioners are not completely without opportunities to break through, and the sealed realm is an opportunity. The so-called sealed realm refers to a small secret realm that existed before the aura of heaven and earth changed. The aura of heaven and earth inside has not been affected by the outside world and is isolated from the outside world, so it is called a sealed realm. There are many reasons for the birth of the sealed realm, and there are three most common ones. The first is that it was the cave or sitting place of a powerful practitioner before his death. The land, or some treasures of heaven, material and earth, chose to seal an area of themselves in order to save themselves. Among these three types, the third type of sealed state is the best. If it is found, it means that you can get the treasures of heaven and earth, and no practitioner will inform others. And if it is the first and second types, some need to work together to break through, and some formations are arranged by the seniors of a certain sect, and they need talents from that sect to open them, so they can only be found by those from that sect. People cooperate. Old Nanshan, fellow Taoist Lin is a newcomer. Try not to cooperate with strangers outside the organization. Lin Yi, why is that? Nanshan old man, the interests are touching, and there is no guarantee that there will be dangers. If you are a fellow Taoist in the organization, you can report to the organization after the two parties reach a cooperation. If something happens to one of the parties, the organization will investigate to ensure that there will be no infighting. Lin Yi understood this sentence. If you enter the sealed realm, if you have a treasure, it will easily phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme to a fight. There is no restriction on the aliens outside the organization. The two parties cooperate because of their own interests, and the organization will be better. If something happens, the organization will investigate, so that there will be no black hands behind the scenes. Unless, he thinks he can withstand the organization's investigation. Lin Yi, I see that there is fierce competition for incense ashes in the group. Is this very precious? Old Nanshan. Lin Yi, I don't know much about this, so I ask, shouldn't there be a lot of incense and ash Taoist temples? Nanshan old man, how can there be real incense ashes in the current Taoist temples? The incense ashes must be made by someone, and then the wish must be fulfilled, and the incense burned by the other party's sincere wish can become incense ashes. The temple has long since lost the immortal Buddha, so naturally there will be no incense ashes. Lin Yi frowned. If that's the case, where did the incense ashes come from? Old Nanshan, the 3 grams of incense ashes of Tianluo Daoist were discovered from a seal. It was an ancient temple that had been abandoned. Ashes. Lin Yi looked at the incense ash in his censer again, and asked, is this incense ash very valuable? How much can I exchange for 1 gram? Old Nanshan. Nanshan old man, how can such treasures be measured by money? Incense ash has infinite uses. It has a restraining effect on ghosts and spirits. It can also be used to consecrate magical artifacts. If you really want to use money to exchange it, at least 1 gram a few million. Good guy. Lin Yi looked at old man Nanshan's answer, and realized that there were hundreds of millions of treasures on his table. Nanshan old man, fellow Daoist Lin is a newcomer, you can attend an offline gathering we will hold in 3 days, discuss and communicate together, and learn more about our alien circle. Hearing this, Lin Yi was a little moved. He really needed to know more about the real situation of practitioners. Lin Yi, okay, I am willing to participate. Old Nanshan, I'll ask Zhongshan to send you the address later. After finishing the private chat, Lin Yi looked at the group for a while, and found that everyone was still discussing the 3 grams of incense ash, so he turned off his phone in disappointment. Let's go for a walk and visit my cousin's company. Lin Yi stretched his waist and stayed in a different world for a long time. When he returned to the real world, he couldn't stay at home all the time, otherwise he would easily lose touch with the world. What's the point of not pretending to come back? About anything, get in the car first, warm studio. Sister Nguyen, I may not be able to continue working. Zhang Nuanyuan looked at the boy in front of him, nodded silently, and said, okay, I will settle this month's salary to you later. When the boy heard this, he wanted to say something, but in the end he pouted and said nothing. Xiao Chen, you are very nice. Would you like me to recommend a company to you? No. No need. The boy quickly refused, and he felt very guilty. At the beginning, he promised to carry Nuanyuan's sister with him. At that time, he scolded those who left and betrayed the company, but in a blink of an eye he was about to resign, and finally lost to reality. He has a girlfriend, and her girlfriend's birthday is going to be in 2 months, and the holiday will be soon, and he needs to save money to buy gifts for his girlfriend, and the company hasn't had any orders recently, so he's gone as a photo editor. Commission, only base salary. He can carry it, but his girlfriend doesn't agree. A few days ago, his girlfriend gave him an ultimatum to choose between the company and her. During this period of time, his girlfriend always quarreled with him, and even said that he didn't want to resign. Was it because of Sister Nguyen? And he had some thoughts about Sister Nguyen. He doesn't have any thoughts about Miss Nguyen. It's just that when the newcomer was inexperienced at the time, Sister Nguyen was willing to admit him and teach him bit by bit. Boom! The door of the office was pushed open, and a girl walked in. Xian Ming, how can you resign? Quiet. Seeing Jing Jing's angry look, Zhang Nuanyuan immediately stopped her. This is the studio she created, and she is unwilling to give up, but in the current situation, there is no need for others to carry it with her. I have made some money in the past few years and can still persist, but a boy of Xiang Qianming's age has no money when he first came out of the society, and he has a girlfriend. If he doesn't have enough salary, it will be difficult to maintain his life. There is no need for others to pay for your persistence. Nguyen Nguyen, don't persuade me. Xian Ming, please ask your conscience. You came to the interview when you knew nothing, and you said that you needed a job urgently. Nguyen Nguyen recruited you to teach you shooting skills, and how do you edit? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Xian Ming's head was lowered. It is true that he didn't know anything at the beginning, but he just wanted to do this business. Many companies didn't want him. Only Sister Nguyen recruited him in the end. Wang Jingjing, have you said enough? Zhang Nuanyuan patted the table with his hands, and said coldly, now the company doesn't have any business. If your money stays in the company, what will he do with his life? Do you think he is your Wang Jingjing? Missy is not short of money. And have a girlfriend. Wang Jingjing curled her lips after being scolded by Zhang Nuanyuan. She also knew that Qian Ming had no choice but to leave, but she just felt betrayed. Nuanyuan, if it doesn't work, I'll ask my dad to invest in our studio. After Qian Ming left, Wang Jingjing said to Zhang Nuanyuan, you still want to cheat your father, forget it. How can I forget it? Didn't that let the villain succeed? Wang Jingjing was not reconciled. For her, making money in the studio was second, and the most important thing was that it was her career, which proved that she was not an old man. Leave this matter to me. I'll go and tell my dad. At worst, my dad will take out the dowry for me in advance. Boom boom boom. Just when Zhang Nuanyuan was about to continue persuading, there was a knock on the door of the studio. Is anyone here? Zhang Nuanyuan and Wang Jingjing looked at each other at the same time, and they both saw doubts in each other's eyes. During this period of time, no outsiders came to the studio except the property. The two walked out of the office and found a middle-aged man in a suit who came in. You are? The man smiled and introduced himself. You are teacher Zhang Nuanyuan, right? I am your fan, and I follow your video account, fan? Zhang Nuanyuan frowned. She hadn't disclosed the address of her studio to the public, so how could fans find it? Let me introduce myself first. My name is Xiao Changkong. In addition to being your fan, I am also the person in charge of the venture capital department of Frost Group. Our venture capital department is established by Frost Group to invest in potential startups in this city. Enterprise, Mr. Zhang, your studio just happens to meet our investment requirements. Frost Group, the Frost Group that is one of the best in our city? Seeing Xiao Changkong nodding, Wang Jingjing was very excited. Her parents were in business. Under the influence of her parents, she also knew a little about some well-known enterprises in this city, and knew the status of Frost Group in this city. This is my work permit. Xiao Changkong took out his work card and handed it to Zhang Nuanyuan, but seeing Zhang Nuanyuan's puzzled expression, he was also a little puzzled. Earlier he lied. Before last night, he didn't know Zhang Nuanyuan at all. Last night, he received a temporary call from his boss asking him to find a girl named Zhang Nuanyuan and invest in this company. At first, he thought that there might be some powerful entrepreneur in this city, but after investigation, he found out that Zhang Nuanyuan was just an internet celebrity with hundreds of thousands of fans. Such internet celebrities are already very good for ordinary people, and their income is also very good. Some media companies may need them, but in the eyes of their companies, they are nothing. He invested in an internet celebrity incubation agency, and the internet celebrities sign up and it have at least 1 million fans. Watching the video, Zhang Nuanyuan looks very good, and there is not much difference in seeing himself now. Unlike other internet celebrities, the video and himself are completely two people, just relying on beauty and filters. If it was another boss, he would still wonder if it has something to do with the boss, or the boss wants to pursue him, but he knows the character of his boss. He has been with the boss for more than 10 years, and he will never have this aspect of ideas. Could it be that another boss or leader is inconvenient to come forward, so he asks the boss? Xiao Changkong was uncertain, but he understood that this Zhang Nuanyuan must not be offended, because the boss explained the last sentence on the phone. You must invest in it. It doesn't matter how much money or shares you take. Remember, if you lose money on this investment, it will not be counted in your department's assessment. On the contrary, completing this investment is equivalent to completing half of the assessment. As soon as the boss said this, Xiao Changkong understood that the purpose of his visit was to give money, and he had to rush to deliver it, but he had to go through the process. What valuation, what prospects, what existing assets, do not need to consider at all. Half an hour later, Zhang Nuanyuan sent Xiao Changkong away. Jingjing, are you sure this is someone from the Frost Group? No, why are you acting like a liar? You don't ask anything, and let us ask for the conditions. I'll ask my dad. My dad should know him. Wang Jingjing picked up the phone to send a message to her dad, and after a few minutes, she glanced at the photo on the phone and said excitedly, "That's right, my dad sent me the photo, it's this person, he's really the person in charge of the venture capital department of Frost Group man. My dad also said that I was talking nonsense, that such a big executive would come to discuss investment in person. If I knew I should have taken a photo and sent it to my dad. It's not a liar, but I still have some doubts in my heart." Don't think so much, maybe it's because he's your fan. Quiet. Zhang Nuanyuan interrupted Wang Jingjing's words. If it was really because she was a fan, then she would not be able to accept the investment. There are some things she can't and won't do. I'll call back in a minute. Reject what? At the door, as soon as Lin Yi arrived, he heard what his cousin said, and asked curiously with a smile. Big boss at the door, Lin Yi leaned against the door, smiling and looking at his cousin. Brother, why are you here? Zhang Nuanyuan was a little surprised to see Lin Yi. He had been running this studio for so long, and his cousin only came here once. When Wang Jingjing saw Ling Yi standing at the door, her eyes were shining brightly. She has been hearing Nuan Nuan saying that she has a handsome cousin, but she doesn't take it seriously. Nuan Nuan must have a family filter behind her words. But looking at it now, Nuan Nuan is not an exaggeration at all. So handsome. Such a handsome cousin. Nuan Nuan didn't even introduce herself, really. Here we go again. Receiving Wang Jingjing's sad eyes, Zhang Nuanyuan was a little helpless. The first reaction of each of his girlfriends seeing his cousin was to blame himself for not introducing him earlier. The point is that you female sex monsters, if I introduce my cousin to you, my cousin will not be wiped out by you. Come and see you, how is your studio doing? Lin Yi walked in and scanned the entire studio. There were several computers in the office area, but they were all turned off. Brother, let me introduce you. This is my best friend and the company's partner Wang Jingjing. Just call me Quiet, I just want to be quiet. Zhang Nuanyuan rolled her eyes. Her girlfriends are too licking. Forget it, every girlfriend of mine is like this when she sees her cousin. After Yan Ru met her cousin last time, she kept talking about it, asking her to make an appointment again. Cousin came out to play. These women really have never seen a handsome guy, and they can't walk when they see their cousin's feet. If they see the readers of the starting point, they will be wet. The corner of Lin Ye's mouth twitched. Was this considered to be eating his own tofu verbally? Then he changed the subject and asked, why is this studio just the two of you? Today is a working day, right? The rest of the staff have resigned. Zhang Nuanyuan originally wanted to find an excuse to cover up the past. She didn't want her cousin to know that her company was in trouble, because she was afraid that her cousin would tell her parents that they would be worried. But what I didn't expect was that Wang Jingjing said it directly first. But it's only temporary. A company just wanted to invest in us, and soon our studio will take off. It's not that Wang Jingjing loses IQ when she sees beauty. If Xiao Chengkong didn't show up in front of her, she wouldn't rush to answer. She can understand Zhang Nuanyuan's mood, and she doesn't like to tell her family about her troubles at work. Don't look at how easy she said earlier. She asked her father to invest, but if she hadn't had to, she would never tell her family about the current plight of the company. Now that the company's funding problem has been solved, and with the backing of the Frost Group, there is no need to be afraid of some worrying media at all. That UU media only has some influence on the internet. How can it compare with the Frost Group? At least in this city, it is enough to rely on the publicity of the industrial companies under the Frost Group. Only when the company's crisis is resolved, she will tell the situation. Anyway, the family will not worry anymore. It's a good thing to have investment. At least in this way, you will have less financial pressure. Why do you look worried? Hearing what his cousin said, Zhang Nuanyuan explained, the main reason is that I think the investment is too strange. Our studio is about to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme down now. What is the value of the investment? What, with you, you are the biggest investment, and people are here for you. Wang Jingjing continued, brother, Nuan Nuan is just worried. That investor is her fan and will treat her badly. What do you think? Your fans want to invest? Lin Yi frowned. It was not unreasonable for Nuan Nuan to be so worried. I feel that there is a slight tendency at most, but for a big company like the Frost Group, the investment is not decided by one person. They must have done investigations and determined that there is investment potential. Otherwise, how to explain to the boss? After all, Wang Jingjing's family also owns a company, and she still understands some business behaviors. If she only invested tens of millions, given the wealth of the Frost Group, the person in charge may have the final say, but according to this, the valuation given by the person in charge just now is 1,000 million. Of course, the other party also said that Zhang Nuanyuan's personal business value is what he is looking for. But like this kind of fictitious value without physical objects, the valuation is definitely not the final decision of the person in charge. It must be the conclusion drawn by the people in the whole department after reasonable analysis, and the headquarters must be audited. When Lin Yi heard about Frost Group, his expression became a little strange. Isn't that the company of Chen Shanghan? After thinking about it again, he understood everything. That day, Chen Shanghan followed him into the secret room shop. He had seen his cousin, so he probably guessed the relationship between him and his cousin. This was to get closer to him by investing in his cousin. He is also very clear about Chen Shanghan's purpose of getting closer to him. It is nothing more than wanting to meet his wife more precisely, to prevent it, so that if something happens to his wife in the future, he can ask him for help. Judging from the current situation, Chen Shanghan doesn't have much use for him. Her wife can take the initiative to show up if she wants to see him. This is just a precautionary measure. This man has a really good brain, no wonder the business can be so big. No wonder many leaders can't stop the sugar-coated bullets. They can bear it themselves, and sometimes their relatives can't bear it. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either/phoneme. The most important thing is that it's okay to be able to think like my cousin. When I meet some self-righteous relatives, I really feel that I have this value. If you want her to refuse, she still doesn't agree. However, Lin Yi didn't intend to refuse this favor, for no other reason, just because Nuan was his cousin. Just rely on my sister-in-law to take care of me. There are not many things that he misses in the real world, and my sister-in-law's family is one of them. I think what Jing said makes sense. For such a big company, if someone wants to invest in you, the valuation must not be given at will. Worth the valuation? Lin Yi asked with a smile, and Zhang Nuanyuan immediately said, I'm worth it. The little girl was arrogant, and being so provoked by Lin Yi was to express her inner thoughts. That's fine. If you do a good job with the company at that time, it's worth the valuation. Even if people have any thoughts, you can directly express your own thoughts. Lin Yi smiled secretly, thinking that the person in charge of investment probably wouldn't dare to have one, and might even be confused. By the way, other employees of your company have resigned. What's going on? Lin Yi did not forget Wang Jingjing's answer when he first asked. Someone wanted Nuan to sign a contract with their company, but Nuan disagreed, so they began to suppress us, poach our company's people, and steal our business. Wang Jingjing became excited when she heard Lin Yi's question, and told all the recent things in one brain, and Lin Yi's expression became more and more serious as she listened. Some people dared to bully my sister, Lin Yi. Prosecution, brother. Now that I have investment, there will be no problems with my studio. Don't tell my mother. Okay, but you have to make sure that you will tell me as soon as you encounter anything in the future. Zhang Nuanyuan hesitated for a while, and finally nodded. Okay, then I'll go first. Let's go now, brother. Why don't we have a meal together at noon? Wang Jingjing looked expectantly in her eyes. Lin Yi smiled, shook her head and refused. No, I'm going to take a look at some time. I still have some things to do at work. Okay then, that brother will come to our studio more next time. Wang Jingjing looked disappointed, and Zhang Nuanyuan was speechless. My cousin is a freelance writer and has free working hours. This is just an excuse to evade, but unfortunately, my best friend didn't see it. After entering the elevator, the smile on Lin Yi's face faded. According to what Wang Jingjing said, everything was done by an internet media company called Moyo Media. Some new media? Isn't this the company that sent me a private message and wants to sign me? Lin Yi thought of the private messages signed by many media companies on his short video account, including a certain media company, and the message revealed a feeling of superiority. If this is a novel, the hero's relatives are being bullied, and the next thing is the hero pretending to be slapped in the face. Those old authors who have a good grasp of the fire can start writing a dozen chapters based on this. Lin Yi laughed a little, but it's a pity that he is not the hero of the novel, and it doesn't take such trouble to deal with a certain worry media. Picking up the phone, Lin Yi sent a message to Zhong Shan directly. Lin Yi, can you help me investigate a certain worry media company? Zhong Shan, does consultant Lin have anything to do? Lin Yi, well, a certain worry media has offended my relatives. Lin Yi was very straightforward and didn't need to beat around the bush. Zhong Shan, I understand, I will investigate here, and if it is found that there is something illegal about a certain new media, it will be dealt with. Lin Yi, thank you for your hard work. Lin Yi was not surprised by Zhong Shan's answer, because it was one of the consultant's rights. If the consultant himself, including the relatives of the consultant, is bullied, the abnormality lab will come forward to help solve it. In this case, if a certain worry media finds out that there is a problem, it will not be far from closing down. Lin Yi was not worried at all about whether a worrying media could find out the problem. There were no companies that did not violate the regulations these days, but if they didn't investigate, none of them would be able to run away if they were serious. What's more, he also searched the internet for news about UU Media. Many people accused UU Media of cheating them into signing contracts, and none of the agreed conditions were fulfilled. To deceive newcomers, even the promotional advertisements received by the merchants are also falsified. The chaos in the internet celebrity circle is second only to the entertainment circle, and there is definitely a problem after checking. Zhongshan, no trouble, this is what our laboratory should do. By the way, Consultant Lin, you can check the group now if you have time. There are consultants in Tsusher looking for help. When Lin Yi saw the news about Zhongshan, he clicked on the group, and there were hundreds of chat messages. After scrolling up for a while, he found the message that Zhongshan said about a stranger in Tsusher asking for help. The border between Tsusher and Raochang is just a different province. The stranger in Tsusher sought the help of one or two strangers in the group, and what he wanted was someone with the ability to deal with ghosts. Lin Yi was a little surprised when he heard the stranger from Tsusher tell the whole story in the group. There are so many wonders in the world. Half a month ago, a man reported that he was stalked by a weasel. The case was naturally handed over to the Anomaly Identification Office. After investigation, the Anomaly Identification Office found out that the man was indeed stalked by a ferocious weasel. The reason for the entanglement is also very simple. The man came home from drinking late at night and took a small path in order to hurry, but he met a weasel, and the weasel asked the man, "Do you think I look like a god or a fairy?" As a result, the man drank too much and said, "You look like a few, give me less feudal superstition, I believe in science." With just this one sentence, something happened. The weasel was furious and insisted on torturing the man to death. The man's words ruined the weasel's centuries-old morality. Animals like weasels are a bit special from other animals. Although they are also cultivation, other animals need to overcome calamities, but weasels can use another way, which is to beg for feudal status like people. If the answer is like a god or like a fairy, then the practice is complete. If the answer is like a human, it will remain the same. If it is like a weasel or other answers, then the century-old practice will be gone. Therefore, this is also a gamble. Normally, gambling means winning or losing, and the weasel is not going to hold on to it. The problem is that the weasel gave this man a dream a few days ago. If he wanted the man to stop talking nonsense, the man agreed. Now the man has broken his promise, and the weasel is furious. Although he has lost 100 years of morality, he still has some skills. The stranger in Tsusher has talked with this weasel several times, but the other party refuses to agree to peace talks. His attitude is very firm. To kill that man. In desperation, the stranger in Tsusher could only ask everyone for help in the group, thinking that if there were more people, the weasel could finally accept the peace talks and let the man go. This matter is quite interesting. Tsusher is not far away. If it doesn't work, I'll go and have a look. Lin Yi became interested, so he clicked on the name of the stranger in Tsusher and added him as a friend, and the other party got through almost instantly. Old driver Samayev, new fellow Taoist in Rao City, what's your name? Lin Yi, Lin Yi. Old driver Samayev, good name, is fellow Taoist coming to Tsusher to help deal with weasel spirits? Lin Yi, well, but I'm a little curious, can this weasel ghost dream? Lin Yi asked an interesting question. If weasel spirits can dream, doesn't that mean that all weasel spirits can cheat through this method? Old driver Samayev, the dreamer was the man's grandfather. His grandfather was saved by the weasel back then. He owed the cause and effect and promised the weasel. Lin Yi. No wonder the weasel is so angry, it would be the same for him. Back then I saved your grandfather's life, otherwise I would have repaid my benefactor without you showing up. Isn't this repaying kindness with revenge? Seeing that Lin Yi didn't reply immediately, another person from Tsusher sent another message. Old driver Samayev, it's true that the man was at fault first, but we can't just ignore it. This time I've already made an appointment with 3 fellow Taoists, and with fellow Taoist Lin added, there are 4 of them. I will also consider peace talks. For every fellow Taoist who comes, I have prepared a little gift here. If you really need fellow Taoist Lin to help, I will definitely thank you very much at that time. Hearing this, Lin Yi probably understood, well, this is calling someone to go to the platform. Just like fighting, shake people first. There is one price for those who come to the platform, and another price if they really want to fight. I can also call people friend Lin Taoist? Old driver Samoyev? At the high-speed railway station in Susher, Lin Yi met at the place agreed by Samoyev's old driver, and the two met with uncertain expressions in each other's eyes. It's really fellow Taoist Lin. Fellow Taoist Lin is really young and promising. My surname is Li. You can just call me Brotherly. You are. Lin Yi looked at the taxi in front of him a little confused, so why did he drive a taxi to pick him up? Why am I called an old driver? Because I like to drive. I usually take a taxi when I have nothing to do. As a taxi driver, I can meet all kinds of people. We practitioners also need to understand the world of mortals. There is nothing better than a taxi. Drivers are more in touch with more people. The corner of Lin Ye's mouth twitched. This hobby is really unique. Go, get in the car first. Lin Yi got into the car, and this Brotherly asked as he drove, Friend Lin, what are you good at? Good at? Lin Yi hesitated for a moment, catching ghosts, catching demons. I have never caught a demon, but I have caught a lot of ghosts myself. Be good at catching ghosts. Catch ghosts. Brotherly pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, ghosts are different from demons. Many spells that are effective against ghosts may not be effective against demons. Fellow Taoist Lin, they are specialized in catching monsters, and fellow Taoist Lin just need to sweep the formation. Sweeping array. Lin Yi understood, but he didn't believe in his own strength, so he asked him to stand on the platform. The taxi quickly drove into a manor in the suburbs, which was the office of the Tsusher Anomaly Appraisal Institute. Looking at this huge manor, Lin Yi thought again of what Zhong Shan had told him, the office of the Raocheng Abnormality Appraisal Institute, it really couldn't be compared. Lin Yi thought of some elders' words he had heard before. Raocheng is separated from Tsusher, but with such a small distance, there is a gap of millions of newborn children, and Tsusher's children are naturally millions more than Raocheng's. This is the inequity brought about by the economic gap between provinces. Off topic. Lin Yi withdrew his thoughts and followed Brotherly into the manor and into the reception hall. The big head is back, this is our new friend Lin Yi. In the hall, there were two middle-aged men and an old man sitting. The one who was talking was a middle-aged man in a Chinese tunic suit. After hearing this, Lin Yi understood why Chu Shi asked him to call Li Good directly instead of saying anything. The name. Wang Tai, how many times have I told you that you can call me Li Dadu, Driverly, but please don't call me Dadu. Well, this little brother is the newcomer Dao Yulin. Li Dadu introduced the three present for Lin Yi. Wang Tai, a stranger in Wenchang. Another middle-aged man named Zhao Yenshin, who is also the one of the 7 killers mentioned by Li Datu, is the main platformer this time. The old man's name was Chui Tsong, all three of them were from this province, and only Lin Yi was from another province. Several people sat down, drank tea and chatted. Old Chu, I heard that this time, you got the 3 grams of incense ash from Lao Luo? Yeah, Lao Luo is a lion. For this moment, I have lost more than half of my net worth. What Chui Tsong said was very painful, but the expression on his face was very satisfied. For a treasure like incense ash, it is worth changing it for as many things as possible. Old Chu, you have this wealth. Even if I give all my wealth, I can't exchange a gram of incense ash. Wang Tai looked envious. You are still young, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, maybe one day you will encounter a sealed environment. I am an old bone, I can't make a living, and I take this incense ashes for self-defense. Listening to the conversation of these few people, Lin Yi looked at this old Chu secretly pretending, and really wanted to say, the incense ashes I wasted yesterday were more than all of you combined. Fortunately, someone walked in after a while. Advisors, the weasel is coming soon. Hearing this, Lin Yi and the others stood up and walked to a yard at the back of the manor, where there was a pale man with several young people searching around. You all go back first. Li Datu asked the people from the Abnormal Appraisal Institute to retreat, and it was useless to rely on them to deal with the weasel spirit. Zhao Daoyu, this time it's up to you. Don't worry, with a few fellow Taoists here, the weasel will definitely agree to peace talks in the end. Zhao Yanchen was confident, while Lin Yi walked up to the pale man and asked uncertainly, "Are you Lu Shuming?" "You are Lin Yi." Compared to Lin Ye's uncertainty, the man called out Lin Ye's name all at once. There was no way, he was just an ordinary male student in college, and Lin Yi was the schoolgirl, and he was the object of jealousy of many boys in the dormitory. "It's really you." Lin Yi didn't expect that the world was so small that he could still meet his classmates from college here. To be honest, although we are in the same class, university is different from high school. Except for some compulsory courses in the same class, we take different elective courses. Many of them are taken in separate classes. In addition, Lin Yi doesn't like socializing. Many students in the class just had a face-to-face meeting and were not familiar with each other. Fortunately, since practicing, his memory has improved significantly, and he remembers Lu Shuming's appearance, but the reason why he didn't dare to confirm it just now is because Lu Shuming now has a beard, greasy hair, and pale face, which is similar to that of Lu Shuming when he was in college. There is a big difference between clean and clean. "Friend Lin, do you know each other?" Seeing Lin Yi greeting Lu Shuming, Li Datu and the others looked over curiously. "He is my college classmate, and I didn't expect such a coincidence." Lin Yi spread his hands, and Li Datu was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then he laughed and said, "That's really fate, and it's also fortunate that you are here, Taoist Lin. Since you know each other, fellow Taoist Lin, please persuade this little brother, let him relax, don't worry, weasels can't do anything to him with us there." "Lin Yi, are you the same as these people? Are you all Qi practitioners in the novel?" Thanks to the popularity of online novels, today's young people automatically understand Lin Ye's identity without too much explanation, and even make up a lot by themselves. "I understand, spiritual recovery, you are secretly protecting us ordinary people." "Lin Yi, tell me first, what happened to the weasel? That weasel saved your grandfather's life back then?" "I only found out from the notes left by my grandfather. When my grandfather was young, he went up to the mountain to pick bamboo shoots and was accidentally bitten by a poisonous snake. It was the weasel who rescued my grandfather. At that time, my grandfather said to repay that weasel. My grandfather had a dream with me a few days ago, I remembered this, but I happened to drink too much that day, and then." Lu Shuming was a little embarrassed to continue. Although Lin Yi knew what happened, he still felt a little helpless after hearing it again. Originally, for Lu Shuming, this was a good thing. Weasel won the seal, and will definitely give some rewards, because Lu Shuming replied that he has to pay merit. But because of the existence of his grandfather's karma, he can be considered to have settled this karma, and it is worthwhile to pay some merit. Drinking misleads people. "It's okay, we will negotiate with that weasel." Lin Yi comforted Lu Shuming, but at the same time, there was a dark phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme blowing in the courtyard, and the next moment there was a sudden strange laughter. The moment the dark phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme appeared, Lin Yi looked at the courtyard on the left. On a tree outside the wall, on that tree, a weasel was staring at Lu Shuming with vicious eyes. Li Datu and the other three turned their eyes towards Dashu after the strange laughter came. "Huang Daxian, this matter has been settled, why don't you sit down and talk about it?" "Talk? What are you talking about? This year's Taoism will be ruined once, if you don't torture him to death, it will be hard to get rid of the only hatred in my heart." Lin Yi frowned when he heard this. He was just a weird weasel, and he was ashamed to call himself a fairy, but he was only here to plunder the formation, so let's just wait and see what happens. "Huang Daxian, I am Zhao Yanchen from the Seven Killers." Zhao Yanchen reported his family name, and Lin Yi was a little puzzled. "Is this person very famous?" 7 kills and 8 kills, I'm going to order this kid's life today, do you think I've found a few helpers to stop me?" The weasel smiled coldly, "Not only you will ask for help, but I will also ask for help." A few friends come out. Following the weasel's words, Li Datu and the others changed their expressions. They didn't expect the weasel to go with them. On the left side of the courtyard wall, a snake with its tail wrapped around the tree, its body hanging in the air, slowly spitting out snake letters. On the north wall of the courtyard wall, a female ghost in white appeared and floated there. The moment after the female ghost in white appeared, a ghost appeared with a terrifying face. The most important thing was that there was a huge wound on the belly, and the intestines were exposed. As soon as the intestine ghost appeared, the faces of Lidatu and the other three instantly became solemn. This ghost has already condensed into a solid body, and its strength is comparable to that of an evil ghost. What to do? My sect is not good at dealing with ghosts. Zhao Yenshin spoke in a low voice, and Lidatu looked at Lin Yi. Friend, Lin is good at catching ghosts. Are you sure about these two ghosts? The moment Lin Yi's intestines ghost appeared, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Hearing Lidatu's words, just as he was about to answer, the intestines ghost on the courtyard wall spoke first. Ahem, I just came here to take a look out of curiosity. I'm a good ghost, but I don't know how to shoot at people. I'll leave first if there's nothing wrong with that. The intestinal ghost is also confused. He didn't expect to meet this person here. To be honest, he was really just here to see. These days he was chasing a female ghost, that is, the female ghost in white next to him. When he heard the female ghost say that a weasel invited her to the platform, he took the initiative to say follow. Go and see. As for the platform, it is good to take it without using your hands. But now he regretted it. If he knew this evil star was there, he wouldn't come if he was killed. After the intestine ghost finished speaking, a puff of smoke slipped away, leaving the people, ghosts and demons looking at each other in blank dismay. Scaring the intestine ghost, the appearance is very cool. Go like a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. On the big tree, the weasel almost fell down. The black snake loosened its tail due to shock and fell downwards. Fortunately, it reacted immediately and entangled it. It sneaked a look at the others and found that no one noticed his embarrassment behavior. That's when he vomited a snake letter. The female ghost was also a little confused. Why did she suddenly leave in the blink of an eye when she agreed to pursue her? Being cheated by a man while alive, will he also be cheated by a male ghost when he is dead? Sure enough, no matter whether it is a man or a ghost, no man is reliable. The ghost is gone. The female ghost is only a half-body wandering soul. Fellow Taoist Lin, you should be fine. Lidatu was relieved to see the intestine ghost leave, and Lin Yi nodded. He really wanted to say that it would be fine even if Lao Chang was there. But Lidatu didn't give him a chance, turned his eyes to the weasel, and said, Huang Daxian, all the people you invited have left, let's sit down and talk about how to make some compensation for you. There's nothing to discuss about this matter, so what if one is gone? I'm going to take him away today. The figure of the weasel disappeared from the tree. Zhao Yenshin also moved at the moment the weasel disappeared. A long sword appeared in his hand, and stabbed in a certain direction in the air. With this stab, the figure of the weasel appeared, and a mouthful of green gas spewed out. Seeing this, Zhao Yenshin made a mudra with his left hand, chanted a mantra, and then charged directly into the green mist with his gun. 7 kills Gates demon suppressing curse. Any evil energy will not be able to contaminate its body within a quarter of an hour. You don't need to worry about Dao Yu Zhao. Now you have to deal with this poisonous snake. Fellow Taoist Lin, I will leave the female ghost to you. Lidatu explained to Lin Yi that he and Wang Tai faced the black snake that shot down from the tree. The size of the black snake suddenly increased at this moment, with a figure of 10 meters long, and the red snake eyes flickered. Shinzi's body is densely covered with scales, which is very permeable to look at. Chuitsong didn't move. He was in charge of protecting Lu Shuming, but he was also holding a 1-inch mahogany sword in his hand, and stared at his surroundings vigilantly with his old eyes. Lin Yi walked towards the female ghost, a half-body wandering soul, and asked faintly, I'm curious, what's your relationship with that ghost just now? Facing Lin Yi's question, the female ghost didn't know why, but subconsciously replied, He is my suitor. Huang Daxian invited me to help out, and he came after hearing about it. Is that so? Lin Yi nodded. The answer was similar to what he had guessed, but he didn't expect that this guy, Chang Chang, would not forget to pick up girls even after he became a ghost. Let's go, don't help out and put yourself in at the end. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yi signaled the female ghost to leave. He didn't feel any blood in the female ghost, which meant that the female ghost hadn't harmed anyone. He believed that Lao Chang would know what to do after the female ghost left. Okay. The female ghost agreed, and after saying the words, even she herself felt a little surprised. Why she agreed suddenly? The man in front of her had an aura that made her afraid to refuse. Go. Watching the female ghost leave, Lin Yi looked at the others with great interest, but all of a sudden his interest disappeared. This fight is much lower level than he imagined. Miaoying Temple's fierce battle with those monsters in Shuangmu Mountain was much more intense than this. The snake monster was not as good as the monsters he killed, let alone the grandson of the tiger who fought with him. Young Taoist Lin persuaded the female ghost to retreat, and she surrendered without a fight. It's amazing. Seeing Lin Yi's solution, Zhu Yitsong praised with a smile, and then said solemnly, however, the situation of Wang Daoyu and the others is not optimistic. Not to mention that the snake monster is strong and fast, the most important thing is that it is still alive. If you can spray a mouthful of poisonous gas, Wang Daoyu and the others have to be careful, and they can't attack with all their strength. Although fellow Daoist Zhao temporarily suppressed the weasel can control people's minds, and if they are not careful, they will fall into hallucinations, and the outcome is hard to say. Lin Yi listened to Zhu Yitsong's analysis, and nodded. If it's too late, things will change, and he can solve it quickly. Zhao Daoyu, let me help you. Lin Yi first walked towards the place where Li Data, Wang Tai and the snake demon fought, and slapped the snake demon with a very ordinary slap. Seeing Lin Yi's recklessness, Li Datu immediately reminded him, friend Taoist Lin, be careful, this snake demon will spray poisonous mist. At the moment when Li Data reminded him, the snake demon saw Lin Yi attacking, and spewed out a mouthful of poisonous gas, which directly wrapped Lin Yi in it. Why did fellow Taoist Lin get caught so recklessly? The snake demon's eyes flashed with pride. As long as he was contaminated by the poisonous mist, he would immediately fall into a coma, and then his whole body began to fester. This person is really courting death. However, his complacency didn't last for 3 seconds, when Lin Yi's figure stepped out of the poisonous mist, and that slap landed on his head so simply. The head of the snake the size of a lantern shattered directly under this slap, and its 10-meter-long body also fell to the ground, still twitching, but the twitching only lasted for a few seconds before it stopped moving completely. Li Datu and Wang Tai, who were just about to rescue them, were both dumbfounded by this scene. They beat the snake demon for a long time, but they were slapped to death by Lin Yi? It's not that they are blind and have hallucinations, right? On the other side, the weasel who was fighting Zhao Yenshin also noticed the scene here, and saw that the hair on his entire body was bursting, not because he was angry but because he was frightened. In terms of positive strength, the snake demon is still above him, and he is also the biggest helper he invited this time. Who is this man? Is there such a powerful human being? The weasel had no intention of continuing to fight, and screamed. The sound wave made Zhao Yenshin appear in a trance for a moment, and the weasel also took advantage of this opportunity to leave the battle, and his figure quickly flew towards the outside of the courtyard. Want to go? A sneer appeared on Lin Yi's face. He stepped forward and disappeared in place. When he returned to the same place, he had already held the weasel in his hands. Snapped. Throwing it casually, Lin Yi threw the weasel to the ground. My lord, spare my life, spare my life. The captured weasel immediately bowed to Lin Yi on the ground and begged for mercy. The others watched the scene dumbfounded. In the end, Lu Shuming was the first to react. Damn it, Lin Yi, you are so fierce. If I knew I would have found you, I wouldn't have to worry about it for days. Lu Shuming thought of the few days when those who protected him told him how powerful the weasel was, how troublesome it was to solve his problem, and how the most powerful consultant had to ask for help again. He felt that he was going to die. These people are deliberately scaring themselves. Thing to make money and stay at home. Lu Shuming speaks quickly. With his words, he did not hesitate to slap Li Datu and the others hard on the face. In the past, they would definitely be dissatisfied, but at this moment Li Datu and the others ignored Lu Shuming's words and stared at Lin Yi with fiery eyes. Is it that strong? The object of their desperate struggle was dealt with a single slap. If it were those few more famous aliens, they would still be acceptable, but this one seems to be a newcomer. Is the newcomer so fierce? Could it be that the era of spiritual energy recovery has arrived? Wang Tai muttered to himself, but Li Data rolled his eyes in response. I tell you to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red phoneme less online novels, you are still insane, and your spiritual energy has recovered, thanks to your thinking. Damn, fortunately I called Lin Daoyu instead of Xiaolin before. Are young people so lacking in martial arts now? They are so powerful and still pretend to be pigs and eat tigers. Who the hell did they learn from? Shuitsang also recalled his own performance. Fortunately, he did not rely on the old to sell the old. But now thinking about what the few of them bragged about in the living room. Even if he was always blushing, he felt a little ashamed. Lin. Fellow Taoist Lin, you. Li Data stammered and tried to find some vocabulary, but he couldn't think of what to say for a while. Everyone, let's settle this matter first. Lin Yi glanced at the expressions of Li Datu and the others, and he knew what they were thinking. To be honest, he didn't want to be so high profile, but he just didn't want to waste time. Pretending to be aggressive was not his original intention. Hey, to use an outdated saying, excellent people shine wherever they go. Is this matter still need to be resolved? Looking at the weasel that kept begging for mercy at this moment, Li Datu and the others suddenly thought of the ghost with its intestines exposed. The ghost came suddenly and walked abruptly. I was a little confused before, but now that I think about it, could it be related to fellow Taoist Lin? That ghost knew fellow Taoist Lin and his strength. The more they think about it, Li Datu and the others feel that this possibility is higher, but it's not easy for them to ask clearly now. Huang Daxian, right? Are you going to hold on to this matter? Lin Yi asked lightly. Don't, what kind of fairy am I? I'm just a weasel, so I can only fart. I won't pursue this matter. Just treat me like a fart. How could the weasel dare to pursue it at this time? He just wanted to save his life. Lin Yi frowned. If the weasel didn't pursue it, it didn't count as a solution. Lu Shuming still owed a cause and effect. Fellow Taoist Lin, I think it's better to deal with this matter according to the way we prepared earlier. The century-old Taoism of Huang Daxian has been destroyed. If you want to recover as quickly as possible, the best way is to practice incense merits, which can make Lu Shuming to enshrine him. Please become Baoji Axian, and Lu Shuming will become his disciple. Baoji Axian? Lin Yi looked at Lu Shuming. This is indeed a solution, but it is not the most perfect. The so-called Baoji Axian is relatively rare in the south, but there are still some in the north. Especially a few decades ago, many spirits and monsters would be invited to people's homes to be Baoji Axian, and such people were called disciples. This kind of spirit is enshrined in the incense hall on weekdays. When someone encounters a problem and asks to come to the door, he will attach himself to the disciple who goes out to see a doctor and solve the problem, so as to obtain incense merits. And as a disciple of the horse, he can naturally get paid from it. But at the same time, the disciples who went out to the horse paid a lot. The first is the living habits. Disciples who go out on horseback almost never leave their hometown, because they have to offer incense to Baoji Axian all the time. Secondly, it is not a simple matter for these ghosts to get on their bodies. Be steady, otherwise it is not easy for Jingwei to get on the body, which means that disciples who go out on horseback phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme look sick all over. Because of these reasons, it is generally not easy for a disciple to find a partner. Which girl is willing to marry a boy who stays at home all day with a sick face? And there are many rules in the house, so the style and decoration of the entire house looks gloomy. In the earliest days, only those whose families were really struggling would find ways to let their children become disciples. In order to find disciples to enshrine themselves, some spirits would even take the initiative to kill ordinary people and force them to come up to worship him. Lu Shuming is definitely not married. After becoming a horse disciple, although he can make money, Lu Shuming may not be willing to become a human. Li Datu and the others will give such a solution, which is based on the strength of the weasel and has no choice. I am willing to be a horse disciple. However, what Lin Yi didn't expect was that Lu Shuming actually agreed. Lu Shuming, do you know what a disciple is? I know. In the past 2 days, these people have told me in detail. I also know what I have to bear. Originally, my grandfather owed this life-saving grace, and as a disciple, I should repay the debt, and it's easy for disciples to make money. Lu Shuming looked indifferent, and Lin Yi said in a deep voice, being a disciple of the horse, you will almost be trapped in one place for the rest of your life. What's the matter? It's not the past now, I can play computer games at home. What's the point of going out? You forget that I was an otaku when I was in college. Staying at home with money and internet access. Where can I find such a good thing? Lin Yi looked at Lu Shuming's expression of picking up a bargain, and suddenly didn't know what to say. It seems to be the case. As for the matter of getting married, it's a big deal to build 2 houses at that time, and let the wife and children phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme next door. If you have money, you may not be able to marry a wife. My lord. If he enshrines me, I don't have to ask the hall, as long as he can let me stay. The weasel who was kneeling on the ground also hurriedly said at this time, what kind of hall should be tidy? Women are not allowed to come in, incense should be offered every morning and evening, and the decoration should be cold. He can't ask for these extravagant requirements. Just get me a little room. The weasel is very humble, he guesses he is the most humble Baojiaxian, but there is nothing he can do to survive. Okay, just think about it yourself. In the end, Lin Yi didn't stop him. He didn't know Lu Shuming too well, so he only reminded him because of his relationship with classmates. If Lu Shuming wanted to, there was no need for him to stop him. At the end of the day, you are an adult and you have to take responsibility for what you do. This matter has been settled satisfactorily. As for the entrance ceremony, I will arrange it. Li Data laughed and smoothed things over, and the result was a happy one. Although they could kill the weasel spirit, it would be better if they didn't kill it, especially if there was an extra disciple, it would be considered an extra stranger. The happiest one was naturally the person in charge of the Chu City Anomaly Appraisal Institute. Their city is about to have 2 foreign consultants. In ordinary prefecture-level cities, there are not many cities with 2 foreign consultants. After the matter was settled, Li Datu, as the host, naturally wanted to entertain Lin Yi and the others, but Li Datu was a little bit in trouble when it came to paying the appearance fee. Consultant Li, isn't the original arrangement okay? Lin Yi and the others were drinking tea in the living room, while Li Datu and the person in charge of the appraisal office were discussing outside. It turns out that there is no problem with this arrangement, but I didn't expect fellow Taoist Lin to be so fierce and powerful. The things we prepared before seem a bit petty. This is the same as inviting celebrities to come to the platform. The preparations are second-tier stars. The appearance fee, but it turned out that the Uranus superstar came, can we still pay the original fee? Li Data glared at the person in charge, and searched, he really didn't have any vision. I know what you think in your heart. According to the original preparation, fellow Taoist Lin will definitely not have any objections, but in case you encounter difficult things in the future, don't forget that fellow Taoist Lin is in Rao City. Next door to Tsusher, if fellow Taoist Lin is not satisfied this time, would you be ashamed to ask others for help in the future? The person in charge laughed angrily when he heard this. He was not petty, but his family really didn't have much money. However, what Consultant Li said was right, he was in Rao City next door, and if he had a good relationship, he could ask him for help as soon as possible in the future. Consultant Li, just tell me what you need, the laboratory will get it even if you sell it. Li Data glanced at the person in charge, and said angrily, don't act for me, people don't like ordinary things, and you don't have good things. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme. Consultant Li, I can fully cooperate. As long as that person needs anything, I can find it. That's right, your daughter seems to have graduated from college. I heard she looks pretty, or that my daughter is busy taking postgraduate entrance examinations recently. I don't have any eyesight. With the strength and looks of fellow Taoist Lin, even if you are willing to use beauty tricks, people may not be willing. Li Data did not hesitate, and said bluntly, give me some precious special products. Specialty, duck head? The duck head belongs to your uncle, think about other things. Others? The person in charge pondered for a moment, and asked tentatively, the tea with the top enlightenment? When it comes to tea, Li Datu's face also has a look of pain. Wadajian is a mountain peak at the junction of Tsusher and Raochang. There are several tea trees on the mountain peak, which are rare and have the aura of heaven and earth, which is extremely precious. The annual output is about 5 taels. At the beginning, there were no strangers in Raochang, so they let them occupy these tea trees in Tsusher. I can't bear to let my child be caught by a wolf, and I don't need to give tea, I just give the tea tree to Raochang. Li Datu almost gritted his teeth and said this. His heart was bleeding, and the person in charge was even more dumbfounded. Could this investment be too big? Well, Zhongshan is really lucky, and Rao City will rise in the future. The person in charge is very envious of Zhongshan at this moment. He sits at home and doesn't have to do anything, and good things will happen automatically. Thick thighs, we, common people, are really happy today. Raochang, Kim Jong Appraisal Office. Zhongshan was drinking tea leisurely in the office. Ever since Mr. Lin became a consultant in Raochang, he would not be elated, at least he would not be ridiculed by those guys in the group like before. Now, it was Wang Likun's turn to be dragged in from time to time to be ridiculed. Not to mention, this feeling of joining the team of cynicism is really good. Ding dong. There was a message alert sound on the phone. Zhongshan clicked on the group, and found that the group owner was again at. This group is not the official group of their laboratory, but a private group created by their leaders from various places. The official group is too serious, and few people speak for a month. It is better to use this kind of private group. Brothers, it's the end of the year soon, shouldn't our group select the advanced ones according to the usual practice? Assuming it's time, let's follow the old rules. Nominate in the group, vote for a vote, and report to the official group after the result is produced. Zhongshan looked at the chats in the group, and suddenly lost interest. In the annual advanced selection, they only had to look at the votes. There was no way, there were only 10 places in total. With so many cities across the country, those who could be selected as advanced, yes, there are several strangers in the city. Tsusher Wang Tao, cough, I think, Rao City is very good this year, there are already foreign consultants, this advanced can give Rao City a place, which can be regarded as an encouragement. Is Wang Tao crazy? Zhongshan looked at Wang Tao's words in the group, his pupils widened. Raochang and Tsusher are adjacent. Naturally, he and Wang Tao had a lot of dealings, but this guy used to seize the opportunity to hurt himself. There is no way, neighbors, it's an enemy. At the beginning, he and Wang Tao had quarreled several times because of the tea trees on the tip of enlightenment, but Wang Tao said that there are no other people in Rao City. Tsusher. It is clear that the tip of the road is within the range of Rao City, but the tea tree does not belong to Rao City. Every time Zhongshan thinks of it, he can't wait to beat Wang Tao up. Did Wang Tao take the wrong medicine, or was he talking ironically to mock himself? Just when Zhongshan was about to respond, someone stepped ahead of him. Yanqing Zhangliang, Wang Tao, I know that you and Zhongshan are at odds. Back then, they almost got into a fight because of those tea trees. It's been all these years, so there's no need to remember it. You even made fun of Zhongshan. It's not easy for Zhongshan. What? Zhongshan's heart warmed when he saw it, he was indeed fair and at ease. Tsusher Wang Tao, Zhangliang, what are you talking about? I really think that Raocheng can get advanced this year. You think I'm joking? I'm already nominated like Lao Chen privately. Group owner, indeed, I received a private message from Wang Tao, who nominated Raocheng. Dongcheng Zhaoan Min. Toncheng Luoyan? Yanqing Zhangliang. +1, Wencheng Xiaobin. Oh, it's so lively, the election is advanced, Raocheng was nominated, I just wanted to nominate Raocheng, and someone nominated, then I will vote for Raocheng. Old tea customer in Shaoxer, I will also vote, how can the city be advanced without Rao? The group fell silent all of a sudden, and Zhongshan also felt the strange atmosphere. What are these guys doing? Jingle bell. Just when Zhongshan was puzzled, his cell phone rang, looked at the number, and said angrily after connecting, Wang Tao, what the hell are you guys doing? Are you forming a group to trick me? Brother Zhong, I have nominated you for everything that you don't have. How could you play tricks on you? I'm calling this time to tell you good news. Good news, What good news do you have? Why, you want to return those tea trees to us? Zhongshan sneered, but what he didn't expect was that Wang Tao on the other end of the phone really agreed. Wang Tao, today is not April Fool's Day. Besides, we don't celebrate that foreign festival. If you're kidding me, I'm going to die. I have a few jokes with you. Wang Tao on the other end of the phone couldn't help cursing in his heart. He didn't want to, but he couldn't help it. His consultant called and specifically explained that if he wanted to establish a good relationship with Rao City, those tea trees would be returned to Rao City. Originally, the competition for these tea trees was in the name of Consultant Li, otherwise, it might not be possible to get them from Rao Chang. The tea leaves from those tea trees also entered the hands of Consultant Li. The consultants are willing, so he can only cooperate. According to what Counselor Li said, Counselor Rao Chang is very strong, and Zhongshan really got lucky. Brother Zhong, I am very serious. I have already reported this matter to the higher authorities. You will receive the documents soon. Rao Chang and Xushi are adjacent to each other by mountains. They are neighbors. You should get closer and move around more in the future. Zhongshan hung up the phone in a daze. He forgot what Wang Tao was talking about later on, because he saw Sui walking in excitedly with the newly printed document. Team leader, good news. The higher-ups sent a message to inform us that the tea trees at Wadajian belong to us. Aren't you worried about the end of the year? Don't you know what to give to Consultant Lin? With these tea trees, you can bring tea. Ordinary tea trees have a picking period, but there are no tea trees on Wudao Peak. The tea leaves will not fall all year round, and they are usually picked when needed. It is good. Team leader, why aren't you excited? As an old team member, Sui knew how fiercely the team leader had competed with Xushi for these tea plants. Later, when he failed to win Xushi, the team leader scolded the person in charge of Xushi for several months. Zhongshan was a little speechless. Why wasn't he excited? Because he already knew it just now. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. Why did Wang Tao return the tea tree to Rao Chang so kindly, and also nominated him as an advanced? He always felt that something happened that he didn't know. Then I should contact Consultant Xiaolin? Consultant Lin? Suyi's words made Zhongshan's eyes brighten, and he thought of something instantly. It was a personal grievance between him and Wang Tao, and it was a business matter. The reason for the mouth. Consultant Lin seems to have gone to Xushi, and then Wang Tao came out. Is there any connection between the two? No, I'm here to contact Consultant Lin. Zhongshan, Consultant Lin, are you busy? Lin Yi, well, what's going on here in Xushi? Seeing this answer, Zhongshan was sure that this matter must have something to do with Consultant Lin. What's the matter? Zhongshan turned his head quickly. Consultant Lin went to help. Wang Tao's attitude changed, and even the tea tree was willing to return it. What the hell? Zhongshan slapped his thigh and solved the case. Consultant Lin has thick legs. This must be the case. Wang Tao and the others had seen how powerful Consultant Lin was, and wanted to build a good relationship with Consultant Lin, so they sent the tea tree back. Developed, this time it is really developed. I think Zhongshan will have this day too. It's really long you shoals being played by shrimps, and now it's about to soar into the sky. Thinking of this, Zhongshan quickly replied, I have nothing to do, I just want to report to you about a certain worry media, but since you are in Xushi now, I will report to you when you come back. After replying to the message, Zhongshan was murderous, and said to himself, a certain worry media, it's bad luck for you to provoke Consultant Lin, no matter who is standing behind you, you will die this time. Detached office building. Zhuang Xinqing got out of the luxury car and walked towards the office. Along the way, the beautiful female internet celebrities under the company all greeted him sweetly. Even in winter, these female internet celebrities wear less clothes than the other. I don't know, I thought it was spring. He is too clear about the thoughts of these female internet celebrities. Don't look at the videos made by these women, all of them are goddesses, but they are all the result of photography and post-beautification. Each video has millions of views, tens of thousands of likes and comments, all of which are arranged by the company. If you don't use it, how can there be fools willing to pay for it, and how can there be merchants who are fooled into selling hundreds of thousands of pit fees to sell goods? After leaving the company, these women would be beaten back to their original form in an instant. And as the boss of the company, he naturally has the power to praise whoever he wants. I used to say that the bosses of film and television entertainment companies phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a very comfortable life, but these people are not as comfortable as they are. Those female stars will throw big names when they become popular, but these female internet celebrities dare not resist themselves even if they become popular. But these people are nothing after leaving the account that the company created for them. The most important thing is that the entertainment industry is easy to overturn. These female internet celebrities have left their accounts, who still remembers them? Boss, the platform just sent a message saying that many small internet celebrities have complained to our company, saying that we have not fulfilled the contract conditions we promised them. Complain, just complain. What are you afraid of? I'll make an appointment with Mr. Juan on the platform tonight. You can make arrangements to find a few female staff to work with you at night. Zhuang Xinqing didn't take these complaints seriously at all. What about these newcomers' complaints? How is Jia? I'm doing ideological work, up to 3 days, I promise I won't spoil the boss's good deeds. The female secretary licked her red lips and smiled charmingly. Zhuang Xinqing hugged her over and said, "Don't be jealous, they are just jobs for us to make money." This time, it is Mr. Qin who has his eyes on Jia. There are Mr. Qin and his brothers. With the backing, our company can make money for a long time. Zhuang Xinqing pushed down the female secretary. What he was most proud of was not how much money he made from setting up this media company, but that he had made contact with some sons and bosses through these female internet celebrities. He introduced the company's female internet celebrities to these people, and these people have a lot of resources in their hands, leading him to do whatever they want to make money. This is the bulk of his money. Just as Zhuang Xinqing was enjoying the early morning hair washing service, there was a knock on the office door, and before he could answer, the door was pushed open. "Boss, it's not good." The assistant rushed in suddenly, startling Zhuang Xinqing, but luckily there was a desk blocking it. "Zhang Ming, who let you in without my consent?" "Boss, people are here, people from the tax department are here, and people from the cultural law enforcement brigade are here. Many employees have been ordered to leave their posts, and the computers are all turned on." Hearing the assistant's words, Zhuang Xinqing's heart skipped a beat. Some information on the employees' computers should not be disclosed, especially those employees who are responsible for giving gifts to the anchors, and those who pretend to be anchors to chat with the elder brothers who collect money. How did these people come here? Zhuang Xinqing didn't care about anything, he lifted his trousers and hurried towards the door. When he saw the leaders of the team, he was even more confused. He has dealt with the leaders of these departments before, but the few who came this time looked very strange to him, and he had never seen any of them. Zhuang Xinqing, the legal person and general manager of a certain Worry Media? Yes, it's me, the leader. Is there some misunderstanding? Our company is a regular company, and we never do anything that violates discipline. We received a report and came to investigate as usual. We have to take these computers back for phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals debt data/phoneme analysis. In addition, you have to come with us. I also need to go? Zhuang Xinqing's forehead was covered with cold sweat. This procedure is not correct. Normally, the investigation should be carried out. This means that he will be taken away, which means there is something serious. Okay, it's right to cooperate with the investigation. In this way, I will arrange the company's affairs first. No, everyone in your company must go to the inquiry together. Zhuang Xinqing was really dumbfounded this time, and took people away directly, and took away the whole company. In this case, only the higher-ups had already obtained conclusive evidence to do so. Well, can I make a call? At this time, Zhuang Xinqing could only call his backer. No need, anyone you want to meet will be able to meet soon. The leader of the team said meaningfully, who is standing behind Zhuang Xinqing, they have already investigated clearly, and this time the higher-ups have spoken, no one can keep Zhuang Xinqing, not only can't keep him, but also the people behind him. Rao City. Zhang Nuanyuan had just finished interviewing a few new employees here, and was about to take a break. When he heard arguing outside, he frowned and walked out. How are you? Seeing Jing Jing arguing with two girls, Zhang Nuanyuan's complexion suddenly sank. Those two girls were her classmates who betrayed her to Wuyou Media. Nuanyuan, we want to come back to the studio. Come back, you still have the face to come back, forget how you betrayed us back then. Wang Jingjing sneered, she scolded the two just now, and the white-eyed wolf wanted to turn around. How could such a good thing happen? Sorry, we're just a small studio, I'm afraid it won't be able to hold your two giant Buddhas, a certain worry media is more suitable for you. Zhang Nuanyuan also directly refused. Nuan Nuan, a certain worry media has been investigated and shut down, and our site has also closed down and liquidated. You can see that we are classmates, let us come back. Hearing this, Zhang Nuanyuan laughed, it's a classmate, why didn't I think of a classmate when I left, but now I know it's a classmate. However, when she heard the news of the bankruptcy of a certain worry media, she was more shocked than happy. This industry cancer has finally closed down. A worry media has closed down, you can still go to other companies, Rao City is not a media company. Zhang Nuanyuan's words made the two girls feel sad. Of course, there are more than one media company in Raochang, but they learned from their friends that Wang Jingjing posted on Moments yesterday, saying that the studio has received investment from Frost Group, and it is tens of millions investment. Such a large investment is enough to create many internet celebrities. Don't look at the hundreds of thousands or millions of online celebrity phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast rewards. They are all their own company accounts. After deducting the deductions from the platform, the rest must be returned to the company. In this way, 1,000 million is enough to pull 5,000 million. Consumption phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals debt data / phoneme, and the money spent by other big brothers that they pull, goes into their pockets. This is their willingness to come back even though they know that they will not get any good looks from this trip. As long as they can transfer the money, face is nothing. If you take the road of anchor and internet celebrity, you don't intend to lose face. Internet beggars, what kind of internet beggars do you want to save face? How can there be such a thick-skinned person as you, who told you to go? Wang Jingjing pushed and shoved the two of them directly, but the two women were still unwilling, and looked at Zhang Nuanyuan with pleading eyes, but Zhang Nuanyuan didn't even look at the two of them, but said to Wang Jingjing, don't do anything, or if someone else it's hard to tell if you fell down with an excuse, just call the security guard. Yes, I'll call security. The two women didn't expect that Zhang Nuanyuan would show no affection at all, and one of them said resentfully, Zhang Nuanyuan, you were so ruthless, let's wait and see. After finishing speaking, he turned and left with a tap of high heels. Hey, is this a thief calling for a thief? Whoever betrays first, just wait and see who can't get alone. Wang Jingjing was furious when she heard this, and she was about to step forward to stop her. Zhang Nuanyuan quickly grabbed her, shook her head and said, Jingjing, it's not worth causing trouble for this kind of person, what is our energy now? Get the company right. That's right, it's not worth it for these two women, but if it's for your cousin, it's worth it. I can love beautiful women and not Jiangshan. Zhang Nuanyuan rolled her eyes, well, another woman who was conquered by her cousin's appearance. At this moment, Lin Yi, who was missed by a woman, had just returned to his villa, looked at the intestine ghost standing there with his head down, and sneered. It's not bad. If you're a ghost, you still have to pick up girls. It's fine to pick up girls. You can go to the platform like a man. If I wasn't here, would you still have to do it? My lord, you wronged me. I just went to stand on stage and didn't fight. You know me. I was stabbed to death when I was alive. The most annoying thing is fighting. The intestine ghost quickly explained, and Lin Yi snorted, what about the undercover plan that we agreed to, can't we find the evil ghost? My lord, I'm looking for it. I want to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to that female ghost because I want to get involved in the ghost circle. These ghosts all have their own circles. When I'm unfamiliar with ghosts, they are on guard against me. Lin Yi knew that what the intestine ghost said must be nonsense, but he was not afraid of the intestine ghost, so he waved his hand to signal the intestine ghost to go away, and the intestine ghost left with a sense of relief. After the Tsujo incident was resolved, Lin Yi had a clear understanding of his own strength in the real world. According to what Lee Data said, with so many different consultants in the entire laboratory, his own strength can be ranked among the top 3. And all the strangers in the country, their own strength can also enter the top 10. These words may be flattering and a little watery, but it also shows that the strength of practitioners in the real world is indeed poor. Lin Yi reckoned that, like Lee Datu and the others, they could only be regarded as having just developed a sense of qi. In contrast, he now has 4 senses of qi. However, the progress in Taoist cultivation is not fast, mainly because the merits are too little. Lin Yi gave the Buddhist Vajra-subduing demon sutra to himself who hung up in another world. Now that he thinks about it, it seems that the only thing he can improve is martial arts. Thunderbolt, it's time to practice the martial arts that could break through the realm of awakening juz. Consultant shock equipment. Lin Yi is not a professional, but someone is. Boya Fitness Club. This is the best gym in Raochang. When he was in college, he used to work part-time to distribute flyers to this gym. The price on the flyer page made him a little incomprehensible. Does anyone really spend hundreds of dollars to take fitness classes? Can't you run by yourself? Or buying a treadmill and equipment is more cost-effective than this. He doesn't understand the life of the rich. Walking into the gym was very quiet, not as noisy as Lin Yi imagined, and there were not many people working out, and everyone was accompanied by a personal trainer. Because Lin Yi was curious, he didn't look for anyone. He did a few exercises on the fitness equipment, and found that neither dumbbells nor horizontal bars were too challenging for him. In order not to shock the world, he didn't try it anymore. In just a short while, 3 or 4 female personal trainers came over and asked him if he needed personal trainer services. Looking at the figures of these female coaches, Lin Yi understood why private lessons were so expensive. Just when Lin Yi was about to ask the clerk if he had the equipment he wanted, a faint fragrance hit him. The boss is here, probably not for fitness. The voice was very pleasant. Lin Yi looked back, almost past a mountain peak, and said with a smile, "I don't work out, so what am I doing here?" It was only at this time that Lin Yi could see the woman's appearance clearly. The tight fitness clothes showed her perfect curves, which was astonishing and perfect. Especially very moist. Lin Yi once saw that many women would go to train the shape of a certain place, such as peach hearts, and so on. Some women pursue too much, and it will look a little weird, but this woman doesn't. Any more curves on her body will be exaggerated, and any less curves will lose that sense of impact. This is a perfectly sexy stunner. "My name is Chen Shi, what's your name, sir?" The woman stretched out her hand generously, and Lin Yi shook it. The woman's hand was very tender and smooth, without any calluses on the hands of people who phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme exercise. Lin Yi. Lin Yi withdrew his hand with a smile, and asked, "You haven't answered me yet, why do you think I'm not here for the gym?" "Mr. Lin, when you first started exercising, your movements were very irregular. Obviously, you have never used these fitness equipment before, but Mr. Lin, you have a lot of strength. To be honest, I have been in the gym for a month, and I have not seen any students who are more relaxed than Mr. Lin. Yes, plus Mr. Lin's figure, it doesn't seem like he needs to exercise. This woman is very smart. I'm afraid she has been observing her secretly since she came in." "Then what do you think I come to the gym for?" "I can't guess this one. Let me introduce myself. I am a personal fitness consultant." "A fitness consultant, is it equal to a personal trainer?" "It's a little different from private training. The private training here is that one trainer can correspond to 10 students, and I only provide one-on-one fitness guidance for one student during the service period. I will not accept other students. Of course, the fee will also be charged." "More expensive?" Lin Yi was taken aback. He felt that the personal trainer was already pretty good. He didn't expect that there would be one-on-one fitness consultants. The current gym is really fun. "Oh, how much?" "There are 2 packages. Package A is 12,888 month, a total of 11 classes. When you come to the library, please call me in advance, as long as it is before o'clock in the evening, I will arrive, and there is an exclusive private gym room. Exclusive private room, it sounds exciting. Although Lin Yi had never hired a personal trainer, could he have eaten pork if he hadn't seen a pig run? This fitness guide sometimes had to have some small physical contact. It's really not good to be in public. What about the second package? For package B, according to the customer's needs, if the customer is not convenient to come to the library, I can come to give guidance. There are 38,888 lessons in total, and the price is door-to-door guidance. The price is 38888. This price made Lin Yi's tongue smack. Sure enough, the happiness of rich people is really unimaginable. However, Chen Shi seems to be worth the price no matter in terms of appearance or figure, but he doesn't know how to do it technically. Mr. Lin, do you want to experience it? Okay. Lin Yi followed Chen Shi into the private gym room next to it. It was blocked by blackout curtains, so it was impossible to see anything from outside. And the other personal female trainers showed jealous expressions when they saw Lin Yi follow Chen Shi in. Who is it? I haven't seen her take the initiative to solicit a customer after I'd been here for a month. I thought she was so noble, and she didn't want to catch someone else. Emotional people not only want to catch a handsome guy, but also a handsome guy. Those customers didn't like it. Oomph, what's the point of pride? Isn't it just that you have a better figure? Lin Yi didn't know the jealousy of these female coaches outside. After some experience, he was sure that this one was indeed worth the price. At this moment, he rested his head on Chen Shi's lap, enjoying Chen Shi's head massage. Although the previous fitness exercise was not very tiring, it was indeed very comfortable. Mr. Lin, you can relax and try to rest. Although your body is not tired, I feel that your spirit has been in a state of excitement for a long time and you need to relax. When Chen Shi's gentle voice came, Lin Yi thought for a while and began to relax himself, but fell asleep just like that. Mr. Lin, wake up. A soft voice came from his ear, and feeling the hot and humid breath on his face, Lin Yi opened his eyes. Miss Chen Shi, I have decided to buy your B package. Then thank you, Mr. Lin, but you can call me Coach Chen Shi from now on. Chen Shi smiled mischievously, and Lin Yi rubbed his nose. I haven't signed the contract yet, let the coach talk about it later. It's the same day and day, you have to call sooner or later. Lin Yi. After signing the contract with the gym, Lin Yi readily paid the money. Looking at the reduced number on the bank card, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Lin Yi, you are really drifting away, aren't you? Do you hate this extravagant life the most and dislike such behavior the most? How could a dragon-slaying youth become a dragon? But watching Chen Shi change his clothes and put on a white dress, it was not as sexy as before, but it was more sweet, and he felt that the money was well spent. It turns out that I don't hate this extravagant life of luxury and money, what I hate is that I am not the one who lives this kind of life. Student Lin, where are we going now? Chen Shi stood where he was, and asked Lin Yi with a smile. Go buy some equipment first. Buy equipment? That's right, the charged one. Electric. Chen Shi's complexion changed slightly. It's better to have enough power. Chapter 88 Chen Shi, is this what your client really wants you to buy? Ah. So you misunderstood at the beginning, thinking that what was charged? Listening to her best friend's words, Chen Shiqiao blushed. Thinking of her reaction at that time, her face is still a little hot now. You are really dirty, but you can take the initiative to mention the B package. This customer is very high quality? It's handsome, and it belongs to the kind that many girls will post upside down. Handsome and rich, isn't that a proper character set for the heroine of a romance novel? Work harder and win it directly, and upgrade to become the wife of the president. Chen Shi shook his head, and his expression became serious. It's unrealistic. In this society, there are still well-matched families. There is no Cinderella who is so easy to marry into a rich family. And you know me, and you don't like to be restrained. Yes, your goal is to have a big house, and then you can dance freely and travel everywhere. Hey, I can't be like you. If I dare not get married, my parents will have to kill me. Chen Shi smiled. Everyone has their own concept of life, and because of his family, he has no illusions about marriage since he was sensible. She went to be a personal fitness consultant because she had saved enough to find a rich man to rely on to fulfill her wish. But it doesn't matter if you have money, she has her standards, and this Mr. Lin is indeed very good at the moment, but he hasn't met the conditions for her to unlock the next package. The delivery master has already prepared the goods, so I'll go there first. Chen Shi glanced at the message on the phone, said hello to his best friend and left the apartment. Longxi Yun Mansion. Chen Shi came in with the truck driver, looking at the single-family villas. His mood fluctuated a little. Since she was in college, she has been very clear about her goals. For this reason, other college girls are busy learning to fall in love, but she is very self-disciplined. In order to maintain her figure, she not only maintains a good schedule, but also maintains the figure, also controls the diet. As for falling in love, it is impossible. The boys at school can't give her the life she wants. At the same time, she also signed up for some etiquette classes to learn more literary and artistic homework such as flower arrangement and painting to improve her inner self-cultivation. Because she knew that it was impossible for a man to pay so much for her just by his appearance, and what she wanted was not a little bit more. Because of this, she also knew very well which neighborhoods in the city were relatively high-end. She thought that Lin Yi would be quite rich if he could afford the consulting fee, but she didn't expect a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in Longxi Yunfu. If Lin Yi said that his home is in Longxi Yun Mansion, she wouldn't be so excited. Maybe his parents' phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme here, but he is a young man. It is impossible for him to call himself to guide fitness and let his parents see him, which means that he is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme here alone. This showed that Lin Yi was richer than she thought. Coming. Lin Yi saw Chen Shi getting off the truck and greeted her with a smile. This woman knows how to dress well. Although she was wearing casual sportswear, the pink set off her youthful appearance, less sexy and more charming. The girl is shy. Student Lin, may I ask, what are you doing here? Chen Shi curiously asked after the porter moved the equipment to the underground entertainment room. It's fitness, of course, but it's a special kind of fitness. I plan to use electric current to stimulate my muscles. It's okay to stimulate the muscles with electric current, but you don't need to pursue the limit, Student Lin. Chen Shi is a very conscientious person. Since she chose to be a fitness consultant, she also has a full understanding of the fitness industry. It is true that electric current stimulates muscles, but most of them are used by some boxers. Normal fitness people rarely touch it. Personally, I prefer to try some stimulation. Besides, are you still here? All you have to do is adjust the current for me. Originally, Lin Yi wanted the people from the Zhao Appraisal Institute to help, but in the end he gave up on this idea. He didn't want to reveal too much of his whole cards. Even if the appraisal office wouldn't have any ill intentions towards him, the appraisal office represented the top after all. In the above, the consideration of the whole is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme considered. When the interests of the whole and individual interests conflict, it is the individual interests that must be sacrificed. Chen Shi really wanted to refuse, but she was also a little curious. Aren't rich boys of this age busy with eating, drinking and having fun? Unique hobbies. Lin Yi didn't care what Chen Shi was thinking, he was willing to pay the money, he just wanted to have someone by his side to adjust the voltage for him. Of course, it would be better if it was a beautiful woman. The room was very quiet. Lin Yi posted a talisman in the room for the sake of caution. The ghosts did not dare to come in, mainly to prevent the intestine ghost. This guy is not a good thing, which is why he didn't let the intestine ghost adjust the voltage. Lin Yi lay on the instrument, put electric shock stickers on himself, then looked at Chen Shi, and said, "Let's start." Chen Shi hesitated for a while before pressing the switch. The electric current flowed into the body. If it weren't for Chen Shi's tense appearance, Lin Yi would have suspected that it hadn't been opened, because he didn't feel anything in his body. Add another file. What? Don't worry. Don't worry, I have surveillance cameras here, and if something happens, it has nothing to do with you. Sensing Lin Yi's impatience, Chen Shi also felt a little wronged. This man is handsome, but why doesn't he know how to pity and cherish Jade? First gear, second gear, third gear. When it was adjusted to the sixth gear, Lin Yi finally felt something, felt a slight numbness, and at the same time he started to run the mental method of Lei Yangpa, but as soon as it started, the slight numbness disappeared up. The electricity is still not enough. Turn it all the way up. Lin Yi looked at Chen Shi, and Chen Shi nodded, but her hand that pressed the gear was already trembling a little. 10 gears is the highest limit of this device. Chen Shi had never felt that the time was so slow. According to the instruction manual, the highest gear could only last for 5 minutes at most, but Lin Yi was almost 10 minutes. It won't be a problem. Chen Shi tried to shout a few times, but when he saw that Lin Yi didn't respond, his pretty face turned pale with fright, and he quickly pressed the button to shut it down. Turn it off for what? The moment she pressed the button to turn off, a voice of dissatisfaction came, and Lin Yi opened his eyes. He managed to catch the electric current in his body, and guided the current to flow around his body according to Lei Yangpa's operation method. It broke in 1 week. I see you didn't reply. Don't worry about me, I'm fine, go ahead. Okay. Chen Shi was very aggrieved. At first, she was thinking about unlocking the C package, but at this moment she gave up. This man is good-looking and rich, but his temper is too bad. If she hadn't already collected the money, she would have left now. If you have nothing to do, you can go to the movies or something. There is a theater in the next room and fitness equipment. You don't need to guard me here. Okay. Lin Yi was a little puzzled. Why did this woman's attitude change so quickly? Is this the different attitude before and after receiving the money? Chen Shi walked out of the room. The basement of the whole villa is very large, and there is a light well. With the height far exceeding ordinary people, there will be no feeling of stuffiness. Looking at the sets of expensive fitness equipment, and though there are many wine cellars with good wines, and I can't help laughing at myself. Many people struggle for a lifetime, but they can't earn a basement. In the eyes of others, a woman like myself may come and go as soon as she goes. Half an hour, an hour. Chen Shi finished watching 2 movies, and made herself some fruit salad out of boredom. She was a little desperate, and Lin Yi hadn't come out yet. In the end, she couldn't help but took out her mobile phone and asked online, is there anyone who can withstand voltage for several hours? The answers are all a series of impossibilities, interpreted from various scientific perspectives, such as medical science, body structure, etc. The results are all definite impossibilities. No normal person can withstand the 10th level of voltage for more than 15 minutes, unless that person is not a normal person, such as the immortal cultivator that many netizens say. Seeing this answer, Chen Shi really wanted to say that there are really people who can persist, and she saw it with her own eyes. But after thinking about it, let it go. After all, this is Lin Yi's privacy. Even if she asks the question anonymously, it's better to say as little as possible. As for the others who answered that they were immortal cultivators, she only took it as a joke, and those who are unrealistic and fantasizing would think about it all day long. There are no immortal cultivators in this world. Boring, she can only send messages to her girlfriends. What are you doing? What else can you do, social animals? How is it going? How are you and that client doing? Are you still at his house? Ah. It's been so long, rely on me, he's pretty good. What are you talking about, you pervert? My customer is a little strange. Strange? How strange? There are some special hobbies, I heard that rich people are like this. Chen Shi felt that there was no way to continue the chat. This best friend of his had been brainwashed after reading too many novels. Stop chatting, Chen Shi walked back to the room. Just when Lin Yi opened his eyes, at that moment she felt some kind of flame in Lin Yi's eyes, her heart trembled, her eyes quickly avoided. It was the first time she didn't dare to talk to someone. The men looked at each other. I'm sorry, I delayed your time today, just come here, I will let the property arrange a car to take you out later. Okay, Chen Shi breathed a sigh of relief, but she also felt a little lost in her heart, and she didn't know how to describe her mood at the moment. At that moment just now, Lin Yi's eyes were the same as those of many rich men, but it was only for a moment, and then disappeared. Lin Yi called Wang Quan and asked Wang Quan to arrange a car to take Chen Shi back. Wang Quan obviously misunderstood and was very attentive, so Lin Yi didn't bother to explain. He had an urgent matter to solve. Break open the door of Taoism and Buddhism, so why not add a martial art Buddhism, so why not add a martial arts different world? When Lin Yi teleported back, a month had passed. From the information I received from myself who was on hook, this month has been uneventful, and nothing special has happened. At the very beginning, when Dao Hai gave the scalper a big fight, the scalper was still very dissatisfied and resisted several times, but when Dao Hai raised his Zen stick, the scalper resigned to his fate. Lin Yi walked out of his yard, just in time to meet Dao Hai who was walking towards him. Junior brother is out? Dao Hai was very happy to see Lin Yi. Although he was a monk, he couldn't stay idle. When he was in Miaoying Temple, he would phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme sneak out of the temple to kill demons. If it wasn't for Lin Yi's confession before the retreat, Dao Hai thought about his younger brother's retreat. If he left, there would be no one to protect the law, so he stayed patiently in the courtyard, but he would inevitably come back to the gate of Lin Yi Yuan one day, watch it a few times. Well, thank you brother for protecting me. What is this? Is my brother more diligent in the Dharma this time? Facing Dao Hai's question, Lin Yi was silent for 2 seconds. Although he had hung up the phone for a month, although he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme visualized the golden body of the Buddha statue, his cultivation base was not very diligent, but his sense of aura increased. 1. Ashamed, I failed to make a breakthrough. Seeing Lin Yi's downcast expression, Dao Hai comforted him, you don't have to be too depressed, junior brother. Our Buddhist practice is all about a chance, and when this chance comes, it's like a hammer, and you can become a Buddha in one day. Borrow a good word from senior brother. Lin Yi didn't come back this time to practice Buddhism. After thinking about it for a while, he asked, senior brother, I have a question about martial arts. Martial arts? Brother, you have also practiced martial arts. Also, you are full of blood, and it's because the senior brother didn't pay attention in the past. Dao Hai looked at Lin Yi carefully for a while, and then continued, brother, if you don't understand anything about Buddhist cultivation, I may be able to help you, brother. This brother has never dabbled in martial arts. Senior brother is humble. Junior brother is now in the realm of hundreds of furnaces, and he is about to break through to Jingja, and he has the martial arts mentality to break through to Jingja, but he still can't step out of the door. I don't know what went wrong. After hearing this, Dao Hai fell into deep thought, but within 3 seconds he grinned and said, I don't really understand, but I know who understands. Who? There is a martial arts sect in the county city, and there are strong people from Jingja. Junior brother can ask about it, but most of the martial arts sects do not accept outsiders, and they will not easily teach martial arts to outsiders. Lin Yi rolled his eyes. If he said this, he didn't say anything. He didn't accept outsiders, so why should he ask himself? But in the end, it provided me with an idea, I can ask about it, and at worst, I would spend money, just like Qingfeng Temple and Miaoying Temple, spending money to buy an outer disciple or something. Junior brother, if you want to go to the county town, I can accompany you there. Okay, then trouble brother. Lin Yi was also a vigorous and resolute person, and since he had made an agreement with the county, he asked Uncle Su to arrange a carriage, and he went on the road with Dao Hai. To be honest, after coming to another world for so long, he was afraid of going to the high map to encounter strong people, but he has been nesting in Xinshou village in Shangyang County. If he hadn't needed to solve the breakthrough problem this time, he would have wanted to hang up in Xinshou village all the time. Just like the Tenlepo sword god, as long as he stays for a long time, even if he kills first-level monsters in Xinshou village, he can become super god if he kills too many monsters. Kanglin County. When Lin Yi and Dao Hai came to the gate of the county in a carriage, they felt a different kind of prosperity from the county. The 8 open city gate can accommodate 8 vehicles, and there is an endless stream of horses coming in and out. The gate guards wear armor and have sharp eyes. They are completely different from the gate guards in the county. Gap between security guards. After showing his identification card and entering the city, Lin Yi was not in a hurry to find the martial arts sect first, but booked 2 rooms at the best inn in the city, one for Dao Hai and the other. Xiaoer, is there any good girl in your city? Please recommend one to me. Lin Yi lived in the best room in the inn, and he was generous. Xiaoer smiled and said, "My lord, you really asked the right person. I know a guy from the tooth shop is very good. The most important thing is that the charges are fair. I'll go and invite him." "Okay, you can prepare another banquet for me, and I will bring it directly to the box." "Junior brother, I won't go to this banquet. Dao Hai doesn't have as many taboos as ordinary monks, but it's just about behavior, and he still doesn't drink meat." "It's okay, I'll ask the shopkeeper to arrange some other vegetarian dishes." The inns in the county town are much more diversified than those in the county town. The inn itself has a restaurant business, and many people who stay at the top also have to solve the problem of eating, and it is no worse than those specialized restaurants. Lin Yi led Dao Hai into the private room. As soon as the dishes were served, Xiaoer led a middle-aged man with a mustache into the room. "Mr. Lin, this is Mr. Wu, one of the top 10 idiots in our county." "One of the top 10 idiots? I serve nobles like Mr. Lin. I am the fourth eldest in my family. You can call me Wu Si, Mr. Lin." Lin Yi smiled, as expected of being a scumbag. Her speech is exquisite, and she knows how to serve, which is rare in another world. Lin Yi invited him to a seat, but he didn't get to the point. This Wu Si didn't ask any questions. He flattered Lin Yi and told some anecdotes about the county very funny, which also gave Lin Yi a general understanding of the county. Smart man, this tells me through these words that there is nothing in the county that he doesn't know about. It seems that the money I gave to Xiaoer is really worth it. It is confirmed that the other party is a smart person, and that in ancient times, he was able to lower himself so low and have such a sense of service, which just shows that this person loves money very much, and he can lower his posture so low for money, which is exactly what he needs. Wu Si, I came to the county town this time. I heard that there is a martial arts school in the city. What's the name? Shen Yunmen. Yes, it is the Shenyun sect. I want to know the general situation of this Shenyun sect. The strength of the sect includes the situation of the disciples. The young master is a martial artist? Wu Si took a look at Lin Yi, but only took a second to look away, and continued, Shenyun sect is the only high-grade martial arts sect in our county, and it has been passed down for more than 300 years. I don't know what the sect master is, but the elders are all strong in the awakening of Zhi's realm. However, Shenyun sect is very strict about recruiting disciples. It recruits no more than 10 beginners every year, and there are no less than 1,000 disciples who want to sign up every year, and there are many from other counties. There is a rule, only recruit disciples who are weak in the crown, and never make an exception. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed, not making an exception, which meant that his path to becoming a disciple of the Shenyun sect would not work. Then you will be hooked, hey, I'm obsessed with martial arts. I heard that Shenyun sect is the only high-grade martial arts sect in several counties around me. That's why I came here specifically to learn from a master. I didn't expect to be past the age of entry. Lin Yi looked disappointed. In fact, he couldn't become a disciple of Shen Yunmen, which was only a pity for him, and he didn't have to join Shen Yunmen. What he wanted was someone to show him how to break through the waking of insects. Running according to Lei Yangpa's mental method, he felt as if there was a membrane blocking the front. No matter how he operated his mental method, this membrane just couldn't be pierced. Junior brother, in fact, you don't need to be disappointed. No matter how strict the Shenyun sect is, it is not as clear-cut as our Buddhism and Taoism. You can make the abbot make an exception. If you want to come to the Shenyun sect, you can get it done. Dao Hai suddenly interrupted, but Wu Si couldn't understand, but Lin Yi smiled knowingly. Even the senior brothers know their abilities. Wu Si didn't understand a little bit, but he was smart enough not to interrupt at this time, just listening quietly. Wu Si, can you introduce me to the elders of Shenyun sect, preferably those who are more talented? Ai Kai? Seeing Lin Yi gave him a look, Wu Si understood that he loves money. Mr. Lin, this is a bit difficult to deal with. The elders of Shen Yunmen are not short of yellow and white things, but I know that one of the elders has a unique preference. What hobby? Good wine. Alcoholism is like life. If you want to ask him to help, you only need good wine. Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat. He had tasted wine from another world, and the alcohol was not very high. It was a bit similar to rice wine in the real world. If so, he could go back to the real world to buy some rice wine. After the banquet was over, Lin Yi left a piece of silver as a consultation fee. Wu Si was very happy, and excitedly promised to inquire more about Shen Yunman. Back in his room at the inn, Lin Yi teleported back to the modern age without hesitation, and came to the wine cellar in the basement. There are all kinds of wine in the wine cellar: white wine, rice wine, red wine, foreign wine. Lin Yi picked a few bottles of baijiu he had heard of and several rice wines and sent them to Gugu. Next day, Lin Yi found the shopkeeper of the restaurant. "Young Master Lin, what's the matter? Want to make a deal with the shopkeeper?" "Business, Mr. Lin, you are joking. How can a nobleman like you care about my small business? To be honest, my ancestors used to have a wine shop. I am here this time to supply wine to the shopkeeper's restaurant. For wine, I already have a wine shop, Mr. Lin, your request." The shopkeeper looked embarrassed, but Lin Yi was clear in his heart. Whether it was in the other world or in reality, this procurement was a lucrative department. The shopkeeper must have interests in the winery, and he would not easily switch to other wineries. But that's not what he wanted. "Shopkeeper, my cooperation method is a little different. I don't produce much wine, and I'm taking the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals root/phoneme of treasures. I want to use the shopkeeper's restaurant to hold a wine tasting conference, and invite people who are good at wine from all over the county to come and taste it. The price of growing wine is 100 taels. 100 taels? The shopkeeper was startled by Lin Yi's price. Their entire inn and restaurant were only worth a few hundred taels, and this bottle of wine was worth half a restaurant. What kind of wine was that? The shopkeeper doesn't have to worry about whether it can be sold, it's just held in the shopkeeper's restaurant, and the shopkeeper is asking the shopkeeper to help publicize it to the outside world. This price must be high. Lin Yi knew it very well, but his purpose was not to sell wine, but to attract the elder from Shenyunman. The wine tasting conference alone might not be able to attract them, but he put the wine on the label. The sky-high price. As long as you are a person, you will be curious about what kind of wine is worth the price, let alone someone who is good at wine. 52. When Lin Yi offered the venue fee, the shopkeeper readily agreed. Isn't it just to borrow the restaurant's venue, which can also spread the reputation of the restaurant? It would be a fool not to make such money. As for whether the wine can be sold, Mr. Lin also said that it has nothing to do with their restaurant, and the owner must agree. Boss, after the wine tasting meeting, if someone asks about the source of this wine, ordinary people don't need to tell. If there is someone who really loves wine, tell him that this wine is made by Su's Winery in Shenyang County. Okay, everything will be done as Mr. Lin said. The shopkeeper readily agreed. Anyway, you pay the money, you have the final say on everything. Lin Yi handed over a bottle of each of several wines brought back from modern times to the shopkeeper, and signaled the shopkeeper to open it again at the wine tasting meeting, including the process of opening wine for rice wine and foreign wine. After negotiating the cooperation, Lin Yi did not stay in the county, but returned to Shenyang County with Dao Hai. Junior brother, are you not going to Shenyunman? I'm not going. It's better to wait for others to come than to take the initiative to come to the door. Lin Yi answered meaningfully. In many cases, when both buyers and sellers have needs, the initiative is very important. Back in Shenyang County, Lin Yi took Uncle Su to Chen's winery in the city. At first, the other party refused to sell it on the grounds that it was an ancestral winery. When he paid a tenfold premium, the other party muttered that he was ashamed of his ancestors, while selling the winery readily, and even gave away the secret wine-making recipe handed down by his ancestors. What a filial descendant! Chen's distillery was renamed Su's Distillery, and Lin Yi asked Su Bo to be the person in charge of the distillery. After finishing all this, Lin Yi returned to the courtyard, and practiced martial arts leisurely every day. 3 days later, Uncle Su led an old man into the mansion. Uncle Su, is there a visitor here? Master Dao Hai, this one wants to see our boss. Dao Hai looked at the old man in front of him. The old man was very sloppy in clothes, no better than beggars on the street, but Dao Hai did not dare to underestimate him. He was a real martial arts master. I don't know how to call this senior. What's the matter with seeing my junior brother? Senior brother? The old man glanced at Uncle Su and asked curiously, "Your family is still a Buddhist disciple, and Buddhist disciples know how to make wine, which is a mother's surprise." Uncle Su didn't know how to explain it. Dao Hai took the words and said, "Ba, the younger brother is my Buddhist lay disciple, there is no need to observe the precepts. Vulgar has nothing to do with me. Where is your junior brother?" "Unfortunately, my junior brother has encountered a difficult matter recently, and he has devoted himself to retreat. I'm afraid it will be difficult to see guests. If there is anything senior wants, you might as well tell the little monk. When the junior brother leaves the seclusion, the monk will definitely tell you." "It's fine to tell you, but is there still the Quan Lianye brewed by your junior brother?" "Quan Lianye?" Dao Hai shook his head and said, "Only my junior brother knows this." "Then you said his mother is a hammer. Why is your brother in retreat, and how long will it take?" "This little monk can't be sure. In addition to practicing my Buddhist supernatural powers, junior brother also loves to practice martial arts. Recently, he encountered difficulties in martial arts, so he chose to retreat." When the old man heard Dao Hai's words, he showed a playful smile on his face, "So I was waiting for the old man here. If that's the case, when the old man comes, it's time to show up." Dao Hai was stared at by the old man, and the ring scar on his forehead was a little red. He knew that his junior hadn't really retreated, and what he said just now was told to him in advance. Then respond with these words. As a monk, he was not good at lying at all, and it was even more embarrassing to be seen through. Fortunately, his face was full of flesh and his fierce face covered up this embarrassment. The old man was striding towards the inside, and Uncle Su wanted to stop him when he saw this. Dao Hai gave Uncle Su a look, as his junior brother had explained before, if he was seen through, then there is no need to stop him. Backyard. Lin Yi looked at the old man who came in with a smile, cupped his fists in salute and said, "The juniors have met the seniors. Stop talking nonsense, give me 10 altars of your matai, and I can help you solve a problem, but I must not violate the old man's morality." The old man cut straight to the point. Lin Yi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled, and said to Uncle Su who followed him in, "Uncle Su, see off the guests." After finishing speaking, Lin Yi turned around and walked towards the inner room. "Old man, Dao Hai. Guest, please." The old man ignored Uncle Su, watching Lin Yi's leaving back, and kept his gaze fixed until Lin Yi stepped on the threshold of the inner room with one foot and spoke. "Two things." As if Lin Yi didn't hear it, the other foot also stepped into the threshold. "3, the most. The old man was not reconciled. Lin Yi paused for a moment, but then continued to walk inside. "As long as it's not murder and arson, 3 things. With his back to the old man, Lin Yi had a smile on his lips, which he expected. The old man already knew that this was a game he deliberately set up, but he didn't leave. Instead, he offered to exchange terms, which seemed to take the initiative, but actually exposed his weakness of loving this wine. Lin Yi turned his head, his face returned to the previous warmth, and said with a smile, "Senior speaks too seriously, how dare this junior make a request, but since senior has spoken, the elder has bestowed it on him, so he dare not resign, so let's do as senior said." The old man opened his mouth slightly, and there was such a moment of silence, as if he couldn't find any words to describe his emotions at the moment. People in another world do not have as rich a language as people in modern society. Good at lying house garden. Lin Yi placed the wine himself, and he also specially bought a set of special drinking utensils for Baijiu from modern times. Of course, it was not the kind of transparent glass, but porcelain. After pouring a glass for the old man, Lin Yi smiled and said, "Senior, the younger generation was negligent before, so I punished myself with 3 glasses to make up for it. Does this wine count in my 10 jars of wine?" The old man asked tentatively. "Of course that doesn't count." Lin Yi smiled. When the old man heard this, he picked up his glass and said, "You don't have to punish yourself alone. I will accompany you for 3 cups. Swish swish. 3 cups into his belly, the old man looked intoxicated. "This wine is strong, but it is just suitable for people who practice martial arts. You are so bad, you only give such a pot, and the old man can't drink any other wine after a few sips, gone." "Senior, it's not that the younger generation is reluctant to give more. It's because the brewing of this wine is extremely complicated, and not many jars can be brewed in a year. Lin Yi felt that what he was telling the truth. At the price of mutai in the real world, the average working family might only drink it a few times. The market price is almost 10,000 plus. I don't drink your wine in vain. Tell me, why did you set up such a situation to attract this old man? The senior speaks quickly, and the junior speaks directly. The junior has practiced to the great perfection, and also has the martial arts mentality to break through to the Jingja state, but he still can't break through. The old man looked at Lin Yi carefully for a while, and said, "That's right, it's indeed the great perfection of 100 furnaces, the blood on your body is exposed, and you have reached the limit, but if you want the old man to give you advice, you must first let the old man see your martial arts mentality. What, are you willing?" The old man's words were playful. Martial arts, especially the mental methods that can break through to the Jingja state, are the unique skills of every sect. Ordinary disciples can't watch it, let alone outsiders. Why not? Lin Yi was very generous. When he walked into the study, he took out the copy of Lei Yangpa in his hand. At first, the old man was shocked by Lin Yi's actions. She curled her lips. No wonder this kid is so generous. Feelings are the heart of Lei Yangpa. Do you dare to practice this thing? The way the old man looked at Lin Yi was, in modern terms, the way he looked at a young phoenix and a crouching dragon. The name of Leiyang Palace has been heard by all the martial arts schools in Nanjing Prefecture. It used to be the school of Fengyun in the entire Nanjing Prefecture. It's a pity that it is so brilliant that it quickly becomes lonely. The reason is that it was created by the owner of Leiyang Palace. The exercises are too shocking. In the words of the Lord of Leiyang Palace, it is this skill that selects people, and only those who are predestined can practice it. Isn't that right? Those who have no fate are chopped into coke. Wrong. The old man suddenly thought of something, and when he stretched out his right hand, Lin Yi felt a blur in front of his eyes, and then his arm was grabbed by the old man, and a powerful chi poured into his arm. You have already cultivated, and there is still a ray of thunder in your body. The old man let go of Lin Yi's arm, and his eyes were a bit complicated. Could this kid in front of him be a predestined person? But it doesn't look like it. Those predestined disciples from Leiyang Palace who were lucky enough not to die at the beginning all had one characteristic, that is, their skin was dark. If they were struck by lightning, even if they survived, their bodies would still be somewhat scorched. But this one in front of him has eyebrows like swords, eyes like stars, and face like a crown of jade. He is wearing a fine white embroidered robe, and he wears the northern border jasper on his waist. In a word, just judging from his appearance and temperament, this kid is worthy of the poem that a stranger is like jade, a sun is unparalleled in the world. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like someone practicing martial arts, let alone being struck by lightning, but more like a son of a scholarly family. The junior was lucky not to be struck to death by lightning. Lin Yi explained very modestly. No matter how you were not killed by lightning, it is a wrong idea for you to ask the old man to guide you. The Lei Yangpa technique cannot be taught by others. You can't let the lightning strike a few more times. The old man is watching from the sidelines. Let me find out what the problem is. Lin Yi's mouth twitched at the old man's words, and he couldn't stand being struck by lightning a few times. Don't look at me that way, there are many martial arts minds, and they are all different. If there are other minds, I can give you some pointers, but Lei Yangpa, I really can't do anything. Lin Yi was a little unwilling, and asked, can't senior guess the reason? Old man. 15 altars of mutai. You kid. The old man guesses that the reason why you can't break through should be related to the martial arts you have practiced before. The blood in your body is extremely strong, and you should be practicing low-level martial arts of the tough type, and Lei Yangpa is Jiang martial arts itself, which may be the reason why you cannot break through to the Jingja realm. Yin-yang imbalance? Lin Yi thought of words that appeared in many novels. It's almost the same reason. The so-called Jingja represents the recovery of all things. The so-called solitary yin does not grow, and solitary yang does not grow. If you want to break through the Jingja, you must have a balance of yin and yang. Are all warriors like this? Lin Yi frowned. If you want to say this, doesn't it mean that all warriors have to practice skills of different attributes before and after the Jingja state? Many sects with awakening of insects martial arts, at the beginning of their disciples' martial arts training, they will assist with elixir to reconcile yin and yang. The old man saw that Lin Yi was about to speak, and said first, don't think about it, your veins and blood are already exhausted. It's useless to take the medicine pill to set the shape. Is there no way at all? It's not impossible at all, unless you find a strong awakening of insects practicing purine kung fu and let him fill his body with true energy, there is a chance to break through to the awakening of insects. However, there are few warriors in purine kung fu, let alone still there is only one strong man at the Jingja level in the entire Nanjiang state. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. As long as there is a way, as for whether it can be done, it depends on the ability. Dare to ask Senior, which strong man is it? The contemporary female sword immortal of Misty Sect, people in Jianghu are known as Ice Snow Sword Immortal. Mentioning this ice and snow sword fairy, the old man had a feeling on his face, this is a genius from the sky. He defeated all the swordsmen in Nanjiang Prefecture with a long sword. If you can invite. Forget it, don't dream, that one, but as the name suggests, she is very cold and arrogant. If you want her to make a move, unless you are her apprentice, but the prince of the previous court wanted to worship her as a teacher, but he was rejected, you boy. The old man looked at Lin Yeben loudly, and said, with your skin, ordinary women are attracted to you, but in front of the Ice Snow Sword Immortal, I'm afraid it's useless. Facing the old man's attack, Lin Yi didn't care. His biggest advantage was not his good looks. Senior said that this Ice and Snow Sword Immortal is accepting disciples? Although Bingshua's Sword Immortal said that she wanted to accept apprentices 7 years ago, so far she has not caught her eye, not even so many martial arts geniuses in Nanjiang Prefecture, let alone you, with your martial arts talent out of her eyes. Lin Yi really wanted to give the old man in front of him a big rivalry. You eat my food and drink my food, and you keep belittling me, thinking that I am a philanthropist. But thinking of the old man's strength, and whether he wanted something from others, he had no choice but to hold back. Senior should be well known in Nanjiang Prefecture. Lin Yi flattered. The Ice and Snow Sword Immortal is called an immortal, and the old man's nickname is also an immortal. People in the Jianghu are called Juzui Immortal. The old man's face was full of arrogance, and Lin Yi cursed in his heart, drunken immortal. It doesn't sound like a powerful nickname. But for those who are mixed in the rivers and lakes, to have a nickname shows that they still have some strength. Then if, with the reputation of Senior, it is said that a peerless sword-practicing genius has been found in Shenyang County, I wonder if it can attract this Ice and Snow Sword Fairy to come? Lin Yi finally revealed his purpose. The old man was silent, and after a while, he said, I still want this old face. 20 altars of Mutai. Lin Yi began to quote. That's a sword fairy. The old man sneered again and again. Lin Yi continued to increase the price, 50 jars. It's useless even if you talk about breaking the sky. The old man's attitude was firm and unwavering. 100 altars. You insult the old man again. 200 altars. The old man is not good at lying. The old man shook his head. 500 altars. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, it is good. The old man patted the table and said, give 300 altars first, and the remaining 200 altars will be sent to the old man within a month if your kid is not dead. Lin Yi, deal. P.S. Thanks for the rewards from several book friends, please ask for a monthly ticket. Can only have one sword immortal, have you heard? What? Shenyang County below our county has a martial arts genius. Really, what kind of genius can there be in Shenyang County? In Kanglan County, several tea houses and restaurants that warriors like to go to, a news is spreading rapidly. Then it can be false, the drunken fairy of Shenyanman knows. I know, one of the 5 elders of the Xingyan sect, he was also a genius when he was young, but he is in his 70s or 80s, so he is not a genius. What, this drunken immortal went to Shenyang County, and it was said that he wanted to accept disciples, but he didn't expect to be rejected. Reject? There are still people who can refuse the acceptance of the elders of Shenyanman. Isn't it? And I heard that the drunken immortal rushed to recruit disciples himself, because that martial arts talent is extremely high, but he doesn't like the drunken immortal. Even the drunken immortal doesn't like it, it's a bit too arrogant. Some people from all over the world shook their heads, but the person who spoke immediately added, then you are wrong, just like this, this drunken fairy has gone to Shenyang County twice in a row, and he still wants to recruit disciples. This people from all walks of life talked about it, and such similar scenes appeared in the entire Kanglan County and even in other counties, and quickly spread to other counties. Shen Yun Dor. Old Zhao, you were really rejected 3 times, and you were so cheeky that you didn't give up until they wrote on the door that dogs and drunken immortals are not allowed to enter? At the meeting of the elders, Zhou Zuixian listened to the ridicule of the other elders. His old face was as black as coke. He never thought that Lin Yi would spread rumors so ruthlessly. This is the constant friction that puts his reputation on the ground. Had he known that Lin Yi would make up such a thing, he would not have agreed in the first place. He would have asked for at least 1,000 altars. Then Lin Yi is really such a genius. If so, the old man can go there himself. Do not. Hearing the sect master's opening, Zhou Zuixian hurriedly stopped him. What a joke! This is a game set up for the Ice and Snow Sword Immortal. If the sect master is cheated, he will not be expelled from the sect. Why, old Zhao, you still don't give up. You are afraid that the head of the sect will rob Lin Yi, and you still want to accept him as a disciple? That's not true, the old man wouldn't be so shameless. The drunken fairy snorted coldly, and found an excuse to say, this son is extremely stubborn, his eyes are high above the top, and the master of the sect will go in person. If he is rejected, then our Xinyun sect will lose face in the Jianghu. When the door master heard this, he also agreed, saying, then let it go, all the elders go away if there is nothing to do, and Elder Zhao stay. The other 4 elders got up and left when they heard the words. Zhou Zuixian looked at the sect master with some embarrassment, and said, Master, what do you leave me for? I don't care. Brother, don't you let go of what happened back then? The sect master looked at Zhou Zuixian with a complicated expression. Relieve what? Back then, the position of sect master should have belonged to you, senior brother. Stop. Zhou Zuixian interrupted the sect master and said, that's because I don't like to take care of those trivial matters, and I took the initiative to shirk it from the master. Since senior brother doesn't like trivial matters, why did he go to Shenyang County to accept apprentices, and he persisted after being rejected 3 times in a row? Zhou Zuixian fell silent, then suddenly slapped the table after a while, and snorted, okay, Hou Miaochuan, you are here waiting for me. Please don't spoil this matter for me, otherwise I don't care if you are the sect master or not, still beat you. Domineering left these words, Zhou Zuixian got up and left, leaving Hou Miaochuan with a helpless wry smile. He is not sure what kind of medicine his senior brother sells in the gourd, but it is the Ice Snow Sword Immortal, the only female sword immortal in Nanjiang Prefecture. Sword Fairy. Hou Miaochuan thought of the master's high hopes for his senior brother. When the master was alive, he once said that the senior brother has the appearance of a sword fairy. The former senior brother was also Yijin Township Nanjiang, and he was also selected as the next master of Xinyun sect, but for some reason, once the senior brother went out and returned, he never held a sword again, drank alcohol all day, and was even beaten by Jianghu people later. Nicknamed the Drunken Fairy. But people in the world only know Zhuzui Immortal, but they don't know Zhang Mingjiu Sword Immortal. 3 days later. Kanglan County is a sensation. The first female sword fairy in Nanjiang Prefecture, Bingshua's Sword Fairy, appeared, and all the warriors wanted to see her beauty, but Bingshua's Sword Fairy did not stay in Kanglan County, but went towards Shenyang County after she appeared, attracting many warriors followed. With the establishment of a new dynasty, the status of warriors has been greatly improved, and many powerful families have begun to train their children to learn martial arts. Therefore, not only warriors, but also some sons and brothers are rushing to Shenyang County. This battle is a bit big. Lin Yaran was at home, but he also found out about the rumors. If he got off the hook, he would have to hide back in the real world. You kids still know to be afraid? Zhou Zuixian held up the wine jar and sneered at Lin Yi. This wine jar was specially made by Lin Yi when he returned to the real world to find the Mutai group. As a consultant of his laboratory, Mutai is still very face-saving. Not only does he have the final say on the packaging, but he also supplies 1,000 caddies at a time. In Zhong Shan's words, the factory director is very enthusiastic, and he said that he still needs more. Just squeak. Lin Yi asked curiously at the time, didn't it mean that the production of Mutai was not enough? As a result, Zhong Shan replied with a mysterious smile, the output of this mutai for takeaway is far less than that for non-takeaway. Depend on. Emotions are mostly digested internally. City will play. In front of the gate of the Lin mansion, a female sword fairy fluttering in white clothes looks like a banished fairy. The people who followed saw a young man with an extraordinary temperament coming up to welcome the ice and snow sword immortal, and then closed the door. Although they were curious, everyone didn't dare to go forward. After all, this is the ice and snow sword immortal, the #1 sword immortal in Nanjiang. Lin Yi has seen fairies. Lin Yi, who was dressed in white, needless to say, but after the ice and snow sword immortal came in, he just swept his eyes lightly, looked behind Lin Yi, and said, "Is it possible that the imposing sword immortal of wine dare not come out to meet people?" Lin Yi. Seeing the old man who had been drinking alone in the backyard come out from behind, Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. He had a premonition that he seemed to be being used. These two seem to have a story. There is no such thing as a wine sword fairy. Now there is only a drunken fairy. There is only one sword fairy in Nanjiang, and that is the ice and snow sword fairy. The old man laughed at himself, as if he didn't see Lin Yi's questioning look. When I was not born in the Misty sect, I heard the name of Jiao Jianxian. Over the years, I have defeated all the swordsmen in Nanjiang, but I have not been able to fight against you. Let's take advantage of today to see who is Nanjiang a real sword fairy. As soon as the Bingshu's sword immortal said this, the temperature in the entire yard began to drop. Lin Yi frowned, stepped back, and saw Dao Hai standing there in a daze, and pulled Dao Hai away. Come over. This ice and snow sword immortal is looking for trouble. This sentence is very familiar. Where does it seem to have been heard? There can only be one sword immortal in Nanjiang Prefecture. There can only be one Haonan in Causeway Bay? It's freezing cold. In the hand of the ice snow sword immortal, an extra sword appeared at some point, exuding a icy cold light. Zhuxian raised the wine jar in his hand and said with a smile, "There is only one sword immortal in Nanjiang Prefecture, and of course it is ice and snow sword immortal. I am just a drunkard now." Snapped. Just as the drunken fairy's voice fell, the ice and snow sword fairy moved the long sword in his hand, and a sword she swung out, the wine jar in his hand shattered, and the white wine poured all over the ground. Ice snow sword immortal, why are you doing this? Zhuxian looked at the liquor spilled on the ground, with a look of pain on his face. Why shouldn't you fight? If my sword energy scored another 3 points just now, you would be dead. The ice and snow sword immortal looked at the Zhui immortal in a cold voice, and Lin Yi's eyes flicked back and forth between the two. Judging from his appearance, the old man could be someone's grandfather, but there was no guarantee that this ice and snow sword immortal had good looks. There was a lot of gossip in Lin Yi's heart. There was definitely something going on between these two. Your sword energy has no killing intent. The drunken fairy shook his head, swung his right hand, grabbed another altar of mutai from the air, took a sip of booze, then turned and walked inside. The corners of Lin Yi's mouth twitched as he watched this scene. In terms of pretending to be aggressive, this old man is still amazing. Return your sword energy without killing intent. In other words, if there is a killing intent, you will not be able to use this sword. Pretending to be forceful, I am still a little too late, I need to learn more, write it down, and use it back in the real world. Just go away, you deliberately attracted me, just tell me, are you a drunkard now? Zhuxian stopped in his tracks, turned around and said, I didn't bring you here, it was this kid who brought you here. Seeing that Bingshu's sword immortal's eyes finally fell on him, Lin Yi showed a flattering smile on his face. This person finally noticed him. Over the years, this was the first time that he was robbed of the limelight by other men in front of the opposite sex. This kid has no one to teach him, so he practiced randomly. He just started practicing fierce martial arts, and he didn't know what kind of shit luck he had. He didn't get struck by lightning when he practiced Lei Yang Pa. Help him break through to the waking of insects. You are a fairy. Hearing what Zhuxian said, Lin Yi scolded his mother in his heart. This old man has exposed all his details. According to his plan, based on his appearance and the rumors in the early stage, it is best to deceive this Bingshu fairy accepts herself as an apprentice, but she has already found many storytellers outside the door, and after this is settled, she will immediately go to the tea house and tavern to spread the news and establish the relationship between master and apprentice. Don't give this ice and snow sword fairy a chance to repent. He even designed a scene for this, but before the big play was even aired, he was pulled down by the drunken fairy. Boy, don't look at me with that look. The most annoying thing about this guy is cheating. Do you really want to taste what it's like to be pierced all over your body by sword energy? Jizuixian seemed to know what Lin Yi was thinking, curled his lips, left Lin Yi standing there with an embarrassed expression on his face, and Dao Hai on the side with an expression of embarrassment. He stared at Bingshua's sword immortal warily. He's right in what he said. What I hate the most is cheating. Death is inevitable, but life is inevitable. Bingshua's sword immortal frowned, and Dao Hai at the side recited Umatba, and waved it out with his Zen stick, taking the first step. Master, be careful. When fighting monsters, Dao Hai understands one thing, that is to strike first. Buddhist disciples also participate in secular affairs? Frost appeared on the pretty face of the ice snow sword immortal, and with a wave of the long sword in his hand, a sword chi shot out. The Zen staff in Dao Hai's hand was directly split in half by the sword chi. Fortunately, when Dao Hai made the move, he had Buddha's light on his body. Bless you, this sword energy just defeated the Buddha light, knocked it into the air, and smashed it to the back courtyard wall. Only this once, otherwise, no matter whether you are a Buddhist or a Taoist disciple, I will not show any mercy. Lin Yi looked at Dao Hai, who was knocked into the air. He thought that this female sword fairy would be very strong, but he didn't expect to be so strong. This strength is estimated to be a Buddhist master at the golden body level. 1 or 3 people in the golden body state have all returned to the West Paradise. The ice snow sword immortal didn't hesitate, and swung out another sword, and Lin Yi was about to choose to teleport back the moment the ice snow sword immortal swung the sword, when the drunken fairy's voice came from the backyard. Are you sure you don't want to see what the elementary martial arts this kid is practicing before doing it? This sentence caused the sword energy that was coming straight at Lin Yi's arm to pass through Lin Yi's arm, but Lin Yi gritted his teeth and did not send it. He was betting that the old man's words would stop the female sword fairy. Fortunately, he was right. The figure of Bingshua's sword immortal disappeared in place, and the next moment he grabbed Lin Yi's arm with his palm. Lin Yi only felt his arm get cold. Was this woman's hand warm? After a few breaths, the Bingshua's sword immortal let go of Lin Yi's hand and stared at the backyard. The chilling air suddenly spread from his body. I couldn't help shivering. The flowers, plants, and trees in the whole yard were covered with frost in just a few breaths. Drunken immortal. Bingshua's sword immortal's tone was cold, but Lin Yi could hear a ray of excitement. Ha, you don't need to thank me, the old man doesn't know what the relationship between this kid and that one is? The words from the drunken fairy in the backyard made Lin Yi's mind spin rapidly. Who is his relationship with? Combined with the context, the person ice snow sword immortal and the old man mentioned should have something to do with the martial arts I practiced. Elementary martial arts refers to the tiger roaring strength, and the tiger roaring strength was passed on to me by my elder brother. Could it be that this ice and snow sword immortal has something to do with the elder brother? Looking at this angry expression, could it be her ex-husband? Ex-abject? What's your relationship with Xiao Yuanyin? Xiao Yuanyin, the name of the elder brother. Lin Yi knew that his guess was right. Just, how should I answer? If it is really the former object, and someone with ideals and ambitions like eldest brother, it is very likely that he abandoned this one for the uprising. And why does this one think that he is similar to Li Macho? What if love turns into hatred? He is my senior brother. But in the end Lin Yi decided to answer truthfully. At worst he would hide back in another world. Eldest brother, he turned out to be your elder brother. The Bingshua's sword immortal suddenly laughed, and when Lin Yi was thinking about whether he should continue, the laughter stopped abruptly, and he suddenly asked, where are the others? Lin Yi was taken aback. Could it be that the elder brother in front of him who didn't know that the uprising failed and was killed? Senior brother led the uprising back then, but failed and was killed, but I have already killed the person who betrayed senior brother, and avenged him. What did you say? As soon as Lin Yi said this, the drunken fairy figure in the backyard instantly appeared beside him, looking crazy, staring at him intently. This scene confused Lin Yi. What the hell, a senior brother, suddenly drove the two of you crazy. Posture of champion backyard. Lin Yi looked at the crazy old man, and then at the female sword fairy who suppressed her emotions. He was a little bewildered. Especially the old man's reaction. In the series of words the old man said earlier, he knew that he was fooled by the old man. Even without the hundreds of jars of wine, the old man would cooperate with him. But now it seems that the old man also doesn't know. Eldest brother led the uprising. Later the uprising failed, and I'm not sure whether I died in the battle or not. This is just my guess. Lin Yi was afraid of irritating the old man, so he used a more euphemistic term. However, the old man was just silent, and the long sword and ice snow sword immortal's hand waved again, and the sword energy permeated the entire backyard. Is dissipated into the invisible. What the hell? Lin Yi looked at it and shouted, "This old man is not pretending, but really awesome. One has a sword and the other has no sword. Boy, can you summon souls?" The old man looked at Lin Yi, and Lin Yi nodded, of course he would. I will give you an account of what happened today. This sentence was said by Jiu Zuexian to Ice Snow Sword Immortal. After finishing speaking, he carried Lin Yi and headed directly towards the backyard. The speed was so fast that Lin Yi only felt that the surrounding scenery became blurred. For 2 hours. Puff. Finally, the moment the old man let go of him, he threw up. Throwing up. Fuck, old man, what do you mean? How did I offend you? After vomiting, Lin Yi looked at the old man with a pale face. The drunken fairy looked calm and said, "Help me with one thing, and I will solve the problem of breaking through the stinging sting for you." No problem. Lin Yi immediately returned to normal, looked at Day in front of him, and asked, "Where are we going?" "Go to the capital. Beijing." The new dynasty Hua dynasty continued to use the capital of the previous dynasty, but did not move the capital. Soon, the boatman came to pick up passengers, and one person crossed the river in 30 minutes. The old man glanced at Lin Yi, and Lin Yi understood that the old man didn't have any money with him, so he seemed to be a prostitute. When we got on the boat, there were already several people on board. The smell in the boat was very strong, including the smell of sweat and the smell of poultry. There is not much room to sit in the cabin, so the owner of the ship is still unwilling to leave and has to wait for guests. Several people on the ship complained to the owner of the ship, and even threatened to change the ship if they did not leave. "Go away immediately," while continuing to shout towards the shore, "Get on the boat, we are about to set off, those who have not boarded the boat, hurry up." Unfortunately, no one paid attention. In the end, the boat owner had no choice but to prepare to go out, but just as the boat was rocking, several men rushed out from the tea shop on the shore. "Wait, we have to cross the river." The owner of the boat was cursing, and these people were not annoyed. They smiled and said, "Wang Laosan, we still don't know you. If we got on the boat earlier, you would have to continue shouting for a while. With this boat, you can't wait to see it. It can hold 100 people. What 100 people, but there are so many ordinary people. Wang Laosan can't wait for everyone to hold the boat and swim in the water." The people in the cabin heard the constant laughter. Lin Yi looked at this scene, but he thought of the days when he was a child in the town. At that time, there were tricycles in the traffic in the town. If the bus is full, even if the seats are almost full, you have to go around and call to see if there are any passengers on the bus. As soon as the passengers complained, they immediately smiled and said that they would leave right away. This time usually lasts more than 10 minutes. He knows this, and he is not in a hurry to wait in the car every time. He just waits for the car to start and really wants to leave. Yes, this is the past ride. I didn't expect to be able to relive a scene from my childhood by taking a boat in a different world. However, Lin Yi still didn't enter the cabin, but stood on the deck. The owner of the ship reminded him that Lin Yi would not be affected by the shaking of the ship, so he followed Lin Yi. An hour later, the boat arrived at the other side and disembarked. The old man bought 2 horses at the gate of the city, and instead of entering the city, he went directly to the capital through the official road. Along the way, Lin Yi finally realized what it meant to run for thousands of miles, and what it meant to be in the dust. The hooves of the horse were flying, and there was dust all the way. Zhou Zuixian didn't stop on the way, and changed horses when his horse was tired, and arrived in the capital in just 3 days. The outskirts of the capital. I thought I could see the prosperity of the capital, but I don't want to go to the city. Lin Yi murmured in his heart, and followed Zhou Zuixian to a bamboo forest. This bamboo forest was obviously taken care of and trimmed very neatly. In the center of the bamboo forest stood a tomb and a bamboo house. The door of the bamboo house was opened, and an old man came out, dressed in Confucian clothes, although his head was full of white hair, but his temperament was dusty. If this face was young, he must be a handsome young man. It's just that, the first time he saw the drunken fairy, the old man's demeanor disappeared instantly. How did you come? Why can't I come? Zhou Zuixian asked back. I can come whenever I want, you old fellow can stop me? That's right, a majestic sword fairy, who can stop you? The old man dropped these words, turned around and walked towards the bamboo house. Hey, you old man, do you know what kind of martial arts he learned? The drunken fairy pointed at Lin Yi, and the old man frowned and looked at Lin Yi, but did not answer. He learned tiger roaring strength. Swish. The expression of the old man has changed. With the reaction of the drunken fairy before, Lin Yi is much calmer now. Hearing the tiger's roar, it's like being beaten with chicken blood. Those who don't understand think what the tiger's roar is. The big beauty can make the two old men so excited. No, the age is not right. After the old man got excited, he suddenly frowned. Nonsense, if you don't say you are stupid, I don't know how she blindly fell in love with you. A martial artist dares to speak wisely. The two confronted each other like children bickering, but Lin Yi understood the key words. Why did she fall in love with you in the first place? So these two are rivals in love, and the old man is the loser? Lin Yi glanced at the old man, and then at the old man. It was a good loss, but as long as the girl is not blind, she will not choose the old man. Tell me, what do you want to say when you bring this kid to me? After some bickering, the old man asked earnestly, while the drunken fairy, who was still arrogant before, suddenly faltered at this moment, and after a while, he took out a wine gourd from his waist. The two of us have been fighting for half our lives, and we haven't had a drink for a long time. This is the wine made by this kid. Good wine, do you want it? Wine. The old man took the gourd, sniffed it first, and then his eyes lit up. The wine has a very strong aroma. For the sake of this wine, I won't scold you today, but you have to explain the matter clearly to me. Row. The old man came out with a set of drinking utensils. There was a table made of bamboo outside the bamboo house, and the two of them were drinking and chatting. As for Lin Yi, he was left alone. A jug of wine will soon bottom out. Okay, I drank the wine. Tell me, what's the matter with this kid's tiger roar? This kid is Qiao Yuanyan's younger brother. Xiao. Who is Qiao Yuanyan? The old man was in a daze, as if he was thinking about it, but before he could think about it, he suddenly lay down on the table and stopped moving. Old guy, with your drinking capacity, you know you will get down. Seeing that the old man was drunk, the drunken immortal looked at the old man's face unceremoniously, making Lin Yi's mouth twitch. This old man did it on purpose, to get him drunk on purpose. Why, are you puzzled? The drunken fairy turned his eyes to Lin Yi suddenly, with a complicated expression on his face, and after a while, he said leisurely, forget it, if you want to help, I must let you know the cause of the whole thing. Isn't it the love-hate relationship of a love triangle? Lin Yi muttered something in his heart, but he still showed a listening expression. There was no way. Gossip is the biggest hobby of human beings. 40 years ago, this old man first entered the rivers and lakes. It was a long story of the past, and Lin Yi summed it up. The juvenile sword is ready, and you will be in the rivers and lakes when you go out. The young drunken fairy entered the rivers and lakes and challenged all the masters, but within a few years he made his name. If the original story had been so calm, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, the drunken immortal was beaten to death on the way to challenge one day, or he challenged all the way to the past, and finally became famous and became a real sword fairy. The turning point in the life of the young drunken immortal occurred on a waterway boat. Very bloody plot. There was a bandit on the water, and when everyone was afraid and panicked, a scholar stood up. The scholar was resourceful and led everyone to fight the bandit out of their wits, but in the end they lost. Seeing that the robbers were about to board the ship, the drunken fairy made a move, and the robbers who killed fled. The people on board applauded one after another, while the scholar was criticized by everyone. Because of his plan, many people were injured, and the treatment would cost a lot of money. At this time, a young man stepped forward and spent a lot of money. Not only did he compensate the boss of the boat, he also gave 10 taels of silver to each of the injured civilians. After that, the three of them went together because they had the same destination. The scholar is handsome, the son is lively, and the drunken fairy is relatively silent, but for some reason, the drunken fairy feels that such a life is extremely comfortable. The three of them traveled along the waterway, traveling in mountains and rivers all the way, and the young master murmured that the three of them were like-minded, so let's marry each other. Josuixian is the older brother, the scholar is the second brother, and the son is the youngest brother. Such days lasted until the next year, when the three of them entered Beijing. Because the scholar has to catch up with the exam. And on the day the scholar finished his exams, the third brother disappeared. Second brother, I'll give you a surprise when you get your title on the gold list. This was what the third brother said before he left. Josuixian just looked at it with a smile. The third brother is usually weird in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme disappears mysteriously for a while, he is used to it. Okay, then I have to work harder to take the exam and see what surprises the third brother has prepared for me. The second brother is a scholar who is very confident. Although Josuixian doesn't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme much, he has seen his second brother's literary talents, so it is inevitable that he will be named on the gold list. In his heart, my second brother has the appearance of a champion. 7 days later, the imperial examinations were announced. P.S. Calvin, it has been revised for a long time, sorry, there is another chapter, updated in the early morning. Chapter 95. Chapter 95. After 10 years of hard study, he was named on the gold list. Han Shuang studied hard and no one knew him, and became famous all over the world in one fell swoop. This is the scene that all scholars born when they took the county examination. On that day, Josuixian accompanied his second brother to watch the list. In his opinion, it was a certainty that his second brother would be on the list, and it was just a matter of ranking. But compared to where the second brother can be placed on the list, he is more curious about what surprise the third brother prepared for. However, what he didn't expect was that there was no second brother's name on the huge list. Second brother failed. In desperation, he could only phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme his distraught second brother back to the yard that the third brother bought. The courtyard door opened. A delicate-looking woman was standing there, looking at the two of them with her delicate face. Big brother, second brother. The voice is like a yellow warbler. Only then did Josuixian know that the third younger brother was a daughter. As in operas, women disguise themselves as men. The third brother became the third sister. Josuixian couldn't tell what mood he was in, he just felt very happy. However, when the third sister found out that the scholar had failed the exam, her face was full of shock, thinking that there must be something wrong with it, and she left in a hurry. A few days later, the third sister reappeared with a tired and disappointed look on her pretty face. She came back with a message. The scholar's article was well written, and he was rated as the #1 scholar in the current discipline, but the son of the treacherous prime minister who controlled the government happened to also participate in this imperial examination, so he impersonated the scholar's article and won the #1 scholar position. She has already filed an imperial petition to the Holy Majesty, and within a few days, the Holy Majesty will rectify the scholar's name and bestow him with the title of the new #1 scholar. At the same time, Sanmei also revealed her true identity. The 13 princesses that the current emperor loves most. Because she was too boring in the palace, she sneaked out of the palace, and only then did she meet on the boat later. However, the scholar refused. The imperial examination is a grand ceremony for the selection of talents for the country. Even if it is possible to cheat so far, such an imperial court can only collude with these corrupt officials. I would rather return to the countryside and be a farmer's scholar. Princess Jinziyu, people like me in the countryside can't afford to be high, so there is no need to call this second brother anymore. The scholar left angrily, and the third sister wept. Zhou Zuixian changed his usual silence and stepped forward to comfort him, and the third sister confided her heart to him while crying. It turned out that after playing around for a long time, the third sister had long fallen in love with the second brother, but she knew that her father would not easily agree to this marriage contract, so she returned to the palace the next day after entering Beijing, and married her. The emperor made an agreement. She is going to marry Jinka no, scholar. In her vision, with the second brother's talent, it would not be a problem to be the number one in high school. At that time, she would change into a daughter and show her identity to give the second brother a surprise. When the second brother enters the palace the next day, the father will talk about it. Marriage, she will be able to marry the second brother openly. But what she didn't expect was that it was precisely her agreement that allowed the traitor to arrange for his son to take part in the imperial examination, in order to get the number one scholar, marry the 13th princess who is the most beloved by His Majesty today, and keep the family prosperous for generations. The scholar left angrily, and the third sister returned to the palace in tears. The drunken immortal, who could hear the voice of the third sister, was alone in a restaurant in the capital. He didn't know why he wanted to drink, but he just felt that he wanted to drink today. However, after the third sister left that day, she never came back. He drank every day in the capital, and he drank for half a month. Half a month later, he got a piece of news from other drinkers. The second place in this subject will soon marry the 13th princess. This news instantly sobered him from the drunkenness he had been drinking for many days. On this day, he put down the wine jar, picked up the sword, and walked towards the palace. He got his wish and met the third sister. Only then did I know that the third sister had confessed everything to the present-day sage, and the present-day sage asked the guards to bring the second brother. In the Golden Luan Hall, facing the expectant eyes of the third sister, the second brother once again refused. Scholars have their own pride. He did not want to serve the court. The second younger brother walked out of the palace straight, while he walked out of the palace disheartened. From beginning to end, third sister never mentioned him. He is just a good big brother. The snow in the capital is too cold, Nanjiang is better. Since then, there has been no wine sword fairy in the rivers and lakes, but a drunken fairy. Lin Yi looked at the Zhuxian, who was also a little drunk, and fell silent after hearing these words. In this relationship, the worst person is indeed the old man. From the beginning to the end, it was unrequited love. The princess only had eyes for scholars, and the scholar was too arrogant. In desperation, the princess chose to marry the second place. The emperor had already opened his golden mouth in front of the minister. Choose one to be the son-in-law of Chenglong Kuai. The ministers thought they were the scholar, but they didn't expect to be the Xiao Bangyang, the son of the Grand Master and Grand Master, also has power in the government and the public, and the officials will not object. The man from the Qiao family is of good character and worthy of the third sister. After marriage, he became an official in the court and vigorously rectified the court. But the treacherous officials in the court are in power and the building is falling. How could he alone be able to restore it? Lin Yi curled his lips. This one is really licking. The person he likes is married to someone else, and he said he is a good match. Those treacherous ministers and thieves secretly assassinated, and the son-in-law's mansion was assassinated by the killer. When the old man arrived, the third sister's family was killed by the killer, but the child born to the third sister and the Qiao family had disappeared. So, elder brother is the son of the 13th princess? It's not wrong. The child was already 5 years old at the time, and the tiger roaring strength was created by the third sister who wanted to practice martial arts, and the old man couldn't teach the martial arts of the third sister's master. There are only 4 people who can roar like a tiger. 4? Which 4? Lin Yi asked curiously. Old man, third sister, and Xiao Yuanyan and the ice snow sword immortal you saw a few days ago. Zhou Zuixian glanced at Lin Yi and said, Ice Snow Sword Immortal is the daughter of the younger brother of the third sister. She is also the former princess. This relationship. Lin Yi was a little speechless. It was really complicated. The girl of Ice Snow Sword Immortal and Xiao Yuanyan disappeared at the same time. The old man designed that girl to come to you to find Xiao Yuanyan through you, so as to comfort the third sister's spirit in heaven. Why don't you go find it yourself? What is the old man looking for? It's the son of that guy from the Chow family. What's the matter with the old man? The Chow family failed to protect the third sister. It's good that I didn't destroy the Chow family. The old man stared. Lin Yi understood, it was because of jealousy. The father who was jealous of the senior brother got his third sister, and felt a little awkward, but the senior brother was the only blood in the world that he cared about most, so he invited the Ice and Snow Sword Immortal. Since senior already knew about it, why are you so shocked when you hear the news about senior brother? Lin Yi tactfully didn't say the word madness. The old man was silent, and after a while, he said quietly, when the rebel army rebelled, someone once came to Shenyanmen, saying that the people of the world have been suffering from corruption for a long time, and hope that Shenyanmen can also join them. The old man thought that no matter what, today after all, the royal family is Sanmei's relatives, but the head of the family rejected it. Boom! Lin Yi was struck by lightning. What a bloody dog! Because of the reason of the favorite, the uprising was rejected. As a result, the son of the favorite was in the uprising team. No wonder the old man would go crazy, but he would too. Then why did you bring me here, senior? I want to meet third sister and ask her if she hates me. The old man looked at the tomb with anticipation and fear in his eyes. Lin Yi understood that this was bringing him to summon the soul. Fongling fairy spiritualism. No matter how powerful a warrior is, no one will. In this different world, martial arts, Buddhism, and Taoism, the division of labor between the three is very clear. Taoism and Buddhism will not participate in secular disputes. This rule is iron law. Why this is so, Lin Yi only knows one of the reasons. In the history of the different world, counting up to 1,000 years, Buddhism was too deep in the world at that time, which aroused the dissatisfaction of the royal family at that time, so in the Zhou dynasty, there was a 3-week disaster of extermination of Buddhism. 3 generations of emperors in the Zhou dynasty exterminated Buddhism in succession, which is known as 3 weeks of extermination of Buddhism in history. It was a disaster, and the prosperous and powerful Zhou dynasty went into decline. The 4th generation was overthrown, and at the same time, Buddhism was almost destroyed. The war ended with the overthrow of the Zhou dynasty, and Buddhism has been resting and recuperating since then, and no longer participates in secular affairs. However, Buddhism and Taoism just don't participate in secular power disputes, which doesn't mean they are out of the secular world. For things like summoning souls, Lin Yi believed that if the old man wanted to find someone, he would definitely be able to find someone. But the old man chose to take him with him. Lin Yi speculated that it was more because he knew the elder brother. For so many years, the old man did not summon the soul of the 13th princess, probably out of fear and escape, and another reason is that he really did not know why he went to see the ghost of the 13th princess. But it's different now. With the news of the elder brother, the old man has a reason to summon his soul, at least he has a tenable excuse psychologically. It's just that the old man has never thought that if the ghost of the 13th princess is summoned, if he knows that the elder brother is dead, will he directly strangle the old man to death? Love really makes people lose their minds. Senior, to conjure up souls, you must have something phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals clause close slash phoneme to the soul of the dead. Lin Yi looked at Zhou Zuexian, but Zhou Zuexian was stunned for a moment, his expression a little embarrassed, which made him roll his eyes in his heart. Well, how could there be a licking dog? You wait, the old man will find it for you. Zhou Zuexian walked into the bamboo house without saying a word, and came out a few minutes later with a dark face, reached out to the old man lying on the stone table and groped for a while, and then took out a sachet. Take it. Lin Yi took the sachet. The sachet was a bit old, and it seemed that the year was not short. Lin Yi knew that it was given to the old man by the 13th princess. Thinking that the old man didn't even get a sachet, he looked at it. The old man looked sympathetically. What are you thinking about, kid? Call me back quickly. Seeing that the old man was a little annoyed, Lin Yi withdrew his gaze and looked at the grave. Both Buddhism and Taoism have the method of summoning souls, but Lin Yi did some research and finally found that Taoism is still the most professional. With his hands pinched together, Lin Yi recited the soul-calling incantation. It's dark. Yellow spring is cold. The een is in the een. Young people are in yang. Young people think of een people. the way of heaven is virtuous. As the mantra was recited, Lin Ye's aura was constantly absorbing the aura of the surrounding world. That is to say, in a different world, the aura of the world was abundant. If it was in modern times, he would have to use a talisman. Taoist disciple Lin Yi, please be merciful to Tao Patriarch, please be merciful to heaven, please be merciful to the division of the underworld, pity the suffering of young people's longing, and bring back the soul of Qin's daughter. Lin Yi held the sachet in both hands with a respectful expression. After practicing the soul-calling spell, Lin Yi realized that the soul-calling spells on the internet in the real world were fake at all, and the real soul-calling spells were not fixed. To be precise, the spell in the second half is not fixed. The incantation is more like a propositional composition. The first half of the incantation is fixed, but the latter is changed according to the goal of the invocation and the reason for the invocation. The mantras to be recited for different purposes are different for missing the souls of relatives and dead, calling for justice. Of course, it also has something to do with the strength of the soul caller. Like he used the word please now, but if you really want to practice to a high level, a direct sentence, I am Lin Yi, a Taoist disciple, and I hope the Yin division will give me face is enough. The conjuring is over. Lin Yi looked at the drunken fairy and said, now it depends on whether that person is willing to come and sees whether the Yin division will give face. This old man is here, the underworld will save face. Zhou Zuixian replied confidently. You're really licking, that one didn't say a word about whether he's coming or not. Lin Yi slandered in his heart, expressing his contempt for the old man's ignoring the first half of his sentence. After the cup of tea time, a cloudy phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme blew up in the bamboo forest. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. This is coming. He was also curious as to what kind of woman could be licked by this person. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme stopped and the trees stopped. A woman's figure appeared on the grave. Even though his face was pale, he couldn't hide his temperament. Lin Yi just took a look and knew that the old man was wronged. This one must have been a peerless beauty during his lifetime. For some reason, Lin Yi thought of someone, a poem written by Jin Yong. When they first met at Fengling Ferry, they met Yanghua for the first time. Some people are too amazing, and it is not a good thing to meet them when they are young. Three sisters. The old man had lost sight of Lin Yi at this moment, and his eyes fell on the woman with bewilderment. Big brother. There was also a gleam of joy in the woman's eyes, but then her eyes fell on the old man who was sleeping on the stone table, with a distressed look on her face. Brother, why did you get him drunk? Click. Lin Yi thought he heard the old man's heartbroken voice. How could he get me drunk? It's just me pretending to be drunk. Just after the woman finished speaking, the old man who was lying on the table and snoring suddenly stood up, his face full of vigor, not even a trace of drunkenness on his face. Over the years, I have been drinking for nothing, and even made bamboo wine by myself. He thought I was the drinker back then. The old man looked at Zhou Zuixian disdainfully, and Zhou Zuixian was annoyed. You are still so treacherous. I call it an exhaustive strategy. If I didn't pretend to be drunk, how could you recruit the soul of the third sister in front of me? After the old man said this, he looked at the 13th princess, and his eyes met. Lin Yi saw the affection in the eyes of these two, and then looked at the old man standing aside. He could only sigh in his heart. Third sister. The old man called out affectionately. Second brother. Lin Yi walked away silently. He was afraid that if he continued to listen, the old man might kill someone to silence him. As soon as he walked out of the bamboo forest, there was a team carrying a sedan chair in front of him. The sedan chair stopped at the entrance of the bamboo forest, and an official stepped down from the sedan chair. Lin Ye's eyes met the others, and both of them had expressions of shock on their faces. Can this happen too? Lin Yi muttered something, but the official on the opposite side was very excited, walked over quickly, and shouted at the same time, Mr. Lin, is it you? You've done well, you've already become an official. How high is it? First rank bachelor. The visitor replied a little shyly. Lin Yi. Brother and hashtag 039, S-News meet old friends in a foreign land. This is a very happy thing. Lin Yi never expected to meet the lost young man in the capital, but fortunately he was led on the right path in the end. However, Zixing's words about a first-rank bachelor made him unhappy all of a sudden. This is also thanks to Mr. Lin. If Mr. Lin hadn't woken up, I wouldn't be where I am today. Zixing thanked Lin Yi. Although Zixing's expression was very sincere and not fake, Lin Yi always felt uncomfortable. I am still a grassroots person, this guy has become a first-rank university scholar. This is all your own good fortune. The so-called teacher leads the door, and the practice depends on the individual. As Lin Yi said calmly, Zixing's expression was a bit strange. Sure enough, after all these years, Mr. Lin still hasn't changed a bit, his appearance hasn't changed, and even his way of speaking hasn't changed. No, didn't your uprising fail? My senior brother was killed in battle. Why did you survive? Could it be that you betrayed? Lin Yi's eyes sank, and he stared at Zixing, and Zixing quickly explained, Young Master Lin, when we were surrounded by the officers and soldiers of the former dynasty, General Qiao ordered us scholars to evacuate, while he led other soldiers to kill us. What do you mean? Tell me carefully, if you miss a little bit, I will cut you off. Facing a first-rank university scholar, Lin Yi was not polite at all, and Zixing was not angry. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either slash phoneme. Mr. Lin is such a mild-mannered person, didn't he cut himself like this back then? On the contrary, the people carrying the sedan chair glared at Lin Yi angrily when they heard this, but Zixing didn't say anything, so they didn't dare to intervene. Listening to Zixing's narration, Lin Yi understood what happened back then. After the eldest brother and the others crossed the river, the uprising did not go very smoothly, and they were surrounded by officers and soldiers. When it was critical, the elder brother asked Zixing and other scholars who had no combat effectiveness to evacuate first, and he was responsible for breaking the rear and attracting firepower. It was also this operation of the elder brother that saved the hope of the uprising. After Zixing and others escaped, they scattered to various places to hide their names. After learning the lessons of this uprising, they secretly began to develop their strength. When the time is right, only then did the second uprising break out, overthrowing the previous dynasty and establishing the Hua dynasty. Zixing, as one of the earliest veterans of the uprising, now that the new dynasty was established, he would naturally be rewarded for his meritorious service, and he was named a first-rank university scholar. That's right, I didn't educate you in vain, what are you doing here now? Lin Yi patted Zixing on the shoulder, as long as he is not a traitor. I'm here to see the old man Zhu Xian. Mr. Lin is not an outsider. Zixing said halfway, he turned to the servant who was carrying the sedan chair behind him and several guards, you guys go back first. After the servant retreated, Zixing said in a low voice, Young Master Lin, it's just a good time to meet you. I have news about General Qiao. General Qiao did not die back then. Eldest brother is not dead? Lin Yi also became excited, the elder brother was kind to him, and he had always regretted the death of the elder brother. Well, I also just got the news that the former emperor imprisoned a person in the forbidden area of the palace. That person is General Qiao. Although I can't figure out why the former emperor didn't kill General Qiao, the person who revealed the news to me is not. I will admit my mistake, he was also with General Qiao back then. Zixing was puzzled, but Lin Yi probably guessed the reason. Eldest brother and the former emperor were related by blood. Eldest brother also had half of the royal blood in his body. It was because of this that the former emperor didn't kill elder brother, but sent the elder brother to the emperor. The senior brother was imprisoned in the forbidden area of the palace. Old man Zhu Xian is very wise and a great Confucian in the world. After I came to Beijing, I came here several times by chance. I discussed some strategies for governing the country with the old man. I was deeply enlightened. This time I came to Zhulin. If you ask for advice on this matter, let's see how to rescue the elder brother. Hearing Zixing's words, Lin Yi frowned. The previous dynasty has been overthrown, so senior brother still needs to be rescued? Seeing Zixing hesitate to speak, Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. He understood what the problem was. Lord of high power. Eldest brother was one of the earliest rebels, and many officials and generals in the Hua dynasty, many of them were probably subordinates of elder brother back then. The emperor might be restless. Reminiscing that the senior brother was still in the forbidden area of the palace, Lin Yi probably knew why Zixing came to the old man Zhu Xian for advice. If this matter is not handled properly, the world may be in chaos again. But for Lin Yi, it doesn't matter if the world is in chaos or not, as long as he knows that he has been favored by his elder brother. What's more, several of them are related to the senior brother. Knowing that the senior brother is not dead and imprisoned in the palace, they must have entered the palace without saying a word. You come with me. Lin Yi led Zixing into the bamboo forest, and when he reached the bamboo house, he found that the ghost of the 13th princess had disappeared, leaving only the old man and the old man staring at each other. You kid is out for a while, why did you drag someone over? The drunken fairy glanced at Zixing and asked Lin Yi. Seniors, I want to tell you a very good thing. Eldest brother is not dead, he is in the palace. Lin Yi spoke excitedly, but to his surprise, the old man Zhu Xian and the old man looked very calm, as if they had known the news for a long time. Third sister just told us that when Xiao Yuanyan was taken prisoner and taken to the palace, the former emperor summoned third sister. Zhu Zuixian explained, and Lin Yi understood what was going on as soon as he turned his head. The former emperor knew the identity of the elder brother, and he probably wanted the elder brother to surrender to the court. For this reason, he recruited the soul of the 13th princess. With the ability of the royal family, this can still be done. As for the 13th princess, there must be things in the palace. But obviously, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme the 13th princess didn't persuade, or the elder brother didn't obey. And finally the former emperor had no choice but to imprison the elder brother. Senior, but the problem now is that the master's accomplishments are overwhelming, and the current emperor may be tempted to kill. Young Master Lin, your majesty is not such a person. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Zixing quickly defended himself. Lin Yi glared at him, talk too much, and I'll cut you off. Power can change a person. Lin Yi has verified this point from countless allusions in history books. The old man hasn't released a sword for many years. I'm afraid everyone in the Jianghu has forgotten that there was once a wine-sword fairy. The drunken fairy looked towards the direction of the imperial city. He had to keep the only blood of the third sister in this world. You are a rough old man who knows how to use violence. Some things cannot be solved by force alone. After staying in this bamboo forest for dozens of years, it is time to go out. The old man Zhu Xian first insulted the old man, and then looked in the direction of the palace. Who didn't and #039, T survived the cold winter Hua dynasty palace. When Lin Yi and the others arrived at the palace, the gate of the palace was heavily guarded. However, this couldn't stop Zhou Zuixian. Under Zhou Zuixian's sword, the entire palace guards did not stop him, and he was directly killed into the depths of the palace. Lin Yi's blood was boiling with excitement. One person, one sword, the palace can come and go freely, a man should be like this. The palace hall. When Lin Yi followed Zhou Zuixian to the main hall, he also saw the Hua dynasty emperor and his elder brother. Big brother. Looking at the elder brother who was visibly haggard, Lin Yi couldn't help but let out a low voice. Little junior brother? The elder brother was also a little surprised to see Lin Yi, but he didn't care at all about the knife on his neck. Who are you? Why did you break into the palace? And Zixing, as a first-rank minister of our Hua dynasty, you actually colluded with outsiders. The Emperor Hua dynasty glared at Lin Yi and the others, and finally his eyes fell on Zixing. My lord, I just brought them to find General Zhou. And Zixing was a little afraid to face the eyes of the Emperor of Hua dynasty. As a courtier, he was disrespectful. Why did the Holy Majesty imprison General Qiao? Are you afraid that the news will cause an uproar among the officials? Hearing Zixing's questioning, the Emperor of the Hua dynasty suddenly burst out laughing, and said, Why are you imprisoned? You, and the Prime Minister, including many generals, were all his subordinates back then. If you let him out, do you think I will still sit still? Do you want to secure the throne? The sage is worrying too much, but I don't have such a heart. And Zixing explained. The Emperor of the Hua dynasty snorted coldly, Since I ascended the throne, I have ruled the world, but there are always some people who feel that I have treated him badly. If the news that Xiao Yuanyan is still alive spreads, these people will not be ready to move, and they will get a follower from the dragon achievement. And Zixing, ask yourself, if Xiao Yuanyan showed up and someone secretly contacted you to push Xiao Yuanyan to sit on this dragon chair, would you object? And Zixing's lips parted. He might object, but he would not report. At most, he chose to stand by and watch. Huangchang, since ancient times, those who have won the throne have lived there. If you are virtuous, why should you be afraid of me? Eldest brother opened his mouth slowly, and it was fine if he didn't say that. As soon as he said that the emperor seemed to be stimulated, he raised the sharp sword in his hand and stabbed at elder brother. You are dead, I am not afraid anymore. Seeing the emperor of Hua dynasty raising his sword, Zhou Zuexian waved the long sword in his hand, but at this moment, an old man in grey appeared in the palace and stood in front of Zhou Zuexian. That sword energy was also blocked by the old man in grey with his body. The sword energy directly pierced the grey-clothed old man's chest, but at the moment when the grey-clothed old man paid for it with his life, the long sword in the hand of the Hua dynasty emperor had already pierced into the chest of the elder brother. You dare! Immortal Jizui exploded in anger, brandishing the long sword in his hand. The whole hall was filled with sword energy, and when the sword energy dissipated, in the hall, the emperor of Hua dynasty, including some guards, were all pierced into holes by the sword energy and fell to the ground. Big brother! Lin Yi hurriedly stepped forward to support the elder brother who fell on the ground. Little brother, cough cough. General Zhou. And Zixing also stepped forward with a complicated expression. Ahem. And Zixing, you are very nice. I didn't miss it back then. General Chao, don't talk, I'll call the doctor for you. It's useless, the heart is broken, and any magic medicine will be powerless. Zhou Zuexian looked at the elder brother with a complicated expression, and the elder brother looked at Zhou Zuexian with some doubts. He didn't know this person. Ahem, and Zixing, you have the talent to govern the world, but you lack courage. You can push me, my junior, to the throne. With my talent, I will be able to govern the world well. As soon as the elder brother said this, and Zixing was stunned, and Lin Yi was also stunned. Become an emperor yourself? He never thought about it. Junior brother, back then when you were on the mountain, senior brother saw that you were extremely intelligent. And Zixing told me what you said to Zixing back then. You can be the emperor well. The elder brother looked at Lin Yi with encouragement in his eyes. Lin Yi was a little hesitant. Being an emperor is so tiring. Eldest brother, I. Junior brother, don't you have the heart to watch the country that I have conquered, senior brother, surrender to others? Lin Yi was a little dazed. Being an emperor, he had had such a dream before, which man hadn't fantasized about it? Drunk on the knees of a beautiful woman, wake up and take control of the world. But brother, I. Believe in yourself. Under your rule, the common people will surely phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live /phoneme a better life. Not to mention ministers like Zixing assisting you. Lin Yi was a little moved. As a modern person, he has a sense of superiority towards the other world. This sense of superiority has nothing to do with strength, but comes from the crushing of knowledge. If he is familiar with history and governing the world, he must be better than people from other worlds. He still has confidence in this. Boy, since he made you the emperor, then you should just be the emperor. No one dares to disapprove of you when the old man sits in charge of you. Zhou Zuexian also opened his mouth, and the old man Zhu Xian beside him said in a deep voice, I will also come out to help you. Sensing that everyone wanted to make him emperor, Lin Yi's hesitation was gone. Just as he was about to agree, he suddenly heard a crisp voice. Student Lin? The sound made Lin Yi stunned for a moment. Master, why is this man smiling so happily after death? This is because he has fallen into a demon and doesn't want to wake up. Outside the snowy city, a little beggar was lying on the snow, holding a wooden sword in his hand. He had been frozen into an ice sculpture, but there was still a happy smile on his face. Not far away, an old Taoist and a young Taoist priest passed by the door, and the old Taoist whispered a sentence of infinite heavily venerable. Inner demon? Master, you always talk about inner demon. What is inner demon? Inner demons are people's desires. When desires are magnified, inner demons will appear. But master, what does it mean that desire is magnified? Didn't you say that everyone has desire? The little Taoist was a little puzzled. Those who climb to a high position suddenly and those who fall to the bottom suddenly are the most likely to fall into demons and fall into a well-woven yellow beam dream. The old Taoist was still puzzled when he sought his apprentice, and continued, "This little beggar may be experiencing another experience at the moment. In the dream woven by the demon, he may be the legendary character of the ranger in the storybook, a beggar. A young man has an adventure, a sword breaks all spells, but there is no such young man, he is just a young man who has not survived the cold winter, just a dream before he died." The old Taoist sighed, "How can there be so many adventures in this world? There are so many, it is Nank Yiming of those who are not reconciled." "Master, I understand these things, but why do those who ascend to a high position suddenly have demons in their hearts?" The little Taoist pondered for a moment and asked again. Suddenly ascending to a high position, full of ambition, thinking of himself as the son of heaven, the ambition and desire in his heart grow, and when it reaches the critical point, the demon will come, and he will fall into the dream woven by the demon and cannot extricate himself until he dies of old age. Then how to deal with the demons? I examine myself 3 times on weekdays, or I have a teacher around me to guide and supervise, especially for those who practice. The demons are most likely to come when they break through. "No, my big brother, the palace hall." Lin Yi looked at the Emperor Hua dynasty and the imperial guards lying on the ground, at the eager eyes of the elder brother, and at the expectant expressions of the others. "O king! How many men have dreamed?" When he was young, he was obsessed with hegemony novels for a while. He liked to watch the main character compete in the world, surrounded by clouds of beauties. Later, when I grew up, I realized that it was too impractical. I fell in love with reading light-hearted witty novels, and felt that the essays on fighting for hegemony were too fake. Isn't this because of bowing to the real society, but the dream of fighting for hegemony, the ambition to wake up and control the world has not disappeared, but because of reality, it is buried deep in his heart. This is a seed, and this time the seed appeared. He didn't know what was going on in front of him, but the sound of student Lin gave him a guess. "Are you really in another world?" From being unable to break through the limit to meeting the drunken immortal, then to the ice and snow sword immortal, and finally entering the capital, just happened to meet in Zixing again, and then learned the whereabouts of the elder brother, and entered the palace. All of this is intertwined. Although it is bloody, it is not impossible. Relying on the knowledge of later generations, isn't it better to be an emperor in another world than any emperor in ancient times? I almost fell for it. Lin Yi sighed, looked at senior brother, and said, "You still don't understand senior brother." "Junior brother, what are you talking about?" The elder brother was a little puzzled. "Grandpa Zua, senior brother, do you still remember that you asked me once?" "Of course I remember." Eldest brother nodded and said, "I asked you what you think of Zhuagong, but obviously you don't agree with Zhuagong." Listening to the senior brother's answer, Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. He really knew the details, which made him more sure of a guess in his heart. "Yeah, but it's Mr. Zhua who exposed you." "I'm exposed, little brother, can't you understand what you're saying?" Lin Yi looked at the puzzled expression of the elder brother, then glanced at the crowd, and said firmly, "You are not an elder brother. If you were really an elder brother, you would not let the current scene happen. The reason for the elder brother's rebellion is not imperial power, is not for this dragon chair, but for the people of the world. Now that the world has just been settled, the common people finally got a chance to recuperate from the chaos of war. If the elder brother is still alive, he will not appear in front of the world. The elder brother will never see another turmoil in the court. When the army resurfaced, the common people suffered from the chaos of war again. Ever since the elder brother asked himself about Zhuagong, after reading the biography of Zhuagong, he understood what kind of person the elder brother was. Eldest brother, what you put in your heart is the people, not power. Even if elder brother is still alive, for the sake of the stability of the world, elder brother will choose to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in seclusion. I am afraid that the greatest possibility for elder brother is just like Mystery Xian in history. You are not my elder brother. Lin Yi said this categorically, and at the same time glanced at Zixing. You are not Zixing, and Zixing is a scholar, and belongs to the kind of stubborn Confucianism who is loyal to the king and serves the country, and he will not give up because of the elder brother's words. To appear is to betray the new emperor. And Zixing opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but Lin Yi didn't give him time to explain at all, and looked at Zhuxian and Zhuxian old man again. The origin of the character of the drunken immortal, I think, is because of some fantasy fairy tales I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme a while ago, in which there is always a master swordsman who loves to drink and is sloppy. Old man Zhuxian, a scholar who does not bend his waist for 5 buckets of rice, has the talent to govern the world, but lives in seclusion in the mountains and forests. This seems to be a character I have imagined before. 2 characters I had fantasized about in my heart, a big brother whom I cared most about in a different world, coupled with the ambition for power deep in my heart. This is probably the so-called demon or illusion. Lin Yi laughed at himself. Reading novels for so many years is not for nothing, especially novels from ancient times. Demons are a must. The current novels pursue fast and refreshing, and readers feel that it is too hypocritical and wasteful when they see the demons. It's okay. Fortunately, I am a regular reader. Little brother, what are you talking nonsense about? Boy, it is because of Xiao Yuanyan's request that you are allowed to ascend the throne, otherwise the old man would not bother to care about your life. Young Master Lin, you may have misunderstood something. Lin Yi quietly watched these people continue to perform. He was sure that he had fallen into an illusion similar to a demon, but how should he get out? In many novels, the protagonist breaks through the illusion of the inner demon. The simple point is that the illusion disappears after seeing through it. The more complicated point is to kill the person in the illusion or choose to commit suicide. It seems impossible to kill these people. He didn't dare to bet on suicide. So wasted? Just when Lin Yi was in trouble, a pleasant voice came from his ears again. This time Lin Yi listened carefully. It was the voice of the female coach Qin Shi. Student Lin, you are so hot. Student Lin, are you okay? The voice was full of anxiety, and Lin Yi understood in his heart that he should still be lying on the electric shock equipment, and Chen Shi was calling him. Lin Yi, what are you doing? Lin Yi. I'll get you ice cubes, you let me go. You have to think about it carefully. My conditions are very strict. I want a flat with a river view, and I want 500 million, you don't regret it. Lin Yi patted himself on the head, and he could almost imagine what he was doing in the real world. But I don't feel it at all. Damn it, is it because the payment didn't arrive? Not long after Lin Yi's expression became weird, he suddenly found that the surrounding environment had changed. The corpses of the guards on the ground disappeared, and then the senior brother and the others also began to become blurred. Little brother, promise me, go to the dragon chair, become the emperor, govern the world well, and let the people phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme a good life. Seeing elder brother still not reconciled, Lin Yi curled his lips and was about to speak, but suddenly a warm feeling came from his body. My body seemed to be wrapped in something warm. At the same time, the figures of the elder brother and the drunken fairy completely disappeared, and then the entire palace also began to dissipate, and his surroundings turned into darkness. A little light appeared in the darkness, and then tore apart the darkness. The first moment Lin Yi regained his vision, he glanced around. After seeing it, he was dumbfounded. He didn't know how to describe the situation in front of him. Make money quickly a mess. Lin Yi looked at Chen Shi, who was huddled in the corner, frowning, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Are you all right? After a moment of silence, he finally choked out such a sentence. Chen Shi took a deep look at Lin Yi, and stood up from the corner. Although I don't know what happened to you before, you don't need to explain to me. I want a Riverview room, and another 500 million. I can accompany you for a year, it's my first time. I won't have other men in this year, you can rest assured that if you don't want to, it's enough to give me a house. Lin Yi. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't answer, Chen Shi was also a little angry. Just now you agreed. What do I promise? I experienced nothing. In Lin Yi's heart, it was a grievance, but for now, let's settle the matter first. Okay, I'll take care of the Jiangjingfang for you. I'll give you 500 million when the time comes. It is good. Chen Shi put on his clothes, but embarrassment soon appeared on his pretty face. Lin Yi swallowed, he might as well not wear them. It's all turned into strips. Do you have any clothes here? No girls' clothes. Do you have a shirt? Yes, yes, in the bedroom closet. Lin Yi stuttered a little, but he couldn't help it. Chen Shi's body was alluring when he was wearing clothes, and this Chen Shi who was looming was even more alluring. Chen Shi was obviously aware of Lin Yi's change, so he gave Lin Yi an angry look and ran out of the basement. What's this called? It's my first time too. I don't feel anything. Lin Yi looked at Chen Shi's leaving back and shook his head with some regret, but it's okay, isn't there 500 million, and there will be a long way to go. Sensing some breath in the room, Lin Yi touched his nose and walked out. When he returned to the hall, Chen Shi had already changed his clothes. Lin Yi swallowed again as he watched the white shirt and skinny jeans. I'm leaving first, you can come to me after a while, I'm not feeling well. Uncomfortable? Lin Yi answered subconsciously, but when she saw Chen Shichao's face flushed with blush, she understood it instantly. Are you so fierce? Chen Shi ran away, and Lin Yi couldn't help laughing out loud. After Chen Shi's figure completely disappeared, the smile on his face faded, and his expression became serious. After returning to the sofa and sitting down, Lin Yi took out a pen and paper. Start writing. The first point, the time when the inner demon appeared should be when I was clicked to run Lei Yang's mind-breaking method, and the time point should be after Chen Shi came back from watching the movie, and I lost the memory after that. Everything I experienced in the heart demon should be related to my desire. The drunken fairy and the old man Zhuxian came from my fantasy of becoming such characters when I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme novels. I want to become an emperor and possess supreme power. This is an ambition buried in my heart. Currently, the demons create illusions, and everything in the illusions is woven according to my desires and ambitions. The inner demon is a true portrayal of my heart to a certain extent, which means that since I entered the other world, I have a prejudice against the characters in the other world in my bones, and I feel that I can crush them in terms of knowledge and culture. Lin Yi drew an important point under this sentence. Although he always said that he wanted to be a dog, he could recall what he had done in the other world during this period, including boldly deceiving a sword fairy and the illusion of the mind. They all show that there is something wrong with their mentality. I was drifting away, not cautious and gentle enough. At the same time, Lin Yi was also thinking about his recent behavior in the real world, and he was also a little flustered. Thinking of this, Lin Yi went to the study room and wrote 3 steady characters consecutively on the paper. I should examine myself 3 times a day. Lin Yi sighed, he really admired that ancient man now. People may be able to do it when they are poor, but there are really too few people who can do this after they have achieved success. If you don't solve the problem of inner demons, let's put down the practice for now. Lin Yi felt the blood in his body, and he didn't break through to the state of stinging stings, but he wouldn't take any more risks until he had a thorough understanding of the inner demon. But, how to solve the demon problem? Just as Lin Yi was pondering, his cell phone rang. 2 hours later, Lin Yi appeared at the point of enlightenment.